This is time to kick your lazy ass. You don't give me super chat for new PC. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 108. In fact, after the giant beast behemoth appeared, there were fewer monsters in the surrounding maze. Probably because of the influence of the giant beast behemoth, they dare not come out. This is definitely a good thing for him. Tell everyone to be alert around and wait for me to come back before setting off again. Commander, you. Before the communicator could finish speaking, Ka disappeared in the military headquarters. Helplessly, the communicator could only arrange for the soldiers to guard the surroundings and wait for the commander to come back. At the same time, Roka flew directly to the side of the giant beast behemoth. From here he could see how huge this guy was. This guy is probably close to a kilometer tall. Its upper body is shaped like some kind of beetle, and its head is covered with a large number of tentacles, and its skull is shaped like an alligator turtle. It has 6 thick, horsehoof-like legs, which are almost 2/3 of its height. There are many nests on Behemoth's legs, covered with fur or moss. Some small flying creatures can be seen around the nest, which are scorpion flies, or it can be said that this is a mutually beneficial twin relationship. This guy seems to be quite gentle. After looking around at Behemoth, he found that the giant beast was just moving forward slowly and did not show any aggression. However, just when he thought, the giant beast behemoth suddenly roared, and then a large number of tentacles spread downwards, and soon grabbed a spider lobster and fed it into its mouth. Click, click. The crisp chewing sound made Roka's mouth twitch slightly. It seemed that none of the monsters in the fog were vegetarians. But how to subdue this monster? After thinking for a while, he tried to land on top of Behemoth's head. Behemoth, who was eating, didn't notice him at all, or maybe he didn't want to pay attention to the little bugs above his head. Seeing that it had no intention of attacking, Roka directly opened the monster containment device and wanted to absorb it in. Not surprisingly, his idea failed. Behemoth, who possesses a rebellious consciousness, cannot be easily included. We can only resort to violence. Roka twisted his neck, clenched his fist, and then punched Behemoth hard on the head. Bang! A muffled sound. Then Behemoth's head sank and he let out a howl. It was obvious that the punch had injured it. Chapter 109. At this time, Behemoth seemed to have noticed the little bug above his head, and a large number of tentacles swept over his head. Hey! Roka ignored the tentacles, shouted loudly, and punched Behemoth's head again. Roar! There was another wail, and the tentacles that were originally attacking Roka suddenly became weak. At the same time, Behemoth's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Boom boom! The huge body fell, causing the ground to shake continuously, and a large amount of smoke and dust was raised. The soldiers not far away looked at the scene in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Why did that terrifying giant suddenly fall down? It's a pity that the area was already shrouded in fog, and now with the smoke and dust rising, it's impossible to see clearly what's happening in the distance. After a moment, let's go. The sudden sound startled the already frightened communicator, and he almost drew his gun and shot. Fortunately, I felt relieved after finding out that it was Roka, the temporary commander. Commander, that just now. Stop talking nonsense and get the convoy moving quickly. We must reach the military base before dark. Roka had no intention of explaining. The correspondent did not dare to ask any more questions and immediately ordered the convoy to set off. Roka, who was sitting in the car, was actually very happy. Unexpectedly, after defeating Behemoth, its body was actually put into the monster containment device. I just don't know how serious Behemoth's injury is. He might die at any time. But it doesn't matter much. Even if it's just the body, its research value is very high. There is no other way. There is currently no place to place Behemoth. This is the only way to deal with it for now. The convoy continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the military base deep in the mountains. Perhaps because the giant beast Behemoth lurked nearby, there were fewer fog monsters attacking them along the way. After moving forward for several hours, they finally arrived at the military base deep in the mountains. There were naturally no living people in the military base at this time, and it was occupied by a large number of maze monsters. If you want to get in, you must get rid of these monsters. Everyone, cheer up. Kill any monsters you see. Let's go. Roka waved his hand and led the soldiers and the scientific researchers who were protected in the middle to quickly approach the military base. Fire! As they approached, the monsters in the military base also discovered them and swarmed over them as they saw their prey. The most numerous type of spider is called Grey Widow. These spiders are the size of adult wolves and are the most numerous monsters in the fog. They lay eggs inside their prey, with thousands of eggs hatching almost simultaneously inside the prey. When the young spider matures, it will directly absorb the flesh and blood, and sometimes the victim may even be alive. This shows how terrifying this monster is. Fortunately, the monster's nemesis is fire. With the flamethrower paving the way, they gradually entered the military base. The entire military base seemed to have become a spawning ground for the Grey Widow, with spiders and rotting corpses of parasites everywhere. It's so frustrating. That should be the interdimensional passage. Roka looked up at the place inside the military base where the fog was pouring out. If nothing unexpected happened, that was the passage to another dimension. However, the extra-dimensional channel has been opened very wide at this time. It can be seen that a large number of monsters are still pouring out from the extra-dimensional channel. Commander, the control console is underneath the base. We need to get there to close the extra-dimensional channel. The correspondent came to report. Then have someone clear the road leading into the research base quickly. Since the underground research base was covered with spider webs and there were a large number of Grey Widows, it was very difficult to advance. At present, we can only come slowly. As long as nothing unexpected happens, most of the underground research institute will be cleared out before dark. In this regard, Roka could only stare at the dimensional passage while waiting for the soldiers to clear out the underground research institute. But after waiting for 2 hours, he finally got impatient and started cleaning it himself. With the burning of hellfire, the cleaning speed is very fast. Soon researchers began to study how to close the extra-dimensional channel. However, many instruments in the research base were corroded by the venom of the Grey Widow, which caused great trouble to the researchers. Fortunately, these were all anticipated in advance, otherwise we wouldn't have to travel with a truck full of equipment. It comes in handy now. However, the research progress of the researchers is slower than Roka imagined. Until the third day, the researchers' progress in closing the extra-dimensional channel is still very slow. Due to the thick fog, there was no way to contact the outside world. Even Roka was getting a little impatient. Boom boom boom. Gunshots were heard from time to time around the military base. Because it is too close to the extra-dimensional channel, it is attacked by more monsters than expected. This was even when Roka personally dealt with most of the monsters. But even so, they were almost out of ammunition and food. After all, the soldiers only prepared 3 days of food and a limited amount of ammunition. How is it? No progress yet. Impatient Roka came into the laboratory again to urge. At this time, an old researcher reported excitedly, "We have made a great breakthrough. If we are given a few more hours, we should be able to close the extra-dimensional channel. Hurry up then." After hearing this, Roka couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After dragging it out for so long, there was finally some progress. He hoped that the extra-dimensional channel could be closed smoothly. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. He could vaguely sense that there were monsters more terrifying than Behemoth in that extra-dimensional passage. It's just that the scope of the extra-dimensional channel is not large enough to allow such a huge creature to pass through. "Commander, this is bad." Just at this time, the correspondent came to report. "How many monsters are there this time?" Roka knew what the communicator was going to say without even thinking. Now they have run out of ammunition and food, and he is the only one who can take action if they encounter monsters. No, it was that giant beast that came out from the extra-dimensional passage. The communicator explained anxiously. Boom. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake. I had experienced this feeling before when I met Behemoth. Chapter 110. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a giant beast like Behemoth would appear again in the extra-dimensional channel. It seems that this kind of behemoth is a relatively common monster on the other side of the extra-dimensional channel. Arrived outside the military base, he looked towards the extra-dimensional passage. Sure enough, a behemoth that was slightly larger than the previous one was slowly emerging from the extra-dimensional passage. It's a pity that we have run out of ammunition, otherwise this would be the best opportunity to attack. The communicator's face was full of regret. After seeing Behemoth before, he was no longer so afraid of this monster. He even wanted to launch a counterattack to let this monster experience the firepower of humans. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity. Tell everyone to be alert in the surroundings. I'll be back soon. As soon as Roka finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The communicator was already used to this, and he immediately ordered the soldiers to be on alert and not to be ambushed by the monsters while the commander was away. At the same time, Roka flew directly to the top of Behemoth's head, trying to use the same trick again. Naughty is one of Behemoth's weaknesses. Just 2 punches and this thing will fall to its knees. However, the behemoth in front of him was different. After seeing a weak bug appear in front of him, he actually stretched out a large number of tentacles to whip it. Kindness. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this behemoth was different from the previous one. This one was obviously more aggressive. Or did he sense danger? But it's no use. Do you think there's no way to stop him from getting closer? The next second, scorching heat vision burst out instantly. It hit Behemoth's head accurately. Immediately afterwards, the scorching high-temperature rays pierced directly through its head. Roar! After a wailing sound, Behemoth slowly fell back into the extra-dimensional passage. It disappeared without a trace in just a moment. In fact, this behemoth is very strong, and its physical defense is not that bad. But there was no way. Roka either used his fists to carefully hit the head, or used thermal vision to directly attack the vital points. This made Behemoth's defense completely useless. It is only natural that it would be solved so easily. Roka watched Behemoth slowly disappear into the extra-dimensional channel and was eager to try. He wondered what the other side of the extra-dimensional channel looked like. Since the fog monsters can come here, why can't he go to the foggy world to take a look? Do it when you think of it. Without any hesitation, he flew directly into the extra-dimensional passage. He came to another world very easily. It is also shrouded in fog. But Roka, who has supervision, can see farther. Within a few kilometers, there are countless various fog monsters that have been seen and not seen before, and towering trees hundreds of meters high are everywhere. This place is more like a primitive jungle, or perhaps the world of Shanhai Jing. It's just that the fog monsters here are bigger and more ferocious. After walking around, Ika found that there were many monsters that were not as big as Behemoth. It's just that the extra-dimensional channel is too small and they can't enter. To be honest, Roka is really interested in this foggy planet. The value of this place is simply inestimable. It would be great if we could open a different dimensional channel at will. It seems we need to get the military's method of opening the foggy alternate dimension passage. Roka hadn't thought of this before. But now he wants to treat this foggy planet as his own backyard, so he must know how to open the door to the foggy world. Return to the military base. Fortunately, during the time he was away, not many monsters attacked the military base. Most of them have been dealt with by the soldiers. Although they are now out of ammunition and food, ordinary monsters are still easy to deal with even without using guns. Bib, it worked! It worked! At this time, the staff members shouted excitedly that they had succeeded. Roka looked up and saw that it was true. The extra-dimensional channel that was originally expanding was no longer expanding, but was shrinking instead. At this rate, the extra-dimensional channel will be closed soon. For a moment, not only the scientific researchers, but even some exhausted soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this continues, they don't know how long they can hold on. Fortunately, the extra-dimensional channel was finally closed. An hour later, the extra-dimensional channel continued to shrink and eventually disappeared. There was no thick fog coming out, and under the sunlight, the fog began to dissipate gradually. In just a moment, the entire military base became clearly visible. The soldiers cheered when they saw this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission missed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Brain Power LV1. In an instant, Roka felt that his brain became clearer and more flexible, and he could draw inferences about whatever he thought of. Roka took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. His super brain power allows him to think about any problem extremely quickly and remember any knowledge completely. If he wanted to, he could become the best scientist in the world. In this case, wouldn't it be easy to figure out the technology to open the interdimensional channel? Roka's eyes lit up when he thought of this, and then he went to the Underground Research Institute. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the researchers' happy celebration, he quickly checked. He originally thought that this knowledge would be difficult. However, he understood at a glance how this military base opened the door to the other dimensional passage. The key lies in the frozen alien corpse. No, it should be said that along with the frozen alien corpses, there are also some alien technologies. Perhaps these aliens came to Earth through the technology that opens the door to another dimension. I just don't know what kind of accident caused him to freeze to death. It seems that the aliens' technology is not yet mature. Without saying a word, Roka packed up all the alien technology and took it away. Although he should be able to remember it quickly, it would be best to take it back and study it. It can no longer be left to the military. Go, notify the researchers to evacuate the Underground Research Institute. We have to go back next. Commander, now that the extra-dimensional channel has been closed, the fog will disappear sooner or later. We can wait for support from the room. The correspondent was a little confused. Logically speaking, we should just wait here for military support. After all, the materials in the Underground Research Institute are very important. It would be bad if they left and were destroyed by monsters. Although the extra-dimensional channel is closed, there are still many monsters coming out of the fog. Chapter 111. Because I'm going to destroy this place. Roka stated his purpose directly. What? That won't work. The communicator immediately shook his head and refused. He had received an order to protect this place and all the research results of opening the extra-dimensional channel. Although this time brought huge losses to Portland, it also brought huge benefits. Not to mention that the fog monster has great research value. There is endless space for exploration on the other side of the extra-dimensional channel. Humans may be able to build another home on the other side of the interdimensional channel. So he absolutely would not allow the Underground Research Institute to be destroyed. I'm doing this for the good of all mankind. I've been to the other side of the dimensional channel and there are all these terrifying beasts there. What if the military opens the dimensional channel again and can't close it? I think you should understand the consequences. The whole world will be in crisis. In fact, Roka has taken away all the aliens' technological achievements. But the body must be destroyed. Otherwise, if the military knew that he had taken the things away, it would be a big trouble. No, I can't let you destroy this place. After all, the communicator is an American soldier, and soldiers naturally give priority to obeying orders. After all, Roka is just a temporary commander. In that case, Roka narrowed his eyes, and his heat vision suddenly burst out, then don't blame me. Boom boom. In an instant, the entire military base was cut in half by thermal vision, and the unprepared soldiers died tragically on the spot. Until they died, they didn't know why Roka suddenly attacked them. There is no other way, this matter must be destroyed and all evidence must be covered up. If the military knew that he had taken the alien technology, he would be in endless trouble. So don't blame Roka for being cruel. After using C4 to destroy the Underground Research Institute including the researchers, he released the behemoth he had captured before, and let it leave some traces in the military base. Then just kill it directly. This would mislead the military into thinking that the military base was destroyed by the behemoth. Anyway, there are plenty of giant beasts in this foggy world, so there is nothing to be reluctant about. Perhaps the military will still have doubts. However, as long as there is no evidence, they have no way to deal with me openly. If the military really wants to be unreasonable, our people will not be pushovers. After finishing everything, Roka got in the car and left the military base at a leisurely pace, all the way to the town at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the fog gradually dissipated, but it was still impossible to see clearly more than 100 meters away. However, he discovered that military support had already arrived. All the survivors in the convenience store were rescued. Roka narrowed his eyes and then drove over. Who? As soon as he approached, he was discovered by the military, led by Colonel Jim. It's me. Roka stopped the car, turned off the engine and got out. Mr. Roka. Colonel Jim was a little surprised when he saw him. In fact, they had already noticed the rapid dissipation of the fog, and they also vaguely guessed that the person who went to close the channel to the other dimension had succeeded. Seeing Roka now further confirmed his guess. But soon he began to feel doubtful. Mr. Roka, why are you alone? Where are they? I'm sorry. Roka shook his head apologetically, I couldn't bring them back intact. What? Colonel Jim was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he couldn't help feeling sad. Although I knew that this mission was extremely dangerous and the chance of coming back alive was pitifully small. But after hearing the news, he still found it hard to accept it. What is going on? It was the behemoth that attacked us. Roka simply made up a story that they finally arrived at the military base after many casualties. After several days of hard work, the scientific and technological personnel finally closed the extra-dimensional channel. But because of running out of ammunition and food, as a result, they were unable to fight back when the giant beast attacked them. Eventually the entire military base was destroyed. But don't worry, I have killed the beast to avenge everyone. Roka patted Colonel Jim's shoulder comfortingly. I have to go and see it myself. Colonel Jim was also a little sad, but he didn't completely believe what Roka said. You need to see it with your own eyes to know whether this is true or not. Request flowers. Then I'll go with you. Roka was not in a hurry to leave, but instead accompanied them back to the military base again. At this time, this place had already become a ruin, and on the ruins lay the corpse of a giant beast. Seeing this, Colonel Jim began to believe most of what Roka said. Such a terrifying beast was not something that ordinary soldiers could fight against, especially when there is a lack of supplies. But why was Roka unharmed? And how did they kill this giant beast? I didn't know the specifics, so I didn't believe everything he said. I will report the specific situation to the Lieutenant General, and if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The commission money can be deposited into the company's account later. I have some other things to do, so let's contact each other later. The Roka interrupted him directly, then flew into the sky and disappeared. Even though Colonel Jim had seen it once, he was still shocked to see someone flying again. Then he sighed helplessly. Originally, he wanted to keep Roka here and let him go after confirming the situation. This is no longer possible. I can only tell the Lieutenant General the truth. As for how Lieutenant General Richard would react, Roka was not interested at all. Anyway, the military base had been destroyed and no one could do anything to him without evidence. All the way back to Carlson Manor, Heather and Nancy learned that he was back and they all waited for a long time. Hey, little darlings, I'm back. Before he finished speaking, Roka had already landed from the sky in a domineering manner and even posed. This caused the girls to laugh sweetly. Dear, why can't I contact you these days? What happened? It is said that there are scary monsters in the fog. Are you okay? We couldn't get in touch with him. We were so worried. Ha ha ha, don't worry, babies. I'm back safely. Roka laughed heartily, then put his arms around Heather and Nancy's slender waists, and kissed Christine and Jessie on the lips. Then he embraced them and walked into the manor. Chapter 112. Under the questioning of the girls, Roka briefly explained the situation of this mission. After learning about the various horrible monsters in the fog, the women were shocked. Although I knew he was not injured, I was still worried about him. I'm glad you're okay, dear. Nancy patted her chest with some lingering fear. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but help her, which immediately made Nancy roll her eyes. "My dear, are you saying that you have mastered the technology to open a channel to another dimension?" This is what Heather cares about most. She is smart and understands that what happened in Portland this time is both a bad thing and a good thing. Not to mention those fog monsters, just the other dimensional world is extremely precious. The benefits involved are huge. It's so big that all countries in the world want to grab it. After all, it is an unexplored and unknown world. There are countless resources and land areas in 483. Whichever country occupies a place first can develop it into its own backyard. Don't let this matter out. Roka looked at the four women present with an extremely serious expression. It was out of trust that I told them this. And the subsequent research will not be hidden from them, so it's okay to let them know. But this matter cannot be exposed. Don't worry, we will keep this secret. Heather took the lead and assured. "Dear, don't you still believe us?" Jessie coquettishly squeezed into his arms and winked at him. "Really? But I still don't quite believe it." Roka narrowed his eyes. The women felt helpless when they saw this. "Then what do you want me to believe, dear?" "Hey, don't beg for mercy later and I'll believe it." Roka chuckled, pushed Jessie hard, and then kissed her sexy red lips. Heather and Nancy rolled their eyes at this, but joined in with great interest. Half a month later, in a research room under the Carlson Manor. After more than half a year of construction, the underground monster shelter that Roka wanted has taken shape. This research institute was originally prepared for him by Selena, but it was not used when researching the super soldier serum. It is being used now. After half a month of research, with the help of his super brain power, he quickly figured out the technology used by aliens to open the channel to another dimension. However, this technology is just as he thought, a technology with some flaws. No one knows which parallel universe this alien jumped out from, but unfortunately he is already dead. Otherwise, there are more things to ask. After half a month of research, Roka finally perfected the technology to open the channel to another dimension. "Honey, is this really possible? Opening a different dimension channel or something, this is too exciting. Will some monsters suddenly appear?" Roka opened the extra-dimensional channel in a deep mountain not far from Carlson Manor, so that if any problems arose, they could be remedied in time. "Don't worry, even if there is a problem, it can be closed in time." He was not worried at all. Even if any problems occurred, he could quickly close the dimensional channel. Although he has only been a scientist for a short time, he is still very confident in his skills. "All right." Seeing this, Heather didn't say anything more, but instead became a little nervous and expectant. What is the alternate dimension world like? According to the frequency band of the extra-dimensional channel opened by the military before, Roka decisively opened the extra-dimensional channel. The next second, the originally empty space suddenly twisted. Then a thick fog gushed out. Soon, it became pitch dark all around. Seeing this, Heather and the others moved closer to Roka with some fear. It worked. Roka was a little excited. He was very familiar with this thick fog. Did it really work? Nancy was still a little worried. "Don't worry, let's go in and take a look." Roka held the women's hands and strode into the mist. Unlike the extra-dimensional channel opened by the military, the extra-dimensional channel opened this time was effectively controlled and was about the same size as the door of an ordinary room. Just enough for one person to pass through. Roka asked the women to hold hands with each other. Then they filed in. The next moment, everyone was standing on unfamiliar land. Unlike the place they had entered before, the place they were in was more like a desert. The fog here is relatively thin, and you can see clearly what is happening 100 meters away. Is this the foggy world? It's foggy everywhere. This is amazing. It doesn't feel much different from Earth. I didn't see any monsters either. Heather and Nancy looked at this unfamiliar environment, looking around curiously. But what was strange to them was that they didn't see any monsters. Wasn't it said that there were many monsters in the fog? Roka smiled mysteriously and said, "There are indeed many monsters in the fog, but there is one exception." "What's going on?" Heather asked curiously. "This situation is that there is a giant beast nearby. What Roka was talking about was a giant beast like Behemoth. Where Behemoth appears, other monsters dare not appear. This is territorial awareness. Is there a giant beast nearby? Hearing this, Heather suddenly became curious. Nancy was a little scared. Why don't we go back? What are you afraid of? I'm already here. Jessie was not afraid of trouble, and she didn't want to see what the beast looked like. However, it was at this moment. Whirlpools suddenly appeared on the lake not far away. Then a huge splash of water appeared. What's that noise? Because of the fog, no one can see clearly. 4.0 Is that the sound of water? Is there a lake over there? Heather ventured a guess. In fact, everyone heard the sound of water. Yes, a big snake came out of the lake. Unlike the other women, Roka saw clearly that a huge snake suddenly emerged from the lake, and its size was probably much larger than Behemoth. And there are two snake heads. This is actually a giant two-headed snake. Let's get closer and look at the shore. Heather was so curious that she suggested getting closer. Will it be too dangerous? Nancy was still a little scared. It's okay. Even though the snake is huge, it definitely can't hurt you. Although the two-headed giant snake in front of him did look intimidating, it was just an ordinary snake to Roka. Chapter 113. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. So the four girls, led by Roka, approached the lake, and they finally saw the horrifying appearance of the two-headed giant snake. Nancy almost couldn't help screaming, but luckily she had experienced Freddy before, so she didn't panic. This thing is huge. What a terrifying giant snake. It's actually two-headed. Seeing that the giant snake was not looking at them, the women became bolder. But good things don't work, bad things do. As they were discussing this, one of the two-headed giant snake's heads looked over. This sight frightened the women so much that they dared not move. After a moment, several people came back from the extra-dimensional channel. Hi. Seeing that the extra-dimensional channel was closed, the women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was really because the two-headed giant snake just now was too oppressive. Fortunately, Roka acted in time to teach the two-headed giant snake a lesson, but he did not kill it. This level 18 giant snake is very collectible. It's a pity to kill him like this. Roka couldn't help but laugh at their frightened expressions. At the same time, he should also think about how to deal with this foggy world. Now there is a way to safely open a channel to another dimension. In other words, the entire foggy world has become his back garden, and the only problem is how to develop it. Roka and Heather discussed it for a while and decided that for now, the main focus should be on building a monster shelter, and there was no rush to develop the foggy world. It can be said that everything is in ruins at present, and we are powerless even if we want to develop it. The family power connected by Roka still needs to develop slowly. Only by developing the family can we have more time to develop the foggy world. The development of this aspect was left to Heather and Selena. Roka still had great confidence in their abilities. As for himself, he was just about to take a break when Allison called him unexpectedly. "Boss, it's an emergency." "Well? What's the emergency?" "It's Byron Mitch Biotechnology Company. We accepted their commission before, and now they want us to set off immediately." "What? Didn't you say half a year later?" Roka was a little confused. Logically speaking, it should be 2 months away. "I don't know the details, but they said it was ahead of schedule, and asked us to leave immediately for the primeval forest in Borneo, Indonesia, where we have a contact." "Boss, what should we do?" "Forget it, let's do it earlier." "I don't have anything else to do." Roka didn't care. It was early, as the blood orchid only blooms once every 7 years. The flowering period is only half a year, after which it will wither. Only by picking it within these 6 months can you get the blood orchid that has the ability to prolong cell life. It is understandable that the time calculation is 2 months ahead. "By the way, Allison, are you going to leave?" "If you are, I will pick you up." "Me? I'd rather not. I heard there are many snakes, insects, rats and ants in the primitive jungle." Allison was simply scared away by the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the primitive jungle. The environment there was harsh and she didn't want to suffer. Besides, what fun is there in the primitive jungle? It's not like last time we were going on vacation. Oh well. Roka didn't force it. After saying goodbye to Heather and the others, he boarded a plane to Palan province in Borneo. In the afternoon, we finally arrived at the port meeting point in Palan province, Borneo. But the weather here is unpredictable. It was sunny just now, but now it is raining heavily. Hey, you must be Mr. Roka from the Exorcist Agency. I've seen your photo. Roka was looking around with an umbrella in hand when an old black man came up to him and patted him on the shoulder in a familiar manner. Are you the client, Gordon Mitchell? Roka also had some impression of this black man. Yes, you know, I spent a lot of time and effort to get the company to agree to hire you, and $100,000 is not a small amount of money. Gordon Mitchell shrugged. You'll feel that the $100,000 is worth it. Roka smiled, remembering that this black man, Gordon Mitchell, would be bitten by a stone spider and then swallowed by a giant anaconda. Just for the 100,000 UN commission, he would save this guy's life. I hope so. Come on, I'll introduce you to other people. The black man had a good attitude and took him to meet the people who were traveling with him this time. There is Dr. Jack Byron, who has a nonchalant attitude, and his assistant, the blonde beauty Sam Rogers. There is also the talkative technician Little Black Cur, as well as the Dr. Ben Douglas and the dark-haired woman Gail Dean. I didn't expect the company would hire such a young man, my god. Jack Byron looks gentle, but what comes out of his mouth is very sharp and sarcastic. It was obvious that he was very unhappy about the company hiring such a young man. After all, the company was facing bankruptcy, but it still wasted so much money hiring an unreliable young man. It's a waste of money no matter how you look at it. How can you say that? I think this guy is quite courageous. Gordon said a few words for him, but his words did not sound very confident. After all, Roka does look very young and has fair skin, and doesn't look like an explorer at all. He couldn't imagine what would happen to such a person after entering the jungle. But he did not raise these issues. Maybe you can cancel my employment. Roka 770 shrugged and didn't care at all. This guy would die on this journey anyway. There is absolutely no need to argue with the dead. Okay, now that we're here, stop talking like that. We have to get the flowers. Gordon stepped forward to smooth things over. This matter is over. But we have no boats available now. The dark-haired woman, Gail Stein, raised the current problem. You were in charge of chartering the boat, and you blew it. No, not us. The two men quarreled about renting a boat. At this time, Sam Rogers came running over and said, those ships won't come, even if we pay the rent, because all shipping companies have stopped operating. No one is willing to take the risk of going upstream during the rainy season. How long will it take? Dr. Jack asked with a frown. About 2 to 3 weeks. We don't have that much time to waste. That orchid will only bloom for another week at most. Jack denied her words without hesitation. Roka raised his eyebrows when he heard this. As far as he knew, the flowering period of the blood orchid was half a year, and now it was 2 months earlier. So they should have enough time. It's not like Jack said it can only be open for a week. This means that this guy has resorted to all means to pick the blood orchid. Chapter 114. There is a local captain named Jin Song, who is said to be willing to take anyone upstream for a satisfactory price. Sam seemed to have already found out which boat was willing to go upstream. I have to say that this is a pretty good efficiency. Moreover, Roka remembered that this blonde woman Sam seemed to be the scientist who developed the blood orchid at Byron Mitch Biotechnology Company. It would be great if she could be poached. After all, he will definitely set up a project team to study blood orchids later. It would be best to have Sam, who has studied blood orchids, join. And what can I say about this girl? She has a kind of wild beauty. Although her looks are not as good as Selena and Heather, she must be good enough to play the heroine. Until dark. After asking around, I finally heard the news about Jin Song in a bar. After some negotiations, Jack found the person suspected to be Jin Song, and then communicated with him in poor Indonesian. He's not Jin Song. Before Jack could finish his words, Roka couldn't help but interrupt. What? Black men Gordon and Sam were both a little surprised. Your Indonesian is really bad, just speak English. At this time, the Asian-looking man whom Jack called Jin Song couldn't help but speak up with a laugh. Jack's face darkened and he felt very unhappy, but he didn't say it out loud. You need to talk to my captain if you want to go upstream. Who is your captain? Gordon asked. Come with me. The man didn't say anything and took them to the other side of the bar, where he found a man drinking alone. Jin Song, these tourists need to find a boat, but I told you it's not possible during the rainy season. Are you Jin Song? Gordon looked at the man in front of him wearing a baseball cap and a black t-shirt and asked doubtfully. That's a nickname given by the locals. My name is Johnson, Bill Johnson. Indonesians have trouble pronouncing it. Bill Johnson looked very helpless. It seemed that he was often called by the wrong name. It's the rainy season now. You can rent my boat for $25,000, but if you want me to go with you, you have to increase the price to $50,000. $50,000? Are you drunk? Gary Steen couldn't help but sneer, and then said to everyone, I don't trust him. So do you have any other way to get upstream? Roka couldn't help but sneer, saying that this woman was a typical big-breasted, no-brained woman. Well, not really. Kr. Gail Steen glared at him unhappily. If you had found another boat, you would have been on the river by now. Why would you come to find me? Bill Johnson spoke directly to their embarrassing situation. Indeed, if they found other ships, how could they come to find him? My price is $50,000. If you don't have it, then forget it. Hearing these harsh words, Gail Stein became even angrier, but there was nothing she could do. Their weak spot was exposed, so they had no choice but to agree. The next day, everyone arrived at the port early in the morning. It was still raining heavily in the sky at this time. This boat is even scarier than a tattered tin house. After seeing the broken ship docked at the port, GEER couldn't help but complain again. It may not look good, but it has a lot of history. Bill Johnson didn't care about her opinion. As the captain, no one knew the Bloody Mary better than him. After all, no one would joke about their own life. It's a little small. Roka couldn't help but complain, and even wanted to take out the yacht in his system space, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. It's only 2 days anyway. It's a little small. I hope you're used to it. Sam smiled at him and obviously thought he was a fresh graduate. But there is no big problem with this. Then please take good care of me, senior. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised. Nothing. Whoa, I will. Sam didn't expect him to say that, so he happily agreed. He's handsome, isn't he? He's like a pretty boy. GEER, who was passing by, sounded a little sarcastic. Indeed, if we just talk about looks, there is no one more handsome than Zero Card here. Bill Johnson may be considered handsome, but years of life on the ship have left his skin rough and dark. Of course, maybe some people like this type. Sam shrugged helplessly when she heard this. It was obvious that she was often looked down upon in the company and had gotten used to it. Roka understood it quite well. Although she was Jack's assistant, all her research results were taken away by Jack. And Jack also has ulterior motives for her. It is natural that others in the company will envy you. How about it? Are you interested in working in our company? Roka took this opportunity to invite him. Kindness. Sam was stunned. She never expected that she would be invited. She was quite happy when she realized what was going on, but she didn't agree immediately. After all, we still don't know which company the other party is from. Can you show your talents? Hey, get on the boat and get ready to set off. Just at this moment, the black man Gordon stood on the boat and waved to several people. All right. Sam, who was about to ask about the situation, could only smile helplessly. I'll tell you about our company when we get on board. Roka didn't care. I'm afraid there isn't much of a chance. Sam didn't want Jack to know that she was considering changing jobs. After all, being Jack's assistant was not an easy job to come by. After a group of 8 people boarded the ship, Captain Bill Johnson immediately sailed away from the port. It's true, although the ship looks a little shabby, it is very powerful and fast. Soon we entered the river. Because it is the rainy season, even fishing boats dare not leave the port too far. So after leaving behind a few fishing boats, no other ships could be seen. Look here, this is where the expedition team discovered orchids, in the Satan Basin. They, no-nos, spent 3 days. Jack took out the map and told Bill Johnson the target location. Roka took a quick glance and memorized the location of the blood orchid. He naturally had no intention of sailing with these people. Wait for an opportunity to leave the team, and then pick all the blood orchids. As for the commission requirement of picking blood orchids, just give them 1½ a flower. There is really nothing that can be learned from this little bit of blood orchid. Remember, we only have 1 week. If you can't deliver us, then the commission will be returned. Black Man Gordon said to Bill Johnson bluntly. And you? Jack also added that the target was naturally Roka. Don't worry, you will see the blood orchid. Roka said this to Gordon. Whether Jack could see the blood orchid was none of his business. Chapter 115. Don't worry, I will take you there. Bill Johnson also assured everyone confidently. In fact, he was also a little confused about Roka, who looked like a college student who had just graduated. What was this guy doing here? But he didn't say it out loud. A full day of sailing. Apart from the fact that the sarcastic woman Geer was frightened by the little monkey and screamed, nothing serious happened. Compared with Gordon and others, Roka is a bit out of place. Would you like some? At this time, Sam came over and invited. No. Roka, who was sitting on the side of the boat, smiled and shook his head, then took out a steaming roast chicken from somewhere. Would you like some? Wow, Sam was stunned by his move. Where did this come from? Do you want to know, or do you want to eat? Roka asked with a smile. Of course, eat. Sam knew he wasn't willing to say it, so she had to settle for the next best thing. After all, what they brought on board were only some vegetarian food, which could never compare to this delicious roast chicken. Roka tore off a whole chicken leg and handed it to her. Eat it. Thank you. Wow, this roast chicken tastes even better than the one I had in the hotel, it's incredible. Sam couldn't help but exclaim as soon as he took a bite. This also attracted the attention of others. After all, the Bloody Mary is only this big. 307 is louder and it is hard not to be heard. Hey, where did this come from? Little Hecker looked at the fragrant roast chicken in their hands with some surprise. I didn't see you bring any luggage. Gordon was also a little confused. He hadn't seen Roka's luggage since he got on the ship. He had reminded him, but the other party said it was okay. How did a roast chicken suddenly appear? I'm sorry, but there are no extra ones. It's useless for you to look at me. Roka shrugged and didn't intend to share the roast chicken with them. After seeing this, several people could only leave in boredom. Only little Hecker was still stubborn and refused to leave. There was no other way Roka could do but give him a piece of chicken butt. Although this little black guy is a bit talkative, he is actually a pretty nice person. Thank you for the treat. After sharing a whole roast chicken, Sam thanked them. You're welcome, Bick, I wish you a good dream tonight. Roka said with a smile. I don't think so. Sam shrugged and looked at the environment of the broken ship with some helplessness. It's good enough to be able to lie down and sleep in this environment. $300. Roka shook his head with amusement. And you? Sam meant where he was going to sleep tonight. Me? Don't worry. Roka had no intention of sleeping at all. How could he sleep in such a dirty and messy environment? Anyway, given his physical condition, it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for a few days. The next day. The weather in the rainforest is still so unpredictable. It was pouring rain just now, but now it is sunny. Bored Roka even took out his fishing rod and sat on the side of the boat to fish leisurely, while chatting with Sam about his plan to set up a biological company. It was at this time. Gail Dean, who was talking on the phone, accidentally fell into the water. This sudden situation caught everyone on the ship by surprise. Stop the boat! Sam yelled. Bill Johnson's crew immediately pulled the pole to stop the boat. At this time, Geer had been left behind the boat. But after seeing that she was fine in the water, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and some even started joking around. "Geer, are you okay?" Gordon said with some gloating. "I'm going to kill you." Geer replied in a very bad mood while swimming towards the boat, completely unaware of the danger approaching underwater. "Wow, it's really a big one." Roka has seen giant creatures underwater, including alligators and giant anacondas. The length is really surprising. Of course, compared with the two-headed snake in the foggy world, it is nothing. "You'd better come up quickly, the thing under the water is coming to find you," Roka reminded with a bit of gloating. "What?" Sam was a little confused about what he was talking about. The next second, a huge crocodile attacked Geer from behind. Yet, Geer screamed in fear and slapped the water with his hands. Upon seeing this, Bill Johnson immediately prepared to jump into the water to rescue. This man did not hesitate at all even when facing a long-nosed alligator. Seeing this, Roka narrowed his eyes, then reached out to take the bamboo pole and harpoon beside him and threw it out. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the next second the harpoon pierced into the alligator's eye. It was not until then that everyone reacted. "Oh my God! Incredible! God, this can't be true!" Gordon, Kerr, and others were all shocked by his move. It is incredible that a simple harpoon made of a bamboo pole can accurately pierce the eyes of a long-snouted alligator in the water. It's simply not something humans can do. Although a crocodile's eyes are not as hard as its skin, it is definitely not that easy to pierce them. "What are you still standing there for? Do you want to feed the fish?" Just when everyone was stunned, Roka's light words made Geer shudder all over, and then she remembered and began to swim towards the boat with all her strength. Yuan-Wu did not come to his senses until he was pulled onto the boat by everyone. Recalling the scene of the alligator pouncing on her, her body still couldn't stop shaking. It's really too dangerous. If she was any slower, she would probably become food in the alligator's mouth. Bill Johnson, who had also climbed out of the water, looked at Roka in disbelief. This man whom he had looked down upon before actually possessed such incredible power? Roka yawned, turned around and sat on the side of the boat to continue fishing. In fact, he didn't put out any bait, he was just killing time. It took a long time for everyone to react. Some of them comforted Geer, while others drove the boat. This little episode passed quickly. But no one underestimated Roka, a guy who looked so weak. In fact, beneath his handsome appearance, he hid terrifying power. The time came to the next morning. "It's time to leave." Roka crossed his arms and looked into the distance. This place was not far from the Satan Basin that Jack mentioned, where the blood orchids grew. If you look for it in the sky, you should find it pretty quickly. As for what Gordon, Bill Johnson, and others will encounter next, let them solve it themselves. It won't be too late to come back after picking the blood orchids. Before daybreak, Roka left the Bloody Mary quietly. Chapter 116. It was shortly after Roka left. Bill Johnson woke up in a daze, and after noticing the ship shaking, he immediately went outside to check. "But I found that the river was littered with branches and sticks that came from nowhere. It was because the hull hit these branches and sticks that the ship kept shaking." Bill Johnson's face changed, he knew that there was going to be big trouble. As expected, the Bloody Mary had not been sailing for long when its rudder was stuck by a branch. This made it impossible for him to turn. For a moment, everyone on the boat became a little panicked. Especially after discovering there was a waterfall ahead, everyone was panicked. Eventually the Bloody Mary fell into the waterfall and disintegrated. Fortunately, they are all safe. After swimming to the shore, Geer broke down and accused Bill Johnson, "You almost killed us. Do you think I want to? My boat is gone." Bill Johnson was also in a very bad mood. After all, his Bloody Mary number was broken. That guy was not only his meal partner, but also his companion for many years. "If you don't get us out safely, the money will be gone too," Gordon said unhappily. "If you had known there was danger, you should have turned around. Geer was so upset that she wanted to cry. She just encountered a long-nosed alligator yesterday, and today she encountered such an exciting thing. Who can stand this? That's enough. Jack shouted at Geer to stop her discouraging words. He would not allow anyone to back down. It's useless to argue about this now. It will only waste energy. What do we have left now? After Jack finished speaking, he mobilized everyone to look for some usable supplies. If nothing unexpected happened, they would live a life of survival in the wilderness for the next few days. Wait, Roka! At this moment, Sam looked around and suddenly shouted loudly. The others also noticed this. Everyone else present was there, except Roka. Don't panic, let's go around and look for her. Bill Johnson already felt a little guilty, and now that one person was missing, he felt even more guilty. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, everyone did not find Roka. This is all your fault. Geer pushed Bill Johnson and scolded him angrily. Although she didn't like Roka very much, he had saved her after all. So she really didn't want to see anything happen to Roka. No, Roka is so capable, he will be fine. Sam didn't believe that anything would happen to Roka. After all, he was so mysterious and he killed the alligator with just a harpoon. How could anything happen to such a powerful and mysterious man? Don't look at it. Unless he can fly away, it's impossible for him to stay out of the water for so long. Jack's voice was slightly gloating. He had been annoyed with Roka for a long time. Now that he saw that the other party was in great danger, he was too late to be happy. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Indeed, if Roka is still alive, why has he been missing for so long? Let's look for it again. Bill Johnson also knew that this little brother was in great danger, but in order to reassure everyone, he decided to look for him again. At least if he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. But after searching for an hour, there was still no result. Then, at Jack's urging, everyone had to leave. The other side. Roka started searching in the Satan Basin according to what was said on the map, but this piece of primitive jungle was too large. As far as he knew, the place where the blood orchid grew was a very hidden snake cave. It's really not easy to find. I don't know if he was just unlucky, but he didn't find it until dark. However, just when he took out the yacht to rest, his supervision inadvertently discovered a nest of giant anacondas thousands of meters away. Looking up again, the red flowers on the stone wall are orchids. It really was a piece of cake. Roka smiled helplessly. He had been looking for it for so long but couldn't find it. He didn't expect it to be right next to him. He then stopped talking nonsense. He drove the yacht straight over. Soon he arrived at the snake cave, and saw that many large snakes had formed snake balls below the cave and were preparing to mate, which looked extremely disgusting. Roka wanted to leave the snakes alone. But he didn't expect to be discovered by a big snake. All right. Roka shrugged and then gave the snake a big fight. After throwing it down the snake cave, he came to the stone wall and began to step on the orchid. This orchid has a blood red color, so it is called blood orchid. It smells like a light fragrance. After eating these blood orchids, ordinary anacondas will increase their size several times. Grows into a giant man-eating anaconda. It can be seen that this blood orchid does have special effects. Without hesitation, Roka quickly picked the blood orchids and dug out several complete blood orchid roots. He remembered that the blood orchid could be cultivated artificially. But until success comes, it's better to let the blood orchid stay here. It won't be too late to take the remaining orchids after you have successfully cultivated them at home. After picking all the blood orchids, Roka placed a large stone at the entrance of the snake cave. Make sure no one can get in here. Then he leisurely returned to the yacht. Selena, I've already finished it. This blood orchid is indeed magical. It should be very useful for developing drugs to prolong life. How are your preparations going? I have already established a biotechnology research institute, but we are still lacking some biological scientists. As you know, it is difficult to find scientists in this field. Selena also had a headache. With the ability of the Budapest vampires, it would certainly be no problem to establish a biological research institute. The difficulty lies in not being able to find good biological scientists at the moment. And it has to be a trustworthy biological scientist. Otherwise, once the research data is leaked, it will be a huge loss. Take your time. I do have a candidate from the School of Biological Sciences, but he is still hesitant about whether to work for me. Roka thought of Sam, the blonde woman who was a very capable biological scientist. It was also her research that discovered the properties of the blood orchid. If it could be pulled over, that would be great. Is she a beauty? Huh? Why do you ask that? Roka raised his eyebrows. If it's a beautiful woman, I believe you can handle it. Serena laughed teasingly. Who do you think I am? Aren't there many beautiful vampires in the Blood Clan? Roka couldn't help rolling his eyes. If he didn't care about meat or vegetables, he would have plenty of beautiful women in his arms. Take the remaining female vampires under Selena's command, for example, each one of them is extremely beautiful. Do you think he has any idea? Chapter 117. Okay, it's my fault, but you have to deal with the other party as soon as possible so that the institute can start research as soon as possible. Selena naturally knew that Roka had a good character. Although he had many women, he never messed around. This is also her favorite place. After all, she has seen many men who like to mess around. Okay, but when you come back, expect to be punished by me. Roka was already thinking about how to train this female vampire when he returned. After hanging up the phone, he looked into the distance. In the primitive tribe of headhunters several kilometers away, Bill Johnson, Sam, Jack and others were making bamboo rafts. You can see that they are missing a few people. It seems that he still couldn't escape the fate of being swallowed by the giant anaconda. But Sam couldn't die. So Roka drove the yacht towards that direction. At the same time, Bill Johnson and his team were dismantling the houses of the headhunter tribe in the heavy rain and using them to build bamboo rafts. It was already dark, and all the primitive tribesmen in the headhunter camp were devoured by the anaconda. So they didn't dare to stay and had to leave here as soon as possible. Are you ready? Bill Johnson and several of his assistants worked together to push the bamboo raft into the water. It worked. Sam and the others were happy to see this. Suddenly Bill Johnson frowned and looked towards the river. He seemed to hear a faint sound, and then the sound became louder and louder. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief on his face. Hey, what's that sound? Little Hecker and the others also heard it. The sound was particularly conspicuous in such a quiet night. Is that the sound of a yacht? Sam's eyes lit up. She had heard the sound of yachts before, and it was very similar to this sound. How could there be a yacht in this place? Bill Johnson just felt it was a bit ridiculous. In this primitive jungle, even ordinary ships rarely came here. How could there be a yacht? However, the sudden appearance of lights in the river forced him to believe this outrageous guess, because there was indeed a yacht approaching quickly. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and then they all became excited. Great, we are saved. Geer jumped up excitedly. She was tired of the worry and fear along the way. Who is it? Sam was a little confused. How could a yacht appear in this place? Who was it? Could it be? As the yacht got closer, the few of them finally saw who was driving the yacht. Is it Roka? It's him. Oh my God, why is he here? And driving a yacht? Several people looked at this scene in disbelief. Roka, who they thought was dead, was actually still alive. And he came on a yacht. This is simply unbelievable. Even little Hecker couldn't help but slap himself twice to confirm whether it was a dream or not. It was not until Roka docked the yacht that the few people came back to their senses from the shock. What's going on? #F#2 =. At this time, Jack walked out of the house of the primitive tribe in the back. When I saw a yacht docked, I was suddenly surprised. He was worried about not having a boat to continue searching for the blood orchid. I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door. Hey, are you guys okay? After Roka parked the boat, he waved and greeted a few people from a high position. Roka, what's going on? Sam couldn't help but ask excitedly. My friend, this is incredible. Where did you get this yacht? And where did you go before? We looked for you everywhere. Don't talk too much for now, hurry up and get on the boat. We are not far from where the blood orchid grows, and we have to find it as soon as possible. Jack interrupted everyone's questioning. He didn't care where Roka went. Now he just wanted to find the boat as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to board the boat, he was stopped by Roka. Roka smiled and said, "Who asked you to get on board?" "You." Jack looked at him coldly, like a poisonous snake. "Roka." The others were somewhat puzzled by this. "Haha, Bill Johnson, you and Kirk can go to the thatched cottage over there and see Gordon's situation and you will know." Roka motioned for them to go to the hut. The two were somewhat skeptical after hearing this, but still turned around and walked towards the thatched cottage. It's not far anyway. When Jack heard this, his face became even gloomier. He knew that what he had done to Gordon would definitely be discovered, but in his opinion it was nothing. It was just a bite from the stone spider. The paralysis will be gone in 2 or 3 days. It was at this time. Xiao Hei's exclamation came from the hut. Then the two of them helped Gordon out. Seeing this scene, others also realized that something was wrong. It was at this time. A giant anaconda attacked Bill Johnson and his 2 companions from the beam of the thatched hut. "Careful!" Sam warned loudly. But it was too late for them to react. At this moment, Roka threw a stone and instantly pierced the giant anaconda's head. The giant anaconda roared loudly and then fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone again. Bill Johnson reacted and was a little frightened when he saw the giant anaconda lying on the ground. He then supported Gordon and walked over. "What is going on?" Sam, Gale, and others came forward to inquire about the situation. "He got bitten on the leg by a stone spider." Bill Johnson pointed to Gordon's leg, where there was indeed a small bulging wound. "It looks like it was bitten by some insect." "You did it." Little Hecker pointed at Jack and said, "You were with Gordon just now, and you were bitten by a stone spider." Everyone knows that Jack caught a stone spider before, and now Gordon was bitten by the stone spider. Needless to say, everyone knows who did it. "No, I didn't do anything. He was bitten accidentally. It has nothing to do with me." Jack still denied it, since no one saw him do it. As for Gordon, he will be paralyzed for 2 or 3 days. By then he had already obtained the blood orchid. Seeing that he refused to admit it, there was nothing they could do. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but grin. "Forget it, everyone come up, I'll take you back." Hearing this, Bill Johnson, Sam and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least their lives were saved. Jack was also happy to see this. "Anyway, let's get on the boat first, and then talk about me and the orchid. As long as the money is in place, no one can refuse it." Chapter 118. "Hey, I didn't let you get on the boat." Just as Jack was about to get on the boat, he was stopped by Roka. "What do you mean?" Jack looked very unhappy. "You guys come up first." Roka waved his hand, signaling Johnson and others to come up first. Seeing this, Bill Johnson and his companions did not hesitate and helped the paralyzed Gordon onto the boat. "Wait until everyone except Jack is on board." Roka didn't even look at Jack, turned around and prepared to sail away. "Stop right there!" Jack suddenly yelled madly. Hearing this, everyone turned around and saw that he had a revolver in his hand, with the muzzle pointing at everyone. "What are you up to?" Everyone became a little nervous. No one expected that Jack had a gun in his hand. "You guys forced me to do this. Get down from here." Jack raised the muzzle of his gun and shouted loudly with a ferocious look on his face. The meaning is obvious, they want to rob their ship. As long as he gets the boat, he is confident that he can find the blood orchid even if he is alone. However, Roka was not moved at all, and even had a sarcastic expression on his face. "Shoot if you dare." 18 Hearing this, Jack's face became even more ferocious. "Do you think I dare not shoot?" Roka. Seeing Jack becoming more and more crazy, Bill Johnson and others couldn't help but feel frightened. This is not a joke. In these deep mountains and forests, no police would care even if you were shot. Bang! The next second Jack fired decisively. The sudden gunshot startled several people, and they all looked at Roca. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. God! Oh my God, what did I see? Is this still a human? Incredible! Roca actually caught the revolver bullet with his fingers and then fired it with his backhand. Whoosh! The bullet bounced back at a faster speed and pierced Jack's right hand holding the gun. Ah! Jack cried out in pain, the gun in his hand fell into the water, and blood flowed into the river. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Roca shook his head and turned to sail away. Wait for me, don't leave. Jack collapsed, holding his hands and screaming wildly. The yacht was his last hope. As long as he had the yacht, all his lofty ambitions would be within his reach. Why? Why did these people stop him? For a moment, Jack's heart was filled with endless hatred. He hated people like Roca, who could have made him get what he wanted, but instead shattered his hopes time and time again. However, at this moment, his eyes widened as he looked towards the river. Only then did he realize that his blood had been flowing into the river without him knowing, and there seemed to be some huge object in the river causing the water to splash. It's a giant anaconda. Jack was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He didn't care about the injury on his right hand and quickly lay on the ground to look for the revolver he had dropped before. However, I don't know if it was because I was too nervous, but I didn't take it out after warming it for a long time. At this moment, he seemed to realize that something was staring at him. He looked up and saw a giant anaconda raising its head from the river and staring at him. Jack was so frightened that he was sweating all over and dared not move. But this will not make the giant anaconda give up the prey in front of it, because snakes rely on heat sensing to catch prey. The next second, in front of Jack's horrified eyes, the giant anaconda opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Jack had almost no time to react before his upper body was swallowed up, and the two fangs pierced straight through his spine, leaving him unable to move. In endless pain and terror, he felt his body being swallowed up bit by bit. The giant anaconda, having eaten its fill, found a dark place and coiled up to prepare for digestion. Hey, let's go! Seeing Jack being plunged into the snake's belly, Roca couldn't help but grin, then he increased his speed and drove towards the port. Why didn't he just kill Jack? Because wouldn't it be more satisfying to let him die in the snake's belly? And you don't have to dirty your hands. He had no interest in dealing with this kind of stuff. Thank you, Roca. If it weren't for you. Thanks to you for showing up, otherwise we would have died in the snake's belly. I will never come back again after this trip. On the yacht, everyone expressed their sincere gratitude to Roca again. Roca smiled and waved his hand. It's no big deal. After all, the employer is here. If the employer dies, I won't get the commission. By the way, where did you go after the Bloody Mary crashed? Sam was really curious about this matter. You don't know that we searched by the river for 2 hours. If Jack hadn't urged everyone to leave, we would have continued searching. Little Hecker returned to his talkative nature and kept talking. Ha ha ha, I just left for a while because of some things. Now I'm back. Roca laughed it off and didn't explain anything. Everyone felt helpless when they saw this, but they didn't ask any more questions. It's a pity that I didn't pick the blood orchid this time. The next time may have to wait 7 years. Geer sighed helplessly. It's good enough to be able to save a life. Even if you have money, you have to have a life to spend it. Bill Johnson smiled helplessly. He managed to save his life this time, but his Bloody Mary would remain here at 687 forever. You can't buy the Bloody Mary for $50,000 in hiring money. All in all, he suffered a huge loss this time, and his assistant died in the snake's belly. Who said that no one has picked the blood orchid? Roca chuckled. What? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Before Sam could finish his words, Roca took out a blood-red flower. It's a blood orchid. Excited Sam recognized it at a glance. This was exactly the blood orchid they needed. For you. Roca said as he handed the blood orchid to her. Is this really for me? Sam was a little confused about the situation for a moment, and he just felt an immense surprise in his heart. "Mr. Roka, this should belong to the company." Geer also stood up excitedly at this time. She knew that the Roka she had entrusted at a high price was not in vain. As expected, the other party brought him the blood orchid. Roka casually handed the blood orchid in his hand to Sam, then took out 5 more and threw them to Geer. "I think I have completed the commission." Roka crossed his arms and smiled. "That's all?" Geer was stunned when he looked at the 5 blood orchids in his hand. Chapter 119. "I'm sorry, these are all I picked." Roka shrugged. However, anyone could see that he must have picked more than this. "Although I don't know how he found the blood orchid, since he found it, there must be more than this." Geer's face was very ugly. She thought she could get more blood orchids, but how could she explain these 5 to the company? "Why?" Still not satisfied, Roka raised his eyebrows. He was very generous in giving 5 blood orchids. If this thing is worth millions, someone would buy it. If it wasn't for completing the commission, he wouldn't have taken out so many blood orchids. "Mr. Roka, you should know that the company hired you." Geer wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Roka's wave of his hand. "You can refuse to pay the commission, and then you will lose these 5 blood orchids." Roka shrugged his shoulders and looked unconcerned. Geer's expression suddenly became even uglier when he heard that. To put it bluntly, the man in front of them was trying to be a hooligan, and the key was that they had no way to stop him. The original terms of the commission did require Roka to help the company obtain blood orchids, but did not specify in detail how much must be obtained. In other words, as long as the company gets the blood orchid, it must pay the commission. This situation was something she had not expected. With no other choice, Geer could only put away the 5 blood orchids for the time being. Now that Gordon, the head of the company, is still paralyzed, there is nothing she can do even if she is dissatisfied. After all, they are now on each other's ship. If you make the other party unhappy and throw them overboard, you will regret it later. Just like Jack. It goes without saying that unless Jack is extremely lucky, he will end up becoming food for the giant anaconda. Seeing her put the blood orchid away obediently, Roka couldn't help but grin. "By the way, Miss Sam, what do you think about what I told you before?" Hearing this question, Sam hesitated. And Geer and Bill Johnson also looked over with puzzled eyes. Is there some kind of deal between these two? Little Hecker was thinking the wrong thing, and immediately started to make fun of him. "Hey, I think you can promise that you think Mr. Ka is handsome? You two are a perfect match made in heaven." Sam couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "Just shut up now." She thought about it and then nodded seriously. "I agree. After all the blood orchids are in Roka's hands now. If she doesn't agree, her blood orchid research project will be terminated. She might also be fired by the company by then. Besides, Roka saved her many times along the way, which made her grateful. In addition, Roka had previously talked about building a biological research laboratory, and she was very excited about the idea of being in charge. So she had no reason to refuse. "Welcome to join us." Roka smiled with satisfaction and shook hands with her. "Join what?" Geer frowned. "Of course I will join Roka's company. I will resign when I return." In the company, Sam had long been fed up with Geer, a guy with sharp words. Now that she has decided to resign, she naturally doesn't have to indulge the other party's bad habits anymore. Geer was immediately furious. As a scientist in the company, she was indeed very jealous of Sam, the newcomer, and excluded her everywhere. She even said to Jack's face that she became Jack's assistant because of her body. Sam never said anything in reply. The sudden rebuttal caught her off guard. She wanted to mock back immediately, but when she thought of Roka still being around, she decisively shut her mouth. "There are yachts here." The journey that was supposed to take 2 days was completed in just 1 night. They arrived at the port just after daybreak. "Is Gordon okay?" Several people carried down the paralyzed and unable to move Lao He. "I can't die." Geer didn't care about Gordon's problem at all. She just wanted to go back and report the situation to the company as soon as possible. It's better to send him to the hospital. Bill Johnson shrugged, then I should leave too. After saying goodbye to everyone, Bill Johnson turned and left. Although he made $50,000 this time, the destruction of the Bloody Mary caused him heavy losses. I guess I'll have to get a new boat next time I go out on the river. Remember to deposit the commission into our company account. Roka reminded him and then said to Sam beside him, Sam, do you want to go with me now? Or go with them? I'd better go with you. Please help me quit my job. Sam was too lazy to go back and pack his things since there was nothing important there anyway. She didn't ask for any salary. Then bye. Roka chuckled and then took Sam away. After watching them leave, Geer cursed inwardly a few times, then turned around and left without looking back. Hello. Little Black Bill shouted when he saw her leaving. But Geer seemed not to hear it and didn't understand anything. Bill looked helplessly at Gordon, who was stiff and unable to move, and had no choice but to carry him to a nearby hospital. The other side. Roka and Sam chatted and laughed as they drove to the airport. During this time, he looked and found that the system had already given the task reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Anaconda. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for Super Regeneration LV2 Rightward Arrow LV3. Super Regeneration has been improved, not bad. Roka was quite satisfied with the reward. Evening. Paris Airport, money is good. Selena personally brought people to pick them up at the airport. This must be Miss Sam Rogers. Hello. Sam was a little surprised when she saw that the person who picked her up at the airport was such a stunningly beautiful woman. Not to mention the men, even she felt a little moved. It's so beautiful. Hello, welcome to join us. Serena smiled and shook her hand. My dear, you must be very tired. Please get in the car. I have prepared dinner for you. Really? Miss Selena, you and Roka? Seeing that Selena was so intimate with Roka, Sam was shocked. Didn't I tell you? Selena is my woman. Roka smiled and put his arm around Selena's waist and said uncle. Sam's face was filled with disappointment when he heard this. Chapter 120. Seeing her like this, Selena knew what she was thinking, but she didn't say anything. Let's get in the car first. We can talk about this later. Return to the vampire's manor in Budapest. Miss Sam Rogers, take a rest here today. I will take you to the laboratory tomorrow to start work. After the party, Selena took Sam Rogers to the prepared room. Thanks. Sam thanked him. Seeing this, Selena smiled slightly and then turned and left. Sam closed the door and took a deep breath. Everything she encountered today was beyond her expectations. I originally thought that Roka was just a bounty hunter, but I didn't expect that he actually had such a beautiful wife. And there is also a huge family estate. To be honest, this high society banquet really opened her eyes, but also made her feel a little inferior. After all this time, she didn't see herself clearly. She was just a small employee. Without thinking too much, Sam, who was tired after a day's work, took a shower and fell asleep. The other side. After the passion. Roka leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette, with one arm around Selena's fair shoulders, puffing away leisurely. Honey, why didn't you handle that Sam? What do you want to get? I don't like the women in 307 in general. You are enough for me. Perhaps it was because she had eaten too much good food. Although Sam was considered a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people, she was far inferior to Selena and the others. So Roka didn't take the initiative to tease her. Okay, leave it to me. I should be able to give her a makeover. She has a good foundation. Selena said just leave it to her. Roka didn't care about it. By the way, how was the fog incident last time? It always feels like it's not that simple. Roka had not told Selena about this yet, so she was very curious. Haha, this is a secret that could cause a war between countries, so I told them not to tell anyone. Selena became even more curious after hearing this, but she didn't ask. It's a secret after all. Forget it, I'll tell you. Roca didn't hide anything from her. She still needed to deal with the affairs of the misty world anyway, so he just wanted to let her know earlier. Selena was also somewhat shocked after learning about the misty world. Even though she had lived for hundreds of years, she had never heard of the existence of another dimensional world. The interests involved are simply too great. No wonder it is said that it will trigger wars among countries. Selena wisely did not continue the topic. After all, the more she knew about the matter, the easier it would be to be exposed. By the way, the vampires and werewolves in Washington seem to be a little restless recently. Perhaps you could go over and take a look. Huh? Why do you bring this up suddenly? Roca was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Selena should handle the issues concerning the vampires and werewolves herself. Is there something that can't be solved? Selena shrugged. The vampires over there are a little different from us. I thought you might be interested. Okay, I'll go check it out when I have time, but let's not talk about this now. Roca said and patted her buttocks as a gesture. Selena couldn't help rolling her eyes, but still cooperated and rode on. The next day, Roca accompanied Selena and Sam to a biological research institute. Because it had just been established, it was still short of staff. But we are already recruiting. I believe you will be able to show your skills soon. Roca smiled at Sam. I hope so. Sam was also looking forward to it. Before this, she was just a college graduate. Although she had some research results, she could only serve as an assistant. Now she can actually lead a research institute, which was simply unimaginable before. But now all of this has become a reality. Beep beep beep. After a few people walked around the institute, Roca apologized and then answered the phone. Boss, there is an urgent commission. Well? What's the urgent request? Roca was a little surprised. The situation is this, the client's name is Wendy, and according to her they are being hunted by the god of death. Huh? Chasing after me? Roca was a little confused after hearing this. What on earth was the death chase? Is there really a god of death in this world? Yes, she said that the god of death had killed 2 of her classmates, and that the god of death would never let them go. After Allison's explanation, Roca finally understood what was going on. Ding! The system has updated the task Final Destination 3. Please help the people targeted by the Grim Reaper escape from being hunted down. It is this. Roca guessed that it was the plot of the movie Final Destination, but this movie seemed a little unsolvable, with no trace of the Grim Reaper chasing him. It kills people by controlling all the coincidences around it. How can we help those who are targeted by the god of death? Okay, I already know the situation, I'll be back now. The client, Wendy, is a student at McKinley High School in New York, so Roca has to get back as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Roca said goodbye to Selena and Sam, and then rushed to New York without stopping. 2 hours later. This is it. Roca looked at the surrounding environment and compared the address. This is the neighborhood near McKinley High School, and it's quite busy with people coming and going. Hey, this way. Beep. Suddenly, a car not far away honked its horn and a man leaned out of the car and waved to Roca. Roca recognized at a glance that it was the client Wendy, exactly the same as she was in the movie he remembered. She just looked a little haggard, probably because she had been sad for a long time because of her classmate's death. However, it would have been better if he hadn't seen it, because after seeing it, Roca couldn't help but frown. Behind Wendy's car, a truck loaded with steel plates was speeding towards them. Perhaps it was because the steel plate was tilted that it bulged out a little. Did the Grim Reaper target her so quickly? Without thinking too much, Roca disappeared from the spot in an instant. Wendy only felt a flash before her eyes, and then her head was pressed into the car. Then a truck whizzed past, almost hitting her car by just a dozen centimeters. This frightened her so much that she almost lost her soul, if she hadn't retracted her head just now. That's the end. Wendy felt a little chilly just thinking about it. Hey, are you okay? The sudden sound startled Wendy. She stared at Roca in the passenger seat with wide eyes. When did you come up here? Just when you were stunned. Roca shrugged. Chapter 121. Wendy let out a breath to calm her pounding heart, thinking that she was just frightened and that was why she didn't notice Roca getting into the car. "Are you Roca, the head of the exorcism agency? Do you know me?" Roca was a little puzzled as to why Wendy recognized him as soon as he arrived. "Ms. Allison has sent me your photo," Wendy said as she opened her phone and pulled out a photo. Sure enough, that was the photo Allison had secretly taken of him. "Well, Miss Wendy, you can tell us everything now. Can you really help me?" Wendy was a little excited. "Of course, haven't you seen it just now?" Roca shrugged and smiled. Wendy looked dazed. She did feel something was wrong just now. If she hadn't retracted her head, she would probably have died. Does that mean she has been hunted down by the Grim Reaper once? But this is not right. In her understanding, the Grim Reaper should kill people in order, and the next person to die should be Frank Cheeks. So she told him the whole story and her own speculations. The situation was pretty much as Roca remembered. On the day of McKinley High School's 2005 graduation party, all the students went to the amusement park. Then, while riding the roller coaster, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. The roller coaster will leak oil, and then everyone will die in the roller coaster crash. When she woke up, she left the roller coaster with a big noise. As expected, the roller coaster crashed just as she had imagined in her mind due to an oil leak in the hydraulic pipe. Later, after attending the funeral, she accidentally saw the crash of Flight 186 years ago on the internet. That was almost identical to her experience. In addition, a few days ago, the two sisters Anshi Halpern and Ashley Foyd were burned to death because they went to a beauty salon for sunbathing. Wendy finally realized that the Grim Reaper was targeting them. This is also the reason why she turned to the exorcism agency. "Don't get excited, Miss Wendy. I already understand the situation. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety." Roca patted her back gently to comfort her. "Can you really fight the Grim Reaper?" Wendy was still a little frightened. Whenever she thought of the classmates who died on the roller coaster, she couldn't help shaking all over. She was really very scared. "Don't worry, you will be fine." Roca patted his chest and assured. The god of death's usual method is simply to take advantage of the surrounding environment. No matter whether it is a car accident or some coincidence, nothing can escape his eyes. Even if the Grim Reaper pulled the plane down from the sky, he could still escape with Wendy in advance. Woo woo. Hearing him say this, Wendy finally couldn't help crying. Roca also knew that she needed to relieve stress, so he offered his shoulder to her. It must be said that Wendy is the most beautiful protagonist in the Final Destination series, and her appearance is not inferior to Gandina and Jessie. Although not as good as Allison and Selena, it's still pretty good. However, it was at this moment. Suddenly, a horn sounded behind me. Wendy subconsciously raised her head and looked back, only to see a large truck rushing down the high slope uncontrollably, with no intention of slowing down at all. And the target is exactly where they are. Wendy was terrified and wanted to open the car door and escape, but she found that the door was as if welded shut. It can't be opened at all. Ah! Wendy couldn't help but scream out of fear. "Calm down." Roca grabbed her hand and tried to turn the door handle. However, just like Wendy's, the car door seemed to be welded shut and could not be opened at all. "Tighten it forcefully." Bang! Roca twisted the door handle off directly. "Hey!" Roca was really competitive and he punched the car door directly. Bang! The car door was blown away in an instant. Just at the moment when the large truck was about to hit him from behind, he came in front of the truck. Boom! A violent explosion made Wen Zhen scream. When the explosion ended, she was shocked to find that she was fine. Looking back, I saw that the truck had stopped 2 meters away and a violent explosion occurred. But all the explosions were blocked. "Oh my god! Request flowers." Wendy looked at Roca, who was standing in front of the truck with some disbelief. From the dents on the front of the truck, it can be seen that he actually used his body to block the speeding truck. How is this possible? Wendy opened her mouth in shock and couldn't stop smiling for a long time. "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." It's a pity your car door. It's okay, I can fix it myself. Wendy didn't care about the car door at all. Her mind was now filled with Roka using his body to block the truck army. This was really unbelievable to her. But it was happening right before her eyes. It should still be open. Let's go and find another place. Roka didn't expect that Wen Hua would be targeted by the Grim Reaper twice in such a short period of time. If it weren't for him, Wendy would probably be dead. What is going on? Did the Grim Reaper really change the rules of killing? Come to my house, Wendy said and quickly started the car. Although there was one door missing, it didn't matter much. After a moment, Roka followed Wendy to her rented house. Because she was in college, she did not live on campus, but rented a room outside. The room is not very big, but it is enough for a girl. Wendy turned on the computer and checked the seating arrangement of the roller coaster at the amusement park. She seemed to be in a rather irritated mood because she had miscalculated the way the Grim Reaper would kill people. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be the third person to be killed. Today, I was visited by the god of death twice in a row. This unknown scene made her really not know what to do. Roka came to her side and said gently, "Calm down, don't worry, you will be fine with me here, just tell me the details according to your thoughts." Wendy took a deep breath to calm her fear. According to my speculation, if death kills people in order of seating, then next is Frank, then Lewis, then Ian McKinley and Irene $319. It's blocked by my hands so I can't see clearly. Roka pointed out the problem in the picture. 4.0. Chapter 122. I can't remember clearly, maybe we can ask Ian who is sitting behind them. Wendy frowned and thought, and suddenly she seemed to remember something. I remember, behind Stacy was Frank, and Lewis, it looked like a hammer hit his head, he is now in the Continental team's training camp. So we have to go to the training camp? Tomorrow, perhaps? Wendy looked out the window and saw that it was getting late. BFX. You can stay here tonight. Wendy spoke quickly, as if she was afraid he would leave. All right. Roka nodded happily in agreement, and he also had to stay. Otherwise, if the Grim Reaper suddenly attacked Wendy at night, he would not be able to rescue her in time. But this rental house only has one room. 043 looks like he'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Wendy seemed to notice this and felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was too harsh to ask someone to sleep on the sofa to protect herself. Fortunately, Roka didn't care too much. What exactly is the Grim Reaper? Wendy didn't dwell on this matter any further. She kept flipping through the photos taken on the day of the graduation party and sighed, feeling confused about her future. She didn't know why the god of death targeted her. She wasn't someone who was unforgivable and needed to be punished by God, so why did the god of death keep chasing her? You said you were on a roller coaster and suddenly saw the image of the roller coaster crashing. That's equivalent to foreseeing the future. You changed the future. Roka had some guesses about the god of death. Change the future. Wendy looked up at him in confusion. That's right. As the saying goes, everything has its cause and effect. Everyone has their own destiny. You foresaw the future, which undoubtedly broke your own fate of death. That's why the god of death targeted you. As far as Roka knew, someone had studied the god of death. First, the Grim Reaper is a type of death law that maintains the world's order and is responsible for accidental deaths caused by physical injuries. Second, the god of death does not have great power, but has computing power that humans cannot imagine. Third, the god of death has no emotions, but has consciousness. Fourth, the coroner is not the god of death, but a human being who has gained balance from the world. Fifth, the survivors are the ones who have the opportunity to get balance from the world, and the protagonist has the highest probability of getting balance. Simply put, in the trajectory of fate, Wendy and his classmates are doomed to die. But because of her foresight, she and some of her classmates did not die. That's why the Grim Reaper will continue to chase them until they are killed. Then what should I do? Wendy's face was filled with fear after hearing this. Doesn't that mean that the god of death will hunt her down for the rest of her life? She felt a little terrified just thinking about it. Rather than living in fear all her life, she might as well just die early. Don't worry, the god of death is not without trace. We should be able to find a way to deal with it. Having said that, Roka actually didn't quite know how to help her escape from the pursuit of the god of death. It would be much easier to deal with a giant beast or an evil spirit. But for a moment he didn't know how to deal with this illusory god of death. The next day, Roka was awakened by Allison's call and was immediately asked if he had met his client Wendy. It took a long time before he hung up the phone. I yawned and was about to go to the bathroom to wash up. But I found that the bedroom door was opened. Then Wendy, wearing only a t-shirt and shorts, stumbled out of the bedroom and went to the bathroom. It was as if he hadn't noticed Roka the whole time. Purple? That's pretty sexy. Roka shrugged helplessly. It seemed that this girl was not used to having someone else at home. Besides, she didn't seem to have a boyfriend yet, right? I remember that Wendy's boyfriend in the movie was called Jason Weiss, but he died on the roller coaster. And from last night's conversation he discovered that Wendy didn't have a boyfriend. This may also be some changes that have taken place in reality. After all, in the movie, Wendy later found Kevin Fisher and discussed with him how to deal with the Grim Reaper. But now Wendy found him. When Wendy came out of the bathroom, she found Roka sitting on the sofa and looking at her, and she woke up in an instant. Baokan, I'm still not used to having people at home. I'll go get dressed first. After saying that, Wendy hurried into the room. Roka was somewhat amused and confused. After thinking for a while, he went to the kitchen and simply cooked 2 bowls of pasta. Soon the fragrant aroma spread into the bedroom. Wendy, who was feeling embarrassed about what had just happened, became curious when she smelled the fragrance. Then she finally couldn't help it and opened the door and walked out. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Roka turned around and smiled. "It's pasta, maybe you'll like it." Wendy doesn't remember pasta being cooked this way. The pasta made by Roka is naturally different from the one in the noodle shop. Simply put, it is the same as the Western-style pasta and Fuchsia-style scallion noodles. It looks a bit out of place. But it actually tastes pretty good. After waiting for the noodles to be cooked, Roka specially added a bowl for Wendy. "Thanks." Wendy thanked him and took the noodles. She looked at the bowl of noodles with some surprise and immediately tried it. "You're right. Just one bite of Wendy's and I was conquered by the taste." After eating a big bowl of noodles, Wendy thanked him again. "Thank you, I have never eaten this kind of pasta before, it tastes very good. As long as you like it." Roka chuckled and didn't care at all, just considering it as a reward for the welfare benefits given out today. After finishing breakfast, Wendy's mood became visibly tense. "Let's go. According to your guess yesterday, the Grim Reaper should be targeting Lewis next. Well, 1.0 we will go to their training camp now." The two agreed and set off for the training camp near the amusement park. "Drive my car." Just as Wendy was about to get the car, Kara stopped her. Wendy's car lost its passenger door due to the accident yesterday. So he specially asked Allison to drive out in his Porsche 986. After all, the distance is not very fast. Originally, Allison wanted to stay, but Roka refused because it was dangerous. Before he found a way to deal with the god of death, he didn't dare let Allison and the others take risks. This way, Roka pulled Wendy to where Allison parked her car, not far from them. "I saw a handsome yellow convertible Porsche parked on the side of the road." Chapter 123. "Hey, is this yours?" Wendy was a little surprised to see such a handsome car. "Baubio. Of course, get in the car." Roka shook the car keys in his hand, then opened the door and got in. "This car is so cool." Wendy couldn't help but feel a little surprised after getting in the car. Although it was not the first time she saw such a luxury car in New York, it was definitely the first time she rode in it. "Let's go." Roka stepped on the floor and rushed out. The strong push on her back made Wendy scream. This seemed to release the fear accumulated in her heart, and her mood improved a lot for a while. The Porsche turned into a yellow flash and kept shuttling through the city. A moment later they arrived at the training camp near the amusement park. Due to a serious accident in the amusement park, it was temporarily suspended. However, you can still see the huge Ferris wheel and roller coaster track from the outside. Stop looking, let's go in. Seeing Wendy staring at the roller coaster, Roka immediately interrupted her, took her hand and walked into the training camp. So-called training camps are actually similar to gyms. A group of students are lifting weights enthusiastically. 18 Luis. They soon found Luis Romero, a black man. Hey Wendy, no wonder you don't accept Jason, it turns out you found a boyfriend outside. Seeing Wendy and the handsome man next to her, Luis couldn't help but smile and tease. Wendy glanced at Roka and explained, of course it's not what you think. I understand. Luis gave her an I know what look. Wendy was a little helpless, but still said seriously, we came to you this time because of the sisters Ashley Foyd and Angzi Halprin. I found out that the incident of Flight 186 years ago is the same as what we are experiencing now, which means that the god of death has set his sights on us. After Ashley and Angzi, it will be Frankie and then you. Stop it. No one would be happy to hear someone say that they are going to die, and Luis is no exception. Listen Wendy, I don't want to talk about this, and I don't care. You don't have to care about it, because what you just said is nonsense to me. Luis said this and walked away with a bad look on his face. Listen to me Luis. Seeing Luis walking away, Wendy followed him and kept persuading him. Listen, you still don't understand. Does this make any sense to you? It makes no sense at all Wendy, this is all nonsense and groundless worry. No, listen to me, the god of death really exists because I have seen it. So? You're not dead yet. Yes, I did escape the pursuit of the god of death, but that was because of Roka's help. Death can't take my life either. Luis simply didn't listen to anything Wendy said. He just kept exercising on the training equipment from beginning to end. Wendy was speechless when she saw this, and suddenly she had a strange feeling. There is a recorder that poses a risk of electric shock, and a sandbag that simulates a scary brown bear. Plus the two decorative knives on the wall above the machine Luis was working out on. All this made her feel extremely uneasy. Is it coming? Roka narrowed his eyes as he remembered how Luis would be crushed to death by a series of coincidences. I have no idea. Wendy's mind was a little confused. The strong sense of uneasiness in her heart made her feel a little at a loss. She didn't know what to do at all. It was at this time. The man who was punching the brown bear with a sandbag behind him suddenly punched the brown bear's nails, which flew off and hit the face of the fat weightlifter behind him. The fat man felt pain and threw the barbell back. The barbell hits the training equipment. It just happened to knock the two knives above Luis' head down. Watch out, Luis! Wendy shouted in horror. The next moment, the two knives chopped down at the same time as if beheading someone. Fortunately, the handles of the two knives did not fall off, so the blow was cut along the wall and did not hit Luis, who was lying on the training equipment. This series of coincidences shocked everyone. Even Luis was frightened. But after finding out that he was fine, he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Let me tell you something, Wendy, screw you, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. Luis said excitedly as he pulled down the chest expander again. Unexpectedly, the knife that fell did not cut him, but cut the rope behind the chest expander. With this pull, the iron plates on both sides of the chest expander were clamped directly towards his head. The force is so great that it can definitely crush his head. But since Roka is watching here, he will naturally not let the god of death do whatever he wants. At the critical moment, he reached out and firmly grasped the two iron plates. However, even so, Luis was almost scared to death. After all, the sound of wind in his ears just now was not fake. If these two pieces of iron really come over, my head will probably explode. What are you still standing there for? Come down quickly. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Roka couldn't help but curse. Luis finally reacted and quickly got off the chest expander. 297 Roka Pine Iron Plate. Snap. The two iron plates suddenly clamped together with a loud noise. No one doubted that it could crush a person's head in an instant. Louis was panting with lingering fear and forced a smile. "See, I told you I would win, and even death can't take me away." Hearing this, Wendy rolled her eyes and said, "You were able to escape because of Roca. Otherwise, do you think you can still be so stubborn here? And do you think you'll be alright after escaping a disaster? You mean I'm going to have an accident?" Louis felt a little scared after hearing this. It was the pursuit of the god of death, not an accident. Wendy corrected. "Then what should I do?" Louis asked hurriedly. He had just been dismissive of the god of death, but after experiencing this incident, he decisively gave in. "Maybe you should pay me a higher fee." Roka shrugged and smiled. He had no obligation to protect anyone else, his only commission was to protect Wendy. The same is probably true for system tasks. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Seeing that everyone in the gym was looking over because of the accident just now, Wendy quickly pulled the two of them away. After a while, the three of them came to a convenience store nearby. Chapter 124. "Listen Wendy, I believed everything you just said, so what now?" Having just had a brush with death, Louis seemed particularly excited. After all, no one would remain calm if they knew that they were being chased by the god of death. "So we must find a way to deal with the god of death, otherwise our final outcome will remain the same as before." Wendy understood that she had to find a way to completely solve the problem of death, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain. "This damn shitty Grim Reaper, how are we supposed to deal with it?" Louis kept cursing. Wendy frowned. "We haven't found a way to deal with the Grim Reaper yet." "Why?" Louis was a little confused. After talking for so long, there was no solution? When will the Grim Reaper strike next time? Louis thought that since he didn't know how to deal with the Grim Reaper, he had to at least know when the Grim Reaper would strike next time so that he could be mentally prepared. However, Wendy shook her head again. "I'm sorry, I don't know about this either. The Grim Reaper attacked me twice before, so it could be soon, or it could be a few days later. There is no regular pattern in the timing of the Grim Reaper's killings. It is possible to escape this time, but it may take several days before that. It is also possible that they will attack again immediately." Louis was in a terrible mood after hearing this, which meant that he might be attacked by the god of death a second time at any time. This fear of the unknown really made him a little crazy. "Perhaps you can stay in a room without any threatening props, and wait until we find a way to deal with the Grim Reaper, and then we can help you." Roka gave him a suggestion. "I remember that the heroine in the first film used this method to hide safely in a mental hospital for a year. So this method is still feasible. As long as there is nothing useful around, the Grim Reaper cannot kill anyone." "FK it, damn it, come on, I'm not afraid at all." Fear made Louis extremely angry, and his courage also increased a lot. He just didn't believe that the god of death was really that powerful. "Hey, where are you going?" Wendy couldn't help but shout when she saw him turn around and wait. "Of course I will do what I have to do. I will never bow to death," Louis said without looking back and went back to the gym. // Wendy felt a little regretful when she saw this. It seemed that she had done nothing and instead caused more trouble for Louis. Perhaps dying without knowing anything would be the best outcome. It's better than knowing that you will die and living in fear all the time. Don't think too much. I can't protect everyone, but it's more than enough to protect you alone. Roka patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Wendy collapsed and threw herself into his arms and started crying. It took a while for Wendy to calm down and wipe away her tears. "Feel sorry." Seeing Roka's clothes wet with her tears, Wendy suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "It doesn't matter." Roka smiled and shook his head. "It was actually the first time I cried in a man's arms." "Oh, then I am honored." "Thank you, I feel safe having you around." Wendy thanked him sincerely. "I generally don't like verbal thanks." Roka crossed his arms and smiled, winking. Wendy laughed at his expression. However, it was at this moment. There was a sudden noise in the gym of the training camp. The smile on Wendy's face disappeared instantly. "It's too low. Go and have a look." Roka didn't waste any time and pulled Wendy back to the gym. I saw that everyone in the gym was gathered around a piece of fitness equipment. When the two of them squeezed in, Louis's head had been crushed by the fitness equipment, and blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. Ugh. Feeling nauseous, Wendy quickly covered her mouth and turned away. Are you okay? Roka patted her back gently to comfort her. Fine. Wendy covered her mouth and shook her head, but everyone knew that she was very uneasy at the moment. Unexpectedly, just after saving Louis once, the Grim Reaper immediately launched a second attack. There is no way to avoid it. There is no way to avoid it at all. Soon the police came to check out the situation. After briefly recording the statement, Roka and Wendy left. In fact, neither of them was present at the incident, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. This incident was purely a coincidence. The police eventually ruled it an accidental death. Inside the car, next in line should be the two people in the back seat of Louis, Ian McGinley and Aaron Uma, who should be busy in the studio right now. Good. Without saying a word, Roka drove in the direction Wendy pointed. Until the evening. The two then found where Ian and Irene worked. From outside the barbed wire gate, they happened to see Irene working. Aaron. Wendy patted the barbed wire. Wow, damn it. Irene was startled, but she was relieved when she saw it was warm oil. You almost f***ing scared me to death. Irene, who came over, cursed immediately. Listen to what I have to say first. Come in and talk. Irene opened the gate and let the two in. Wendy couldn't wait to tell the whole story. What? Louis died? Died today? Yes, we have saved Louis once, but we didn't expect that he would be attacked by the god of death again just after we separated. Wendy felt somewhat helpless after she finished speaking. Unless they stay together all the time, there is no way to predict when the Grim Reaper will attack, let alone rescue them in time. Oh, that's a shame. Irene didn't expect that Louis, Wang Dezao, was actually dead, which surprised her very much. But I didn't take it seriously and just regarded it as an accident. After all, there are always people dying in accidents in this world. Seeing that she didn't take it seriously, Wendy quickly took out the photo and told her reasoning. You mean, I'm going to be nailed to death? Ian is going to die too. Irene looked at the two of them helplessly. Honestly, you're so handsome. Thanks. Faced with Irene's sudden praise, Ika couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. I have to say this woman really has a big heart. You are very lucky, I hope you can be together well. Irene turned her head and looked at Wendy on the left. Sorry, we are not, time. Okay, I get it. I've asked Ian to come over. Just tell him if you have anything to say. Irene interrupted Wendy. Chapter 125. However, at this moment, the lights in the entire factory suddenly flickered inexplicably. Wendy also seemed to notice something and looked around anxiously. Do your lights flicker often? Roka asked Irene with a smile. Irene was obviously a little confused, especially because she had just heard Wendy tell a horror story. But the next moment, Ian came out from behind the shelf on a forklift. Hey guys, what's going on? What happened? This is scary, this is scary. Seeing Ian's joking tone, everyone then realized that it was just a prank on his part. Irene couldn't help but smile helplessly. She was actually scared just now. We want to know who is sitting behind you on the roller coaster. Wendy hurried forward to ask. Who's sitting behind us on the roller coaster? Ian asked back. Is he the man who was chosen to be the manager of Red Lobster? Irene did remember some of it. No, I remember, there was a man wearing a black cape, but I didn't see his face. The waiter confiscated his sickle before driving away. I don't know if this is helpful to you. By the way, can anyone tell me who this handsome guy is? After Ian finished speaking, he looked at Roka 860 with some confusion. This is Wendy's boyfriend, his name is... Just call me Roka. Roka, right? That's a nice name. Irene smiled and nodded. Wendy was too lazy to explain this, just let it be a misunderstanding. She has more important things to do now. Listen, this matter concerns our fate, we have no choice. Okay, you mean to say that death is like a person? Irene had no choice but to continue talking along with her. No, it's a kind of power, the power of fate. Because of me, everyone escaped, but the god of death will not let us go. Power is just power, nothing more, just energy conversion. Ian retorted nonchalantly. Wendy wanted to explain something, but a sudden peculiar feeling made her look around. She could feel that death was coming. Are you here? Roka asked softly. Well, I have a special feeling. Wendy didn't know what to say, but she could definitely feel that death was coming. However, she had no idea where the Grim Reaper would attack from. Ian continued to talk to himself. He didn't believe in anything like the god of death. Seeing that they were acting a little weird, Irene couldn't help but smile helplessly. It was obvious that neither of them took her words seriously and just kept working on their own. But it's also nice for them to have someone to chat with after work. However, Ian did not notice that when he was driving the forklift and touched the shelf, the glue and other items on the shelf accidentally fell down. It just happened to get stuck on the throttle of another forklift. Because the forklift was making a lot of noise, Ian didn't even notice that another forklift was slowly moving. Then the forklift crashed into a pile of oil drums. After the oil barrel was overturned, it continued to move, and then hit a workbench and stopped. The walls of the workbench are covered with various small tools such as wrenches, hammers, and screwdrivers. These gadgets fall right onto the joystick. The front section of the forklift rises. Suddenly the entire workbench began to shake, as if it was about to be lifted up by a forklift. The other side. Well, according to you, the Grim Reaper has his plans. It's great that the plan is starting to take off. Then according to Newton's third law of motion, I think this law should also apply to the god of death. Since he is in our world, Newton said that for every action, there is a reaction force. That means if the god of death takes action, we can also take action. Wendy couldn't help herself after listening to Ian's long and rambling speech. What do you want to say? I mean, what if the last person on the death list makes a very utilitarian choice, like committing suicide? What would happen? Ian asked this question with a smile. Wendy had never expected that he would have such an idea. This idea is indeed very different. But what's the use of this? Didn't he die in the end? Oh, that would definitely ruin the Grim Reaper's plan. More importantly, the 5 people who were skipped would be saved. Does anyone have any objections? Ian looked at Wendy confidently. Do you think this is a game? Are you looking for loopholes in the game? Roka was a little amused and could only sigh that this big brother had a big heart. I don't know if it will be so easy later. The Grim Reaper does have rules for killing, but from the time Roka met Wendy before, these rules seemed to no longer exist. After all, Wendy was attacked by the Grim Reaper twice in a row at that time. Is it because of his appearance? Unknown. Ian shrugged indifferently after hearing this. In fact, he was just making a random guess. And it was at this moment. Wendy felt more and more uneasy, and she kept looking around. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the top of Ian's head. There were some sharp wooden signs there. As Wendy finished her words, the shelf was hit. The next moment, the sharp wooden sign above the shelf stabbed down directly. At the critical moment, Wendy wanted to step forward and push Ian away. But I didn't expect Roka to be faster. He directly pulled the 2 of them out from under the shelf. But that's not all. Items on the shelves continued to fall. Some iron beads rolled down to Irene's feet at some point. Irene, who was constantly retreating, stepped on these iron beads, and then her feet slipped and she fell backwards. And the nail gun that Ian had been holding just now was placed right under the shelf where Irene had fallen. If nothing unexpected happens, Irene will activate the nail gun when she falls. Then the nail gun would continue to fire, piercing her head. But Roka was that accident. He flashed behind Irene and supported her, then kicked the nail gun far away. In this way, no matter how powerful the Grim Reaper is, he cannot use the nail gun to kill Irene. The whole process took just a moment. When everything calmed down, Ian then looked at Irene with lingering fear. Oh, Irene, are you okay? I'm fine. Mr. Ka helped me. Irene was also a little confused at this time, and had no idea that she had just walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 126. Thanks. Ian sincerely thanked Roka. Although nothing happened, he could really feel the breath of death at that moment. He also saw Roka kicking the nail gun away, and Wendy had said before that Irene would be nailed to death. Perhaps you are right. Ian had to admit that this might not be a coincidence. Death really has its eyes on them. Wendy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that they finally believed it. So what should we do next? Irene looked at the mess in the work area and said helplessly. Do you still want to continue working? Roka teased with a smile. Let's just forget it. Ian shook his head. No matter how much of a workaholic he was, he couldn't just continue working as if nothing had happened when faced with something like this. What's more, this is a joke with his girlfriend Irene's life. I'm sorry, but we don't have any way to deal with the Grim Reaper for now. Wendy could only smile helplessly. However, her words made Ian and Irene a little anxious. Is there really no way to escape the pursuit of the god of death? Ian was a little anxious. You only told me that the god of death was hunting them down, but you didn't tell me that there was no way to escape from the god of death? What's the point of knowing if you can't escape the pursuit of the god of death? Don't worry, Mr. Ian. Wendy also said that we just don't have a way to deal with the Grim Reaper for now, but there are still ways to prevent the Grim Reaper from attacking you. What is the solution? Ian stared at Roka closely. It's very simple. You can do this. In a mental hospital in New York. Roka asked Ian and Irene to pretend to be mentally ill and sent them here. Although the psychiatric director was still a little confused about this. However, after receiving a satisfactory hospitalization fee, he still let these young people do whatever they wanted. Anyway, there are many empty rooms in the mental hospital. In Ward 103. The environment here is good. The walls, doors, and windows are all made of sponge. This way, the Grim Reaper won't be able to use the environment to threaten you. Wendy looked around the room and nodded with satisfaction. But how long will we live here? Ian and Irene finally took their advice and entered the mental hospital, but how long will they have to stay there? Will it take a few months or a few years? Then he would rather be killed by the god of death. Don't worry, you will stay here for 2 months at most, and we will find a way to deal with the Grim Reaper. Roka made his promise straightforwardly. 2 months seemed enough to him. If he still can't find a way to deal with the god of death after so long, then he really has no other choice. But he didn't believe that there was really no solution to death. There must be a solution. It's just that he hasn't found it yet. After hearing that they would only stay for 2 months at most, Ian and Irene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They can still accept it for 2 months. Although doing so will lead to suspicion from family and relatives, it is the only way to save one's life. After saying goodbye to the two, Roka and Wendy drove home. Wendy didn't say a word along the way, and it was obvious that she was in a very bad mood. How do you think I will die in the end? Kindness. Hearing her sudden words, Roka couldn't help but frown. Didn't I tell you that you can't die as long as I'm here? Not even the god of death can do that. Roka said in a strong and domineering voice. He didn't take the methods of the god of death seriously at all. The power of the god of death was limited and he could only make use of the surrounding environment. Cannot kill directly. If he had not found a way to deal with the god of death, he would have used the fire of hell to burn it away long ago. Wait. Hellfire? Maybe you can give it a try. After hearing his words, Wendy felt less worried. Thank you for always encouraging me and protecting me. Ha ha ha, after all, you are my employer. If I don't protect you, who will I protect? Roka smiled and shook his head, then stopped the car. We're here, let's go up. Kindness. Wendy calmed down and they went upstairs and went home together. Go take a shower. I'll be outside the whole time. Just yell if anything happens. Seeing that she looked tired, Roka motioned for her to take a shower and have a good rest. *1.0. Kindness. Wendy nodded and finally a smile appeared on her face. Seeing her go to the bathroom, Roka simply made something to eat, then lay on the sofa and replied to messages from Tina and Maria. These days they have been very concerned about the status of their commission. After all, it's closer. They all said they wanted to come over and take a look, but were stopped by the card. Before finding a way to deal with the problem of death, it is better not to let them take risks. Although they are no longer ordinary people, they are super soldiers who have been injected with super soldier serum. But it's better to be careful when facing death. What's so happy about it? Just when Roka and Maria were chatting happily, a pair of white jade hands stretched out from behind and grabbed his neck. 0.00. Then the fresh fragrance of shower gel wafted into my nose, which was quite pleasant and made my black hair quite moist. Have you finished washing? You are tired today, go and have a rest. Roka didn't think this posture was ambiguous at all. Instead, he urged her to go to rest like a boyfriend. Wendy didn't say anything either. Just when he was a little confused, Wendy came around and came to him. She was only wearing a bath towel, revealing her plump and tight figure. Under Roka's doubtful gaze, Wendy placed her hands on his chest and said with blurry eyes, "I don't know when I will die. I don't want to die without even having a boyfriend." "Now you have delivered," Roka answered in a serious tone. Wendy was stunned for a moment, then she smiled brightly and said, "Let me experience the feeling of having a boyfriend." After saying that, Wendy took the initiative to kiss him passionately. Roka put his arms around her soft waist and responded fiercely. He knew that Wendy was still afraid of death, so she wanted to go crazy. If that's the case, let her forget everything. The next day, the sun shines on the sheets. Wendy woke up slowly after a crazy night. She felt a little sore all over, but also felt extremely refreshed. Even the fear of death is not that deep anymore. Plus. Chapter 127. Are you awake? Do you want to take a rest today? Roka woke up and noticed Wendy's gaze in his arms, and spoke softly. No. Wendy shook her head. I don't know who will be next after Ian and Irene, but Kevin and I will be next, so I can't rest yet. But can you get up like this? Roka said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Wendy bit her teeth lightly and rolled her eyes at him. It's all your fault. Really? Why do I remember that someone was even crazier than me last night? Roka chuckled. He could still clearly remember Wendy's wildness last night. I didn't expect that a usually quiet female college student would become so crazy. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Kr. Unable to argue, Wendy angrily hit him on the chest. Okay, since you have become my woman, I will give you a surprise. Roka said mysteriously. What surprise? Wendy was a little confused. Roka smiled, and then a syringe test tube appeared in his hand, with a mysterious blue liquid flowing in the test tube. What's this? Wendy was a little confused. This is a strengthening drug that can make human physical fitness about 5 times stronger. Once you inject this, it is no exaggeration to say that you can easily overturn a car, or easily jump several meters high. Even if you jump from a 10-story building, you will not be injured. Roka was never stingy with his women, and injecting Wendy with the super soldier serum would better protect her. After hearing this, Wendy felt that her worldview had been refreshed. She patted Roka's chest, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Don't make me happy with this. It was obvious that Wendy just thought it was a prank. What can easily flip a car, jump several meters high, and even fall from a tall building without getting hurt? There is no Superboy wearing underwear outside in real life. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Roka felt helpless. Bear with me, the process may be a little uncomfortable. As soon as she finished speaking, before Wendy could react, the syringe pierced her arm's aorta. Wendy cried out in pain. She had never expected that he would suddenly PK her with a syringe. For a moment she was a little angry. However, before she could say anything, she felt her whole body starting to heat up. I didn't even have the strength to speak. My whole brain was in a state of confusion. Wait until she wakes up again. It's already noon. You're awake. I prepared some pasta for you. At the door of the room, Roka smiled at Wendy, who had just woken up. Wendy was still a little confused, but she soon remembered what had happened before. "Roka, don't do this again next time." Wendy angrily picked up the teddy bear doll beside her and threw it over. "However, I didn't expect that this force was so great." The bear doll hit the door with a loud noise. Even Wendy herself was startled. "Hey, be careful, you are strong enough to tear down this room now," Roka teased with some amusement. Wendy was stunned for a moment, and looked at her hands in disbelief. When did she become so strong? Immediately, she wanted to pick up the pillow beside her and try it. However, unexpectedly, the whole bed collapsed in the next second as if by an unintentional slap of the palm. "Well, it looks like you'll have to sleep on the sofa with me tonight." Roka shrugged helplessly. Wendy was also a little confused at this time. She just tapped the bed board, but the bed collapsed directly. "Are you sure?" For a long time, even after Wendy got dressed and came out of the room, she was still a little bit incredulous. "My body has become so strong now. Not only can he lift a heavy sofa with ease, he can even touch the ceiling with just a light jump." If Roka hadn't been watching, she would have probably made a fool of herself. Why did it become like this? Wendy was really surprised at the changes in herself. "Didn't I tell you? The gene drug I injected into you before can strengthen your body, so your body has become so strong. Come and have breakfast," Roka said as he had already placed the pasta on the table. "Thanks." Wendy thanked him with emotion. Although she still found it hard to believe, she understood the value of this genetic medicine. Unexpectedly, Roka gave it to her without hesitation. "It's not without cost." Roka looked at her with a smile. "What price?" Wendy hesitated. "Of course you have to be my woman. You are not the only woman I have, so you have to get along well with everyone in the future." Roka did not hide anything and told it directly. Wendy could not escape his clutches anyway. Unexpectedly, Wendy didn't react much when she heard this. After all, she had already guessed that Ka had a girlfriend. However, she was still a little hesitant about asking her to become his lover. "After all, I was dominated by fear before and didn't think so much. I didn't think much about it because I didn't eat last night and had intense exercise all night. She is already starving now. How could she resist when she smelled the delicious pasta in front of her?" He immediately started to eat with relish. "Another bowl, please." "No problem. I knew you would be very hungry today," Roka said as he went to the kitchen and filled her up with another large bowl. It was at this time. Snap! The door was opened. "Can you give me that bracelet?" A beautiful girl dressed fashionably walked in and asked Wendy for money without any hesitation. "Julie, why are you here?" Wendy was a little surprised to see her sister Julie. "Of course 2.3 is asking you for the bracelet. It was given to me by my mother. Don't think of taking it for yourself." Julie's tone was very impatient. At this time, Roka also came out of the kitchen. When he saw the girl in front of him who looked quite similar to Wendy, he was a little surprised. "Who is he? I don't know when you got a boyfriend." Julie was also a little surprised when she saw the handsome Roka. When did her sister find such a handsome boyfriend? "Let me introduce you, this is my sister Julie," Wendy introduced to Roka. "Hello, just call me Roka." Roka smiled and shook Julie's hand. Looking at his handsome looks and extremely confident temperament, Julie had to admit that she was a little jealous of her sister for having such a handsome boyfriend. Chapter 128. "Hello." Julie smiled too. "Would you like to sit down and eat something?" Roka invited with a smile. "No, I have something else to do." After saying this, Julie curled her lips at Wendy, then turned around and left without looking back. "Sorry, that's just the way it is, Julie." Wendy smiled helplessly at this. "It doesn't matter." Roka didn't care about Julie's attitude. This girl was a typical rebellious girl, and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. But she looks like the next victim. "By the way, I haven't called Irene and the others yet." Wendy suddenly thought of Ian and Irene. They were both sent to a mental hospital and no one knew what was happening to them. so she quickly called to inquire. Fortunately, the call was connected quickly. After some inquiries, Wendy was relieved to learn that the two were fine. It looks like they're safe in there for now. Wendy was a little skeptical about Roka's method. Can you really avoid the attack of the Grim Reaper in a closed room? Now it seems that 18 does work. As expected, the Grim Reaper did not attack them again. Then it's the turn of the person in the back seat of Ian and Irene. Who is it? Wendy looked carefully at the photos taken that night. However, since one photo was blocked by the staff's hand, no photo was allowed. So who is behind Ian and Irene? Does this bracelet look very similar to yours? Roka pointed out the bracelet on a hand in the photo. Although the person was blocked by the staff's hand, the arm stretched out from the seat was clearly visible. Wendy was shocked when she saw the familiar bracelet. She subconsciously looked at the bracelet she had placed on the table, only to find that it had been taken away by Julie. Oh no, it's Julie. Wendy's face suddenly changed, and she finally remembered that the people sitting behind Ian and Irene were Julie and her friends. It is impossible to have two of the same bracelet. So it's absolutely correct. So she immediately picked up the phone and called her sister Julie. Hey, I'm Julie, please leave a message. Damn it, call me back right now. Wendy was furious when she heard the phone message. Don't worry, your sister just left, there's still time to catch up. Roka patted her shoulder comfortingly. Yeah. Wendy took a deep breath and calmed down a little, then said, Julie should be attending the Love Day celebration. Then let's rush over immediately. Without further ado, the two immediately rushed to the nearby Love Anniversary celebration venue. However, it seems that the Love Day celebration here only starts at night. And Julie's phone was unreachable. Roka and Wendy had no choice but to wait patiently. Until dark. Hey Wendy. Just as the two were looking for Julie, a voice sounded from behind them. Wendy turned around when her name was called. Kevin? Why are you here? Kevin Fisher was originally a couple with Carrie Dreer, but on the day of the roller coaster, they swapped positions. Kevin sat next to Wendy. Jason Weiss sat next to Kevin's girlfriend, Carrie. Because it was on another roller coaster. So they all died in the end. According to my father's arrangement, I am here as a guard. Kevin shrugged helplessly. Who is this? He looked at Roka, a tall and handsome man, with a slightly hostile look. This is my boyfriend Roka. Wendy introduced while holding Roka's arm. Hello. Roka smiled and raised his hand to greet him. Hello, are you here to celebrate today? Kevin asked doubtfully. No, we are here to look for someone. Wendy explained, shaking her head. Looking for someone? You've found the right person. Let me help you. Kevin volunteered to help find someone. Wendy didn't refuse this. After all, Kevin was the guard of this celebration, so it might be more convenient to find someone else. If nothing unexpected happens, after Julie and her friends, it will be Kevin and I. Wendy took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'm here. Roka squeezed her hand tightly. Kindness. Wendy smiled and nodded vigorously. She found that she seemed to no longer be afraid of death. It seemed that as long as Roka was by her side, death was no big deal. Kevin. Kindness. Kevin turned to look at the two of them in confusion. I have something to tell you about death. Wendy thought about it and decided to tell Kevin everything about the Grim Reaper. After all, the time when the Grim Reaper would attack them was not far away. At least Kevin can be mentally prepared. You actually know all this. Kevin was also surprised to hear her say this. In fact, I have also investigated some information, but I haven't confirmed it. Kevin also investigated what happened on Flight 186 years ago, which was extremely similar to what happened to them. But since Wendy was not found, this matter had to be abandoned. You know, that's easy. Wendy couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw this. Since Kevin had also investigated it, it wouldn't be that difficult to explain. So based on the photos you took, how will I die? Kevin shrugged and asked without any hesitation. When I took your photo, I used a flash on your face, but the focus was wrong and the light was overexposed. It seems like a flame. Kevin took over the conversation and looked around, and found that there were many places where fire was used throughout the celebration, such as bonfires, barbecue stalls, fireworks, etc. But he was calm and not too scared. "Don't worry, as long as you don't stray too far from us, Roka will help you." Wendy was afraid that he would worry too much and do something crazy. "And the person sitting in front of us?" Kevin looked at Roka with some surprise. "Yes, we found Lewis first, but he didn't listen to our advice and didn't escape the second attack of the Grim Reaper. However, Ian and Irene have already escaped the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. They are now staying in a mental hospital." "Wait, you mean the mental hospital?" Kevin was a little confused. Wendy nodded. "Roka said that the Grim Reaper uses everything around him to create coincidences. If there is nothing around him that he can use, then the Grim Reaper cannot kill anyone, so he sent Ian and Irene to the mental hospital." Chapter 129. "Okay, but I don't want to spend my whole life in a mental hospital," Kevin said half-jokingly. "Don't worry, I won't let you stay for long." Wendy trusts Roka very much. She believes that Roka will be able to find a way to deal with the god of death, so they probably won't stay in the mental hospital for too long. "Thank you very much." Kevin shrugged and said nothing more. "Hey Julie." At this time, Kevin finally saw Julie in the crowd and ran over shouting. Seeing this, Roka and Wendy immediately followed. But the crowd blocked their way, and when they passed, Kevin was arguing with Julie. "Julie, why are you here?" Julie crossed her arms impatiently. "Come with me, I'll tell you why after we leave here." Wendy said this and tried to pull her away. "Let me go." Julie pushed her away impatiently and prepared to leave with her two sisters. "Julie, you have to come with me." Wendy immediately chased after him. At the same time, the Love Day celebration officially begins. The fireworks that had been placed in advance were also ignited, exploding into brilliant lights and flames in the sky. A white horse not far away was frightened by the fireworks and began to struggle hard. The staff who were watching over the horse did not dare to step forward. "Julie." Wendy pushed through the crowd and tried to catch up with Julie, but accidentally used too much force and pushed her to the ground. She had no choice but to pull the man up and apologize. When she wanted to catch up, Julie was nowhere to be seen. "Over there." Roka pointed in a direction, then pulled Wendy through the crowd and chased after them. The other side. Julie felt a little proud after getting rid of her sister. However, before she could be proud for too long, she noticed a commotion in the distance. She looked up and saw an out-of-control horse running towards her. Julie was so frightened that she forgot to dodge. By the time the horse approached, it was too late for her to escape. She could only watch as the horse raised its legs and kicked towards her. However, just as Julie was watching this scene in horror, the next second, a figure stood in front of her, grabbed the horse's raised front legs with both hands, and stopped it abruptly. The horse neighed, but could not move at all. Click, click. The shutters of cameras around kept flashing, recording this feat. Then everyone couldn't help but applaud and cheer for him. In this crisis, Roka suddenly appeared in front of the horse like a hero, grabbed its raised front legs, and forced the horse to stop. This scene is so exciting. Even Wendy, who was watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but applaud. As for Julie behind Roka, she was even more stunned. She had never thought that she would witness such a fairy tale scene with her own eyes, where the Prince Charming stopped the out-of-control horse in order to save the princess at a critical moment. This is so romantic. "Okay, good boy." Roka ignored the people around him, but put the horse down and comforted it gently. And after this, the white horse finally calmed down. However, the crisis has not been resolved. "Julie, tell me who was on the roller coaster with you before?" "Tell me," Wendy asked, grabbing Julie's shoulders anxiously. "What?" Julie didn't react for a moment. "Come on, who were you sitting with on the roller coaster?" "She's next." Wendy was a little anxious. Since Julie had escaped, the next person to be killed would definitely be the person sitting next to Julie. At this time, the two good sisters who were with Julie just now also ran over. And if Roka remembered correctly, it was one of them who was sitting with Julie. As expected, it should be the girl with Asian face. When the two girls heard Wendy's inexplicable words, they looked at each other, completely confused as to what was going on. What about it being her turn? What does it mean exactly? It was at this time Roka keenly noticed that another horse was also out of control. It rushed to the other side like a wild horse, and the horse rope got entangled with the flagpole on the way. Then, like a bow and arrow, the flagpole was shot over. The target was exactly the Asian-looking girl next to him. Wendy noticed something and didn't finish her words. Roka stretched out his hand and grabbed the flagpole firmly in his hand. Seeing this, Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Asian-faced girl seemed to have just realized something at this moment. She turned around and looked at Roka, then at the flagpole in his hand. Thanks. Although she didn't know what was going on, she still thanked him. No big deal. Roka smiled and then threw the flagpole down. The one sitting with me is Perry. Only then did Julie answer Wendy's question. When riding the roller coaster, she was with an Asian-looking girl named Perry. Wendy couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this. If Roka hadn't reacted in time, the girl would probably have been dead by the time she answered the question. What on earth is going on? Perry was still in a daze. Although she had a vague feeling that something was wrong, she didn't understand what was going on. Let's not talk about this for now. Since you have all escaped the attack of the god of death, the next thing should be. Wendy did not explain, because the next targets of the Grim Reaper's attack might be her and Kevin. By the way, where's Kevin? Wendy turned around and saw that Kevin was nowhere to be seen. Hello, King Zhao. However, it was at this moment. For some reason, the fireworks not far away fell to the ground and exploded violently. Not good. Wendy recalled the photo of Kevin, whose face was so dark from the flash that he couldn't open his eyes. Was it a fireworks explosion? When a few people rushed to the place where the fireworks exploded, they saw a charred body lying in the middle of the field. It was not difficult to tell from his clothes that it was Kevin. Wendy was horrified when she saw this. She didn't expect Kevin to die in such a short time. Then isn't it my turn next? Even Roka didn't expect that Kevin would die like this, but he certainly didn't pay attention to Kevin Vinian just now. This is his fate. In the movie, he was able to escape the disaster thanks to Wendy's help. Now without Wendy's help, there was no way he could escape the pursuit of death. Chapter 130. Without anyone noticing, the sparks from the exploding fireworks quietly ignited another firework. And under an inexplicable and strange force, the fireworks fell down and aimed at where Wendy was. Will it be my turn next? Wendy was terrified. She tried hard to recall how she looked in the photo, but could not find any connection with death. How will I die? Will it be an ugly death? Don't be nervous. If the Grim Reaper wants to deal with you, he has to get past me. As he spoke, Roka had already noticed the fallen fireworks not far away, and immediately showed a disdainful smile. You want to deal with him with just fireworks? If she were still an ordinary person, Wendy might be hurt by the fireworks, but after being injected with the super soldier serum, she would definitely not be hurt. But Wendy hasn't realized how powerful she is yet, so it's natural for her to be afraid. In that case, let him solve it all. Boom boom boom. The next second, the fireworks were completely ignited, and fireworks kept shooting out. But Roka just blew hard. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up and all the fireworks were blown back. Even the base of the fireworks was blown dozens of meters away. The crisis was easily resolved. Is it over? Wendy was still terrified and hadn't reacted yet. Uncertain. Roka shook his head slightly. He was not sure whether the Grim Reaper would attack again, just like he had been attacked twice in a row when they met before. This goes against common sense. After all, there is a pattern to how the Grim Reaper kills people, and that is according to the seats on the roller coaster. But in fact, it is not entirely based on seating order. In the movie, Wendy and Kevin were also attacked in advance, and they were also not attacked in the order of their seats. So it's hard to say whether the Grim Reaper will take action again. How so? Although Julie and her two good sisters Amber and Perry didn't know the details, they knew that something attacked them. When they heard that the thing would continue to attack, they suddenly became panicked. As expected. Maybe he was angry because he had no intention of killing Wendy. All the horses in the Love Day celebration started running wildly, including the horse that Roka had just calmed down, which rushed towards the group again. Roka narrowed his eyes and slapped him to the ground, killing him. He won't hold back this time. He wanted to see how powerful this god of death was. At the same time, as the horses were running, flagpoles, barbecue grills and various sharp objects all happened to hit the few people. Yet, Julie couldn't help but scream. Roka narrowed his eyes slightly, and his figure kept flashing around the few people. All the attacking objects were easily blocked by him. At the same time, he killed several wild horses that had escaped from their reins. What else can the god of death borrow from? It took a long time for the place to calm down. All the tourists around had just run away. They were the only ones left in the entire venue. No more. Roka's tone was very calm, full of disdain for death. Do you think you can deal with him in this way? It's too far away. Roka, are you okay? Wendy was stunned by his actions. It took her a while to react and she quickly stepped forward to ask. However, before Roka could say anything, Julie threw herself on his back. Woo-woo, brother-in-law, are you okay? I'm fine. Are you not scared? Brother-in-law will protect you. Roka turned around and rubbed her head with some amusement. Brother-in-law is so awesome, is he a Superman? Julie looked up at him with admiration. My brother-in-law is not a Superman, at most he is a fellow countryman. Of course, Roka did not say the latter sentence. When he has a commission and, payment, he is a Superman. Not entrusting him with anything but infringing on his interests. Sorry, he is from my country. Julie. When Wendy saw her sister hugging Roka like this, she immediately put her hands on her hips and glared at her with some dissatisfaction. However, the rebellious Julie ignored her and just hugged Roka's arm, looking very intimate. Will we be attacked again? Perry, the Asian-looking girl, asked cautiously. You know what, this Asian-faced girl is quite pretty, with black hair and a round, baby-like face that's very cute. I just don't know whether he came here to study abroad or to become an American citizen. Roka shook his head, not necessarily. You've seen it, the attacks of the Grim Reaper are silent and there's not much pattern to them. No one knows when the next attack will be. There is indeed some pattern in the Grim Reaper's killings, which is based on the order of seats. But there are not too many rules, and it may even launch an attack at any time. What should I do? Perry said with a worried look on her face. Let's get out of here first. Roka's suggestion was to leave here first, even though he blocked all of Death's attacks. But no one knows what the Grim Reaper will use next. So it's better to leave here first. Naturally, everyone had no objection. So several people quickly left the scene. After a moment, the four returned to Wendy's house. Julie's other friend who was not involved, Amber, did not come along. The other two were Perry and Wendy. Although they were not attacked by the god of death again along the way, the three women still looked a little uneasy. After all, the god of death does not play by the rules at all. Unless the three of them stay with Roka forever, they don't know when they will be visited by death. Don't worry. In fact, I have always had an idea that needs one of you to try. If it really works, maybe you can get rid of the curse of death. Roka, do you have any idea? Wendy and the others were a little surprised to hear his words. I can't say it's a solution, I can only say try it. If it doesn't work, maybe there is another way. The method Roka mentioned was to use the hellfire. After dealing with the Grim Reaper for so many days, he felt that the way the Grim Reaper marked several people was more like a curse. As long as you are cursed by the god of death, you will be brought bad luck. Then there were all kinds of accidental deaths. This statement also works. Since it is a curse, then the fire of hell should be effective. In other words, as long as the flames of hell can be used to remove the curses on these people, they can completely escape the fate of being hunted down by the god of death. Let me do it. Wendy stepped forward without hesitation, as no one present trusted Roka more than her. So she didn't hesitate even if it was just a try. Chapter 131. Well, then Wendy, come with me to the room. Roka pulled Wendy into the room. Don't be nervous, it shouldn't be painful. The flames of hell will be unleashed at will according to his will, and will not hurt Wendy unless he wants to. Unless Wendy is a very evil person. Bring it on. Wendy took a deep breath. She was ready. Roka didn't waste any words. A ball of fire rose in his hand and he slowly approached. Feeling the temperature of the flames, Wendy was a little scared, but out of trust in Roka, she did not move. Seeing this, Roka nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the flames of hell fell on Wendy. Wendy was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes, but the imagined burning sensation did not come. Instead, I felt warm all over, which was very comfortable. Don't move. Roka let out a low roar, and at this moment he fully controlled the hellfire to move around Wendy's body, trying to find the curse mark left by the god of death on Wendy. Wendy was startled and quickly closed her eyes and stopped moving. After a moment, Roka frowned because he didn't find any traces of curse on Wendy. This made him doubt whether his guess was wrong. Is death really unsolvable? Wrong. There was one place that was not checked. That is Wendy's body and soul. Wendy, this might be a little painful, just hang in there, it will be fine soon. As soon as Roka finished speaking, the flames of hell entered Wendy's body. Wendy only felt that the warm feeling in her body disappeared, and was replaced by physical pain and trembling in her soul. The flames of hell are something that restrain the soul. Even with Roka's control to avoid harming her soul, he could not offset the fear deep in her soul. Found it. Roka's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally found out what the god of death had done to Wendy. That was the dark death deep in Wendy's soul. Not surprisingly, this is exactly how death cursed Wendy. After all, the god of death is like a program. Without a mark, how can it be executed accurately without hurting others? And every time someone targeted by the god of death escapes danger, the death energy will be weakened. It will not be attacked again until the death energy grows again. This also explains why Wendy, Kevin, and Julie escaped the pursuit of death in the movie, but were chased by death again on the subway 5 months later. In other words, as long as they get rid of this black death energy, they can escape the pursuit of the god of death. Thinking of this, Roka did not hesitate and immediately used the flames of hell to burn the black death energy. The black deathly aura was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was ignited in an instant and then disappeared under the burning of the flames of hell. At the same time, Wendy also let out a shrill scream. She felt as if something was burning her soul, causing her great pain. Fortunately, this kind of pain comes and goes quickly. However, after she recovered, she still fainted. Fit. Wendy. At this time, Julie, who heard the screams outside the door, couldn't help but push the door open. After seeing his sister on fire, he rushed over desperately, trying to put out the fire on her body. Roka was a little amused when he saw this, and then he waved his hand and put away the hellfire. Julie was stunned for a moment when she saw this, and then she looked at her sister with concern. Wendy, are you okay? She's fine. She'll wake up soon. What on earth did you do to her? Julie turned and glared at him. Roka shrugged helplessly. Of course he was helping her remove the mark left by the god of death on her. The mark left by the god of death. Hearing this, Julie was a little confused. Let's wait until your sister wakes up, Roka said as he put Wendy on the bed and let her lie down. Although the flames did not hurt her soul, it still had some impact. That's why Wendy fainted. He should wake up after taking a rest. The two of them left the room. It was already quite late, but Julie and Perry naturally couldn't sleep in this situation. Brother-in-law, tell me who you are. Julie had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Roka's performance at the Love Day celebration was so amazing. Not only did he stop the runaway horse like a hero, he also saved her. Then he blocked the attacks from all directions by the Grim Reaper. This is really too shocking. As a result, Julie has not yet recovered from the shock. She is really too curious about her sister's new boyfriend. Me? I'm just an exorcist. Exorcist? Julie was a little confused. In fact, we just met not long ago. Your sister was found in the demon agency because of the matter of the god of death. Roka did not hide anything and told the whole story of how he and Wendy met. Julie was also shocked to hear that they were attacked twice by the Grim Reaper when they just met, and one of them was a large truck. But what surprised her even more was that her brother-in-law was able to stop a speeding truck. This is too incredible. Perry on the other side was also listening curiously, feeling extremely amazed at the man in front of her. Brother-in-law, just tell me, why do you have such magical powers? Julie held his hand and acted coquettishly. Julie and Wendy are sisters. Wendy is a great beauty, and Julie, who is younger than her, is naturally not less beautiful. And the way she acts like a spoiled brat really makes her look like an annoying little devil. Want to know? Roka looked at her helplessly. Okay. Julie nodded repeatedly. Perry on the other side also nodded. Well, let me tell you, there are many mysterious powers hidden in this world, such as the immortal killer jet by Crystal Lake, Freddy the Dream Killer on Nightmare on Elm Street, the place where the souls of Silent Hill rest, and the vampires and werewolves who specialize in sucking human blood, and even the terrifying Outer. When he had nothing to do, Roka told them about some of the ghosts he encountered as an exorcist. Julie and Perry also listened attentively and were completely immersed in his story. After hearing some scary things, the two girls came over and hugged Roka's arm, looking scared. Chapter 132. Until 2 hours later. Snap. The door was opened. Yet, Julie, who was so caught up in the horror story, couldn't help but scream. What are you doing? The person who opened the door was Wendy, who had already woken up. She frowned as she looked at Julie and Perry hugging Roka. Perry let go of Roka's arm somewhat awkwardly. Julie, on the other hand, looked rebellious. It's okay, we are just listening to my brother-in-law telling about his horrific experience. Wendy frowned, but didn't bother herself too much with her rebellious sister. How do you feel? Roka asked with a smile. I don't know how to describe it, but I just feel relaxed. Wendy relaxed her brows, felt her own situation, and found that her current self, 300, was extremely relaxed. It was even easier than before after being injected with the super soldier serum. This kind of relaxation is more like spiritual. It seems to be working. Roka nodded with satisfaction. His guess was correct. The Black Death energy in Wendy's soul was the mark left by the god of death. As long as the mark is there, Wendy will never be able to escape the pursuit of death. On the contrary, the mark has now been cleared by the flames of hell. Then Wendy escaped from the pursuit of the god of death. You mean I'm okay? Wendy said with some surprise. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, yes. Roka crossed his arms and nodded with a smile. Very good. Wendy was overjoyed. After being worried and frightened for so long, she finally escaped the pursuit of death. No wonder she felt relaxed all over. Now she no longer has to worry about being hunted down by the god of death. Really? Julie and Perry were also somewhat happy, for on the way back Wendy had already told them how terrible death was. The best example is that Louis and Kevin were killed by the Grim Reaper one after another. If you can't escape death and live in its shadow all day long, you might as well die. Well, I will lift the curse of death for you now. Who will go first? X2. Julie and Perry said at the same time. Then the two of them looked at each other awkwardly. Naturally, they both wanted to get rid of the curse of death first, but they were a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter who comes first. The process may be a little painful, but don't worry. Just get through it. If he used the hellfire to remove the death curse a second time, Roka felt that it wouldn't be so painful, just a little uncomfortable at most. Julie, you go first. Julie was overjoyed when she heard him call her name. Although Perry was a little disappointed, she didn't say anything. The two returned to the room. Julie seemed quite excited. Brother-in-law, are you going to burn me with that flame just now? What kind of flame is that? Is it a superpower? Seeing her asking questions like a curious baby, Roka just felt a little headache. Please take a seat, it's about to start. Will the flames burn my clothes? Otherwise, I'll just take them off. Julie winked at him and grabbed the hem of her dress and tried to lift it up. If you don't want your sister to come in and see you without clothes, then take them off. Roka shrugged and didn't stop him. Forget it then. Julie stuck out her tongue playfully and cutely. She just wanted to tease her brother-in-law, but she didn't expect that he would not be fooled. Hateful. How did you find such a good man? What good luck. How can she find a better man than her brother-in-law? She has been very competitive since she was a child, wanting to be better and more awesome than her sister in everything. This time she was in trouble. Seeing her in a daze, Roka felt helpless, then he waved his hand and the flames of hell fell on her. It's on fire, it's on fire. Julie, who was still in a daze, saw that her body was on fire and suddenly slapped things in panic. Okay, calm down. Roka grabbed her hands helplessly. Julie also reacted at this time and felt a little embarrassed. Close your eyes, it will be fine in a moment. CIT. Julie closed her eyes obediently, and then she felt a burning sensation in her body. After a moment, Roka put the unconscious Julie on the couch, and then called Perry in. Is Julie okay? Perry looked at Julie on the couch with some concern. Don't worry, she's fine. She'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Roka waved at her and signaled her to come over quickly. The little girl was still a little shy, but she still came over obediently. Close your eyes. You will feel some pain in your body in a moment. This is normal. Just hold on for a while. Kindness. Perry nodded seriously, then closed her eyes nervously. At the same time, her pretty face quickly turned red, and she could feel a hand taking advantage of her. But before she could feel shy, a burning sensation made her frown. After a moment, Roka took back the hellfire, then carried Dealey to bed and covered her with a blanket. Thanks for your hard work. At this time, Wendy came in with a cup of hot coffee. Thanks. Roka took the coffee and took a sip before he breathed a sigh of relief. It's true, doing this kind of thing is really tiring. Although the hellfire can be used at will, one must be extra careful not to harm the opponent's soul. It's understandable that you feel a little tired. 4.0 Go take a rest on the sofa. Wendy pulled him to sit on the sofa. There's only one room here. So I can only lie on the sofa. Thanks. Wendy thanked him again with a gentle look in her eyes. She was very grateful to Roka for saving her and her sister Julie time and time again. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the god of death in fear. Perhaps you could thank me in a way that would make me happier. Roka put down his coffee and shrugged. Wendy didn't understand what he meant. She raised her eyebrows and said provocatively, "Are you okay now? Maybe you could try. Just give it a try." Wendy licked her lips. Chapter 133. The next day, when Roka opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that the person in his arms was Julie instead of Wendy. "Julie, why are you here?" "SHH, sister is preparing breakfast, get up quickly." After saying that, Julie kissed him on the face. The stimulating feeling made her smile with pleasure. Roka looked at his sister-in-law speechlessly, then got up from the sofa and went to the bathroom to wash up. "My dear, you are awake. I made your best chopped green onion spaghetti. Come and try it." Wendy smiled gently and put the noodles on the dining table. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Wendy had learned it after he only did it twice. "It tastes pretty good." After trying it, Roka gave her a thumbs up. After receiving the compliment, Wendeo immediately showed a bright smile on his face. This made Julie feel quite uncomfortable, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. "What's up with this damn sour smell of love? It's a bit too disgusting." On the contrary, Perry was eating noodles quietly. 18 After breakfast. Bye, see you next time, Roka. Perry's family was very worried because she didn't come home all night, so after exchanging contact information with Roka, she went home. "Let's go to the mental hospital next." Wendy said this and looked at Roka inquiringly. Roka nodded. Well, it's time to help them escape the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. It was agreed before that as long as a way to deal with the god of death was found, Ian, Irene and the others would be rescued. Now is the time to redeem the promise. After a moment, the three of them came to the mental hospital. Ian and Irene seemed very excited to see them arrive. Is there any solution? Ian asked impatiently. We're just going crazy here. Irene couldn't help complaining that in this mental hospital, she couldn't do anything and couldn't go out. Even going to the toilet requires caution. She had had enough of this kind of life. If this continues, she will go crazy. Wendy's embarrassed look made Ian and Irene's hearts sink to the bottom and their faces suddenly fell. They went a little crazy at the thought of having to stay in this mental hospital. I even wondered if I should just leave like this. Even if I am killed by the god of death, it is better than suffocating to death here. Phew. Seeing the two people's sullen expressions, Wendy couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, there is a solution. Really? Ian and Irene's expressions turned from gloomy to cloudy, and they stared at Wendy closely. It's true, dear, come on. Wendy smiled helplessly and then looked at Roka. Close your eyes. You may feel a burning sensation, but this is normal. Roka motioned for them to close their eyes quickly. The two of them were obedient and closed their eyes without asking anything. Roka didn't waste any time and immediately used the hellfire to wrap up the two of them. Wait an hour later. The two finally woke up. Is that all? Irene was still a little confused when she woke up. Roka shrugged, not sure. It will take some time to see if he has completely escaped the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. Although it cleared the Black Death energy in their souls. But whether this can really help them escape the pursuit of death will take some time to observe. And this probation period is very long. After all, in the movie, they escaped the attack of the Grim Reaper once, but were not targeted by the Grim Reaper again until 5 months later. All right. Irene has given up thinking about this problem. She is tired of staying here. She had to go out no matter what. Let's go to a nearby hotel and have a cup fight for our freshmen. Julie suggested, raising her hand. It's time to celebrate. Wendy smiled and nodded. After a moment, the 5 of them went to the bar to celebrate, and she also invited her good friends Amber and Perry. After a day of heavy celebration, Roka reluctantly sent the drunk Wendy and Julie to the hotel. There's no way, my family can't accommodate so many people. It can only be arranged in the hotel. After finally moving the women into the hotel's luxurious suite, Roka, feeling relieved, was about to leave the room, but was unexpectedly stopped by a hand. Julie, you're not drunk. Roka looked at Julie with some surprise as she looked at him with wide eyes. Julie showed a smug smile, then put her white arms around his neck, looked at him with blurry eyes and said, of course, otherwise how would there be a chance, and Wendy has already been drunk by me. The meaning of this statement couldn't be more obvious. This sister-in-law actually has improper thoughts about me. It's really abominable and must be punished. Have you thought it through? I won't give up on your sister. Roka put his arms around her soft and slender waist and smiled. Oh greedy man. Julie showed a contemptuous smile, but who made me like you? I want to snatch you away from my sister. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Roka is not the kind of man who gets bored easily and his attitude is very firm. Once she becomes your 487 woman, she will only be your woman for the rest of your life. Really? Then I'd like to see it for myself. Julie glared at him defiantly. I'll show you. Roka looked at her with a rather domineering tone. To the bathroom. Julie uttered 3 words and then leaned on his shoulder in a daze. She had drunk a lot in order to get her sister Wendy drunk. Although he could drink better than Wendy, he couldn't help feeling a little tipsy at this point. But soon, under the stimulation of the warm water flow, she finally woke up a little. How about it? Do you want to try this place? Julie provocatively pulled his hand and placed it on her hips. Ah? You're not going to take the right path right from the start. Roka was somewhat surprised and skeptical. What are you thinking about? I've never had a boyfriend, but I want to give you a different experience than when you. Julie had a strong expression on her face. She had always competed with her sister for everything since she was a child. Although she fell behind this time, she also wanted to take a different path and give Roka a different experience. Well, it might hurt a little. Roka naturally would not refuse this. He had to teach this competitive guy a lesson. Sure enough, Julie soon regretted it. But there's no point in regretting it, she brought this upon herself. Chapter 134. The next day. This is the general situation, so I have to observe them for a few days. Don't worry, honey, I will be back soon. No, I think you are too happy to leave. No way. If you say that again, I'll teach you a lesson when I come back. No, okay, come back whenever you want. Baby, I love you. After hanging up the phone with Maria, Roka couldn't help but stretch his body and check the system at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Final Destination 3. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading all superpowers by 1 level. In fact, it was completed after helping Ian and Irene remove the mark of death last night. But I didn't notice it at the time. I didn't expect the reward to be that all superpowers would be upgraded by 1 level. This is a huge improvement. In an instant, Roka felt that his limbs and facial features had all been greatly strengthened, and his strength was far different from before. He clenched his fists so hard that he could almost hear the sonic boom. Checked my personal attribute panel. Host, Roka. Number of completed tasks, 2-1. Used item, Perfect Super Soldier Serum. Owned items, Monster Containment Device *100. Superpowers, Super Regeneration LV5, Super Speed LV4, Super Hearing LV3, Man of Steel LV9, Heat Vision LV4, Hellfire LV4, Super Strength LV4, Flight LV3, Super Vision LV2, Super Breathing LV3, Super Brain Power LV2. Looking at his gorgeous attribute panel, Roka couldn't help but feel excited. He was probably invincible on the Earth now. Even nuclear bombs are completely useless to him. But after thinking about it, I put away my contempt. After all, there are all kinds of monsters in this American horror world, maybe even Cthulhu, God, or the devil. So it's better to be cautious. At this moment, Wendy beside him woke up in a daze. Roka. Wendy stretched, showing his beautiful figure in front of him. Hurry up and get up, the sun is about to burn your butt. Roka pinched her cheek and smiled. Well, it's still early. Wendy turned over and lay on top of him, stroking his chest with her hands in a dishonest manner. Seeing this, Roka's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he gave her severe punishment. Only after Wendy begged for mercy did the two of them get up. Because the next step is the observation period. So Roka accompanied Wendy and Julie shopping and playing all day long, and from time to time he had passionate affairs with them behind Wendy's back. Having a lot of fun. After observing for a few days, Wendy never had that strange feeling that the god of death had appeared. From this, Roka was very sure that the curse of death had indeed been lifted. This also made him completely relieved. After playing around for half a month, Roka finally couldn't stand Allison's urging and asked him to get back to work. There has been a backlog of commissions during this period. Of course, for some simple commissions, he had already sent his werewolves and vampires to handle them. As for the more troublesome ones, I naturally came by myself. Hey Maria baby, did you miss me? When they got home, Maria, wearing a simple cool white vest and shorts, was watching TV on the sofa. Roka immediately walked over, picked up her petite body and put her on his lap. My dear, you are back. Maria hugged his neck in great surprise, and her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents with joy. Baby, let me check if it's gotten bigger. It seems to have gotten a little bigger. My dear, you are so mean. Ha ha ha. Just when Roka was teasing Maria, a resentful voice suddenly came from behind him. You still remember to come back. Ahem. Looking at Allison behind him, Roka couldn't help but cough. Allison baby, come here and give your husband a hug. Although Allison still felt a little resentful, she still sat down next to him obediently. Roka put his arms around her plump waist, and then his big hands started to become a little dishonest. Boss, I've been so busy while you've been away. Huh? Are you that busy? Roka didn't take it seriously. Although there were indeed a lot of commissions recently, he shouldn't be so busy, right? Of course I'm busy. You don't know that I need to contact Kahen to confirm the situation, negotiate the price, and confirm with you. In short, I'm very busy. Okay, baby, give me a kiss. Roka gave Allison a passionate kiss that left her speechless. Boss, now is not the time to do this. Seeing that he was becoming more and more dishonest, Allison had no choice but to push him. Okay, let's deal with work first. Roka winked at Maria helplessly, making her smile. In the room, Allison sat at her computer. Boss, I just received a special commission. Oh? What's the request? Roka asked while teasing Maria in his arms. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. It's a commission from the police in Los Angeles, and the situation is very urgent. Wow, it looks like they are in trouble. Roka was no longer surprised by this kind of situation. The police always remembered him as an exorcist when they were unable to solve the problem. What is the special commission? Maria was also a little curious. According to the local police, a terrifying evil spirit appeared in an apartment that was about to be demolished. The evil spirit killed most of the people in the apartment, and only 2 people escaped. Is this evil spirit so fierce? Roka was a little surprised. Even Freddy could only live in a corner, but this evil spirit dared to kill people in an apartment in the city. To be honest, this is a bit too arrogant. Evil spirit. Maria was a little scared, even though Alan, who shared a body with her, was also an evil spirit in a sense. But she was still a little afraid of evil spirits. Yes, the police have surrounded the apartment now. And then what? Did the police take no other action, like sending someone in to check? Roka asked, raising an eyebrow. Allison shook her head. No, but I think the police must have sent someone in, otherwise they wouldn't have asked us for help, and this time the police are willing to give a commission of 100,000 yuan. Chapter 135. 100,000? Fine, I'll take this commission. After all, the target is evil spirits. Vampires and werewolves are not easy to deal with, so Roka has to go there in person. Ding. The system has updated the task Evil Dead Rising, please host to deal with the evil spirits. Roka was just wondering where this arrogant evil spirit came from, but he didn't expect it to be the rise of the evil spirit. This guy is an evil spirit summoned by the Book of the Dead, one of the 3 demonic books. He can possess anyone and cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. No wonder the police were so anxious to invite him as an exorcist. Do you want to go with me? Roka looked at the 2 women and asked. No. Allison and Maria shook their heads at the same time. They didn't want to go and deal with evil spirits. Although there would be no danger with Roka around, the bloody scene of the evil spirit killing people was too disgusting. So they decided not to go. Okay, I'll try to come back tonight, darlings, wait for me in the shower, okay? Roka pinched Maria's smooth face and gave her instructions. Kindness. Maria hadn't exercised with him for a long time, so she wasn't shy at all. Instead, she was looking forward to his return. That's good. I'll go first. In order to get back as soon as possible, Roka was too lazy to drive and just jumped out of the window and flew out. He was flying at supersonic speed among the clouds. Suddenly, a faint explosion sounded next to my ears. Kindness. Roka looked in that direction, but because the distance was too far, probably dozens of kilometers away, even with supervision he couldn't see it. So he didn't care and flew quickly towards Los Angeles. After a moment, he came to Los Angeles and contacted the local police in Los Angeles with the help of Allison. Hello, my name is Bruce, and you are Roka, the head of the exorcist agency, right? The sheriff named Bruce was a middle-aged fat man with a big belly. He seemed very enthusiastic when he saw him. Hello, Sheriff Bruce. Roka smiled and shook his hand. I have inquired about your deeds through the police in other places. You are a capable person, so this time our police issued a commission to your firm. Understood, Sheriff Bruce, can you tell me the details of the incident? Certainly. Sheriff Bruce nodded, and then briefly recounted what had happened. Biked. The situation was like this: during the day, the police received a report from 2 women, 1 adult and 1 child, saying that there was an evil spirit killing people in the apartment that was about to be demolished. At that time, all the police officers did not take her words seriously. But 2 police officers were still sent to check. But soon the 2 police officers lost contact. It was at this time that Sheriff Bruce took the matter seriously and dispatched a large number of police forces to surround the apartment where the incident occurred. But his mistake was sending another 5-man team into the apartment. As expected, the team lost contact. Now Sheriff Bruce completely believed that there was an evil spirit in the apartment, otherwise it would be impossible for the 5-man team to go in and not get any information out. So he found Roca, the exorcist. Mr. Roca, they are the ones who escaped from the apartment, you can ask them some questions. After Sheriff Bruce finished speaking, he had the 2 women who called the police brought over. Although the 2 girls, 1 big and 1 small, were clean and tidy at this time, it was not difficult to see some fear on their faces. Don't be afraid, what are your names? Roca asked in as gentle a tone as possible. Beth, my name is Beth, this is my niece Kathy. You'd better not go in, it's useless, the only way to deal with the devil is to run away. The woman named Beth's voice was trembling, and even her eyes were full of fear when she looked towards the apartment from time to time. When he heard the 2 names, Roca confirmed that they were indeed the last 2 people to escape in the movie. They were pretty lucky. He was able to escape from the evil spirit. Wrong. Roca suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Beth and Kathy. Then it dawned on him. No wonder they were able to escape from the evil spirits, it turned out that they were possessed by them. That's right, Beth and Kathy in front of them have both been possessed by evil spirits, but they just didn't realize it. The evil spirit also wants to use them to kill people in other places. Mr. Roca, what's wrong? Sheriff Bruce at the side noticed that there was something wrong with his expression and asked immediately. Fine. Roca smiled and shook his head, then slapped Beth and Kathy on the shoulders. The hellfire in his hands quickly spread to the 2 of them. This sudden scene frightened Sheriff Bruce so much that he almost drew his gun. However, he quickly reacted and guessed Roca's intention. Because at this time the expressions on the 2 women's faces had changed. Ah! The 2 women let out terrifying roars, and their faces had changed, becoming as hideous and terrifying as evil spirits from hell. It just comes and goes quickly. Under the burning of the flames of hell, the evil spirits possessing the 2 women only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The 2 also collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Roca retracted the hellfire. Mr. Roca, are they possessed by evil spirits? Sheriff Bruce asked with a rather grim look on his face. That's right. Roca nodded slightly. So can they still be saved? Sheriff Bruce was worried that they would hurt more people, and was even a little afraid that the evil spirit would possess the police officers at the scene. Don't worry, I have eliminated the evil spirits possessing them. Just wait for them to wake up. So that's how it is. Thank you, Mr. Roca. After seeing Roca demonstrate his true abilities, Sheriff Bruce's tone became much more respectful. I just wonder if there are still evil spirits in this apartment. Of course there are, and there are a lot of them, which are very tricky. Roca said, narrowing his eyes at Sheriff Bruce. Sheriff Bruce was an experienced man, so he knew what he meant. Then please ask Mr. Roca to get rid of these evil spirits. To express our gratitude, our police are willing to double the commission. No problem. Roca nodded with satisfaction, then strode towards the apartment. Mr. Roca, I will send a team to go in with you. Sheriff Bruce was still a little worried, so he planned to send a small team to follow in, and also to confirm whether there were any evil spirits inside. Of course, the most important thing was the Book of the Dead. Although this thing is very dangerous, it is also worth studying. Chapter 136. Roca saw through his thoughts at a glance. This is not a good idea. The evil spirits inside can possess anyone. I'm not afraid, but they will. The meaning of this statement is obvious, he just doesn't want them to follow him. Even if we follow them in, there will probably just be a few more corpses. He won't babysit for several people. If they want the Book of the Dead, they must have the ability to do so. Sheriff Bruce frowned. In fact, he had also considered this issue, but he did not change his mind. How about this? We'll give Mr. Roka another 50,000 in commission. What do you think? Roka raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Sheriff Bruce was determined to get the Book of the Dead. It would be better to ask him directly for it. This thing is a disaster if it is left in the hands of ordinary people. Okay, since you said so, but don't hold me back after you go in, otherwise I won't care about them. No problem. Sheriff Bruce nodded, then looked at the 5 members of the team behind him and shouted, "Did you hear me? You must follow Mr. Roka's instructions after you go in. If anyone dies on his own initiative, no one else can be blamed." Yes. The 5-man team saluted in unison, then followed Roka fully armed. As soon as Roka approached the building that was about to be demolished, he smelled a strong smell of blood. He looked normal, stretched out his hand and pushed the door back. But I found that the door seemed to be blocked by something. Mr. Roka, there seems to be something blocking the door of this building. Do you want to use explosives? The team leader suggested loudly. Need not. Roka shook his head. This little problem was not of any concern to him. Boom. He just raised his foot and kicked hard, and the door broke into pieces in an instant. The things behind the door were also blown away. It was a corpse that was not in human form. No, it should be said that it was a corpse controlled by an evil spirit. Roar. Even though he was kicked away, the evil spirit was not killed. After a roar, the evil spirit opened its bloody mouth and pounced on him. The police team behind him raised their guns in panic and prepared to shoot. Don't move. Roka growled, ordinary bullets are simply not capable of dealing with these evil spirits, unless they are bullets enchanted with the flames of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and snatched the golden desert eagle. Bang! The next second, the corpse possessed by the evil spirit was burned by flames. Roka didn't even look at the corpse and walked into the building. The 5 police officers behind him were stunned. What kind of bullet is this? How could the demon be ignited in an instant? Isn't this too outrageous? Can we still believe in science? Bullshit science, even the devil has appeared and there is still science. The few of them didn't think much about it. Seeing Roka walking away, they quickly followed him. I definitely can't take the elevator, let's take the stairs. Arriving at the elevator door, Roka didn't even look at the elevator and walked straight towards the stairs opposite. The evil spirit has special powers and can control elevators and other electronic equipment. Entering the elevator is simply seeking death. So several people began to climb the stairs. Roka has used his supervision to see where the Book of the Dead is, which is on the 5th floor. But those evil spirits obviously wouldn't let them go to the 5th floor smoothly. Roar! As soon as we reached the 2nd floor, a large number of former residents who were controlled by evil spirits rushed over roaring. They were all covered in blood, some were missing half of their heads, and some were missing arms and legs. They are as disgusting as a group of zombies. Fortunately, Roka was used to this situation. He remained calm and fired the golden desert eagle with both hands. Blast, blast! The evil spirits hit by bullets were instantly enveloped by the flames of hell. It turned into ashes with a series of shrill roars. The 5 police officers behind him were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that there were so many evil spirits in the building. However, it seemed that these evil spirits were nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps because they saw Roka easily destroy these evil spirits, several people couldn't help but look down on him. Little did he know that the reason why Roka seemed to be able to deal with these evil spirits so easily was all thanks to the fire of hell. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to eliminate these evil spirits. After dealing with the evil spirits rushing out from the 2nd floor, we moved on to the 3rd floor. Another large number of residents possessed by evil spirits rushed over with roars. But it was soon turned into ashes by the sound of gunfire. Request flowers. Roka continued to go up to the 4th floor without changing his expression, and he felt more relaxed. Compared to the illusory and intangible god of death, evil spirits of this level are nothing. It's all in vain no matter how many people come. However, as he walked, he suddenly realized that the police team behind him was not catching up. Immediately afterwards, there were shouts of fear and gunshots from the corridor behind him. These idiots! Roka cursed loudly and used his supervision to look, only to see a human spider monster composed of multiple human bodies emerge from the elevator at some point and chase the police team members. The terrified people shot wildly. However, he found that the bullets had no effect at all on the horrible monster except for some blood splattering. The police officers who had been somewhat contemptuous just now were now completely scared out of their wits. One of them kept backing away in fear and accidentally fell to the ground. The next second, the human spider monster pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Ah! The police officer screamed in horror. But the human spider did not kill him immediately. Instead, it spewed out a lot of filthy blood from its mouth, which covered his entire body. The stench of blood coupled with extreme fear. The police officer was so frightened that he waved his limbs around but couldn't escape at all. It was at this time. Blanket. A huge gunshot rang out, deafening. The next second, a big hole was blown in the body of the disgusting and terrifying human spider monster. Then the flames of hell quickly burned the body of the human spider monster, causing it to emit bursts of shrill roars. In just a moment, the human spider was burned to ashes. Seeing this, Roka put away the Reaper Barret. He was about to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly, gunshots rang out again. A bullet hit him right in the forehead. But he didn't dodge. When I looked up, I saw that the police officer who had been spit on had stood up, holding a rifle in both hands. He was the one who fired the shot just now. Kevin, what are you doing? The police captain looked at the team member named Kevin in shock and anger, and could not believe that he actually shot Roka with a gun. Chapter 137. What shocked him even more was that the bullet had no effect on Roka at all. Is this guy a monster? Kevin's eyes turned white and a strange smile appeared on his blood-stained face, and then he raised the gun again. But before he could pull the trigger, gunshots rang out. A bullet hit him accurately in the forehead. Then the flames of hell quickly enveloped it, and in a moment it was reduced to ashes. The whole process happened so fast that the police captain almost had no time to react. Mr. Roka, you. The police captain looked grim, although he didn't know why Kevin suddenly opened fire. But Roka killed Kevin in front of him, and did not spare any of his family. They are really not taken seriously. I advise you to leave here now. Roka was too lazy to explain, so he turned around and left. The police captain was no fool, of course. After thinking about Kevin's actions just now, he realized that he was possessed by an evil spirit. That's why he suddenly shot Roka. Captain, what should we do now? The other team members were still in shock. We must complete the task assigned by the sheriff. Follow him. The team leader gritted his teeth and finally decided to follow. The other team members had no choice. I had no choice but to continue executing the order. Roka, who had already reached the 3rd floor, heard the noise behind him, glanced at them, and then ignored them. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the team leader quickly took his men and followed closely. This time they dare not fall behind. Otherwise, God knows what kind of horrible monster will appear. After cleaning up the 3rd floor, Roka decisively went to the 4th floor. However, the 4th floor was different from other places. The ground was covered with a layer of dried black blood, which was extremely disgusting. Roka didn't want to dirty his shoes, so after thinking about it, he used flying to float on the plasma. It seemed no different from normal walking, but in fact there was no blood stain on the feet. The squad of police officers behind them were completely unaware of this. How disgusting! Several people felt extremely nauseous when they stepped on the blood plasma. It felt as if they were standing in the stomach of a monster. The pungent stench made them secrete stomach acid crazily. It seemed as if it would be vomited out in the next second. Roka glanced around. The next moment his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he flew up. The police team were shocked when they saw this scene, but before they could say anything, there was a loud noise coming from the front. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of smelly blood gushed out. The armed police officers who were unable to dodge were all knocked to the ground by the blood plasma. It took a while for the blood plasma to flow down the stairs. Several police officers climbed up from the blood-spattered ground, their bodies soaked in blood and their faces filled with fear. But it seems that apart from being bathed in plasma, nothing happened. This is clearly not right. Roka frowned. This sudden surge of plasma was definitely not in vain. It looked more like some kind of baptism. Come here, you guys. Hearing his words, the remaining 4 members of the police team hurried over. Mr. Roka. Shut up. Roka shouted, then swung out a ray of hellfire that enveloped the several people. Ah! The sudden fire startled several people, but they calmed down after realizing there was no burning sensation. Kindness. Roka frowned. He didn't find anything suspicious about them. How could this be possible? Could it be that the plasma just now was just for them to take a bath? Mr. Roka, are you okay? The team leader asked cautiously. He also knew that in this strange place, anything could cost him his life. For the sake of his own life, he must rely on Roka. It's okay, let's go. Roka didn't waste any words and turned around and walked towards the 5th floor. Seeing this, several members of the police team hurried to catch up. Come to the 5th floor. This is the floor where the 2 women, one big and one small, who escaped, live. Roka remembered that the story began with an earthquake in the area, and then Ellie's family found a closed room in the earthquake. This room is where Father Marcus of Matrik Cathedral sealed the Book of the Dead. Ellie's oldest son, Danny, discovers the Book of the Dead and Father Marcus's records. Then, by coincidence, he recited the spell from the Book of the Dead and released the evil spirits. The evil spirit then went on a killing spree throughout the entire floor. The only people who escaped were Ellie's youngest daughter, Kathy, and her sister, Beth. They are the 2 women, one adult and one child, who reported the case before. This is it. The 5th floor seemed relatively quiet, and Roka arrived at Ellie's door with almost no obstacles. The Book of the Dead is in Ellie's house. Mr. Roka, could you please let us in first? Just then, the police team came over and said, "You want something in there?" Roka looked at them with a half-smile. The team leader's face changed. This was a task assigned to him by the sheriff. Logically speaking, the person in front of him should not know about it. But why does the other party seem to know it? Even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. Don't waste your life. No, the police have told us that we must get that thing. It seems you know something about that thing. Roka thought for a moment and then stepped aside. It's hard to persuade a damned person with kind words. Since they want to die, there is no way I can stop them. It's just that there will be a few more guys controlled by evil spirits, the impact won't be that big. Thank you very much. Upon seeing this, the police captain expressed his gratitude and then led his men to break into the house. The strange thing is that the room is completely dark and there is no one or evil spirit present. The police captain was delighted and immediately asked everyone to search the room. Based on the information provided by Beth, they soon found the Book on the Dead in Danny's room. Very good. The police captain reached out for the Book of the Dead in surprise. Then he felt as if something was blocking his vision. He wiped his eyes casually, but found that dark and smelly blood seemed to be flowing out of his eyes. Looking up at the mirror in the bedroom, he found that black blood was not only flowing from his eyes, but also from his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Bakr. The team members were horrified when they saw the captain's look and wanted to say something, but they didn't know that they were in the same situation as the captain. Chapter 138. Why don't you listen to my advice? Roka, who was standing outside the door and lighting a cigarette, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He could see the situation in the room clearly. I think the blood on my body wasn't useless, but was some kind of evil ritual. Just like now, it was directly transformed into an evil spirit by the Book of the Dead. Without thinking too much, he pulled out the golden desert eagle with both hands. The flames of hell attached to it and turned it into a cool death eagle. Then he walked in with a swagger. Roar! As soon as they entered the room, the police officers who had turned into evil spirits rushed up with roars. They looked really scary with blood all over their bodies and their bloody mouths wide open. But the next moment, boom boom boom, several bullets hit them right on the forehead. Then the flames of hell instantly enveloped and burned it. This is why Roka allowed them to catch up. Even if they turned into evil spirits, it would only take a few bullets to kill them. It won't cause any trouble at all. It can only be said that greed is insatiable, and these people are living examples of this. This must be the Book of the Dead. Roka came into the bedroom, and his eyes immediately fell on the book on the desk that looked like it was made of some kind of parchment. But in fact this book was made with the flesh, bones and blood of countless people. There are sharp bone spikes on the pages that seal the book, which looks like 2 rows of fangs. To be on the safe side, he attached the light of hell to his palm and grabbed the undead. But unexpectedly, the devil's shrill scream came to my ears. Roka paused for a moment, then reached for the Book of the Dead again. I don't know if the Book of the Dead was afraid, but the strange screams were getting louder and louder. Even the light bulbs and mirrors in the room shattered at this moment. Hat! Roka chuckled and grabbed the Book of the Dead the next moment. The horrific visions around also came to an abrupt end at this moment. You're scared too? Roka felt both amused and annoyed. It seemed that the Book of the Dead also knew the power of the hellfire and it actually became obedient. I casually opened the Book of the Dead and took a look at it. It contains the appearance and information of various demons. When ordinary people open the Book of the Dead, they will involuntarily recite the spell to summon evil spirits, and then be possessed by the evil spirits. But it was of no use to him. That's all the evil spirits are. Roka casually threw the Book of the Dead into the system space. He hasn't figured out how to use the Book of the Dead yet, but it's safe to keep it in the system space. It's also good as a collection. After doing all this, Roka used his supervision to scan the entire floor, and only turned and left after confirming that there were no evil spirits. After a moment, he walked out of the building, and the policemen gathered on the street became a little nervous when they saw him. "Mr. Roka!" Sheriff Bruce called out cautiously. Snap, snap. Walking out from the shadows, Roka couldn't help but smile slightly. Why? Sheriff Bruce is so scared. Of course not. After hearing this, Sheriff Bruce finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still remained stubborn. But when he found that there was no sign of the police team he had sent behind Roka, his expression suddenly changed. "Mr. Roka, where are they?" Sheriff Bruce asked with a grim look on his face. "The recorder is here, take a look for yourself," Roka said as he handed over the law enforcement recorder that he had removed from the police captain's shoulder. Sheriff Bruce took the recorder and started checking it immediately. Only after the recorder recorded the scene of the team members bleeding from all 7 orifices on their faces did Sheriff Bruce quietly turn off the recorder. By now he had a rough idea of what was going on inside. It can be said that it was his orders that caused all 5 members of the team to be possessed by evil spirits and eventually lose their lives. Sheriff Bruce took a deep breath and asked, "Mr. Roka, have all the evil spirits in there been dealt with?" "Certainly." Roka folded his arms and nodded. What about that thing?" Sheriff Bruce asked anyway. "If you wanted the Book of the Dead, just tell me earlier. Why let someone go in and die?" Roka shrugged with a speechless expression. Sheriff Bruce was delighted. "Mr. Roka, can you hand over the Book of the Dead to our police?" However, Roka's answer disappointed him greatly. "I'm sorry, it's safer to keep this thing with me. Of course, if you really want to die, I can help you do that." It's not impossible for Roka to give the Book of the Dead to him. What does it have to do with him if everyone in Los Angeles dies? Sheriff Bruce's expression changed constantly, and he finally sighed, "Forget it, I believe that thing is safe in Mr. Roka's hands. In fact, my grandfather was a priest in the church." Through Sheriff Bruce's explanation, Roka finally understood why he was so obsessed with getting the Book of the Dead. It turned out that his ancestors were once priests in the church, and the existence of the Book of the Dead was also recorded in some of his ancestral books. If ordinary people get hold of this thing, they will be tempted by evil spirits and recite the summoning spell, thus being possessed by the evil spirits. I advise you to give up the idea of touching the Book of the Dead." Roka glanced at him warningly. Sheriff Bruce smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, then please keep the book safe, Mr. Roka, and don't let those evil spirits come out to harm people again." Roka sneered. This thing really couldn't make any waves in his hands. "Since the commission has ended, I will leave as well." Roka stretched, turned around and left. Thank you Mr. Roka for your help. We will transfer the commission money to your company's account as soon as possible," Sheriff Bruce said hurriedly. Roka waved his hand without answering. The next second he flew into the sky and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Evil Dead Rising rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for reaching LV4 rightward arrow Lee6. Thermal vision has been improved by 2 levels, not bad. Roka was quite satisfied with the reward increase, but it had been a long time since he encountered an opponent who could make him fight with all his strength. Even the Mist Beast is just a toy. He felt that his body was getting better. Chapter 139. Bored, Roka flew quickly through the clouds. Just at this moment, he seemed to sense something, stopped and looked quickly towards the west. His supervision allowed him to instantly see locations dozens of kilometers away. However, the noise was obviously coming from a farther distance. What on earth is it? Roka was a little confused. What on earth could have caused such a stir in his heart? It was as if instinct drove him to go and check it out. As the saying goes, a skilled person is a bold one. Roka didn't think much about it. He was very curious about what made his instinct drive him to check it out. Without saying a word, he flew quickly towards the target location. An hour later. Kansas, USA. Brightburn Town. Roka came here because of the feeling that attracted him, but he had no impression of this town. Enter the town. This place is not much different from an ordinary small town. There are various shops on the street, but the flow of people does not seem to be large. There was also the sound of play and fighting coming from a school not far away. Roka searched for a long time but couldn't find where the problem was. Am I feeling wrong? Just when he was wondering if he had found the wrong place, a little boy with short black hair and a skull bag on his back, who was walking home from school, caught his attention. The little boy looks no different from an ordinary child. But with Roka's supervision, the little boy's bone and flesh density are dozens or even hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. In other words, ordinary firearms hitting him would be like tickling him, and even missile bombardment would not necessarily hurt him at all. And there seems to be a huge amount of energy hidden in this guy. Even Roka was a little surprised when he saw this. Who is this kid? Ding! The system has updated the task Demon Child, please quickly solve the magic picture. Demon Children. The sudden prompt from the system made Roka stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he had seen this work. This work is simply a negative example of Superman. It makes people understand that aliens with power can not only become supermen, but also become the motherland who destroys the world. For example, there are 2 types of bees. Bees are pollinators and wasps are predators. Wasps are more aggressive and more dangerous. A wasp called the crazy paper wasp is a nest parasite. They have lost the ability to build nests, so they resort to brute force to have other species of wasps raise their young, and then take over their nests. The alien boy in front of him, named Brandon Breyer, is the crazy paper wasp. If it is allowed to grow smoothly, I am afraid the whole world will face the crisis of destruction. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Roka narrowed his eyes, but did not rush to take action. After all, this is near a school, and if a fight really breaks out, innocent people might be hurt. Breyer, you are an idiot. Ha ha ha. Not far away, Brandon Breyer, who was quietly carrying his skull bag home, was attacked by a student behind him and pushed to the ground. This was followed by laughter from other students. Brandon Breyer silently got up from the ground without saying a word, but just glared at several people fiercely. The bullying kids laughed even louder when they saw this. However, it seems that Brandon Breyer has not fully awakened at this time. Roka narrowed his eyes and followed silently. All the way to the Breyers. Brandon Breyer seemed to realize that something was following him, and he quickly ran into the house and closed the door. Brandon. Boom boom boom. Brandon, open the door. Mother Tori shouted for a long time before Brandon opened the door. Brandon, what happened? Tori asked as she gently held Brandon in her arms. Brandon was silent for a moment before he told others that he felt someone was following him. Hearing that someone was going to harm her son, Tori, as a mother, naturally couldn't just sit there and do nothing. She told her husband, Kyle Breyer, about the incident. Then the two of them went outside and checked carefully, but did not find any suspicious people. So the matter had to be left unresolved. At this time, Roka was standing high in the sky, staring at the Breyer family. Now was not the time to take action, and it would not be too late to take action at night. Soon it was night. At 9 o'clock, the Breyers turned off the lights and went to bed on time. Don't worry, baby. I'll be back soon. Just wash up and wait for me. Then come back soon. Don't worry, I'm here. After hanging up the phone with Maria, Roka turned his gaze back to Brandon. Brandon was already asleep at this time. Now is a good time to get rid of it while its ability has not yet awakened. However, just as he was about to take action, he saw Brandon get up and walk out. Sleepwalking. Roka was a little surprised to see him with his eyes closed. This scene seemed to have appeared in a movie. This means he is going to look for the spaceship that brought him here. Thinking of this, Roka suddenly became interested. I don't know if this guy is from Krypton. After all, his abilities are almost the same as Superman's. He also has a body as hard as steel, and ordinary bullets cannot hurt him at all. It can also fly, and its eyes can emit red laser rays. Brandon, who was sleepwalking, seemed to be summoned by something. He staggered to the barn and finally stopped in a compartment inside the barn. Then he grabbed Xiao Xiao and started pulling the locked basement door. That's a spaceship. Roka's supervision has already seen the strangely shaped spaceship in the basement. It looks like a washing machine drum, and its surface is covered with a lot of dust. Interesting. Now that the alien spacecraft has been found, there is no need to waste time. Earlier to solve this fake Superman, also early to go back to hold Maria kiss kiss hug hug lift high. At the same time, Brandon, who was sleepwalking, continued to pull the partition door, making a rattling sound. The next second, a figure grabbed it and flew high into the sky. After the cold wind blew, Brandon finally woke up. He looked at the man who was holding him in front of him in a daze and felt a little confused. When he looked up at the sky below his feet, he was so scared that he screamed. Chapter 140. Hey, don't be nervous, it will be over soon. Roka grinned, then kneed him hard in the stomach. Ugh. Brandon retched and almost vomited out the bitter water, and his whole body became limp. Then he was thrown down from a height of 1,000 meters. Boom. Brandon fell at an extremely fast speed, creating a big hole in the ground. Roka landed slowly and was about to check if the guy was dead, but he didn't expect that Brandon flew up from the pit the next moment. Destroy, conquer, destroy, conquer. Brandon's eyes were red and he kept muttering these two sentences. Ah! The next second he shouted loudly, and his eyes released red rays towards Roka. Roka's expression remained unchanged. He had known that Brandon had this trick a long time ago, and he immediately shot out with his thermal vision as well, colliding with the opponent's red light. Sizzle! The two rays of light remained in stalemate in the air for a moment. Then he was completely crushed by Roka's thermal vision. Brandon, who was hit by the heat vision, closed his eyes and 430 screamed in pain. You, a fake Superman, are not worthy of competing with me in thermal vision. Roka snorted coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, Brandon opened his bloodshot eyes again. It turned out that his eyesight was not affected at all after taking the fever medicine just now. Then he roared and rushed over at supersonic speed. Roka narrowed his eyes slightly and rushed forward at the same supersonic speed. The two collided, creating a violent shock wave, and then Brandon flew backwards. This is not the end yet. Roka appeared in front of him again at supersonic speed. "Drink!" He roared and punched Brandon violently in the face. The next moment, Brandon was blasted away for several kilometers like a cannonball, smashing several abandoned houses and trees along the way, and finally landed on the road. Not dead yet. Roka followed him to the road and saw Brandon, who was in tatters, lying in the middle of the road and was not dead yet. You have to know that he had used all his strength just now, and even he himself didn't know how much strength he had. I didn't expect Brandon to be able to withstand my punch without dying. Beep. Just then a large truck came speeding over, shining its lights on the two of them and blaring a deafening horn. The next second, the truck crashed into the two of them. When the driver stopped to check, he found nothing on the ground. This made the driver shudder and he thought he saw a ghost. At the same time, Roka chased Brandon into the sky. That's right, just now when the truck attacked, Brandon took the opportunity to escape. But he couldn't escape. Roka blocked Brandon's way at a faster speed, then clasped his hands together and hit him hard on the head with a heavy hammer. Ah! Brandon screamed again and fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, a hole several meters across was smashed into the ground, and the area within 100 meters radius became like a spider web. Brandon couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had never been injured since he was born, but finally he was injured. He climbed out of the pit with difficulty, only to see Roka standing in front of him. He was greeted with another ruthless fist. Boom! In an instant, Brandon was like a sandbag, being hit continuously by Roka, and every blow made him scream in pain. The area within a radius of several kilometers was also destroyed by his power. Cool! Roka shouted loudly and made a final dunk, sending it flying from the sky into the earth. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Roka sighed, where can I find such a good sandbag? There are even fewer sandbags that can allow him to exert his full strength. But after thinking about it, he decided to kill him. After all, although this guy is a fake Superman, his growth potential is unknown. There's no need to keep such a threat around. Goodbye then. As Roka finished speaking, two red rays of light shot out from his eyes and hit Brandon's head. Ah! Brandon screamed in pain. Next second. Bump! His entire head exploded instantly, and red and white splattered all over the ground. Tisk tisk! Roka, who had put away his thermal vision, couldn't help but smack his lips, feeling a little regretful that such a good sandbag was gone. Unfortunately, this guy is just like the Sun in Dragon Ball. His mission when he was sent here is to conquer the earth or destroy it. This guy is evil to the core. Unless one becomes stupid like Sun Wukong, it is impossible for him to turn over a new leaf. Not to mention taking him as your younger brother. Forget it, let's go back. Roka put Brandon's body on the ground into the monster containment device, then used the hellfire to clean the blood on the ground before leaving. As for what would the Brayers, who adopted Brandon, do if they found out the child was gone? That can only mean that they saved their lives. Otherwise, he will die at Brandon's hands sooner or later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Demon Child, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Awakening the Superhuman Bloodline. The sudden reminder in his mind made Roka stunned for a moment, and then he felt hot all over. Then it fell from the sky, creating a big hole in the field. No one knew that a Superman was awakening at this moment. Beep beep beep. I don't know how long it was before I heard a phone ring in the fields. Then Roka, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally opened his eyes, and then he picked up the phone and answered it. Hello. Where have you been, dear? Why haven't you come back yet? It's almost dawn. Maria's aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry honey, I'll be right back. Roka hung up the phone and flew into the sky towards New York. He also took the time to check the system prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Kryptonian bloodline. All superpowers have been upgraded to max. Now completing system tasks will reward you with an increase in the Kryptonian bloodline. Ding! System prompt: in order to become a Silver Superman as soon as possible, Please continue to work hard and complete more system tasks. Great. I've finally become a genuine Superman. Roka was extremely surprised. Although he had been calling Brandon a fake Superman before, in fact, he himself was also a fake Superman. Who made him have superhuman abilities but not superhuman blood? Chapter 141. Now he has finally awakened his Kryptonian bloodline. And as long as you continue to complete the tasks, you can be promoted to Silver Super. You have to know that not all Kryptonians are superhuman. Among the countless Kryptonians, there is only one invincible Superman, Clark. Just like the Syans in Dragon Ball, the ordinary Syans in the 7th universe have a combat power of only tens of thousands at most. Even if they turn into gorillas, they only have a combat power of more than 100,000. How many Syans are there who can continuously break through the limits of Syans and grow to surpass the god of destruction Beerus? There is only one Sun Wukong. Roka only needs to complete the system tasks to successfully grow into the invincible Silver Superman of the multiverse. And the time taken is definitely shorter than that of the Silver Super. What could be more joyful than this? In a good mood, Roka returned home almost instantly. Maria, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV boredly, was suddenly picked up and she screamed in fright. However, I felt relieved only after I felt a familiar embrace. My dear, I've kept you waiting for a long time. What took you so long to come back? Maria clapped her hands, hugged his neck, pouted her lips and said somewhat aggrievedly. Sorry I took care of a fake Superman on the way. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Roka kissed her fair face, which seemed like it could squeeze water out of it, with an apologetic look on his face. Well, I forgive you. The well-behaved Maria wasn't really angry, she was just a little worried because she had to wait for so long. I'm used to it, but it's still dealing with evil spirits. What to do in case of an accident? By the way, where are they? Roka was referring to Tina, Allison, and Stella. They can't wait to go to bed. Maria replied quietly. Roka checked the time and found it was already 2 in the morning. No wonder they all fell asleep. But this made him feel even more sorry for Maria, as she had waited until now just because of his words. Good baby, let's not bother them. Let's go to the bathroom. After saying this, Roka chuckled and then picked up her petite body and took her to the bathroom. I've already washed it. Maria protested quietly. It's okay to take a bath again after taking one, doesn't Maria like taking a bath with me? As Roka spoke, he turned on the shower, and as the warm water flowed down, he lowered his head and kissed her soft red lips. This girl has waited for so long, we can't let her down. But you have to be gentle when you need to be gentle, and be wild when you need to be wild. It was not until Maria fainted from the scream of OM that Roka fell asleep holding her in his arms. The next day, warm sunlight falls on the bed. Roka yawned and slowly woke up. He looked down at Maria who was still sleeping in his arms and couldn't help but smile brightly. The girl screamed quite loudly last night. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed for a while today. Snap. SH. Roka looked at Allison who pushed the door open and made a gesture to keep quiet. Allison glanced at Maria, who was sleeping in his arms with a happy smile on her face, and she reacted, feeling a little envious and jealous. I'll wait for you outside. Allison gestured with her hand and cautiously left the room. There's no way around it. Those of them who have been injected with super soldier serum have much sharper facial senses than normal people. The slightest sound can attract their attention. Fortunately, Maria was tired after a night of sleep, so she didn't wake up. Roka carefully pulled Maria off him, then carefully got up and put on his clothes. I didn't feel relieved until I left the room. Boss, you are such a fool. Why didn't you wake us up when you came back? Allison said jealously when she saw him come out. That's because you fell asleep. Roka picked up the sandwich on the table and started eating it without any concern. After hearing this, Allison was a little angry, but she couldn't refute it because they fell asleep. Later, Maria's screams woke them up, but no one dared to join in. By the way, do you have any special requests today? Roka asked as he drank his milk. No. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes. I've already contacted Sister Selena, and she has arranged all the possible commissions. What's that expression on your face? I'm your boss and I'm busy too, okay? Request flowers, oh. As Roka said this, he slapped her plump buttocks. Pa! This slap was really loud. Allison exclaimed, holding her butt and staring at him resentfully. Honey, you're up. At this time, Tina and Stella also got up one after another. Well, by the way, is everyone okay today? It's the weekend today, what's wrong? Tina asked curiously. Then let's go out and play together today. Roka remembered that he hadn't accompanied the girls shopping and chatting for a long time, so he had to cultivate some relationships while he had the time. Very good. Hearing this, Tina screamed excitedly. Stella also smiled happily. Master, can you take me out too? At this time, Mary Xiao asked cautiously. After being together for such a long time, she has almost gotten used to the life of a nanny, and can chat with Tina and the others on weekdays. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could feel that Roka was even more terrifying now. This made her even less willing to resist. Hi. Roka didn't expect Mary Shaw to make such a request, but since everyone was going together, it didn't matter if there was one more person. Then let's go together. Thank you, Master. Mary Shaw was also somewhat happy after hearing this. Although she was a perverted puppet evil spirit, she also wanted to go out more often. After everything was ready, Roka called Wenyu and Julie and asked them to come over. It's a chance for everyone to get to know each other. After spending a few days happily playing with them, Allison suddenly found him. Boss. What's wrong? Roka was holding Maria's petite body and watching the game. I met a girl online. She has been having some troubles recently. I suspect she has been subjected to domestic violence. Well? Domestic violence? Shouldn't this kind of thing be reported to the police? Roka raised his eyebrows. Domestic violence was not within his job scope. But she's very beautiful, are you sure you don't want to take a look? Allison stretched out her voice, as if to tempt him to continue asking. Chapter 142. Okay, tell me what's going on. Roka smiled as he played with Maria's fair little hands while watching the game. It's like this, the girl's name is Sarah, she claims that she often sees horrible things, she even suspects that there are evil spirits targeting her. Huh? Didn't you just talk about domestic violence? How did you become an evil spirit again? Roka was a little strange. Because I suspect that her seeing evil spirits and the like is all her own imagination, she must have suffered from domestic violence for a long time, which led to hallucinations. Allison said very seriously. Well, that's a fascinating story. Roka shrugged. This is not a story, look, this is her photo. Allison said as she pulled out her phone and pulled out a photo. Aome. Roka blurted out 793 after seeing the photo. Ah? Who is Aome? Do you know her? Allison asked confused. No, what did you say her name was? Sarah. Sarah. Roka stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Ding. The system has updated the task Silent House. Please help Sarah solve the problem. Seeing the system prompt, Roka suddenly realized what was going on. He said that the name Sarah plus Allison's story sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Aome, and she was the Eastern horror film The Silent House played by Hung Nu Wang. Although this horror thriller is not very exciting, because there are no evil spirits in the whole film. It simply tells the story of a daughter who was abused by her father, developed two personalities due to schizophrenia, and took revenge on her father. Also because this thriller horror film is starring Elizabeth Olsen. That's why he went to see it. Overall it's pretty good. When she was around 20 years old, Olsen was at the peak of her beauty. Although her acting skills need to be improved, she is still relatively young. Thinking of this, Roka suddenly became interested. Okay, I'll take this commission. This is not a commission. Boss, please don't take advantage of me. Roka slapped her buttocks. Pa, how dare you slander your husband? You still don't even get the upper hand. Allison covered her hip and rolled her eyes. Do you want to know the details of the salad? Of course I want to know. Hey, baby, tell me now. Roka was very much looking forward to seeing the young and tender Aome, so he reached out and rubbed the place where she had been hit just now. Allison slapped his hand away and then searched on her phone. Sarah said that she would go back to the countryside with her father to live for a while during the holiday. Go back to the countryside to live? Where? Seeing how anxious he was, Allison couldn't help but give him a blank look. It's in a place called Mori in the New York countryside. Moly Town? I remember that. My dears, wait for me when I come back. Roka stood up excitedly, and flew out of the window impatiently. Wait, I haven't told Sala yet. Before Allison could finish her words, Roka disappeared. She shrugged helplessly, thought about it and didn't bother to say anything, so she let the boss hit the wall on his own. Just think of it as a little trouble for him. Who made the boss come to Hez in such a hurry? Maria, who was put aside, pouted and looked unhappy, and could only sulk aside. The other side. Mori Town, where is Mori Town? After some difficult inquiries, Roka finally found the location of Mori Town before dark. He immediately rushed to Mori Town without stopping. Hey, hello. Roka was just about to ask someone about the location of Sala's house when he happened to meet a black-haired girl. Hello. The black-haired girl was a little surprised to see such a handsome boy coming to the town, and then she smiled and raised her hand to greet him. My name is Roka. Sophia, this is probably your first time in this town, right? Sophia asked curiously. Roka nodded. Yes, come and find 10 people. Looking for someone? Visiting a relative? No, I just met a girl online. I heard that she had some troubles recently, so. Roka shrugged his shoulders at this point, and the meaning was self-evident. Well, tell me, there aren't many residents in this small town, and I know them all. Thank you. The girl I'm looking for is called Sala. I wonder if you know her. Sala. Sophia looked at him in surprise. Of course I know her. We were good friends when we were little. But later her family moved away. I haven't heard that she moved back. She said she was going back to the country with her father for a few days. Roka also recognized her at this time. This girl should be Sala's good friend who appeared in the movie, but she only appeared for a few minutes. Is that so? It's already quite late. How about I take you to her house tomorrow? Considering that it was too late, Suya did not take him to find Sala right away. Yaoki. Roka was not in a hurry. You probably don't have a place to stay since you just arrived, why don't you stay at my house for a night? Sophia invited with a smile. I'm afraid this is a little inconvenient, isn't it? Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sophia would invite him, a stranger they met for the first time, to live in her home. I don't know if this girl is careless or has no defense at all. Or is it that he is attracted to himself? It doesn't matter, there's no hotel in town anyway. Okay then, thanks. Roka thought about it and agreed. In fact, it was still time for him to go home and rest. 0.7. But since Sophia invited him so kindly, he had no way of refusing. Sophia's parents were at home, and when they saw her bringing back a handsome man, they thought he was her boyfriend. So Roka was entertained warmly. Sophia did not explain the relationship between the two. Roka is not stupid either. This girl is obviously attracted by his charm and has a crush on him. That's right, a pretty country girl like Sophia could not resist seeing a handsome man like a Prince Charming like him. It is normal to fall in love at first sight. Because in Sophia's eyes, there is no man better and more handsome than Roka. Luoka saw through it but didn't say anything. He was still more interested in Shi Mei. Chapter 143. Figure. The next day, accompanied by Sophia, the two came to a secluded lakeside cabin. This is Sala's house. There are wheel tracks on the ground. They are definitely back. After Sophia discovered the wheel marks on the ground, she finally confirmed that the Sarah family had really returned. It has been more than 10 years since they last saw each other, and she is really looking forward to meeting Sala. Salad. Just then, Sophia noticed a brown-haired girl standing at the door of the house, and she tried to call out. The girl has a pair of big and bright eyes, like clear lake water, and her lips are plump and elastic. She has a slender waist, which forms a perfect curve with her hips, highlighting her feminine charm. Her legs are long and powerful, and she is also recognized as having long legs. When she played the Scarlet Witch, her long legs were very eye-catching. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the snow-white area on the chest. So big, so white, and so deep. Sarah heard someone calling her and quickly looked towards the direction where the voice came from. When he saw Sophia and Roca, two strangers, he looked at them with confusion. "I can't believe you're actually back." Sophia happily gave Sarah a hug. 18. Sala was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. She could only stand there awkwardly, at a loss as to what to do. "You don't remember me?" Seeing her calm reaction, Sophia guessed that she definitely didn't remember her. "I'm so embarrassed." Sala smiled awkwardly. She really didn't remember the girl in front of her. "I'm Sophia, we used to play together." "Oh, of course, I remember." Sarah looked as if she had suddenly realized something, but it was unclear whether she really remembered it. "How have you been?" "I'm fine, especially finding you here." "Oh, I'd like to invite you in, but it's a mess here." It can be seen that Sala and his family have just moved back. The room has not been cleaned up yet and there is no electricity. "By the way, was he also my childhood playmate?" Sarah looked at the handsome man behind Sophia. "Hello, just call me Roca." "Oh Roca, I remember you." Sarah looked as if something had suddenly dawned on her. Sophia looked a little strange. She didn't remember having a playmate named Roca when she was a child. "Where have you been all these years? Are you still in school?" "Oh, no, you know I never liked school. I'm working for my dad now, or I can try something else." "Do you want to sell this place?" "Yes, but it must be repaired before it can be sold." Sophia chatted with Sarah for a while, then she remembered Roca who was standing beside her. "By the way, Roca seems to have something to ask you. What do you want to talk to me about?" Sarah looked at Roca in confusion. "Yes." Roca nodded. "I want to confirm whether you have been abused." "If it is true." "I'm sorry, that's not the case." The smile on Sala's face turned cold in an instant. Domestic violence seemed to be a taboo that no one was allowed to mention. Domestic violence. Sophia looked at Sala with some surprise. "I said no, my father loves me very much, now please leave here." Sala said this with a cold face and started to drive people away. Roca and Sophia looked at each other in confusion. "I'm sorry, but I will come again. If your father really abuses you, you can tell me and I will make him get the punishment he deserves." Sala was stunned for a moment, then turned cold and said nothing. Roca and Sophia had no choice but to leave. Domestic violence? Roca, the trouble Sala was in was domestic violence? "I didn't see that." Sophia still asked the doubts in her heart. Even though they haven't seen each other for many years, she didn't see any signs of domestic violence on Sala. "Didn't you notice that she didn't recognize you? And she even thought of me as her childhood playmate." Roca points out the problem. "What does this prove? Maybe she has a bad memory and doesn't want to be embarrassed, so she pretends to know us. Besides, Sala herself has not admitted to domestic violence." Sophia still didn't believe it. Roca crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes and said, "Then think about Sala's attitude when he drove us away in the end." Sophia frowned when she heard this. There was indeed something wrong with Sala's attitude just now. If there really was no domestic violence, why did the attitude change so quickly? And there's no need to drive them away, right? Is domestic violence real? But why did Sarah say she wasn't abused? "We can all help her." Sophia was still a little confused. If you are really experiencing domestic violence, you can speak up and everyone can think of ways to help you. People who have been abused for a long time would not think this way. "Let's go, we'll come back in the evening." Roca speculated that Sarah had mental problems due to long-term domestic violence, which is why she forgot Sophia, her childhood playmate. At the same time, because of long-term domestic violence, she is extremely afraid of her father. She always pretends nothing is wrong in front of outsiders. It is precisely because of this that a second personality, or schizophrenia, is born. In short, this matter must be caught in the act. Otherwise, nothing you say will be of any use. Sophia nodded when she heard this. She also wanted to help Sala, her childhood friend. Soon it was evening. Behind Sophia's house. How about it? It's late now, do you want to go to Sala's house? Need not. Roka shook his head. Kindness. Sophia was a little confused. Didn't she say she would go check it out at night? Wait until tomorrow. Roka didn't explain anything. Did he want him to say that he could clearly see Sala's house from here? In fact, nothing Sala did escaped his eyes. Now we just have to wait for an opportunity. That's when Sala's father abused Sala and caught him in the act. As for how to deal with Sala's father at that time, that's another matter. Although Sophia thought he was a little strange, she didn't say anything. But this wait took 2 days. On the third night, there was finally some movement in Sala's house. One day, Sarah's father John came back from outside and was drunk. Seeing his father in this state, Sarah was a little scared and hid in her room. Because every time this happened, John would beat her madly. She was even beaten several times and was seriously injured and hospitalized. Until now, she still feels that there is a hole in her head that has not healed, which is left by domestic violence. Chapter 144. However, what you fear will come to you. Even though she hid in the room without making any sound, she was found by John. Open the door. Boom boom boom. John knocked on the door of the room loudly, and the vicious sound made Sarah tremble all over and her face turned pale. Subconsciously, she opened the door. It has almost become an instinct. Because if you don't open the door, the consequences will be even worse. Opening the door might just result in a beating, but not opening the door would make her experience the pain and fear of death. She didn't dare not open the door. Dad. Tell me, did you talk to a strange man today? Pa. After asking, John didn't wait for Sarah to answer and whipped her with his belt. Ah! Sala screamed in pain, then curled up at the foot of the bed with her hands covering her head. Still dare to hide? John raised his hand with a ferocious look on his face and swung the belt again. However, the next moment, a big hole was knocked open in the wall of the room, and then Roka stood in front of Sala like a god and held John's hand tightly. The sudden scene sobered up the drunk John a lot. Who are you? Of course I am Sala's friend. A father like you who only knows how to commit domestic violence is simply the worst kind of evil. After Roka said this, he exerted a little force with his palm. Click, click, click. Ah! John screamed loudly in pain. The blow just now had crushed his arm bones to pieces, and even advanced medical methods could not cure it. He will have to be a cripple for the rest of his life, but it seems he doesn't have this life anymore. Suddenly, Sarah hugged Roka from behind. Kindness. Roka turned his head with some confusion and found that her body was still trembling slightly, but there was a look of satisfaction on her face. Sala, I told you, if your father abuses you, you can tell me. You can even tell him what you want him to do. Roka gently stroked her back to comfort her. Sala seemed a little unstable, and even his voice was trembling slightly. Who the hell are you? I'm calling the police to arrest you for breaking into someone's house. At this time, John finally recovered. He held his broken arm and glared at him with gritted teeth. Bang! Hearing this, Roka slapped him to the ground with his backhand. Are you deaf? I've already told you that I'm Sala's friend. Breaking into someone's house and hurting them? You have to get out alive. Roka's voice was cold, revealing his strong murderous intent. Even when facing the killer Jason or Freddy, he did not show such strong murderous intent. But facing this beastly father in front of him, he really wanted to crush him to death right now. Even sent him to Silent Hill to suffer eternal pain. In the movie, the father often abuses his daughter and even forces her to suffer from split personality. Such a father is not worthy of being a human being. Kill him, I want him dead. At this time, Sala suddenly roared loudly. Her originally beautiful big eyes were now bloodshot, and the look she gave her father was filled with deep hatred. Okay, let him die. Roca didn't waste any time and immediately killed John, using the fire of hell to burn him. No one knew that he died here. Wait. Just then, Sophia ran over panting. Roca had told her about the situation here before, but she ran too slowly. Just caught up now. After taking a few breaths, Sophia came to Sala and checked her injuries. Sure enough, there was a scar on her arm from being whipped by a belt. And because he was only wearing a white t-shirt, more old scars were revealed. There were scars all over his arms and back. But the biggest scar was on the head. That was caused by a blunt object. As a result, Sala was sent to the hospital and received more than 20 stitches, almost on the verge of death. I didn't expect that you, Sala, really suffered domestic violence. Looking at the injuries on Sarah's body, Sophia couldn't help but shed tears out of empathy. She immediately stood up and walked in front of John. I didn't expect you to be such a father. You actually abused your daughter for a long time. You really don't deserve to be a father. After saying that, Sophia kicked John hard in the crotch. John's heart-wrenching screams could be heard from far away, and just watching it made my scalp tingle. Even Roca couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. This girl really has a hot temper. If Sala had learned even a little bit, she wouldn't have suffered domestic violence for so long. Sarah couldn't help but smile with pleasure when she saw her father screaming. Sala, do you want to try it yourself? This beast has been abusing you for so long, it's time to resist. Seeing that she was eager to try, Roca encouraged her. Sala was somewhat tempted after hearing this, but her father's long-term pressure made her dare not do anything to him. It is no exaggeration to say that the fear of her father has penetrated deeply into her instincts. Unless it was a second personality, she would never have done anything to her father. Oh, forget it, just kill him. Roca sighed with some heartache. It was a pity that he didn't find Sala earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have suffered so much. He casually threw a ball of hellfire onto John. At the moment his soul was burned, all the scenes of domestic violence against his daughter in the past appeared before his eyes. The flames of hell will judge the guilty, and there is no doubt that John's guilt is very serious, no less than those murderers. What tormented him even more was that scenes of his past domestic violence against his daughter kept appearing in his mind. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. It turns out that I am such a BD. Zhao Deed, I am not worthy of being Sala's father. At the moment when his soul was about to dissipate, John gave Sarah a guilt-ridden smile. I hope you take good care of her. As he uttered the last sentence, his entire body was turned into ashes by the earth. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Sophia was shocked that Roca actually possessed such a magical ability. Even cremation at the funeral home was not so fast, and John was completely reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. But this also made her feel relieved. If there is no body, it will be fine even if the police ask about it. Anyway, there is no evidence. Sarah shed tears silently. The nightmare that had tormented her for so long finally ended, and the fear in her heart also quietly dissipated. But what followed was a look of confusion. Her father died, what should she do next? What should she do? Chapter 145. Don't think too much, you should embrace a new life next. Roca smiled and patted her shoulder gently. By the way, you don't have a job yet, do you want to come to my place? I'm in need of someone. The work at the exorcism office has been getting busier and busier recently. Selena originally planned to send someone to help Allison, but she was rejected. After all, it is somewhat inconvenient for outsiders, unless Selena comes in person. But that's impossible. After all, Selena still has to manage the entire vampire clan and werewolves. The experiment on Blood Orchid has also begun, and she needs to keep an eye on this aspect as well. On the contrary, there is nothing wrong with adding it to salad. Sala, who was confused at the moment, nodded without thinking too much. Although he had just met Roca, he saved him from danger and broke the nightmare he had been suffering for many years. So Sala trusted the other party without reservation. Sophia, on the other hand, was a little jealous. It just so happens that I don't have a job either. Can you add me? Sure. Roka didn't expect Sophia to take the initiative to ask to join, so this wasn't a big deal. To be honest, he quite likes this girl's temper, and her appearance is not bad at all. Come on, let's go to my house and rest tonight. 907. It was already very late at this time. Sala's house looked gloomy because there was no electricity. Plus John just died here. So there's no reason to leave Sala here alone. Anyway, Sophia's house is quite big. The next day, Sophia discussed it with her parents, and when she heard that she was going to work in the city, her parents agreed immediately. So Roka took Sarah and Sophia back to New York. But he was in no hurry to take them home. Instead, he took them shopping and having fun in New York. In the amusement park. Then it's settled. I'll ride the Ferris wheel with Sarah, and Sophia will be left to you to ride alone. In front of the Ferris wheel, Roka asked Sarah and Sophia to play rock paper scissors, and whoever won would ride with him. The result speaks for itself. Naturally, the salad won. All right. Sophia looked helpless. She also wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with Roka, but it was all her bad luck. Soon the three of them headed to the ticket gate. A moment later, Roka and Sala boarded the Ferris wheel and slowly rose into the sky. At this moment, the whole New York scenery is in full view, which makes people feel very happy. Thanks. Sala, with a smile on her face, suddenly thanked her. You've thanked me many times. Roka shrugged and then grinned. Besides, I don't really like verbal thanks. It's better to do something practical. Sarah was stunned when she heard this. Just when Roka thought nothing was happening, he saw Sarah suddenly stand on tiptoe, hug his neck and kiss him. The charming fragrance lingered in his nose, and the soft lips made him linger. For a moment, the two people on the Ferris wheel hugged each other and kissed passionately. It took a long time for the two to separate. Sala opened her red lips and breathed slightly, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Can you tell me about the past? Roka gently stroked her hair and held her tightly in his arms and asked. 23. Sala nodded slowly with a dazed look in her eyes and began to talk about her childhood experiences. It can be said that she has been severely beaten by her father since she was a child. Whenever she did something wrong, she would be beaten. Later, her father John seemed to have gotten used to it and would vent his violence on her no matter what. Even when they grow up, they cannot escape the fate of domestic violence. Even when a boy approached her, he would be violently driven away by his father. It was not until Roka's appearance that the nightmare that had lasted for more than 10 years was completely broken. After hearing this, Roka's eyes turned cold, and he felt that it was too easy for John to kill him just like that, even though he confessed at the last moment. But what good is justice delayed? Who will make up for the torture and pain that Sala has endured for more than 10 years? I should have sent him to Silent Hill and let Alessa torture him. But don't be afraid, no one will hurt you again in the future. Roka comforted Sala gently. The good news is that John only beat up Sala. He did not do anything worse than other animals. This is good news. After all, in the movie, Sarah not only suffered domestic violence and humiliation from John, but also had an abortion because of this. Fortunately, none of this happened. Really? Sala wiped away her tears, feeling somewhat moved. Of course, if anyone dares to touch my woman, I will kill him even if he is God. Roka's voice was flat. But the domineering part in his words moved Sala so much that she couldn't help but give him a kiss. The two did not separate until the Ferris wheel fell from the other side. It smells so good. It's so big. After Roka got down from the Ferris wheel holding Sala's hand, he couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the white skin in front of Sala. To be honest, among his women, even Allison and Stella are not as good looking as Sala. This figure is really unfair. Worthy of being called Aome. Sarah noticed his gaze and immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Roka helped her tighten her collar. This kind of scenery was enough for her to see, but it would be a big loss if it was seen by others. Hey, what are we going to play next? I want to join you this time, Roka. Sophia, who had just come down from the Ferris wheel, protested. Seeing the intimacy between the two, she knew something must have happened on the Ferris wheel, and she immediately felt a little jealous. So how about going to the haunted house next? Roka suggested with a smile. Okay. Sophia agreed immediately. After all, she was quite brave and was not afraid even of a haunted house. However, Sala subconsciously grabbed Roka's arm, looking a little scared. It's okay, Sala, if you're scared just hold on to me. Roka grabbed Sala's hand and interlocked their fingers. Sarah suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was in front of her best friend, and don't think she didn't know that her best friend Sophia also liked Roka. This made her even more embarrassed. Sophia was annoyed when she saw this. Why was she so stupid? Is it too late to pretend to be scared now? Spend the day playing with Sarah and Sophia. The three of them stayed in the hotel at night. You must be tired from playing today, take a good rest. After sending Sala back to the room, Roka was about to leave when he unexpectedly heard Sala suddenly hug him. When I looked down, I saw that she looked very embarrassed and I didn't know what to do next. Let's go to the bathroom first. Just as Roka was about to take action, Sala suddenly spoke in a low voice. No problem. Roka put his arm around her waist and walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and with the warm water, Sala's perfect figure was immediately exposed. She has a plump and perky figure, a slender waist, and plump and round buttocks that are extremely full, like a fresh and juicy peach. It's really great. Chapter 146. When Roka and Sala were halfway through their work, Sophia unexpectedly barged in. The next day, Roka brought the two girls back home to get to know Maria, Alice, and the others. Although the women had some complaints about this, they didn't say much. Allison, honey, didn't you say you were busy at work? Just let Sarah and Sophia be your secretaries and pay them as usual. $5,000 for each for 10 months is fine. Pocket money is of course not included, but a salary of $5,000 is already more than what 95% of workers earn in this day and age. However, Allison was filled with resentment after hearing this. Boss, I am just your secretary. Why do you let them be my secretaries? And my salary is only $2,000. Cough cough. Roka coughed awkwardly, twice. I announce that your salary has been raised. How about it being $10,000 now? And I'll also give you a secretary. Where can you find such good treatment? All right. Allison pouted but agreed. Of course, even though she said it reluctantly, she was actually very happy that her salary had increased fivefold. Sarah, Sophia, you should start working with Alice from today. It's very easy. Kindness. Sarah and Sophia nodded and had no objections. In fact, they had been informed of this situation by Roka before they came. Although they were a little bit unbelievable, they finally accepted the fact of becoming one of Roka's women. Want to ask why? That was naturally because my body and mind were completely conquered by Roka that night. With his current body, an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to bear it for long. But it doesn't matter, just inject them with super soldier serum. Let Sarah and Sophia follow Allison to familiarize themselves with the work process. Roka, who had some free time, held Maria, who was as docile as a kitten, in his arms and played with her, then opened the system to check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Silent House rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for improving the Kryptonian bloodline by 1%. Well, that's 1%. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could reach 1% just by completing a task. Could it be that if he reached 100%, he would become a silver super? After looking again, he found that his Kryptonian blood was more than just 1%. The vampires and werewolves arranged by Selena also completed a number of commissions. Although some rewards are only 0.5%. But little by little it adds up. I checked my personal attribute panel, which had changed a lot. Host, Roka. Kryptonian bloodline, 5%. Owned items, monster containment device *100. Superpowers, super regeneration, super speed, super hearing, body of steel, heat vision, hellfire, super strength, flight, super vision, super breathing, super brain power, biological force field. Roka's personal attribute panel has become more streamlined. There is no level division in the abilities, because these abilities will become more powerful as his strength increases. Overall, it has been strengthened. And there is also an additional Superman exclusive ability, the biological force field. Without a biological force field, one's own abilities cannot be controlled and will involuntarily cause damage to the surrounding environment. Even the thing that was shot out had the power to penetrate gold and stone. With the bioforce field, he can be no different from an ordinary person. What surprised Roka even more was that the Kryptonian bloodline already accounted for 5%. So fast. This is indeed a bit fast. After all, it has only been a short time since he awakened his Kryptonian bloodline, but he already has 5%. If this continues, it won't take long to become the silver superpower. Moreover, even a 5% increase would be enough to bring about a drastic change in his strength. Are you happy, dear? Maria in his arms could feel that he was very happy at this moment. Of course, I am very happy to have my baby with me, Roka said as he kissed Maria on her little mouth. It smells so good. With the addition of Sarah and Sophia, Allison naturally became much more relaxed. She even hired someone to redesign the exorcism agency's website. Separate the question section and the forum section. This also makes it more convenient for customers to come and consult. She assigned Sarah and Sophia as counselors. They are the ones who answer any inquiries calls. As for Allison, it is up to her to decide whether to accept the commission, and also whether Roka should do it himself or let the vampires and werewolves do it. It can be said that exorcism agencies have become more standardized now. As a result, Roka naturally had more free time. However, due to his actions during this period, he seemed to have been targeted by some people. FBI, we would like to ask Mr. Roka to come with us. That day, when Roka and Maria were playing poker, they unexpectedly received a visit from the FBI. My dear, it's for you. Tina opened the door and turned around and called out. Okay, one. Roka put down his playing cards and walked over. The guy in front of me who claimed to be from the FBI was a burly man with black hair and a crew cut. It was obvious that he had received professional training and was completely different from an ordinary police officer. I took the other party's ID and looked at it. Wow. It really is the FBI. So, Mr. FBI, what do you want to talk to me about? You have to come with us. The FBI man's tone was quite tough. After all, no one in America dared to ignore the Fib's invitation. Roka narrowed his eyes slightly and looked a little unfriendly. He really didn't like this guy's attitude. What happened? Allison and the others were a little worried. I'm afraid it's no good that the FBI came to your door. If you refuse this invitation, I have the right to use strong measures. The FBI man showed the pistol at his waist as he spoke. It was obvious that if he didn't agree, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he resisted, he would be in danger of having his magazine emptied. Hey, I want to see what the so-called tough measures are. Roka crossed his arms with a look of disdain. Perhaps he had some reservations before he obtained the Kryptonian blood, but now he is invincible. In his eyes, the FBI is nothing but ants. Chapter 147. The FBI man frowned upon seeing this, and then he decisively pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the few people. You better think carefully. If you resist, I have the right to shoot you on the spot. Hearing this, Roka couldn't help but look unhappy. Because this guy said I'll shoot you on the spot. He is not afraid of threats to himself, but he will never threaten his woman. Although Maria and the others were injected with super soldier serum, they could not fire many bullets. These words definitely touched his sore spot. Although he had already sentenced this guy to death in his heart, Roka did not kill him immediately. I'll go with you. Roka. Boss. The girls were all a little surprised by his answer. They didn't expect that he would compromise. This was not the Roka they knew. 553. Roka turned around and smiled at everyone. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The FBI's invitation was just the beginning of the situation. Killing this guy would be useless. He wanted to see who was targeting him. Only by solving the real culprit behind the scenes can we solve the problem once and for all. Let's go. Roka didn't waste any words and walked out first. The FBI man frowned when he saw how cooperative he was, but he did not let down his guard against him. The two got into the FBI police car. The car drove quickly into the distance. Don't worry too much, don't you know Roka's abilities? Even those giant beasts are no match for him, so he will be fine. In the room, seeing that everyone was a little worried, the oldest Stella stood up and comforted everyone with a gentle voice. Hearing this, everyone was obviously relieved. Oh yeah, the boss is so powerful, he can deal with ghosts without any problem, it's just the FBI, no big deal. Allison was also relieved. All the girls nodded in agreement, except for Sarah and Sophia who had just arrived. But with everyone's comfort, they quickly calmed down. The other side. The FBI vehicle quickly drove to a deserted area in the suburbs. And the FBI made a call. Soon a helicopter flew over. Mr. Roka, we need to blindfold you. The FBI man said, holding a blindfold. Bring it on. Roka is skilled and brave, so he is not afraid at all. He wants to see what these people are up to. After blindfolding, he was taken onto a helicopter. Then after several hours, we finally landed at a military base in a remote mountainous area. Don't ask Roka how he knew this was a military base. What's the point of blindfolding him? He was soon taken off the helicopter again. Welcome. The mask was taken off, and a middle-aged man in military uniform appeared in front of Roka. My name is Hankum. You can call me Colonel Hankum. So you brought me here just to introduce yourself. Roka crossed his arms and spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. Of course not. In fact, we brought Mr. Roka here to ask him to cooperate with us in completing a research. What research? This is a room escape test. As long as Mr. Roka is willing to join the test, we will not only release him, but also give him a commission of $1 million. How about it? Colonel Hankum smiled. So this is a commission. You could think so. Okay, I agree. Roka agreed without thinking too much. He wanted to see what the military was up to. Involve yourself in research? See if he doesn't destroy all the military's research. Very good. Colonel Hankum nodded with satisfaction and signaled the soldiers beside him to take him away. A moment later, in a room. Mr. Roka, we need to anesthetize Kaokai for you to go in. A man in a white coat said this as he put a mask over him. Roka did not resist. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of ether gas was released from the mask. Ordinary people would lose consciousness after inhaling this gas and then be at the mercy of others. But it was of no use to Roka. But after thinking about it, he pretended to faint. Soon his clothes were changed, and then he was carried on a stretcher by two people and taken to the car. After a bumpy ride, he was finally placed in a special cube room. Then those people left the room. The whole room suddenly became quiet. Roka, who had been watching the whole process, finally opened his eyes and looked around the room he was in. The room he was in was like a cube, with almost identical sci-fi patterns on the walls. And there is a square door on each wall. Why does this scene look so familiar? Roka stroked his chin and casually opened a metal cube door. But I saw that there was also a cube on the other side of the door, and its layout was almost exactly the same as the room I was in. Seeing this, Roka suddenly understood. Ding! The system has updated the task Another Dimension Killing Array 1. Please walk out of the other dimension killing array. It really is a killing array from another dimension. Roka cursed out loud and asked why the layout here was so familiar, as if he had been transported to a killing array in another dimension. And the previous military was the builder of this extra-dimensional killing array. This is too much bullshit. Does that mean that the Exorcist Agency has become too famous recently, so they want to use this method to deal with me? Or maybe they have been preparing to deal with me for a long time, and just let me test the different dimensional killing array. If you think about it this way, everything makes sense. Ha, it's really not 2.1. Those who know are fearless. Roka sneered. The so-called interdimensional killing array could only trap ordinary people. How could it be used against him? But it's better this way. Let them watch the other dimensional killing array that they spent so much effort to build be completely destroyed. I think this will be more painful than killing them. As he thought of this, Roka's eyes began to turn red, and his heat vision was about to burst out. However, the next moment, the door on the wall suddenly opened. I saw a black-haired girl crawling out of the passage. However, when she saw someone in the room, she was so scared that she shrank back and was afraid to come down. Seeing this, Roka gave up his plan to use thermal vision. He didn't expect that there was someone else in this alien killing array. And this girl in front of me couldn't be the math genius in the first film, right? Chapter 148. Come down, I won't hurt you. Seeing that the girl was about to go back, Roka immediately spoke in a gentle voice. The girl hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but finally crawled out of the passage. However, she almost fell down accidentally when climbing down, but Roka caught her in time. Thank you. It's okay. Roka smiled and shook his head. My name is Roka, what's yours? Nafumi. Naven looked a little timid. Do you know how you got here? Roka asked. Naven shook his head in panic. I don't know, I remember I was sleeping, and when I woke up I was here. Is that so? Roka nodded. Seeing the black-haired girl in front of him, he didn't plan to destroy the place immediately. It was at this time. The door on the other side of the room opened. Then a man with a crew cut poked his head in. Hey, hello. The man was not surprised to see the two people in the room. Instead, he greeted them and then came in from the passage with a group of people. Hello, my name is Quentin and I'm a policeman. The man with a crew cut, namely Kun, introduced himself to the two of them, and then introduced the few people who came in with them. The big white man with a bleeding head is the architect Worth. The old man is called Lance. The blonde middle-aged woman is a doctor named Holloway. Just call me Roka, she is Naven, we just met. Roka introduced the two people, and in his heart he lamented that the protagonists met each other so soon. Now the only one left was Kazan, the autistic scholar. It would be unreasonable if this was not deliberately controlled by the military. First, gather the mice together and then give them a test, but no one can escape from this alien killing array. Do you remember how you got in? Quentin asked. I don't know. I remember I fell asleep. Naven gave the same answer as before. Me too. I remember I was sleeping in my room before and woke up here. Roka shrugged and made up a random excuse. Now please calm down, I am a police officer, I will take you out of here. After Quentin made some promises to everyone, he gained the leadership of this temporary team. Ren, use your boots to find the way. Quentin motioned to the old man to continue testing the room the same way he had just done. They thought that as long as the shoe landed in the opposite room and nothing happened, it would be safe. Although this method is stupid, it is the only solution. Safety. After Lennis's shoe test, it was concluded that the room behind this wall was fine. So under Quentin's arrangement, everyone slowly crawled through the passage. However, in the middle of the passage, Naven seemed to have discovered something. What did you find? Quentin and Worth looked over when they noticed that the people behind them were not coming down. Serial number? Quentin asked, frowning. It's the room number. Every room has a different one. Naven replied. Oh, great, there are over 400,000 rooms here. Worth's voice was full of helplessness. It better not be, without food and water, we can only last 3 days at most. Holloway identified the biggest problem they are facing right now. Let's not talk about whether they can get out for now. Without food and water, they can only survive for 3 days at most. And 3 days is still a lot. After 2 days of not eating or drinking, I have no strength left. How can I find a way out? They'll give us food, right? Naven said innocently. I don't think so. Roka ruffled her hair with some amusement. This intimate action made Naven a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dodge. Holloway. Quentin looked at Holloway with a reproachful tone. In this situation, it was not a wise decision to say something that could easily shake everyone's hearts. But Holloway didn't shy away from it at all. "It's hot here, and I'll soon become dehydrated, dizzy, and confused. My body will soon collapse. Here, put it in your mouth to stimulate your saliva." Old Man Lennis handed a button to the chattering Holloway, then turned around and continued to use his shoes to explore the way. No one spoke for a while. The most important thing now is to escape, anything else is useless. Roka folded his arms and watched the scene with interest. No danger. After using his shoes to explore, Lennis prepared to go down through the passage. "I wouldn't go down there if I were you." Roka's sudden words stunned Lenny for a moment, then he turned to look at him. "What did you find?" Others also became confused. "I never do meaningless things." "Do you have money?" Roka did not answer but asked everyone a question, because he was too lazy to play escape room with these people. "If you have free time, you might as well go home and hug your wife." "Money? What do you want to do?" Quentin asked, frowning. It's a pity that Roka was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy looks kind now, and he's a policeman by profession, but if he's cornered he'll be more vicious than anyone else. Simply put, this guy is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. "I have some money in my hand." Although he was a little confused, Architect Worth still answered his questions. I don't have any money." Naven raised his hand a little embarrassedly. "It's okay, I can pay you in installments." Roka still has a good impression of this teenage girl. Although the little girl is not very pretty, she is definitely not ugly. She is the type of girl that is pleasing to the eye. "What do you know?" Lennis asked, frowning. "You're the one who got us into this hellhole, aren't you?" The blonde woman, Holloway, spoke bluntly. This statement also aroused everyone's suspicion. "Mr. Roka, please explain." Quentin came up to him and said in a strong voice. It was obvious that if Roka didn't explain the situation clearly, he would definitely use tough measures. Actually, I am just a little guinea pig thrown down like you, but I am different from you. I have the ability to leave here," Roka said as he glanced at a few people calmly. "Now all you have to do is hire me with money. $50,000 per person is fine. As long as you pay me, I can take you back safely. If you don't pay, I'll be sorry." Chapter 149. Who the hell are you? Tell me clearly, are you the one who arrested us? Quentin got angry when he heard what he said. Are you an idiot? If I had captured you, would the people here come in and join you? Now that you've exposed yourself, can you use your shit-filled brain to think about it? Roka scolded him with a look of contempt. Quentin's face was obviously red. He stared at Roka fiercely and said, "As long as I catch you, are you afraid that you won't tell me how to leave here?" As a policeman, he has plenty of ways to torture people. In his opinion, as long as Roka was caught, he would definitely tell him how to leave here. He said this to remind others. Wait, I think he's right. If he was the one who captured us, why would he reveal his identity? Although the blonde middle-aged woman Holloway keeps saying discouraging things, in fact she does have some saintly qualities. Seeing that a conflict was about to occur, she immediately stood up for Quentin. Get out of the way. He must know something. We have to make him speak out. Quentin angrily tried to persuade Holloway. But he obviously underestimated Holloway's kindness. Calm down. Maybe we can use a more reasonable approach. Okay, then you come. Seeing that forceful tactics didn't work, Ting could only temporarily suppress his anger. Holloway nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Roka. Mr. Roka, if you know anything, please tell us. This may be our only chance to leave here. Only chance? Are you kidding? Your only chance is to pay the protection fee, otherwise I don't know what will happen next. Roka originally planned to destroy this place. If these people were willing to pay protection fees, he wouldn't mind taking a few of them away. Although $50,000 is a lot for ordinary people. But there were few ordinary people present. I believe this amount of money can still be taken out. If you really can't afford it, you can pay in installments. Of course, if they don't want to, then forget it. He has no control over what will happen when this different dimensional killing array is destroyed by him. No one among them would get out alive anyway. You said that idiot Kazan is out? There is still the military after we get out. Do you think the military will let him get away alive? Mr. Roka, you. Holloway was helpless in the face of the stubborn Roka. Seeing this, Quentin walked over angrily, and this time Holloway did not stop him. You'd better tell me how to leave here. Quentin said this and was about to grab him by the collar. I gave you face, didn't I? Roka looked at Quentin impatiently, then slapped him in the face. Click, click, click. Quentin's body didn't move, but his head and neck turned 360 degrees, his eyes fixed on Holloway behind him. Yet, the sudden scene frightened Holloway so much that he screamed. The others were also shocked when they saw this scene. Even Naven, who originally had some good feelings towards Roka, subconsciously took a few steps away from him. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but smile. Well, since you don't want to go out, then stay here. Just as he was about to leave, Naven suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. I believe you. I will ask my parents to transfer the money to you after I get out. Good girl. Roka couldn't help but smile and stroked her hair. Since you are so good, I will cut the price in half. You only need to pay $20,000. Wouldn't 50,000 minus half be 25,000? Naven said cautiously. As a math genius, she can even do simple arithmetic with her toes. Roka raised his eyebrows. You're right, but I don't like 25,000. Naven looked dazed after hearing this. He didn't expect the reason to be so willful. Okay, I agree too. As long as you can get me out safely, I'll pay you $50,000. Architect Worth thought about it and gritted his teeth and agreed. $50,000 is nothing to a master architect like him. As long as he can leave here safely, it is worth it. I don't have that much money, Mr. Roka. Since you have the ability, why don't you rescue everyone? Holloway tried to speak from the moral high ground. But Roka doesn't buy it. Why should I save you when I have no relationship with you? If you don't have money, just wait to die here. Roka said this without giving them a chance to speak, and his eyes shot out scorching heat vision. The next second, the wall above was pierced. Then the thermal vision made a circle and burned a round hole above. The sun also shone down at this moment. This scene stunned everyone present. They never expected that the way out Roka mentioned would be like this. Directly and violently destroyed the entire extra-dimensional killing array. What's that red light in the eyes? Is it a superpower? The three views of several people were almost refreshed. Left. Roka grabbed Naven and Architect Worth and flew straight upwards. Wait, Mr. Roka, I am willing to pay $50,000, no, $100,000, please take me out. Holloway was completely panicked now. The red ray not only shot a hole above, but also exposed the entire extra-dimensional killing array. It is at least several hundred meters away from where the sunlight shines. Okay Zhao, she can't fly, so how can she get up there? Is it not possible to stay and wait for death? As for the escape room master Lenny's, he did not accept Roka's help at first because of his pride. After all, he is a master of escape rooms. Naturally, I want to escape from here by my own ability. But he didn't expect to miss the last chance to escape. At the same time, grabbing Naven and Worth, they came to the top of the entire dimensional killing array, and the entire dimensional killing array was in full view. This is truly an incredible project. Was it really built by humans? Roka sighed. This other dimensional killing array is really too large, with tens of thousands of rooms. It's really amazing. If humans want to build such a huge project, it will probably take decades or even hundreds of years. But that's all. Chapter 150. Roka didn't care what this extra-dimensional killing array was built for. What he had to do now was to completely destroy it. The next second, two scarlet high-temperature rays shot out downwards. Wherever the light passed, all the small rooms in the other dimensional killing array were cut in half. Then Roka cut it 2 more times horizontally and vertically. It was not until the entire extra-dimensional killing array exploded violently that he put away his thermal vision. As for the blonde middle-aged woman Holloway and the escape room master Lennis, they were completely buried in the explosion. Naven and Worth shuddered when they saw this scene. If they had not agreed to pay the protection fee, their fate would have been the same as Holloway and the others who stayed where they were. Just thinking about this, they felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, they made the right choice. Just wait here. I still have some unresolved matters. I will take you away from here. This place is surrounded by mountains, and it is impossible for the two of them to leave on their own. As the saying goes, you have to send a Buddha to the west. Roka is still counting on them to send money. No problem. The two men nodded repeatedly. They naturally knew that it was impossible to leave on their own. After all, there was a heavily guarded army outside. Roka didn't waste any time and said it was time to cause trouble for the military. At the same time, the destruction of the other dimensional killing array naturally did not escape the eyes of the military. In fact, Roka's every move in the other dimensional killing array was monitored by them. Seeing that Roka's eyes actually shot out lasers, destroying the entire extra-dimensional killing array that they had carefully built for many years, the military leaders were furious. Send someone to capture him immediately. I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Colonel Hankum angrily overturned the table in front of him and yelled at his subordinates. Also, send someone to arrest all the people related to him. After Hankum finished speaking angrily, he found that no one responded. He looked up and saw that his subordinates had their heads twisted off without him knowing. I guess you don't have this chance. Roka casually threw an officer's neck and walked in with a chuckle. Who are you? Only then did Hankum feel scared. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to deal with me? I really don't know whether I should say you are stupid, or someone is using you as a weapon. Roka narrowed his eyes. From this sentence, it was not difficult to tell that the Colonel Hankum in front of him did not seem to be the one targeting him, or he was just one of them. What do you want? I'm a colonel in the military. You should know the consequences of killing me. Hankum deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of the patrolling soldiers outside the door. And his move was actually successful. The soldiers patrolling outside actually discovered the situation here. But Roka did not expose his little trick. Colonel, what happened? Two patrolling soldiers pushed the door open and walked in. When they saw the dead person lying on the floor in the room, they were immediately terrified. Kill him for me. Hankum shouted loudly, but what he did was just to divert attention, because he had a pistol in his hand. Go to hell. Boom boom boom. Hankum yelled and emptied his pistol magazine. However, he was horrified to find that the bullet hitting the man was like hitting a steel plate, totally ineffective. At this time, the two soldiers at the door also reacted and prepared to shoot. However, two bullets instantly shot into their heads and pierced through them. Want to try again? See if your toy can work on me. Roka grinned and slowly walked towards Hankum. Hankum was horrified and wanted to change the magazine of his pistol, but because of his fear, his hands were shaking and he couldn't change it properly. Roka couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this, and reached out to snatch the pistol from his hand and changed the magazine. It's my turn now. Cut cut cut. Roka emptied his pistol magazine directly at Hankum, Bayag, and every shot missed the vital point. But Hankum's fourth and fifth limbs were all smashed by the pistol. The extreme pain made Hankum's face distorted and he let out a shrill howl, but this did not alleviate his suffering. After losing his second child, he would become a disabled person even if he didn't die. At the same time, Hankum's screams and the gunshots just now also completely attracted the attention of the entire military base. A large number of soldiers gathered outside the door. But they did not dare to act rashly. After all, from Hankum's screams just now, they knew that Hankum must have been controlled by the other party. Now that the enemy has hostages, they must not act rashly. However, the next moment, a tattered body was thrown out. It's Colonel Hankum. After recognizing that it was Colonel Hankum, the soldiers became furious. Now that the other party has no hostages, they don't have to worry too much about what happens next. To avenge the colonel. A soldier roared and led the charge inside. The other soldiers followed closely behind. However, the next second, 2 red lights suddenly shot out, and wherever they passed, the soldiers were strung together like candied haws. Then a blazing red light swept across. In an instant, all the soldiers who had no time to dodge were cut in half, with their limbs and arms falling to the ground. In just a moment, the blood flowed like a river. The soldiers who had managed to escape by lying down looked up and saw the most horrifying scene of their lives. There were originally thousands of soldiers, but now only a dozen or so were left. All other soldiers, along with their weapons and houses, were cut off. This horrific scene will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Of course, they have no future. Snap, snap. The sudden footsteps attracted the attention of the surviving soldiers until that figure walked out. Several soldiers collapsed and screamed, then climbed out of the pool of blood and ran away. But the next moment, the familiar red laser lit up again. Several fleeing soldiers were also cut in two. Now the remaining soldiers were even more frightened. One of the soldiers couldn't stand the fear and immediately raised his gun and shot at Roca wildly. Let's not talk about how accurate he is. But at least it motivated several other soldiers to resist together. However, a scene that made them despair happened immediately afterwards. All the bullets hit the man in front of them and had no effect at all. Chapter 151. The body of the man in front of me was as hard as steel. They even began to doubt whether the things in their hands were toys. Then, amid their terrified expressions, the blazing laser in the man's eyes lit up again. The next second, several people were cut in half and fell in a pool of blood. Until they died, they didn't know what kind of existence they had offended. After dealing with these soldiers, Roka swept his eyes across the entire military base. Any soldier hiding could not escape his eyes. After the entire military base was wiped out, Roka flew into the sky and his heat vision burst out again, destroying the entire military base. After doing all this, he left with satisfaction. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of concealing his identity. Perhaps his actions had been seen by others. But it doesn't matter. Since he has been exposed under the military's nose, he will let everyone know the consequences of angering him. And he will not let this matter go. Selena, let me investigate something. Roka wanted to see who else was behind this matter, and then find out and get rid of them all. Don't worry, Allison and the others have already told me about this matter. I have already sent people to investigate, and I can also send some vampires to protect Allison and the others. Selena, you are so thoughtful. Roka was deeply moved. Among his women, Selena was the most capable. She would take the initiative to arrange things without anyone saying anything. It's really worry-free. Where can I find another woman as capable as this? If you really want to thank me, how about coming to accompany me later? Selena said in a seductive voice. Of course, no problem, baby, just wait for me. As for Selena's request, Ka would definitely not refuse it. After hanging up the phone, Roka looked at the system prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Different Dimension Killing Array. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing his Kryptonian bloodline by 1%. Not bad. He found that the tasks he completed had increased by at least 1%, but most of the commissions he asked werewolves and vampires to complete were only 0.5%. This may have something to do with doing it yourself. But it's not bad. After all, the people under him have completed many commissions. Return to where Nevin and Worth are hiding. Let's go. What was the explosion just now? Worth asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Roka glanced at him, then grabbed 2 people, one in each hand, and flew out quickly. The sudden change made the 2 of them scream loudly, but when the cold wind blew, they immediately shut their mouths. After a moment, New York City. You guys can go back by yourselves next time, and don't forget to pay the commission. Roka said and prepared to leave. Wait, how are we supposed to pay? Nevin called him anxiously. Oh, I forgot about that. Roka slapped his forehead. He actually forgot about this. you can just search for the exorcism agency online and then remit the money to the company. I see. Goodbye, then. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of the two people. Naven and Worth looked at each other, neither of them spoke, and they parted ways. The other side. When Roka returned home, he found that everyone was gathered together, even Wendy and Julie were there. Hey, they're all here. Roka flew in through the window, startling everyone. Honey, why did you just come back? Roka, are you okay? Did the FBI do anything to you? What happened? The girls all talked at once and showed great concern for him. Okay, listen to me. Roka raised his hands and pressed them down, which made the girls stop their concern and questioning. Don't worry, I'm back. It's just that some blind people are causing trouble. 1. Roka briefly explained the matter. In fact, this matter is not complicated, because he has demonstrated extraordinary abilities when handling various commissions. That's why they were specially targeted. Of course, maybe it is related to the last fog incident. After all, although he destroyed the military base that opened the channel to the other dimension, if he dug deeper, he might be able to find some clues. The value of the Misty World is worth it. Of course, Roka has many secrets, such as the super soldier serum. But no matter who wants to cause trouble for him, he must be prepared to face his fellow countrymen. Roka didn't talk too much with the girls, and they didn't have to worry about these things at all. Okay, forget about that. I think we can do something more meaningful while everyone is here. Roka said this with a malicious smile. Allison and Maria, who were familiar with him, knew that he was going to do something bad, so they immediately stayed away from him. Only Sarah and Sophia were still a little ignorant. Hey, Sala caught you. Roka grabbed Sala before she could react, and then used his hands to gently press her huge N-shaped breasts. Allison and Tina couldn't help but roll their eyes when seeing this scene. This guy has started again. I really don't know where he gets so much energy. We had just fought a fierce battle with the military. However, it is precisely because of his inexhaustible energy that there are no conflicts when everyone is together. After all, everyone is full. A few days later, Roka flew to Paris. Last time I promised Selena that I would spend more time with her, so of course I can't go back on my word. Hey Serena baby, you are so busy now. Roka was quite resentful that Selena didn't come to pick him up at the airport because she was very busy. Serena smiled helplessly, because something happened. Dear, you came at the right time, can you help me solve the problem? Well? Who dares to cause trouble to you? Roka raised an eyebrow. The thing is, there is a group of werewolves and vampires in Washington state, and I wanted to subdue them. Then just subdue him. With your current strength, it should be easy for you to deal with even a vampire elder. Selena is now the descendant of the vampire ancestor, possessing the advantages of both vampires and werewolves. She is not afraid of sunlight or silver. Plus an injection of super soldier serum. She is so powerful that she can easily deal with the 3 vampire elders at the same time. Is there a vampire in this world that is more powerful than the 3 vampire elders? Chapter 152. Serena couldn't help but roll her eyes. How dare you ask? You've given me so much work, how can I have time to leave? When Roka heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had indeed left a lot of work to Selena, such as the construction of monster shelters in Silent Hill and Carlson Manor. Although Heather is handling Carlson Manor, Selena still needs help with some things. Then there is the construction of Silent Hill, which is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. After all, Roka's request was to demolish the original Silent Hill and rebuild a modern town. This is a huge project. She is also needed for the research on the blood orchid, including the investigation of 245 trioxide. Finally, there are vampires and werewolves to manage. In short, she has been very busy during this period. Fortunately, she is a vampire, otherwise she would be too busy. After all, there are only a few vampires left now, so she has to handle some things personally. Okay, thank you for your hard work, baby Selena, Mua. Roka hugged Selena and gave her a deep kiss. "Just tell me, baby. Leave any troubles to me." Selena couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then grabbed his hand that was playing tricks in her clothes. "You also know that there are not many werewolves and vampires left now. I heard that there is also a werewolf and vampire force in Washington state, and they seem to be preparing for a fight recently, so I plan to recruit them all, and even sent some vampires and werewolves there, but the situation has not been optimistic until now." Selena originally wanted to send people to recruit the vampire and werewolf forces in Washington state. But it seems that things are not going so smoothly. Even the werewolves and vampires she sent out suffered losses. This was a little hard for her to accept, but she couldn't go there in person. "That's why I plan to let Roka go." "No problem, leave this to me." After understanding what happened, Roka patted his chest and promised to defeat the vampire and werewolf forces. Selena naturally trusted him immensely. "Can I leave tomorrow?" "Certainly." Selena raised her eyebrows. She also hoped that Roka could spend more time with her, so how could she refuse this request? If the situation wasn't so serious this time, she wouldn't have let Roka leave. When Roka heard this, he immediately picked her up and carried her like a princess. "Then time is running out, so don't waste it here." Selena couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then she put her arms around his neck, her sharp fangs rubbing against his aorta involuntarily. "Hey, I knew you hadn't given up on trying my blood." Noticing Selena's actions, Roka recalled that Selena once asked to taste his blood. "Is that okay?" Serena licked her lips seductively. "If you can bite through it, I don't mind." Roka shrugged and then carried her back to the room. When Selena heard his agreement, her eyes lit up and she bit his neck. But the next moment she opened her mouth with a bitter face. Roka looked at her with amusement. "What? You're not going to bite anymore? So hard." Selena looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. She had no idea that Roka's skin was so hard that she couldn't bite it at all. It even hurt her teeth. "Ha ha ha." Roka burst into laughter when he saw her expression, then he lowered his head and whispered in Serena's ear. "Don't give up, there's still a place you can bite." "Where?" Selena was stunned for a moment and then asked with some excitement. "Come to the room." Roka put Selena down and patted her head. "This is it." Selena understood what he meant instantly, and this huge reversal made her roll her eyes. Then it bared its blood-sucking fangs threateningly. Roka was not afraid at all. With his body, a nuclear bomb explosion would be just a breeze, and his fangs were not a threat at all. The next day, at Selena's urging, Roka had no choice but to set off for the small town of Forks in Washington state. According to Selena, the 2 vampires and 2 werewolves she sent out met with an accident here, and no news has been sent back yet. It is estimated that they are in great danger. Roka was a little curious about the origins of the vampires and werewolves in this area. The small town of Fox seems very peaceful, without the hustle and bustle of a big city. You can't hear the long car horns or the noise of the crowd here, only the occasional bird calls or the rustling of leaves in the wind. Even if there are vehicles passing by, they will quickly disappear at the end of the quiet road. However, on this quiet street, there was a sound of tires rubbing against each other. Crunch! Roka, who was driving a limited edition red Ferrari, parked the car with a drift, and at this moment he became the most handsome guy on the street. The dazzling luxury sports car, the 1.80-meter tall figure and the handsome appearance made the high school girls who had just finished school not far away scream. But in fact, Roka just got off the car to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he came out of the convenience store, the area around June was already full of onlookers. For this small town, such a luxury car is rarely seen in a few years. "I didn't expect that they would see me today. I'm sorry, could you please move aside for a moment?" Roka, wearing a white shirt, greeted everyone politely. The onlookers who heard the sound screamed and quickly made way. "So handsome. Even more handsome up close. So handsome. This handsome guy is so stylish and has such a good temperament. He has nice muscles, he must be 3.7 meters tall. Hey, man, your car is really awesome." Roka ignored the onlookers. "When I was about to drive away, I saw a van not far away seemed to have lost control and rushed straight to the other side. And an unaware girl happened to be blocking the van. When the girl noticed it, she tried to dodge in fear and accidentally fell down. It was at this critical moment. A figure suddenly appeared beside her, with his strong arms around her soft and slender waist, and his other hand holding down the van that was hitting her. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the van was directly deformed. Chapter 153. It all happened in a flash. It was not until everything was over that the people around him reacted, including the girl in Roka's arms. The girl has brown wavy hair, delicate and perfect facial features, fair skin, and a pair of big chocolate brown eyes that look quite lively and beautiful. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Even though Roka had seen many beautiful women, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of the girl in his arms. She is like Snow White in the fairy tale, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. Just when he was looking at the girl also stared at him motionlessly. "Are you okay?" Roka asked softly after helping her up. "No, it's okay." The girl quickly stood up, her pretty face slightly red, and looked away. When she noticed the van nearby, she remembered that she was almost hit by a car. She was horrified for a moment. But when she saw the deep slap mark on the van, her eyes widened. Only then did she realize that this tall and handsome boy in front of her had actually blocked the speeding van with one hand. How is this possible? "Just call me Roka, what about you?" Roka looked at her with interest. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he had seen this beauty before somewhere. "Isabella Swan, you can call me Bella." "Bella, a nice name." Roka suddenly realized that he finally remembered who this exquisite and beautiful girl in front of him was. Ding! The system has updated the task Twilight 1, please protect Isabella Swan from becoming a vampire too. As expected. Roka had always wondered where the vampires and werewolves here came from. After all this time, it turned out to be from Twilight. No wonder all the vampires and werewolves sent by Selena have disappeared without a trace. After all, the vampires and werewolves here are quite powerful. Unlike Selena and other vampires, the vampires here are not only not afraid of the sun, but each of them has special superpowers. For example, predicting the future, creating protective shields, manipulating other people's emotions, reading minds, etc. The vampire clan that Selena belongs to does not have this advantage. Of course, it cannot be said that the vampires here are definitely stronger than the vampires that Selena belongs to. Perhaps the vampires and werewolves sent over were careless. "Roka, who are you?" At this time Bella looked at his handsome face curiously. "Do you believe me when I say I am an ordinary person?" Roka chuckled. Pucci Bella laughed, "I don't believe it. How can you be an ordinary person when you are so strong?" Roka shrugged, "Well, actually I am Superman who saves the world." Ha ha ha. Bella was amused again, her eyes curved into crescents, clear and bright, and her laughter was as crisp and sweet as a silver bell. "Walk." Roka suddenly took her fair and smooth hand and left. "Where are you going?" Bella was startled by his action, and before she could react, she arrived in front of a very beautiful red convertible sports car. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Roka opened the car door for her like a gentleman. Bella's eyes widened when she reacted, and she was then pushed onto the passenger seat. "Diddy." Roka got in the driver's seat and honked the horn. Soon the crowd tactfully made way. Woo woo woo. The powerful engine sound of the sports car sounded like an explosion, and then it flew out with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that Bella screamed and closed her eyes. After the car slowed down for a while, he opened his eyes curiously. Feeling the thrilling speed and passion, Bella's heart was also beating fast for a moment, and she couldn't help but shouting out loud. "It took me a while to vent my feelings." At this time, Roka also slowed down the speed of the car. At this time, the two had left the town and came to a green field. Feel the breeze and smell the flowers in the fields. It is really intoxicating. I can see that you are usually in a very depressed mood. Did something happen? Roka glanced at her pretty fair face and asked with a smile. Bella was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. terribly sorry." Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Roka apologized helplessly. "No, it's okay, it's just because of my parents." Bella still confided in him. Because her parents divorced, she had been living with her mother. "But I didn't expect that my mother would have a second life and for the first time ever found a boyfriend and got married. And because the two of them were going on their honeymoon, her mother had no choice but to take her to her father's house and let her father take care of her. But because she hadn't seen her father for many years, the two were like strangers. This was also one of the reasons why she felt depressed." "Thank you, I feel much better now." After she finished expressing her true feelings, Bella felt much better. "Of course, I also wanted to vent my anger by racing just now. In fact, she has always loved cars. When she first came to her father's house, her father bought her a shabby old car, and she was happy for a long time. Not to mention sitting in this cool and handsome luxury sports car. I believe your father still loves you. Don't think too much. Face life positively. Maybe you will find that this world is more wonderful than you imagined." After hearing what he said, Bella 150 nodded and felt that it made some sense. "By the way, I still don't know what you do, Roka," Bella said and looked at him like a curious baby. Roka shook his head with amusement. "Actually, I'm an exorcist." "Exorcist?" Bella was stunned for a moment. This profession seemed to have never appeared in her life, and her curiosity suddenly aroused. "It's just like you understand. I specialize in helping people deal with various supernatural phenomena, such as evil spirits, vampires, werewolves, aliens, etc." "Evil spirits? Vampires? Werewolves? Aliens?" Bella felt that these sounds, which usually only appeared in movies or novels, were unprecedented. "This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Do these really exist?" Bella asked with her eyes wide open and looking cute. "Of course." Roka smiled and nodded. "Just like vampires and werewolves, they are no different from ordinary people when they are not transforming. Once they transform, they have great power. It is not uncommon for vampires to live for hundreds of years." He was hinting at Bella by saying this. Since Bella has been in the town of Forks for some time, she must have seen the vampire Edward Cullen. We can't let Bella be taken away by this kid. Chapter 154. Generally speaking, no matter how handsome a vampire over 100 years old is, ordinary people would probably find it a bit disgusting to hear about him. Not to mention falling in love with him. As expected. Bella nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. "So vampires and werewolves are bad guys?" "Not entirely, but it is very dangerous to ordinary people, especially since you have a special scent on you, Bella. Fragrance." Hearing this, Bella lowered her head a little embarrassedly and sniffed herself, but she didn't find any special smell on her body. Roka smiled and said, "It's body fragrance. This fragrance is purely natural. It's normal that you can't smell it." There is no doubt that Bella is special, and her scent will attract vampires. Even vampires who don't suck human blood can't resist the urge to suck blood. This shows how charming she is. Bella felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She couldn't help blushing when she thought that Roka, who was sitting next to her, could smell her scent at any time. "So you have to be careful. There might be some vampires or something that will be attracted by your smell and approach you." The family Roka was referring to was the Cullen family to which Edward Cullen belonged. Although they claim to be vegetarians, they usually only drink animal blood to survive. But Bella's scent was too good. In the movie, some members of the Cullen family couldn't help but lose their minds, but that was still due to their emotions. After all, everyone can see that Edward Cullen likes Bella. If there wasn't this relationship, who knows if the Cullen family would suddenly take action. Even Edward Cullen couldn't help but take action. Love can drive a person crazy and suppress their instinct not to hurt the one they love. But they may also become crazy because they cannot get the love they want. Bella nodded thoughtfully after hearing his words. "By the way, where is your home? I'll take you back." Roka said this and turned the car around and headed towards the town of Forks. "So fast?" Bella pouted, obviously not having enough fun yet. "Your father will be worried." I'll wait for you at the same place tomorrow. Kindness. Hearing this, Bella nodded happily. After sending Bella home, Roka also greeted Bella's father, Sheriff Charlie, so they got to know each other. Sheriff Charlie was clearly not too impressed with the man his daughter brought back. After all, looking at the other party's sports car, you can tell that he is the son of a wealthy family, and he might even be a veteran in the world of women. Dad, it was Roka who saved me when we were on the street. Seeing her father's stern face, Bella told him what happened on the street. After hearing his daughter say that Roka saved her, Sheriff Charlie's attitude changed 180 degrees. Compared to being cheated or something, this didn't happen. Therefore, the grace of saving life is naturally more important. I'm sorry, Mr. Roka, please come in and sit down. I wonder what Mr. Roka does. What? Still in college? It can be seen that Mr. Roka's family is very wealthy. What? You earned all this yourself? After some understanding, Sheriff Charlie's perception of Roka changed dramatically. He found that the tall and handsome boy in front of him not only did not have the condescending attitude and tone of a rich kid or a rich second generation. On the contrary, he is very friendly and even speaks in a humorous and funny way. And all this is because he himself is a first-generation rich person, not a second-generation rich person. He has earned more money at such a young age than an ordinary person can earn in several lifetimes. Even Sheriff Charlie has to admire him. Plus, Roka saved his own daughter. His attitude became even better, and he even felt like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Bella, I heard you were in danger. Just at this moment, a man with slightly dark skin suddenly rushed in. Blake. Sheriff Charlie looked at the neighbor's children with some displeasure. It was really rude to suddenly barge in and interrupt their conversation. But Jacob Black obviously didn't realize this. He quickly came to Bella and asked with concern, I heard that there was an accident at the school gate? Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks to Roka for saving me. Bella shook her head and smiled at Roka. Jacob Blake looked at the handsome man who was taller than himself with a bit of hostility, and then uttered two words, thanks. Roka smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Thank you for saving Bella, of course. Jacob Black said as a matter of course. Jacob, I'm not yours. Why are you thanking him? Besides, I've already thanked him. Bella said very dissatisfiedly. Although Bella treated Jacob Black as a friend during the time she moved here, she never had any other thoughts about him. She just treated him as a playmate who could talk. Now I am naturally unhappy to hear him say this. Sorry, Bella, Don't explain. Bella said and went back to her room angrily. Roka shrugged his shoulders when he saw this, then Uncle Charlie, I'll leave first. So soon? Can't you stay a little longer? No, I'll come visit you next time when I'm free. Roka smiled and shook his head. Okay. Seeing that he was so determined, Sheriff Charlie did not try to persuade him to stay. When the two left, Jacob was the only one left in the living room, looking embarrassed and at a loss. He went to Bella's room and knocked on the door. But Bella didn't want to pay any attention to him. Jacob had no choice but to leave in shame after hitting a wall. But just as he left, he heard a voice. Hey, little dog, come here. When Jacob heard the name Puppy, he subconsciously became angry. He hated being called a dog the most. Because he is a proud wolf. Lee Hoseo. Is that you? When Jacob looked in the direction where the voice came from, he found that the person who called him Puppy was actually the man just now. He was already very dissatisfied with Roka, and now he was even more dissatisfied. He immediately strode over and raised his fist to teach him a lesson. However, just as he was about to swing his punch, the next second he felt dizzy and his body was thrown heavily to the ground. For a moment, he saw stars and couldn't tell the directions. Hey, you still dare to show your teeth to me? Next, choose one of the 4 happiness options: dragon fruit, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, kite flying, and heartwarming dumplings. Woo woo woo. Jacob, who had just recovered, couldn't help but get angry when he heard the teasing, and threatening whimpers came out of his mouth. Then he laid on the ground with his hands and pounced on me like a wild beast. Chapter 155. Well, since you don't want to choose, I'll have to choose for you. How about flying a kite? You must have never experienced the extraordinary feeling of being in the sky. After saying this, Roka grabbed Jacob by the scruff of the neck like a chicken. Then he took out a rope, put it around his neck, and threw it into the sky. Roka kept swinging the rope in his hand, using centrifugal force to fly Jacob in the sky like a kite, making it circle continuously. And left the town of Forks while flying a kite. After a while, they arrived in the woods outside the town. When he looked up, he found that Jacob's face had turned purple due to the rope and he was almost fainting. That won't work. Roka was going to ask him some questions. So his hand trembled and he let Jacob go. Huff cough. Jacob, who was almost strangled to death, knelt on the ground and kept coughing, and looked at Roka with some fear. The man in front of me is simply a devil. When he thought of the feeling of suffocation and fainting just now, he couldn't help but shiver. Are you being honest now? Roka squatted in front of him and laughed. Who are you? 270. Jacob took a few steps back. Me? Anyway, I'm not a werewolf or a vampire. You knew I was a werewolf. Jacob's pupils contracted. Didn't you hear me calling you puppy? Roka shrugged and smiled. After hearing this, Jacob finally realized what the puppy meant. This guy knew his identity from the beginning. That's why he plays tricks on himself like that. When he thought of this, he felt a little angry. When had he, as a werewolf, ever been insulted like this? What do you want? Jacob also thought about transforming into a werewolf and fighting him. But when he thought of the terrifying feeling of suffocation just now, he gave up the idea. The man in front of him was so terrifying that he definitely could not defeat him. But never doubt the wolf's sense of danger. It's very simple. I ask questions and you answer them. Is that okay? Roka said with a smile. What do you want to know? Jacob couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard that it was just an answer to the question. 2 vampires and 2 other people came here some time ago, right? Do you know anything about them? Hearing this question, Jacob's pupils shrank suddenly. What is your relationship with them? Pa. As soon as Jacob finished speaking, he felt a slap on the back of his head. The huge force made him fall directly onto the grass. Are you asking the question, or am I asking the question? Roka raised his eyebrows and spoke unceremoniously. Jacob, who reacted suddenly, was a little frightened, because he didn't even see how the man in front of him made his move. For a moment, he felt somewhat relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, my life or death might be in danger. They contacted us and asked us to join the Budapest blood clan. As we're wolves, how could we possibly join the vampires? So we refused. So where did they go afterwards? Have no idea. Jacob shook his head. After the negotiation with the other party, he never saw the 2 seers and the 2 werewolves again. In fact, the Black family is very hostile to foreign werewolves and vampires. So after we parted on bad terms, we never saw each other again. Roka crossed his arms and frowned as he thought. He didn't expect that the vampires and werewolves sent by Selena had already met with the Black family here, but the 2 sides did not reach an agreement. So where will they go next? At this time, Jacob suddenly said, maybe they have met the vampires in town. I think you should know that they are a few people from the Cullen family. Roka's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clue. After all, in addition to the Black family and the werewolves, there are also the vampire Cullen family active near the town of Forks. Just ask them and you should be able to find out where the subordinates sent by Selena have gone. But what should we do with Jacob in front of us? You know, this guy has always been thinking about Bella. Even in the movie, after failing to get Bella, he set his sights on Bella's daughter. The wolf tribe has always had an innate spiritual brand. Once they meet a destined person with the brand, they will protect him/her for the rest of his/her life. And Jacob's spiritual imprint is Bella's daughter. Although the plot will definitely change. Roka would not let Bella continue to have an ambiguous relationship with Edward, but this was ultimately a hidden danger. At the same time, Jacob, who was lying on the ground, seemed to sense danger, and all the hair on his body stood up. He knew that if he didn't do something, he would definitely die here. So, he immediately fell to the ground and said, "I am willing to offer my loyalty to you on behalf of the werewolves." Kindness. Roka raised an eyebrow. "I am the alpha of the black werewolf family, so I have the right to submit to you on behalf of the clan." Jacob spoke again. "The so-called alpha is the king of the wolf clan. As a king, he naturally has the right to represent the tribe in voting. I have to say this kid is really smart. What a pity. I don't need it." Pa. Roka raised his hand and slapped his head, causing red and white blood to scatter all over the ground. Jacob's headless body fell to the ground. This guy is a restless guy. In the movie, he forced Bella to choose him many times and even kissed Bella forcefully. Then he set his sights on Bella's daughter. He felt disgusted even if such people submitted to him. Staying around is also a disaster. As for surrendering on behalf of the werewolves, even without Jacob, the alpha, the next alpha will be born. This world will not stop spinning without anyone. If you don't surrender, you will die. It's that simple here at Roca. After throwing a handful of hellfire to burn his body, he slowly left. No one could have imagined that the youngest alpha of the werewolves would die here, and his body would not be intact. The next day, Bella came to school early in the morning. However, what surprised her was that Edward Cullen, who had not been to class for the past few days, actually came to class in the biology class. And his attitude changed 180 degrees. Originally Bella thought that Edward hated her very much, but she didn't expect that today he not only greeted her with a smile, but also took the initiative to talk to her. This made Bella subconsciously compare him with Roka. Chapter 156. In terms of handsomeness, she felt that the two were different. The only thing in common was that they were both very handsome. Edward is a guy with skin that is a little too white, and he has a cold and handsome look. Roka is also very handsome, and taller. He doesn't have the feminine handsomeness of Edward, but more of a masculine handsomeness. And also a lot more friendly. Although she was indeed curious about Edward before, that curiosity cooled down after what happened in the past few days. All in all, Bella still felt more comfortable being with Roka. So Bella acted indifferent to Edward's approach. Just like ordinary classmates. "Wait, I remember your eyes were brown, right? How come they suddenly turned golden?" Bella suddenly discovered a blind spot. That is, Edward's eye color has changed. Compared with the previous brown, the gold in front of him is obviously more aggressive. The aggression even frightened her a little. Edward was caught off guard by the question and stammered, unable to explain clearly. Fortunately, the get out of class was over at this time, and Edward left the classroom without saying goodbye. Bella became even more suspicious upon seeing this. It's cold and has eyes that are different from those of ordinary people. Could it be? I finally made it to the afternoon school. Bella was extremely happy at the thought of meeting Roka and going for a ride with him soon. "Hey Bella, do you want to go to the party this weekend?" Just as Bella was leaving the school, a short boy came up to her and asked. "Party?" Bella was a little confused. "Yes, classmates will go to the party together on weekends. It's fun." The boy looked at Bella's beautiful face with some obsession and invited her. "No, I have other things to do this weekend." Bella shook her head and refused decisively. "Bella, think about it carefully. This is also an opportunity to get closer to your classmates. Don't you want to get along well with everyone?" The boy obviously didn't want to let go of Bella, the girl who had been certified as the school beauty as soon as she arrived, so he kept pestering her. Bella didn't want to pay attention to him and walked forward quickly. Seeing this, the boy immediately quickened his pace and stood in front of Bella. "Hey, even if you don't agree, there's no need to be so cold," the boy said unhappily. Just when Bella didn't know what to do, a figure appeared and made her smile brightly. When the boy saw this smile, he immediately turned into a crazy fangirl. He thought Bella had changed her mind. "That's right, we are all classmates, and getting together can help us build better relationships." Just when the boys were chattering, he was lifted up from behind by the collar. Who? The boy waved his limbs around in panic, like a toad that was being picked up. Who do you want to have a good relationship with? Roka brought the boy in front of him and looked down at the short and ugly boy. When the boys saw the tall and mighty figure, they were so frightened that they dared not speak. The students around were also shocked by this scene. The tall and handsome boy in front of them actually lifted up a 1.6 meter tall student with one hand. How much strength does this take? This is too manly. Some girls couldn't help but scream, hoping to attract his attention. Roka threw the boy to the ground and said condescendingly, "Next time I see you pestering Bella, you will know the consequences." When the boy heard this, his face was filled with horror. Although it was just an ordinary painting, for some reason, he couldn't stop his body from shaking. As if he would die if he disobeyed these words. Kindness. Roka keenly noticed that the boy's crotch was wet, and immediately turned his head away with a look of disgust. "Bella, get in the car with me." Kindness. Bella nodded with a bright smile on her face. Then he took the initiative to put his hand in Roka's hand, and the two of them left the campus leisurely. All that was left were the exclamations of the students behind him, and the contempt and ridicule of the boy who was so scared that he peed his pants. And when the students followed to the school gate, I was immediately attracted by the red sports car. "Get in the car, my princess." Roka reached out and opened the door for Bella. "Thanks." Bella thanked him shyly, then happily sat in the passenger seat. Roka chuckled and glanced at the crowd. 10. Those who met his gaze subconsciously stepped away, leaving him a way to leave. Roka didn't waste any time. He flipped over and got into the driver's seat, then leaned over to help Bella fasten her seat belt. "Don't forget your seat belts." "Thanks." Feeling his hot masculine scent, Bella's pretty face turned slightly red and she looked even more shy. Woo woo woo. The next second, the red sports car rushed out like a phantom. It disappeared into the distance in just a moment. All that was left were the students' chattering and envious looks. The red sports car sped along the street and was out of the town in just a moment. The red sports car was now like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and at one point it reached a speed of 200 yards. Too fast. 0. Such a fast speed made Bella's heart almost jump out. The surging feeling of passion only made her adrenaline surge and she experienced an unprecedented pleasure. After a while, Roka slowly slowed down and then stopped in front of a cool lake. Hoo-hoo. Even until the car stopped, Bella was still immersed in the speed and passion, and her fair face was flushed with excitement. Hee, are you okay? Can you get off the bus? Roka was a little amused and came to the passenger seat and stretched out his hand to her. Sure. Bella held his hand and stubbornly got out of the car, but unexpectedly her feet went weak as soon as she got out of the car and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Roka reacted in time and hugged her soft and slender waist. Your body isn't as tough as your mouth. Roka teased with a smile. Humph, the group won't do that. Bella snorted in pretended anger, then stood up firmly. The two admired the calm lake in front of them. Bella also talked about the strange things that happened today. I always feel that Edward is very strange. He is extremely handsome, but he looks very cold. When I first entered school, he covered his nose. At that time, I thought there was something smelling on me. Moreover, his pupils were obviously brown, but later they turned golden. Do you think he could be? You guessed correctly. Huh? Is he really a vampire or a werewolf? Bella said in surprise. Chapter 157. To be precise, it's a vampire. In fact, there are several types of vampires. One type appeared in Paris. This type of vampire is not much different from ordinary people. Its body is warm, but it cannot see the sun. The vampires here are completely different. They are generally not afraid of sunlight. When the sunlight shines on their bodies, it even shines like diamonds. Isn't that beautiful? Bella thought somewhat naively. Roka smiled and shook his head, but they are born without body temperature, without breathing, and can only feed on blood. Bella couldn't help but wrinkled her nose when she heard this. Isn't this different from death? Almost. Roka smiled and nodded. Will I be in danger? Bella suddenly became a little scared when she thought that Edward was a vampire and his family was also in the school. Vampires who have no body temperature, cannot breathe, and can only feed on blood are really terrifying. She didn't want to become a vampire. Of course there will be danger. Remember what I told you. Be carrot. Bella was a little embarrassed. Roka said too much and she didn't know what he was talking about. Roka smiled and said, you have a special body odor that always attracts the attention of vampires. You said that Edward kept covering his nose when he first saw you. I think that's the reason. In fact, Bella is not only naturally attracted to vampires, but is also immune to their superpowers. This may be a superpower in itself. Will I get bitten? Bella clenched her hands, her fair face full of worry. She was terrified at the thought of going to school tomorrow and being with vampires. There are two solutions. Roka crossed his arms and raised two fingers. What is it? Bella looked at him hopefully. The first solution is to transfer to another school and leave Forks. Those vampires haven't attacked you yet, so you may still have a chance to leave. Otherwise, they will definitely attack you when they can't stand your alluring scent anymore. But, I have nowhere to go. Bella looked like she was about to cry. She was only 17 years old and in high school. She had no ability to live independently. Where can she go if she leaves here? Besides, her father wouldn't agree. Roka really wanted to say that he had no place for her to live and that he could not support her studying at Jaoken. But there is no rush to say this. There is another way. What is the solution? Anxious Bella could only place her hope on this second method. It's simple, just make sure the vampires don't dare to attack you. Bella was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously, then, what should we do? Get rid of those vampires, or drive them away, or you have the ability to defeat vampires yourself, these can solve your current predicament. Roka said it lightly, but Bella looked bitter when she heard it. How could she possibly drive away or kill those vampires? She is just an ordinary girl. And also give yourself the ability to defeat vampires to protect yourself? Isn't that the same as chasing away vampires? Where to get that kind of power? Stop looking so sad. Roka pulled her face, which seemed like it could squeeze water out of it, with a bit of amusement. You know what, it feels very good. If you don't have that kind of power, then I'll lend it to you. You'll lend it to me. Bella was about to open his hand when she was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and was surprised. Wait, can you handle those vampires? Bella immediately thought of the key issue again. Roka shrugged, maybe you can have more confidence in me. Okay, but how are you going to deal with them? How about I take you to see those vampires tonight? Roka suggested with a smile, crossing his arms. Okay, okay. Bella agreed immediately. She was also very interested in vampires, otherwise she would not have paid special attention to Edward Cullen. Wait, my dad's side. Bella immediately looked bitter again. She felt that her father would definitely not let her walk around at night. It's okay, I'll convince Uncle Charlie. Roka patted his chest and indicated that he would take care of the matter. Bella smiled brightly when she heard this. Then she came to her senses and found that her world seemed to be changing because of Roka. What exactly are vampires like? The two drove back to the small town of Forks. Uncle, don't worry. I swear on my life that I will bring it back intact. Dad. Bella's home. Despite Roka's persuasion and Bella's coquetry, Sheriff Charlie still refused to give in. Unless you're married, there's no way I'd let Bella go out with you this late. Hearing this, Bella immediately covered her face shyly. She had never thought about such a thing before and didn't know what to say for a moment. Roka coughed awkwardly twice. Uncle Charlie, I really just took Bella out for some fun. No, you know her mother and I are both traditional and conservative people. We won't let you do anything before marriage. Besides, you haven't confirmed your relationship yet, right? Is it too late to confirm the relationship now? Roka looked helpless. He thought he could convince Sheriff Charlie, but he didn't expect the guy to be so old-fashioned. How about Uncle Charlie go with us? Can. Roka looked at Sheriff Charlie in astonishment. Did he hear it right? You actually agreed? He was just talking casually, why bring a light bulb? After a moment. Hey Roka, did you really agree to go with Dad? Bella looked at her father who was following behind her and whispered in his ear. I can't help it. Your father won't let me take you out alone. Roka also looked helpless. What should I do then? Bella was a little anxious. After all, they were going to look for vampires. How would her father react when he knew about this? It doesn't matter. It's good to let Uncle learn more. Roka didn't care. As Bella's father, Sheriff Charlie would be exposed to these things in the future anyway. It would be better to let him see it now. Chapter 158. All right. Bella sighed helplessly. The originally thrilling adventure has become a little boring now because of the addition of his father. And I have to keep an eye on my father's reaction after he sees a vampire. What if he can't accept it? It's a pity that Sheriff Charlie is determined to follow him, and there's no point saying anything. Roka's sports car only has 2 seats, but fortunately everyone can fit in if they squeeze in. There's no need to race anyway. Under Bella's guidance, the car soon stopped in front of the Cullen family's manor. Charlie couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Didn't you say you were going to play? Why are you here? Uncle, you don't have to ask so many questions. You will know it soon. Roka smiled mysteriously, then hugged Bella and jumped into Yard C of the Cullen family's manor. Charlie was filled with questions when he saw this scene. What did he see? Roka actually jumped away holding someone? Who has such a good jumping ability? Can one climb over a 3 or 4 meter high wall while holding a person in his arms? Is he still a human being? However, before Charlie could come to his senses, Roka jumped over again. Uncle, it's your turn next. Charlie didn't know what to say. The next second, Yinka grabbed his shoulders and brought him into the yard. After he stood firmly on his feet, Charlie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He whispered, "What are you going to do?" "I'm the sheriff of this small town. This is meant to remind the 2 people not to commit crimes. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to be the sheriff." Roka chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle, it's definitely not a crime, just don't be surprised by what you see later." Bella looked at her father with concern, wondering if he could accept the existence of vampires. Charlie still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but now was obviously not the time to ask these questions, so he didn't say much. He wanted to see what Roka was up to. "Are we going over now?" Bella whispered. "Wait a minute," Roka said as he took out a bottle of perfume and sprayed some on Bella. "What kind of perfume is this? It smells so good." Bella sniffed it and found the perfume filled with the scent of roses quite pleasant. She liked the smell immediately. Charlie on the side frowned as he watched this scene. What on earth was he trying to do? He suddenly sprayed perfume? As if he didn't exist? "I'll give it to you because it smells good." Roka smiled and stuffed the perfume into her hand. "Because the smell on your body is very special, I can only use perfume to cover it up a little. I hope it won't be discovered so early." "Oh." Bella immediately understood what was going on when she heard it. This was the purpose of spraying perfume, but she still happily put the perfume away. This was the first gift she received from Roka, and she liked it very much. So she has to keep it well. Charlie was even more confused when he heard this. What on earth was it that required perfume to cover up the smell? Instead, he felt that the scent of the perfume might attract more attention. "Let's go over there." Roka pointed to the villa in the manor. If they went past the flower bed, there was a high probability that they would not be discovered. You can also hide behind the flowers and peek at what's going on inside the villa. So a few people approached cautiously. Fortunately, they were not discovered. It seemed that a party was going on in the living room of the villa. Handsome men and beautiful women were dancing to the melodious music. "I know that one, it's Edward Cullen's sister Alice Cullen, and brother Emmett Cullen, sister Esme Cullen." Bella quickly recognized several of the people in the living room. When she looked towards the corner of the living room, she saw Edward Cullen sitting there drinking red wine silently. "Wait, that doesn't look like red wine. Bella keenly noticed the bright red at the corner of Edward's mouth. Red wine doesn't have such a bright color, and it won't stain the corners of your mouth. Is it blood? Charlie, relying on his many years of experience as a sheriff, determined that it was definitely blood, not red wine. He then looked at Roca, as if to ask if this was the reason why they came here? A family in this town is a murderer and likes to eat human blood? This is really exciting. Keep watching. Roca raised the corners of his mouth slightly, without explaining anything. Under the gaze of the three people, the dance of the Cullen family in the villa continued. But after knowing that they drank some kind of blood, Bella and Charlie subconsciously frowned as they watched it all. It was at this time. Among them, the naughty little sister Esme Cullen almost fell down accidentally. The next second, Edward caught her like a ghost. Charlie and Bella couldn't help but blink when they saw this scene, thinking they were seeing things. But when he looked again, he found that Edward had indeed caught Esme Cullen. You have to know that the distance between the two was 3 or 4 meters, and there was a coffee table between them. This is obviously not something humans can do. It appeared. Bella couldn't help but exclaim. What kind of monsters are they? Charlie asked quietly in Roca's ear. Vampire. Roca just answered with 3 words and then stopped talking. Vampire. Charlie's face was filled with shock. In fact, as the sheriff, he naturally knew about the existence of vampires, and he was not as unacceptable as Bella had guessed. During his many years as a sheriff, he had encountered incomprehensible murders, and someone had told him that they were done by vampires. But he has never seen a vampire in person in all these years. I didn't expect to see so many vampires in person this time. How can this be? If these vampires go crazy, won't the whole town of Forks be in chaos? Thinking of this, he immediately drew the gun from his waist. Uncle, what are you doing? Roca was a little amused. Of course, we have to kill these vampires and prevent them from harming the town of Forks. Charlie said in a deep voice as if it was a matter of course. No, you guys leave here right now. Charlie was interrupted by Roca with a helpless look on his face before he could finish his words. Uncle, I think it's too late to leave now. What? Charlie was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly looked towards the villa. But they saw 2 vampires already in front of them. Chapter 159. It was obvious that his actions just now exposed his whereabouts and allowed the vampire to discover them. Thinking of this, Charlie looked grim and felt a little guilty. It was all his fault that he was too impulsive and attracted the attention of the vampire. Otherwise they still have a chance to leave safely. Now that they have been discovered by so many vampires, it is impossible for them to leave even if they want to. I'll buy time later. Roca, you take Bella and go. Charlie whispered with a determined look on his face. After saying that, he rushed towards the vampires with a heroic look on his face. Seeing this, Roca was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Roca, please think of a solution. Bella shook his arm anxiously. The other side. Sheriff Charlie has already opened fire. Boom boom boom. However, ordinary firearms are completely useless against these extremely fast vampires. They can dodge bullets easily. Then you have to kiss me. Roca was not in a hurry, but instead happily made a request. It's already this time, why are you still thinking about this? Bella was a little angry, her face turned red with anger. At this time, this bad guy still wants to do this? Couldn't this request be made at some other time? No, I won't go unless you kiss me. Roca crossed his arms and looked helpless. Bella was almost crying with anger, and had no choice but to stand on tiptoe and kiss him on the face. Is this all right now? Sure. As soon as Roca finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, Rosalie Lillian Hale and Esme Cullen had been caught in his hands, like dead dogs. The 2 vampires who reacted covered their stomachs and groaned in pain, completely unaware of what was happening. Charlie, who was changing bullets, widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Come on, let's go in and sit down. Roca chuckled back at Bella and Charlie. Who are you? Charlie suddenly pointed the gun at him and shouted. With such a fast speed, he can easily defeat vampires. Is he a vampire too? Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. "Please, Uncle Charlie, can you give me some trust? I'm not a vampire. And do you dare to bring Bella here without some skills? I believe in Roka, Dad, please stop messing around." Bella immediately stepped forward to help. 78. After hearing this, Charlie hesitated for a moment and then put down his gun. In fact, he didn't quite believe that Roka was a vampire. But apart from vampires, he couldn't think of anyone else who could have such speed and strength. And being accused by his daughter of fooling around was a huge blow to him. At the same time, inside the villa, "I didn't expect someone to break into my house secretly. What happened?" Esme Cullen frowned. "Maybe it's a thief." Alice Cullen shrugged. "Can't you see anything, Alice?" Alice Cullen has the ability to predict the future, so Esme Cullen asked this question. However, Alice Cullen shook her head. "I didn't see anything, but one of them looked like Sheriff Charlie." Sheriff Charlie. Hearing this name, even Edward was attracted. After all, the father of the girl he loves is Sheriff Charlie. Could it be that? When he thought of this, Edward couldn't help but want to go out and take a look. But just at this time, the door was opened. Then two figures were thrown in. Jasper. Rosalie. After seeing the person being thrown in, the Cullen family members were all shocked and angry. What was surprising was that the newcomer defeated Jasper and Rosalie so easily. What made them angry was that they didn't realize until they were attacked. If the other party had attacked by surprise, wouldn't they have been completely wiped out? Seeing her husband Jasper being beaten like this, Alice Cullen immediately bared her vampire fangs and rushed towards the men with a roar. Bella was startled when she saw this and quickly hid behind Roca. But the next second, Alice Cullen, who rushed over, was knocked to the ground by a slap. Damn it! Seeing her family members being knocked to the ground one after another, Esme Cullen, the adoptive mother, couldn't help but bare her vampire fangs and glared at them murderously. "Bella, why are you here?" Edward couldn't believe it. He didn't expect Bella to come here, and bring the man who came here today with her. In fact, he was always there when Bella was being pestered by boys at school during the day. Originally he was thinking about helping Bella solve her problem. But he didn't expect that Roka would get there first. And not only this time, he was also there during the last car accident. But he was also beaten to it by Roka. This made his anger towards Roka reach its peak, not to mention that Roka now attacked his family. For a moment he also showed his vampire fangs and stared at Gze fiercely. "Hey, don't look so fierce, Bella is scared." Roka ignored the fierce looks from the men and even had the time to comfort Bella. "Who are you?" Esme Cullen, the adoptive mother, quickly calmed down. The opponent was able to knock Alice and the others to the ground in an instant, so his strength must be extraordinary. It is best not to get into conflict before you figure out the other party's intentions. Of course, the most important thing is that Carlisle Cullen, the head of the family, is not at home, so the only thing to do is to delay. "I didn't expect your family to be vampires." Charlie had a gloomy expression and stared at the few people. "So what if we're vampires? Our Cullens have never harmed ordinary people." Esme Cullen opened her mouth to retort. "Since they became vampires, they have been feeding on the blood of wild beasts. They have never harmed ordinary people and even often helped them. So what's wrong with them? Really? Will it really not harm ordinary people?" Roka sneered, then took Bella's finger and cut a wound on it. Look up." Bella frowned, but didn't say anything. She believed Roka. As the blood was exposed to the air, a strange fragrance made Edward swallow his saliva, and his eyes were fixed on the blood on Bella's fingers. Even Esme Cullen, the adoptive mother, couldn't help herself. The smell of the blood was so fragrant that it made them go crazy just by smelling it. Chapter 160. Jasper Hale and his youngest sister Rosalie Hale, who had just been lying on the ground groaning, could no longer control themselves and bared their blood-sucking fangs, roaring like wild beasts. Then he pounced on me madly as if he had lost his mind. "Look at this." Roka stretched out his hands and grabbed the two men's necks, smiling and saying, "They said they wouldn't attack ordinary people, but you can't help it now. Kr. Adoptive mother Esmcullen angrily denounced his shameless behavior, because the blood of the young girl in front of them had an incomparable attraction to them, the vampires, so everyone lost control. In other words, they would not lose control if they hadn't come into contact with this girl. Despicable. Roka raised his eyebrows. Do you dare to say that Edward has never had any intentions towards Bella? Hearing this, adoptive mother Esmcullen couldn't help but look at Edward. As if what he said hit the nail on the head, Edward lowered his head with some guilt. Yes, he did have his eyes on Bella, but he was more attracted by her beauty. So he didn't tell his family about Bella's specialness. He felt very guilty about this. Kr. When his adoptive mother Esmcullen saw him like this, she knew that Edward had come to her house because he was targeting her. I can guarantee that Edward and everyone in the Cullen family will stay away from her. Is that okay? Adoptive mother Esmcullen tried to end the farce in this way. But this matter is not as simple as she imagined. I can give you two choices. The first is to move out of Foxtown and join the Budapest vampire clan. Wait, the Budapest vampires? Are you one of them? When adoptive mother Esmeren suddenly heard the name of the Budapest vampires, she reacted immediately. Haha, it seems that you have already met. In fact, this is also the reason why I am looking for you. Roka said with a smile. But we have already rejected them. The Cullen family just wants to live their lives in anonymity. Adoptive mother Esmcullen said calmly. This is how the world is. You often don't get what you want. The same is true for life. In the end, the world is ruled by the strong, isn't it? Roka asked back with a smile. Hearing this, Esmcullen, Edward and other vampires all showed angry expressions. But after the anger comes a feeling of powerlessness. That's right, this world is ultimately controlled by the strong. And now Roka is the strong one. They are weak. They had no choice. I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to wait for Carlyle to come back. Carlyle? I should have thought of that. Charlie suddenly realized that he was actually very familiar with Dr. Carlyle Cullen. And now that Carlyle's family are all vampires, Carlyle is naturally no exception. It's okay, he'll be back soon. Roka was not in a hurry and pulled Bella to sit on the sofa nearby. Uncle, don't stand, sit down. Charlie looked at him and had no choice but to sit down. What happened today really refreshed his worldview. He found that there seemed to be unrest between vampires. And since Roka said he was not a vampire, then what was he? Why would you get involved in vampire affairs? Everyone waited for a moment. Carlyle Cullen, the patriarch of the Cullen family, finally came back from get off work. As a doctor, he was always the last one to get off work. But when he opened the door and saw Roka, Bella, Charlie, and others, he was a little confused for a moment, but then he realized that their identity as vampires had been exposed. What's going on? After seeing the injured Alice and others, Carlyle Cullen looked a little unhappy. It's very simple, Mr. Carlyle. Now the Cullen family is waiting for your decision. Roka said with a chuckle. Make a decision. Biaf, Carlyle looked at his wife Esmcullen with doubt. He always trusted his wife, so he wanted to get the details from her. Esmcullen smiled bitterly and then briefly recounted the incident. Are you from the Budapest blood clan? When Carlyle learned that Roka was sent by the Budapest vampires, his face suddenly turned unhappy. He had already rejected the invitation of the Budapest vampires before. Why is the other party still pestering me? Wait, you're not a vampire, are you? Of course not, but I am indeed here on behalf of the Budapest blood clan. Now you only have two choices. The first is to actively join the Budapest blood clan, and the second is to passively join the Budapest blood clan. You choose. After Roka finished speaking, he smiled and played with Bella's soft little hands. He seemed to care nothing about Carlyle's choice. Carlyle's face turned pale. He knew what had happened by now. He didn't expect that the people from the Budapest vampire clan, who had rejected them last time, would not give up and come back again this time. The Cullen family just wanted to live a good life in anonymity. They also never harm humans. Why is this happening? It's a pity that there are not so many wise in this world. There are always choices in life. Either you choose it actively or you choose it passively. Carlyle looked at his family members who were tortured beyond recognition, then looked at the man who looked calm and defenseless, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He just changed his name, but he never forgot his vampire blood. But he was soon dissuaded by the look of his wife, Esme Cullen. Esme Cullen shook her head at him, her eyes full of pleading. She was the only one who understood the horror of the man in front of her, whose speed was so fast that even she, a vampire, could not see clearly. Moreover, the other party looked so confident that it was obvious that they did not take them seriously at all. Therefore, even if they attacked together, their chances of winning are less than 10%. The more likely possibility is that their Karen family will be wiped out. None of them can afford such a price. After understanding what Esme Cullen wanted to say to him, Carlyle Cullen finally made up his mind. The Cullen family is willing to join the Budapest blood clan. We only hope that the Budapest blood clan can treat the Cullen family well. The Cullen family does not want to participate in any fights. I am not responsible for this. Roka shrugged to indicate that what you wanted had nothing to do with him. Selena has the final say on how to arrange your affairs, and he will not interfere with Selena's decision. Chapter 161. Okay, now answer my question. You have already met the 2 vampires and 2 werewolves from the Budapest blood clan, right? Where did they go? From the beginning to the end, Roka's purpose in looking for the vampires was to ask where the vampires and werewolves sent by Selena had gone. Conquering the Cullen family was just a matter of convenience. But I have to say that the Cullen family is still very useful. For example, Alice Cullen, a vampire who can predict the future. This is a talent that all major forces are vying for. Once you have Alice Cullen, you will be able to predict the future and turn misfortune into fortune. Who wouldn't want such a person? I don't know. We haven't seen each other since we rejected their invitation. Carlyle Cullen shook his head. Or this answer? Roka raised his eyebrows. This was almost exactly the same answer as the werewolf Jacob. The vampires and werewolves sent by Selena were rejected after they came into contact with these 2 forces. And then it disappeared? So where else can they go? Carlyle Cullen hesitated, not knowing whether he should say something. Just tell me what you want to say. Since you have decided to join the Budapest blood clan, you are one of us. Roka patted his shoulder with a smile. Well, I think since Mr. Roka is looking for them, then they must be missing. And the people active in Foxtown are not only our Cullen family, but also Wolf Lambda. Roka waved his hand. There's no problem with the werewolves. I've already asked. Carlyle Cullen had no doubts after hearing this. Then in the end, only the foreign vampire forces will remain. Foreign vampire forces. Roka raised his eyebrows. He knew that there were 3 foreign vampires in the movie and they caused a lot of trouble for Bella. But they were just 3 vampires. Could they defeat the 2 vampires and 2 werewolves sent by Selena? Even if the vampires here have special superpowers, it's impossible that not a single one escaped, right? Yes, they are vampires who have recently arrived in the vicinity of the town of Forks. They must have escaped from a certain vampire tribe. Carlyle Cullen was not very clear about the origins of these vampires, and he had tried his best to prevent his family from coming into contact with foreign vampires. Roka narrowed his eyes and thought. Now there were no other clues, so he could only find the only clue and ask. Where are they? Carlyle Cullen shook his head. I'm not sure. I just know that they were active near the town of Forks. Send someone to keep an eye on the town of Forks, and tell me if you find any trace of those vampires. Yes. Carlyle Cullen bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Roka nodded with satisfaction, then took out his phone and called Selena, telling her about the Cullen family's situation. That's great. As far as I know, most of the vampires in the Cullen family have special superpowers. Now the Budapest blood clan will become even stronger. Selena was very happy when she got the news. You know, once the Cullen family is conquered, the benefits will not only be more than just having more vampires with special abilities. It can also study the vampire bloodline of the Cullen family, and more importantly, whether it can be integrated into Selena's vampire ancestor bloodline. After all, Selena's vampire blood is a perfect fusion of werewolf blood. She is not afraid of sunlight or silver, but has the advantages of both vampires and werewolves. If only I could integrate the vampire blood of the Cullen family. Can Serena also have special superpowers? This is a very bold attempt. Well, then I'll leave the Cullens' affairs to you. I still have to follow up on the matter of those missing vampires you sent over. No problem, I'll send someone else to contact the Cullen family. After talking to Selena, Roca hung up the phone. He then gave Selena's contact information to Carlisle Cullen and let him make the contact himself. As for how Selena would arrange the Cullen family, he didn't have to worry about it. After everything is resolved, Roca took Charlie and Bella away from the Cullen family villa. However, neither of them spoke along the way, as if they had not yet recovered from what had happened before. After all, Roca, who had just dealt with the Cullen family, seemed like a different person. He became extremely domineering and would not tolerate any opposition from anyone. This was completely different from the Roca they knew. Request flowers 0. All the way to Bella's house. See you tomorrow. Roca smiled and waved goodbye to Bella. Bella bit her lip lightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Want to know something about me? We'll be at the same place tomorrow. Roca smiled and leaned over to speak in her ear, then licked her earlobe. Bella shuddered for a moment, and her pretty face turned red involuntarily. She looked at the naughty Roca in front of her, and the familiar feeling seemed to return. Tomorrow is the weekend, come early. Bella winked playfully after saying this, and then skipped into the house. Roca chuckled and then drove away. Point 0. The next day. Still the old location. Bella dressed up early in the morning and left home under the unfriendly gaze of her father Charlie. Charlie sighed helplessly when he saw this. What happened last night made him not want his daughter to get close to Roca. Although Roca said he was not a vampire. But it can easily scare vampires, and has an unclear relationship with vampires. His world is too complicated. Can his daughter be happy? But now he was powerless to stop it. The other side. It's still the school gate. Did he? Just as Bella was looking around, a red sports car did a tailspin and stopped beside her. Roca took off his sunglasses and waved to her. Get in the car. Bella showed a bright smile on her face, and then sat in the passenger seat skillfully. Roca fastened her seat belt as usual, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Where are you going today? Bella asked curiously. Remember the vampire I asked the Cullens to find yesterday? Huh? Did you find them so quickly? Bella was a little surprised. That's right. Roca nodded with a smile. So do you want to go and take a look together? Of course. Bella is still very interested in vampires, or perhaps she is interested in the unknown world. In short, she felt that no matter what she did with Roca, it would be good. Chapter 162. Roca found it very funny to see her so excited. In fact, he was worried that Bella was not interested in these things. Obviously his worries were unnecessary. Bella was still very interested in his world. By the way, I found the exorcism agency you mentioned on the internet. Have you really been dealing with ghosts and monsters? Bella asked about this matter with great interest. Roca smiled and nodded. Of course, which ones do you want to know? I want to know everything about you. Bella felt a little embarrassed as soon as she finished speaking. The words sounded too ambiguous. Want to know my whole story? Then I have to start from the first time I faced the undead killer Jason. A red sports car is driving slowly on the road. Roca briefly recounted his first battle with Jason for 900. Bella became even more curious when she learned that he was just an ordinary person at that time. When talking about some thrilling parts, Bella's mind was also affected and she became nervous. Crunch. The vehicle stopped after a moment. That's how I solved the undead killer Jason. And then, there's the masked killer, the axe maniac, the killer Miles, the nightmare killer Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street. Tell me quickly. Bella urged with great interest. She really liked the thrilling story of the killer Jason, and she was also looking forward to Roka's next story. But Roka shrugged with amusement. "We're already here." Ah! Bella realized then that the car had stopped. She was so engrossed in listening that she was completely unaware of what was happening around her. "All right." Bella sounded rather regretful. "I'll tell you the story later." Roka pinched her nose with amusement. Bella wrinkled her nose and angrily opened his hand, but soon burst out laughing. "That's a deal. You must tell me more stories about your adventures later." "Certainly." Roka smiled and nodded, then looked towards the bar nearby. "That's right, according to the Cullen family's intelligence, the 3 foreign vampires are in the bar." He didn't waste any time and pulled Bella into the bar. Perhaps because it was morning, the bar wasn't very lively. Only a few people were drinking. Roka aimed at the 3 vampires and walked towards them. At this time, the 3 vampires, 2 men and 1 woman, were chatting about something, and their eyes were occasionally looking at the high school boys and girls on the other side. It was obvious that they had set their eyes on the young couple. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become the prey of 3 vampires. Unlike the Cullens, these 3 exiled vampires are not vegetarians. They often suck human blood. However, at this moment, an irresistible smell came over. The 3 vampires suddenly turned their heads to look where the fragrance came from. "James, great! There are even more delicious desserts over here. It was just sheer luck that they came through. I can't help it anymore. It smells so good. I really want to taste her blood and see how delicious it is." The moment they saw Bella, James, and the other 2 almost drooled. It was almost an instinctive desire. Their bodies kept telling them that they must taste the girl's blood. Bella was a little scared when she saw their eyes staring at prey, so she immediately grabbed Roka's clothes and hid behind him. Roka grabbed her fair and tender little hand with some amusement and said, "Come out with me, all of you." "Ah!" James and the other 2 who were about to take action were stunned when they heard this. Just now they were a little concerned about the large number of people in the bar, but they didn't expect that the 2 humans in front of them would actually take the initiative to invite them out. Is there such a good thing? "Ha ha ha, great, let's talk outside." James, the leader, laughed loudly, wishing that the few people would go out and chat so that no one would disturb them from enjoying the delicious blood. The black vampire Laurent almost couldn't help howling with excitement. He couldn't wait to come to Bella and sniff the sweet smell in the air, but he didn't rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Bella as if she were his prey. It was also a good thing that he didn't do anything. Otherwise he would be dead now. After a moment, several people came to an empty alley together. "Hey James, isn't this a bit too obvious?" The female vampire Victoria spoke. "This place is not far from the roadside. If you call for help, someone will definitely hear you. I can't wait any longer." Before James could say anything, the black vampire Laurent couldn't wait to reach out and grab Bella. The next second, his palm was grabbed by Roka. Roka gave him a bright smile and then clenched his fist tightly. Click, click, click. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the alley. "You're right. Whether it's calling for help or screaming here, it will attract unnecessary onlookers, so let's hurry up," Roka said with a smile, and the flame of hell in his hand burst out and suddenly wrapped the whole body of the black vampire Lauren. "Just now it was just the pain of my palms being crushed into pulp, but now it is the pain of my soul being burned." The double pain of mind and body left Laurent without the strength to even scream. He was slowly burned into charcoal and finally turned into ashes. See this scene. James and his girlfriend Victoria's pupils suddenly shrank, and a creepy feeling made them tremble all over. What is this? Laurent died just like that? Not even ashes left? Just thinking about this made the 2 of them terrified. "Who are you?" "Who?" Roka chuckled. "You should have come into contact with the Budapest vampires, right? Tell me, where did they go?" You are from the Budapest blood clan." Hearing this, James and Victoria reacted immediately. "Kindness." Roka raised his eyebrows. James and Victoria were trembling with love and said quickly, "We don't know either. At the beginning, the 2 vampires and the 2 werewolves found us and asked us to join the Budapest blood clan, but we disagreed, and then the 2 sides fought." "Then what?" "Then we fled." James felt a little ashamed after he said this. After all, running away is not a glorious thing. Chapter 163. So you don't know where they went? Roka raised his eyebrows and his eyes became dangerous. Yes. After James finished speaking, he looked at his expression carefully. Seeing his unfriendly eyes, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "No, I know where they went." At this time, the blonde vampire Victoria spoke hurriedly. "Explain." Roka crossed his arms and looked a little impatient. Seeing this, Victoria hurriedly said, "I happened to see them clashing with the Vertu family before. If the person you are looking for is missing, I think it must be related to the Vertu family." "The Voltur family?" Roka narrowed his eyes. He remembered this vampire family, which had been active in the city of Volterra in Florence, Italy. It was one of the 10 royal groups among the vampire families. And they made laws for vampires, which restrained and managed vampires to a certain extent and prevented them from causing chaos. Overall, it is a vampire family with a long history. Its leaders are 3 ancient vampires, Aero, Caius, and Marcus. In the movie, the desire to obtain Alice Cullen, who has the ability to predict the future, leads to a war against the 18 clans of the Cullen family. This shows that the Voltur family is a very ambitious vampire family. "You guys go." Roka waved to James and Victoria, signaling them to leave quickly. "Now that we know the ultimate obstacle is the Vertu family, the next thing will be easy." However, Selena's help is still needed to completely eliminate the Voltur family. Of course, he alone is enough to deal with the Voltur family. But the subsequent control of the Vertu family will need to be done by Selena. As long as the Vertu family is annexed, the Budapest blood clan will become more powerful than ever before. This should meet Serena's expectations. You really let us go?" James looked at him in disbelief. "Why? Don't you want to leave?" Roka narrowed his eyes and smiled. "TT." James said this and pulled Victoria aside and ran away, crawling. But did Roka really let them go? Just when James and Victoria were running into the jungle to escape, a sudden flame instantly enveloped them. Then, with a burst of shrill screams, the 2 of them completely turned into ashes and disappeared. In the original book, these 2 people caused Bella a lot of trouble and kept spying on her. If we let them go, they will inevitably do something bad. So Roka naturally wouldn't really let these 2 people go, but he just didn't want to kill too many people in front of Bella. Even though it wasn't a human but a vampire. "Roka, where are we going next?" After getting in the car, Bella asked curiously, "Are we going to find the Volto family?" Roka smiled and shook his head, "No, I'm not going anywhere from now on. I'll just play with you." "Really?" Bella was delighted after hearing this. "Of course." Roka smiled and nodded. There was no rush to deal with the Vertu family, and Selena had to prepare well. When the time comes, we can just wipe out the Volta family in one fell swoop. There is absolutely no need to rush. Besides, it's not appropriate to take Bella along for such an event. Why don't we go to the river and play? I want to hear your stories. Bella suggested excitedly. Okay. Roka didn't expect Bella's request to be like this. He thought Bella would ask to play in the town of Forks. But it doesn't matter. A few days later, the people sent by Selena finally arrived in the town of Fox. Roka didn't waste any time. After arranging for the Cullen family to go to Paris, he immediately took people to the city of Volterra in Florence, Italy. The Volturi family has great power in the city of Volterra in Florence, and is like the local tyrant. But unfortunately, they met Roka. According to Roka's consistent principles, they had only one choice: surrender or die. It's a pity that the Volturi family, who have been domineering for thousands of years, did not take him seriously. Thus the Volturi were destroyed. In just half a day, the Volturi family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was swallowed up by the Budapest vampires. As for how to deal with it later, it depends on Selena. With the permission of his father-in-law Charlie, Roca transferred Bella to a high school in New York and began to live a shameless life. But before that, I have to take Bella, Allison, and Maria to meet them. Fortunately, Roca is also familiar with this aspect. The conflicts and unhappiness among the women were easily resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Twilight City. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing his Kryptonian bloodline by 2%. Oh? It actually increased by 2%. Roca, who had some free time, checked the system prompts. He didn't expect that this system task would actually reward a 2% increase in bloodline. This is the first time. He also didn't feel that this task was difficult. But it doesn't matter. Roca would not complain if the system gave him too little, and he would not complain if the system gave him too much. However, he didn't have time to rest for a few days. The sudden urgent task woke Roca up from his peaceful life. That evening, Roca was holding Maria with his left hand and Bella with his right hand, watching TV and saying sweet words to them. Unexpectedly, Allison, who had just finished taking a shower, ran out wrapped in a white bath towel. Seeing this, Roca couldn't help but whistle, "Hey, don't be so anxious, there's still a lot of time in the evening." Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing this. She handed over the phone and said, "It's a call from the sheriff of the town of Jansen, Colorado, USA. He said there's an urgent commission." "Oh? So late?" Roca reluctantly pulled his arms around Maria and Bella and took the phone. He was a little too lazy to move so late. Isn't it nice to roll in bed with your sweet-smelling wife? However, his professional ethics as an exorcist made him answer the phone. "Hello, I'm Roca, the head of the exorcist agency. What's the emergency request? If it's really urgent, our agency can get there within half an hour, but you have to pay an additional commission." "Too slow." "Ah." Hearing the anxious voice coming from the other end of the phone, Roca couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I mean, it's too slow, can it be faster?" "Commissions are not a problem, as long as you can save the town, even a town worth $1 million can be built." Hearing this, Roca became a little curious. "Of course you can, but are you in such a hurry? What happened?" "Monsters, many monsters have occupied the town. Now the town is full of such monsters. They seek to survive in human bodies and continue to breed more monster larvae." "Monster? Please explain clearly what kind of monster it is." At this time, Roca's expression became more serious. A monster that could occupy a small town must be no simple creature. If not handled properly, it could be like an alien bug that could tear humans apart, threatening to destroy the entire Earth. Chapter 164. Those monsters look very scary. They have bodies similar to those of velociraptors, and their blood is extremely corrosive. It's the size of a velociraptor, its blood is corrosive, and it can parasitize the human body and give birth to its young. Combining the other party's description, Roca suddenly realized, isn't this an alien? Plus, the target location is in Colorado, the town of Jansen. The results are obvious. Ding! The system has updated the task Alien vs Predator 2, please host to solve all the alien. It is indeed this. Wait, Mr. Sheriff, didn't you notify the nearby army? Why did you come to our exorcism office? Roca, remember in the movie, didn't the military drop a nuclear bomb? It seems that the town has been occupied by aliens. Wouldn't it be like eating a nuclear bomb if he went there now? We have already notified the military, but their first priority was not to rescue the residents of the town, but to control the scope of the disaster and prevent it from spreading. Because the situation is now out of control, the military decided to drop a nuclear bomb, but after discussion, the military decided to give us 2 hours. Oh! Roca was a little surprised. In fact, the situation is not complicated. The military is preparing to drop a nuclear bomb to destroy the town of Jansen, just like in the movie, in order to eliminate all aliens. But somehow, Sheriff Eddie managed to gain 2 hours by negotiating with the military colonel. As long as they can escape or kill all the aliens within 2 hours, they can survive. Otherwise, he will disappear in the nuclear bomb along with the alien. 2 hours. Roka touched it. There's enough time. I'll take over Sheriff Eddie's mission. Great, most of us who are still alive are now gathered in the hospital in the town of Janason, but those monsters have already known about our existence. I think they will come to the hospital soon, so don't worry, I will get there as quickly as possible, so don't worry. Roka hung up the phone without further ado. Want to go out? Bella looked at him reluctantly. Roka smiled and kissed her fair face. Don't worry, I will rescue you soon, just wait for me in the room. Kindness. Bella and Maria nodded obediently. This made Allison roll her eyes. He said the same thing last time and came back very late. But everyone still supported him to go. After all, those are the residents of the entire town. If they don't go, all the residents will die in the nuclear explosion. Although Allison and the others are not saints, they don't want to see so many people die. Of course, Roka's purpose of this trip was not to save the town. He remembered that an alien spaceship from the Predator had crashed in the town of Janason. There are also various high-tech weapons of the Terminator. These things are more valuable than simple commissions. So it's worth Roka's special trip. Okay, I'm leaving now. Roka didn't waste any time. He patted Allison's butt and flew out from the French window. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky. Maria and Bella were left silently praying that everything would go well. At the same time, in the hospital in the small town of Janason, a large number of injured townspeople were sent to the hospital, blocking the flow of people. Sheriff Eddie, what should we do next? The timid female police officer nearby asked in fear. She knew that the monsters would not let the people here go, and if they didn't find a solution, everyone would be killed by the monsters sooner or later. Don't worry, someone has come to rescue us. Sheriff Eddie was also extremely anxious at this time, and his eyes looked towards the distance of the town from time to time. In fact, it was a friend named Kate who gave him an idea at the critical moment, so he contacted the exorcist agency. The only thing that made him doubtful was whether this so-called exorcist agency could really help the residents of the town. You know, even the military couldn't control the situation in the town and chose to drop a nuclear bomb. Can this so-called exorcist agency really work? But now he has no other choice. The military will launch a nuclear bomb in 2 hours, and life or death will be left to fate. And he couldn't tell the public that the nuclear bomb was about to explode. Otherwise things will only get worse. Hurry, everyone, go in. The rain was getting heavier, and Sheriff Eddie felt more and more that something was wrong. The screams in the distance seemed to be getting closer. So he shouted loudly for everyone to go to the hospital quickly. No one dared to neglect. They saw that monster with their own eyes. However, the opposite S*X comes like a cat smelling fish, they come when they smell the fishy smell. The alien suddenly pounced out of the darkness, and those who ran slowly were caught by the alien. The aliens did not kill these defenseless humans, but captured them and used them as petri dishes for breeding alien larvae. Boom boom boom. Seeing this, Sheriff Eddie pulled out his pistol and shot wildly at the alien. It's a pity that ordinary bullets don't have much effect on these aliens. Moreover, they move very fast, and if they jump to the side, it will be difficult for the pistol to kill them. I watched as more than a dozen monsters surrounded me in the darkness. For a moment, Sheriff Eddie's face was filled with fear and despair. The next moment, an alien in the front pounced towards him. Sheriff Eddie quickly pulled the trigger, but suddenly found that the pistol was out of bullets. He smiled bitterly and accepted the fact calmly. But the next second a figure fell from the sky. A hole was instantly smashed into the ground, and the area over 10 meters in radius formed a spider web shape. Sheriff Eddie and several police officers beside him were all knocked down by the invisible impact and looked at it all in a daze. When they came to their senses, they were shocked to find that there was an extra person in the pit. It seems I arrived just in time, Sheriff Eddie. Roka jumped out of the pit, then turned back and looked at Sheriff Eddie with a smile. Are you from the exorcist agency? Sheriff Eddie stared with eyes wide open, looking in disbelief at the man in front of him who was wearing a white shirt and floral shorts that revealed his muscular body. In fact, he called the exorcist agency just as a last resort. I never thought that the other party would be able to rescue me so quickly. After all, the two places are hundreds of kilometers apart. What he didn't expect was that a miracle seemed to happen. Someone actually came to save them. Chapter 165. I'm Roka, the head of the exorcism agency. Roka said as he held out his hand to him. However, Sheriff Eddie widened his eyes and warned loudly, "Be careful." Kindness. Roka could sense a gust of evil wind coming from behind him, and immediately he took out the Golden Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Bump! The power of the Golden Desert Eagle accurately blew up its head, and green brain matter spurted out, making a corrosive sound as it fell to the ground. Ordinary pistols are no match for these ordinary aliens. But the Golden Desert Eagle can. Roka remained calm and kept pulling the triggers of his two guns with both hands. Boom boom boom. More than 10 aliens were killed in just an instant. Amazing. The police officers behind Sheriff Eddie were all stunned. They had spent so much effort to deal with a terrifying alien, but it turned out to be so fragile. Was it all solved at once? How is this possible? However, the facts are before us. Roka only used 2 guns to unexpectedly eliminate more than 10 ordinary aliens. And there are more aliens in the darkness. But these aliens seemed to know how powerful he was, so they all retreated quietly. 100 Are you all right? After seeing the aliens retreating, Roka turned around and walked up to the few people and asked with concern. No, nothing. Sheriff Eddie swallowed hard before answering, but soon he gave a bitter smile. Mr. Roka, you better leave here. Well? Do you want to cancel the commission? Roka raised his eyebrows with an unfriendly look. No, there is no time. I don't want to implicate more innocent people. Sheriff Eddie smiled bitterly and shook his head. There are less than 2 hours left before the nuclear bomb is dropped. How can we eliminate the countless monsters in the town in such a short time? This is simply impossible to accomplish. It was because I was too stupid to put my hopes on the exorcist agency. Roka almost laughed. Could it be that this guy just saw that he only used a pistol to deal with the aliens, so he thought he couldn't handle the aliens in the entire town? Yes, it is indeed difficult to deal with all the aliens in the town with guns alone. But he has more than just guns. Okay, Sheriff Eddie, I'll take care of those monsters. You, by sea, just need to pay the commission on time afterwards, and don't worry about anything else. 78. Seeing how confident he was, Sheriff Eddie felt a little more hopeful. Okay, no time for small talk, the aliens have entered the hospital. Roka looked towards the hospital and found that many aliens had sneaked into the hospital through the walls. If nothing is done, there will probably be heavy casualties in the hospital. These people can be said to be his employers. After all, Sheriff Eddie alone cannot pay the commission of $1 million. Everyone in the town needs to pay it together. So save as many as you can. Since there is a commission, let him become a righteous Superman. Sheriff Eddie's face changed drastically when he heard his words. He also knew how many casualties would be caused once those monsters entered the hospital. However, just when he was about to say something, he found that Roka in front of him had disappeared at some point. Sheriff, who is that man? The female police officer asked in shock. He may be the only one who can save this town. Sheriff Eddie didn't waste any time after he finished speaking. He immediately went into the hospital and arranged for everyone to gather together to avoid being attacked by the monster. At the same time, in a delivery room, several pregnant women and nurses were unaware of the movement outside the hospital. It's late, pregnant mothers should rest. The nurse asked the pregnant women to rest early and then left the delivery room. But I met love around the corner. An alien was hanging upside down in the corridor and came face to face with her. The sudden appearance of the terrifying monster also frightened the nurse, and she started screaming. However, the next second, the alien's head was cut off, separated from the neck smoothly. Keep your voice down, the noise will attract more monsters. Roka couldn't help but scratch his ear and reminded him. The nurse then realized that there was a person beside her, and she also realized that it was this person who saved her. But she still doesn't know what happened. What is this terrifying looking monster in front of me? What is going on here? Who are you? The nurse asked subconsciously in a low voice. There's no time to explain. You'd better go in and stay with those pregnant women. Don't wander around. As Roka spoke, his eyes were already looking at the aliens on the other side. From what he could see, the entire hospital was invaded by dozens of aliens. And there is also an iron-blooded alien queen that parasitizes the predator Scar in the movie. Pregnant women in the delivery room are the best place for alien breeding. So the iron-blooded alien queen was targeting these pregnant women. One pregnant woman could hatch at least 5 or 6 ordinary aliens. Hi. When Roka was planning to wait and see and get rid of the iron-blooded alien queen, he found that the iron-blooded alien queen turned around and ran away. What's going on? Could it be that the iron-blooded alien queen sensed the danger? Roka frowned and did not chase after him. The most important thing now was to deal with the ordinary aliens in the hospital. There are too many of these ordinary aliens. If the problem is not resolved soon, I'm afraid few people in the hospital will survive. Thinking of this, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. The nurse was about to say something when she saw the person disappear. She rubbed her eyes and thought she had seen it wrong. After thinking about it, she obediently went back to the delivery room. At least it's safe here for now. At the same time, Roka moved around the hospital at supersonic speed, and all the aliens he passed by were burned to ashes by the flames of hell. The blood of these aliens is extremely corrosive and can only be best dealt with by the flames of hell. Otherwise, the entire hospital will be corroded and riddled with holes. At the same time, he also imprisoned several aliens in the monster containment device as collection. After doing all this, only a few minutes passed. Roka found Sheriff Eddie again. Mr. Roka, thank you so much. Sheriff Eddie was immediately grateful when he saw him. He knew that there were many aliens in the hospital, but these aliens were suddenly burned to death by a flame. He knew without thinking that it must have been Roka who did it. This kind of cleaning efficiency might really be able to eliminate all the aliens in the town. Chapter 166. The hospital is safe for now, and I don't think those cowardly monsters will come here for a while. Roka said in a calm voice. The hunter alien that seemed extremely terrifying to ordinary people was like a docile kitten to him. The supervision makes them know where to hide, making it very easy to deal with them. But there are still many monsters in this town, and no one knows how many there are. Sheriff Eddie was still a little worried. He had personally witnessed the scene of the monster cubs parasitizing the human body and then breaking out of the body. They can be hatched in such a short time, and no one knows how many monsters there are in the town at this moment. You just need to stay here. Don't accept escapees at will. They might be infected with the parasite. After giving a reminder, Roka disappeared from the spot. There is only 1.5 hours left. Next he had to clear out all the aliens in the town. Of course, the most important one was the iron-blooded queen. As long as the iron-blooded alien queen is there, new aliens will continue to be born. However, when he looked at the iron-blooded alien queen, he suddenly discovered that there was someone fighting with the iron-blooded alien queen at this moment. It's the predator. Roka immediately went to a tall building nearby and watched the fight between the two sides with great interest. Predator vs Iron Alien Queen. This is truly a fateful duel. In fact, the Iron Warrior Lone Wolf had fought with the Iron Alien Queen many times in the town, and as a result, his high-tech equipment shoulder cannon was destroyed. At this time, he could only pick up a sharp metal whip, and with a wave of his hand, he used the metal whip to entangle an ordinary alien. Then pull hard. The sharp whip instantly cut the alien into pieces. The iron-blooded alien queen, who has inherited the genes of the predator, is very smart. Seeing that the iron-blooded warrior Lone Wolf had such a sharp weapon in his hand, he did not dare to step forward in person. Instead, he ordered a steady stream of ordinary aliens to come forward and consume its strength. It took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After the Lone Wolf killed an alien with a whip, he immediately rolled over without thinking to avoid the sneak attack from the iron-blooded alien queen behind him, and then swung out the whip to wrap around the iron-blooded alien's tail. But the strength of the iron-blooded alien was beyond his expectations, and the whip in his hand was thrown away by it. Now the lone wolf no longer has the sharpest weapon in his hand. However, the lone wolf fought more and more fiercely, and he roared as if to intimidate the opponent. Unexpectedly, the iron-blooded alien queen, who had the iron-blooded warrior's genes, roared like him and assumed the iron-blooded warrior's unique fighting posture. Seeing this, Lone Wolf took out his retractable spear. The battle between the two sides began again. The Lone Wolf stabbed with the spear, but was dodged. He swept out a second time, but was also dodged. It's no wonder that although the iron-blooded alien queen is huge in size, she is very flexible. The lone wolf turned around and stabbed with his spear. This time the iron-blooded alien failed to dodge and was stabbed in the abdomen. The iron-blooded alien queen roared in pain, then slapped the lone wolf. Seeing this, the lone wolf immediately threw the spear in his hand. However, the iron-blooded alien queen easily dodged it, and then it suddenly rushed forward. The lone wolf had no time to dodge and was hit into the gas pipe on the roof. Immediately afterwards, the iron-blooded alien queen headbutted again, but the lone wolf fought back and punched the iron-blooded alien queen on the head. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. At this time, Lone Wolf actually took off his heavy armor and mask. This means that he is about to fight to the death. Roar! The lone wolf roared again, and this time he showed the momentum of burning his boats. Either you die or I die. The iron-blooded alien queen also roared. With the iron-blooded warrior gene, she understood Lone Wolf's thoughts very well. The next moment the two sides collided again. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Roca, who was watching this scene from a tall building in the distance, couldn't help but applaud them and recorded the scene with his mobile phone. I plan to go back and show it to Bella and the others. Just treat it as the blockbuster of the year. At the same time, the battle between the iron-blooded alien queen and the lone wolf became increasingly brutal. In the contest of strength, the iron-blooded alien queen is naturally more powerful than the lone wolf. In just one round, the lone wolf was knocked over by the iron-blooded alien queen's brute force, causing his arm to bleed. But that's not all. The iron-blooded alien queen grabbed Lone Wolf and pressed him against the pipe, piercing his shoulder with her tongue. Rude. The lone wolf fought back, throwing the iron-blooded alien queen against the pipe with an over-the-shoulder throw. But it did not cause much harm to it. Whether in terms of strength or defense, the iron-blooded alien queen is much stronger. The two sides entangled again. After the iron-blooded alien queen pressed Lone Wolf against the pipe, she used her tongue to attack his head repeatedly, but Lone Wolf dodged by turning his head. And the Lone Wolf took the opportunity to grab the tongue of the iron-blooded alien queen with his hand, and then suddenly exerted force and pulled the tongue out of her mouth. This time, the iron-blooded alien queen was severely injured, and green blood kept spurting out of her mouth. Perhaps because its genes were fused with the predator's genes, its blood lost its strong corrosiveness. So even though the blood sprayed on the lone wolf, it did not cause any injuries to him. However, just as Lone Wolf pulled out his wrist knife and prepared to hit the iron-blooded alien queen on the head, the iron-blooded alien queen's tail suddenly pierced directly into his chest. Pierce its body and lift it up. Hi! This reversal surprised Roca a little. He didn't expect that the iron-blooded alien queen had learned her lesson. After this attack, the lone wolf still wanted to resist, but he was completely powerless. Roar! The iron-blooded alien queen's victory made it roar towards the sky. The lone wolf lying on the ground was unwilling to accept the defeat. He did not expect that he would be defeated by the iron-blooded alien queen in the end. This was definitely the biggest shame in his life. Just when he was about to close his eyes unwillingly, he saw a figure appear beside the iron-blooded alien queen. The next second, the iron-blooded alien queen's head suddenly exploded. Tisk, I thought I wouldn't have to do anything, but I didn't expect I would have to do it in the end. Roca couldn't help but complain. He didn't expect the plot to really change. If it weren't for him, the iron-blooded alien queen would definitely have survived. The lone wolf lying on the ground suddenly widened his eyes. After seeing the death of the iron-blooded alien queen, he looked at the figure beside him with relief. If he could still stand up, he would thank the other party with the most respectful etiquette. But all this is impossible. In the end, the lone wolf closed his eyes and ended his life completely. Chapter 167. The bodies of the iron-blooded alien queen and lone wolf were collected. They were all research materials. It's a pity that all this equipment is useless. Roka turned around and picked up the equipment scattered on the ground. It's a pity that most of Lone Wolf's Iron Warrior-style equipment were damaged, greatly reducing its research value. By the way, where's Lone Wolf's hand cannon? Roka suddenly remembered that Lone Wolf's shoulder cannon was picked up by humans because it was damaged. That thing was probably the most valuable thing in Lone Wolf's equipment for research. He can't let anyone snatch him away. Over there. Roka quickly locked onto the man holding the hand cannon, who was now running towards the center of the town with several of his companions. I want to get on a helicopter and leave here before the nuclear bomb arrives. This is also one of the few people who escaped from the town in the movie. And the 610 gun in his hand was also taken away by the military. In the movie, because of this hand cannon, the Earth's technology developed rapidly, and the universe was explored in just 100 years. This also connects to the story of Alien 1. It's just that the sequel of Predator vs. Alien was not filmed before it ended, which made countless people feel sorry. And now that Roka is here, this thing naturally cannot be left to the military. Without stopping, he quickly rushed in the direction where the man was. All the aliens along the way were cleared out. Whether hiding in a house or in a sewer, there is no escape from his hot eyesight. Hurry, get on the plane. Retired female soldier Kelly was the first to arrive at the helicopter. She shouted loudly for the people who had fallen behind to get on the plane quickly. At the same time, he kept shooting to repel the aliens attacking from all directions. The man holding the Predator's hand cannon would turn around and fire a shot from time to time, tearing the chasing aliens into pieces. It's a pity that the Predator's hand cannon no longer has the energy support of the armor and cannot fire continuously. It can only be released again after charging for several minutes. The man naturally understood the preciousness of this thing, so he was determined to take it with him even at the risk of being hunted down by the Iron Blood Warrior. As long as he can take this thing out, he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. But the next moment, the hand cannon in his hand disappeared. Who is it? His things were stolen, and the man roared and looked around, trying to find the guy who stole his things. But after looking around, he couldn't see who had snatched the weapon from his hand. His roar actually attracted the aliens' attention. The next second, the man was knocked to the ground by several aliens. Then, he fell silent amidst a series of shrill screams. Roka, who got the hand cannon, sneered. This thing is not something that everyone can touch, so he deserved to die. Now that the things have been obtained. Then he did not hold back and cleaned up all the remaining monsters in the town. After the iron-blooded alien was gone, all the aliens were quickly cleaned up by Roka, even the alien eggs and face-huggers that had not yet hatched. No alien could escape his eyes. After doing all this, Roka came to the deep forest near the town and found Lone Wolf's small spaceship and the spaceship where the iron-blooded alien queen crashed. This thing has great research value. Although it is likely to attract the attention of other iron-blooded warriors, it doesn't matter. The Predator treats humans as ants, but in front of him, the Predator is also just an ant. After the end, Roka returned to the town hospital again. How is Mr. Roka? Sheriff Eddie was a little surprised to see him come back. After waiting anxiously in the hospital for so long, no monsters attacked again. This gave him great confidence. Maybe Mr. Roka really destroyed all the monsters in the town. In his expectant eyes, Roka nodded, yes, I have dealt with all the monsters. You are safe now. Hearing this, not only Sheriff Eddie, but also the survivors behind him had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Then everyone cheered for surviving the disaster. Great! Those monsters have finally been destroyed. We are saved. Woo woo woo, I'm finally saved. God! Looking at the people venting their emotions, Roka couldn't help but chuckle. Well, the commission has been completed, and it's time for me to leave. Mr. Roca, are you leaving so soon? Sheriff Eddie was a little caught off guard. Although Roca said that all the monsters had been dealt with, they were still a little afraid. So naturally we hope he can stay a little longer. However, Roca had no intention of staying here any longer. Besides, the military would definitely get involved in this matter later, which would inevitably cause some trouble. Although he was not afraid of the military, he was too lazy to cause more killing. Isn't it good to go home and hug your wife? You can contact the military right now to report the situation here, otherwise the military might launch a nuclear bomb in advance. After giving a warning, Roca flew into the sky and disappeared. By the time Sheriff Eddie reacted, there was no one in front of him. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted to the sky, "Mr. Roca, we will transfer the commission money to your company's account as soon as possible." Hearing this, Roca couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The biggest recovery this time was not the commission money, but it is the Predator's high-tech equipment and aliens. Although aliens are very dangerous, they also have great research value. It just so happens that his monster shelter is currently under construction, so he will definitely make full use of it in the future. A moment later Roca returned home. "My dear, wait for me." In the living room, Maria and Bella were watching TV together. Suddenly, a figure hugged him. Hearing the familiar voice, the two women were not surprised at all. "Didn't you ask us to wait here, dear? We have been waiting for a long time." 5.4 Maria hugged his arm coquettishly. "Well, let's go take a shower first." Bella pinched her nose and looked disgusted. Do I stink?" Roca smelled his body and found that there was indeed some blood smell. No way. The entire town of Janason was massacred by aliens, and the smell of blood had long filled the entire town. It is inevitable to be contaminated with the smell of blood. Maria nodded, although she didn't mind, indicating that he smelled a bit bad. "Okay, let's go take a shower." Roca chuckled and went to the bathroom, holding the two women in each hand. For a moment, the sound of laughter and playfulness filled the entire bathroom. It's really fun. Chapter 168. Carlson Estate. Is this an alien? It looks very strange. It looks similar in size to a velociraptor, but is this creature an alien? There are such horrible creatures on alien planets. How scary. When Roca showed Heather, Nancy, and the others the monster containment device containing the alien, they were all amazed. It's a pity that the monster shelter has not been completed yet, otherwise we could study these alien creatures and their weapons and equipment. Heather looked regretful. In fact, she had been focusing on the construction of the monster shelter below the manor for some time, but the speed was really not fast enough. After all, this is a large project. Even if you are willing to spend money, it will definitely not be built in a year or two. Don't worry. They won't starve to death if they are kept in the monster containment device. Roca put one hand around Heather's slender waist and held the red wine in the other hand to taste it carefully. 18 There is no rush to study this matter, since he is not short of money anyway. He hoped that his power could grow quickly and absorb all of this. By then, his power will become the largest in the world, and even the President of the United States will have to bow and scrape to him. It's amazing. Heather was amazed and then put her arms around his neck and asked for a kiss. "Hey, you guys are so cunning." Nancy, Christine, and Jessie, who were admiring the alien, became indignant when they saw this. Roca was happy to give each of them a deep kiss. "By the way, I received an invitation." Roca sat at the bar and looked at Heather with a smile. "What invitation?" "It's about the first voyage of the Argonautica. They are about to sail to the South Daxia Sea for a week and have invited celebrities and wealthy businessmen from all over the world. So you are also invited?" Roca was a little surprised. "Certainly." Heather smiled proudly. In fact, their family was quite famous in America. After she took charge of the family, she took over the land business. And the grades are excellent. So I was invited. How about you, are you interested in joining me? Heather asked with a smile, shaking the wine. Of course, no problem, just us. Just us. Roka shrugged. Nancy and the others will be jealous now. There is still a week left. You have plenty of time to satisfy them. Heather said with a wink. All right. Roka shook his head with amusement, which was considered as his complete agreement to this matter. When Nancy and the others learned that the two of them were going to go on a cruise date alone, they were extremely envious. There's no way around it. Heather is the only one invited this time. At the same time, Heather can only bring one companion. So only 2 people could get on the boat. Fortunately, after Roka agreed to spend a day alone with them, Nancy and the others finally calmed down. Next week, Roka changes his girlfriend every day to accompany them shopping and playing. Until a week later, Roka and Heather left Carlson Manor and boarded the Argonautica near the coast of New York. This ship is really big, and its design is also very beautiful and spectacular. On the deck, Heather sighed. You have to know that before this I was just a working girl, and I never expected that one day I would be invited to board such a luxury ship. It's really good. Roka nodded. This luxury ship was indeed very good, and its value was probably several $100 million. It can be seen that the owner of this ship is quite wealthy. You have good vision. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked up from behind the two of them. You must be Heather, the heiress of the Sawyer family. Your grandmother was a very capable person. Thanks. Heather smiled and shook hands. I am Canton, the designer and owner of this ship. Hello Mr. Canton. Have fun, beautiful Miss Heather. After saying this, Canton turned and left without even looking at Roka. Heather stopped smiling after the other person left. She whispered, this person should be the one who invited me, but I don't think I've ever seen him before, and his eyes are very annoying. Baby, you are so beautiful. The purpose of inviting you is obvious. Roka saw everything that Canton was looking at, and he knew exactly what this guy was thinking. All he could say was that he hoped this guy wouldn't commit suicide, otherwise he wouldn't mind throwing him into the sea to feed the fish. Ignore that guy, let's go and have some fun downstairs. Heather didn't want to ruin the atmosphere because of others, so she took his hand and went to the next floor of the ship. This floor is a place for entertainment for the wealthy elites on the ship. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities. Of course, the most lively place is the casino. At this time, the entire gambling hall was crowded with people, the lighting effects were colorful, and various colored lights shone from all directions. Like a nightclub, this interweaving of light creates an atmosphere of mystery and excitement. Long table-shaped gambling tables are arranged neatly, and there are dozens of various gambling 740 machines next to them. The entire casino was extremely noisy, and the gamblers and spectators were all in high spirits. There were also waitresses wearing revealing clothes who kept walking around the gamblers, causing a burst of teasing and whistles. How is it? Do you like the environment here? Heather asked, smiling and looking at Roka beside her. It's okay. Actually, I'm not very good at gambling. It's okay to try it, just treat it as entertainment. Heather was obviously very interested. She pulled Roka to exchange chips worth $100,000, and then came to a gambling table. Do you know this? This is the most classic gambling roulette. The rules are obvious. You can choose a number from 1 to 36 on the roulette wheel to bet on. This is the way to play with the highest odds. Of course, you can also bet on colors and special numbers. Heather briefly explained to him how to play the game. Roka nodded thoughtfully. Can I place my bet now? Sure. The person who answered him was not Heather, but a female dealer wearing a revealing swimsuit. I have to say that this figure is really good. Heather smiled at him and motioned for him to place his bet quickly. Because the roulette is about to start. Chapter 169. Roka thought about it, took out 10,000 chips and placed them on the number 36. The odds of betting on a single number are the highest. Once he wins, he will get a bonus of 35 times the bet chips. That is $350,000. Of course, the chances of winning from 36 numbers are slim. Besides, the tricks of casinos are well known, so it is not surprising that there are control measures. Here we go. Heather looked at the ball on the roulette wheel with a little excitement. The ball began to spin on the roulette wheel, which was dazzling to watch. The 6 or 7 people sitting at the gambling table were all focused on the ball. Soon the ball started spinning slower and slower. Roka calculated that based on the speed, it was almost impossible for the ball to land on number 36. That won't work. After thinking for a while, he blew gently, and he controlled the breath very finely, just enough to push the ball without attracting anyone's attention. With his instigation, the ball landed accurately on number 36. "Yay, great, we used it." When the ball landed steadily on number 36, Heather screamed in surprise. The people around were also attracted by the movement here. After learning that someone had won the first prize, people began to talk about it from all around. Roka seemed relatively calm. He picked up the 360,000 chips pushed over by the dealer and said with a smile, "How about you try it, baby?" "Well, I'll try it too." Heather also took out 100,000 chips with great interest. After thinking for a while, she placed the chip on position 18. "Hopefully I'll win." "Of course, I think so." Roka smiled and nodded. With him adding fuel to the fire, how could it fail? As expected. When the roulette wheel ended again, the ball really stopped on number 17. "Honey, that's great, I won too." Heather bounced excitedly in his arms. The gamblers around also looked at him in surprise. After all, the chance of winning by betting on a single number was only 1 in 10,000. "I didn't expect to get hit twice in a row. If it wasn't for good luck, it would be hard to explain." "Try again." Heather ignored the other gazes and instead stared at the roulette wheel again with great interest. This time she bet 100,000 chips on number 30. "If you win, you will receive $3.5 million US. The stakes are high." At this moment, the beautiful croupier who had just greeted everyone with a smile could not help but sweat profusely. She contacted someone through the headset. Soon a man in a suit came over. "Is it okay for me to be the dealer in this game?" The man in the suit looked at the gamblers with a smile. Several gamblers shook their heads, indicating that it was no problem. Then someone actually placed 10,000 chips on number 30. Roka looked at him and said nothing. This guy is quite smart. He actually knew to follow behind and pick up the leak. Then let him pick up the bargain. The roulette wheel starts again and the ball keeps spinning. Snap! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Roka's ears. He squinted his eyes and used his supervision to see through the table. He saw that the control mechanism inside the table was moving. There is indeed something fishy. Of course, he was used to this. In this case, let's see which is more powerful, high technology or superpowers. Roka blew a breath calmly. Under the control of the dealer's mechanism, the speed of the ball was obviously a little wrong. The dealer was a little panicked. After all, the speed of the ball was so obvious that even a fool could see that there was something fishy. In order not to be exposed, he had no choice but to turn off the controller. In the end, the ball landed exactly on number 30. Great, I won again. Heather was surprised and hugged Roka and kissed him. The crowd watching began to talk about it. Of course, the most incredible thing was naturally the dealer. He had no idea how the ball landed so accurately on number 30. This time he lost nearly $4 million US. Even he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Let's go. Roka decided to quit while he was ahead. He asked the beautiful waitress beside him to bring all the chips he had won, and then took Heather to another gambling table. Compared to the turntable game, which is difficult to control, playing cards is even simpler. One circle down. Roka brought Heather back with $10 million US. But as the old saying goes, quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, trouble is bound to come. Roka and Heather came for a vacation, not to cause trouble. The Argonautica slowly leaves New York. A few days later they arrived near the South Daxia Sea. It is said that there is a deep trench in the South Daxia Sea, which is close to the depth of the Himalayas. Countless ships have mysteriously disappeared here for hundreds of years. On the deck, Roka was enjoying the sea breeze with Heather. But I heard someone not far away explaining the legends of this sea area. Heather jokingly said, maybe there's some giant beast in this bottomless trench. Behemoth? Have you watched too many movies or something? Roka shook his head with amusement. Isn't it natural that there are monsters? Heather didn't think so. After all, Roka had encountered enough monsters, so what would happen if there was one more monster in the sea? Perhaps. Roka stretched lazily without caring about it, but suddenly seemed to remember something and looked into the sea with his supervision. The next second, a huge monster appeared in front of him. FK, there really is one. Kindness. Heather looked at him with some confusion. Okay, I admit you are right. Roka shrugged helplessly. Are there really monsters under the sea? Heather was a little stunned. She just said it casually. Is it true? That's a giant octopus, it doesn't seem to be. Roka looked carefully and found a strange-looking giant octopus in the trench several kilometers deep. The reason why it is said to be not an octopus is because it has many tentacles, which are completely different from ordinary octopuses. More like some kind of Cthulhu monster. Something indescribable. Ding. The system has updated the task Extreme Cold, please solve the giant underwater monster. It's this. Roka finally reacted and realized that they were actually on the luxury ship that was destroyed by the octopus tentacle monster in the extreme cold. And the monster under the water is none other than the deep-sea octopus monster from the Cthulhu series. No wonder it is different from ordinary octopuses. Just seeing the countless tentacles covered with sharp teeth on its body makes me feel a little sick. It is indeed a monster from the Cthulhu series. In fact, this was not the first time he had seen monsters from the Cthulhu series. In a sense, the fog monster is also related to the Cthulhu monster. But none of them are as disgusting as the real Cthulhu series monsters. Chapter 170. The Cthulhu octopus monster in front of him was the most disgusting monster Roka had ever seen. Maybe the appearance is not the most disgusting, but there is an indescribable feeling of disgust. What does the monster under the sea look like? Heather asked excitedly. I guess you don't want to see it. Anyway, it's a very disgusting octopus, a monster from the Cthulhu series. Cthulhu monster. Heather had some knowledge of the Cthulhu mythology, which contained some indescribable monsters that were very scary. That monster won't attack us, will it? Heather was a little worried. Roka nodded with a smile, don't worry, we will definitely attack this luxury cruise ship. Hearing this, Heather felt choked. Why did he speak so strangely? She thought he would not attack her. Will they really attack? Then what should we do? Should we tell the captain about this and ask them to leave this sea area as soon as possible? Okay, but do you think the captain will believe you? Roka had no objection to telling Captain Atherton or Canton, the designer and owner of the cruise ship, about the monster on the seabed. But will they believe it? The answer is no. They certainly wouldn't believe such a fantastic thing. They may even laugh at you harshly. Thinking of this, Heather decisively gave up the idea of telling the captain about this matter. Then what should we do? Can we just watch the monster attack here? Don't worry, when the monster attacks, I will take action, but what? Heather was a little confused. It depends on whether they understand or not. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised. Want him to save people or solve the Cthulhu octopus monster? Sure. The prerequisite is that you are willing to pay money to save your life. You have to know that in the movie, everyone on the ship died, and only the male and female protagonists escaped. Now that there is an opportunity to pay money to save their lives, these wealthy businessmen on the ship are making a lot of money. Heather's eyes lit up when she learned of his plan. You know, the people on this ship are either wealthy businessmen, gentlemen, celebrities, or political bigwigs. They don't have any poor people. Even if each person receives $1 million in protection fees, the total profit can reach several $100 million. It's really a huge profit. So now they just have to wait for the Cthulhu octopus monster in the sea to attack the luxury cruise ship. Evening. Nothing to do. Heather dragged Roka to the casino on the lower floor to play around. After Heather found out that her previous winnings were due to Roka's manipulation, her enthusiasm for gambling faded a lot. Besides, she also knew the tricks behind the gambling table. so it's just a little fun to kill time. Of course Roka was happy to play with her. Yet, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a very good figure in a red evening dress accidentally bumped into Heather. But the one who gets hurt is naturally the other party. After all, Heather's body was strengthened by super soldier serum, so it would be strange if such a small friction hurt her. But it was not good for the other party. Although it was just a slight bump, it felt like hitting a wall. Let her grin. However, the woman did not say yes. Instead, she apologized and left. This woman. Heather was a little amused and helpless when she saw this. She was even planning to ask the other person if he was injured. I didn't expect to leave in such a hurry. When she turned to look at Roka, she found that he was staring at the woman who was leaving. Heather was a little angry. Have you seen enough? Everyone has left. Roka didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not looking at this no matter how pretty she is, she's not as pretty as you, baby Heather. So what are you looking at? Heather was very pleased with his compliments, bid. Have you seen anything missing from your bag? Roka pointed to the red designer bag she was carrying. Yet, it would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but when she did, Heather became a little nervous because she found that her bag had been opened at some point. The crystal necklace you gave me is gone. Heather looked at Roka anxiously. This crystal necklace was bought for her by Roka on the ship, and she liked it very much. Roka crossed his arms and touched his chin and said, "It must have been stolen by the woman who bumped into you just now. Damn it! How dare she steal my things? I must catch her," Heather said as she was about to give chase. "Leave it to me." Roka held her hand and indicated that he should take care of the matter. "Okay, go quickly and come back quickly, and make sure to catch that woman," Heather said with gritted teeth and fierce eyes. "Leave it to me. You just play here for a while." Roka made an okay gesture and then chased in the direction the woman in red left. If he guessed correctly, this woman should be called Kui Lien, the heroine of Extremely Cold. No wonder her looks are 80% as pretty as Heather's. Moreover, both her figure and appearance are pretty good. Walking through the crowd. Soon he found Kui Lien. But Kui Lien seemed to have noticed him, so she disappeared into the crowd in a flash. This guy is really quick to react. He made a profit. This crystal necklace is worth 3 million. In the women's restroom, Kui Lien happily took out the crystal necklace she had just found and looked at it. She really liked its luster and shape, and was reluctant to sell it. That guy is really rich, and he's very handsome. He's also very generous to his girlfriend, and he must have won tens of millions in the casino, right? When Kui Lien thought of the girl just now, she felt a little jealous. Why isn't such a handsome, wealthy, and generous man my boyfriend? When she thought of the beautiful girlfriend of that man, she became even more envious and jealous. But fortunately, she did not lose out, as the crystal necklace in her hand could definitely be sold for a good price. Yes, in fact Kui Lien is a professional thief. They specialize in stealing things from these wealthy businessmen and gentry. It was also because she was jealous of Heather's beauty and the fact that she had such a handsome boyfriend that she targeted her. Just when Kui Lien was about to put away the crystal necklace, suddenly a voice sounded in her ear. "Stealing is not a good habit." Scared, Kui Lien was startled by his sudden appearance, and Kuri's crystal necklace almost fell off. Chapter 171. Be careful. As Roka finished his words, the crystal necklace returned to his hand. "This is my gift to Heather. You can't break it." "Who are you?" Kui Lien found that the crystal necklace in her hand was suddenly in the other person's hand, and she looked at the man in front of her with some horror. "Who? Of course it's the person you stole from. This is not a good habit, beautiful lady," Roka said as he approached her with a smile. Kui Lien was a little flustered and kept backing away, but the women's bathroom was so small, where could she retreat to? "Don't come over here, you took the things back, didn't you? If you come over here again, I'll call for help." The woman's face was full of panic. She really didn't expect the other party to come to her so soon. Moreover, he used some unknown means to take the crystal necklace back from his own hands. More importantly, this is a relatively remote bathroom on this luxury cruise ship. Usually no one comes. That's why she came here to check out the crystal necklace. However, she didn't expect that her cleverness would backfire. Now, even if she called out to someone, there was no guarantee that anyone would hear her. Call someone? Then why don't you try calling someone? Roka grinned and leaned one hand on the wall behind her, looking down at her and doing a wall bang. The two looked into each other's eyes at such a close distance. Kui Lian suddenly felt very nervous, but unexpectedly she did not feel any disgust, but instead felt a little bit of anticipation. He is so handsome. At such a close distance, Kui Lian could clearly see the other person's angular face and fair and smooth skin. Even she was a little envious. She really wanted to ask, why do you, a man, want to have such a good skin? Have you ever considered the feelings of these girls? With all sorts of random thoughts in her mind, Kui Lian could only feel her heartbeat getting louder and louder, especially when she smelled the masculine scent on the other person, which made her blush and her heart beat faster. Miss, have you ever had a boyfriend? Ah. Kui Lian, who was lost in thought, had not yet reacted. What? I asked you if you have ever had a boyfriend? Or are you a virgin? Why should I tell you? Kui Lian's face flushed red. Even though Western women were quite unrestrained in this regard, they were not shameless enough to tell everything. Besides, it's an issue of privacy. Hurry up and tell me. Roka's voice was extremely overbearing, not giving her any time to think. Under this kind of pressure, Kui Lian answered subconsciously, of course not. Oh? You haven't had a boyfriend yet? Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl had never had a boyfriend. But think about it, as a professional thief, it's reasonable that he can't have a boyfriend. So what? Kui Lian's voice became fierce. So what if she has never had a boyfriend? Is there any need to be so surprised? In fact, in Western society, it is a shameful thing to not have a boyfriend when you are almost 20 years old, and you will be laughed at. Of course, there are many places that still retain ancient traditions. It's nothing, I just want you to experience what it's like to have a boyfriend. As Roka finished his words, he lowered his head, lifted her chin and kissed her. Kui Lian's eyes widened. She didn't expect that he would suddenly kiss her forcefully. But this feeling is not bad, she even feels a little happy inside. Soon she was intoxicated by the stimulation of kissing. Until a moment. Only then did Roka let the girl go. However, Kui Lian was obviously already feeling it at this time. Her big eyes were full of mist. She held him tightly with both hands and twisted her body constantly. If Heather hadn't been waiting for him, Roka would have wanted to punish her severely immediately. This is your punishment for stealing. Do you understand? Let's see if you dare to steal again next time. Roka pinched her chin, then turned and left the bathroom. Only Kui Lian was left with an unsatisfied look. Seeing that he actually left like this, Kui Lian stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, is this guy still a man? She obviously didn't resist at all. Request flowers. Kui Lian had no choice but to leave angrily. The other side. Roka returned to the casino. Did you catch the thief? Heather took the crystal necklace and put it away, then looked behind him curiously, but did not see the woman who had just stolen something. It's okay, I've already punished her. Roka said nonchalantly. Yet. Heather looked at him strangely, but didn't ask any more questions. Because she won again. Even without Roka's cheating, her luck seemed pretty good. In just a short period of time, he won more than $100,000. It's getting late, let's go back to the room and rest. Heather happily put away the chips, and then the two of them returned to the room to rest. At the same time, a figure followed behind them. Tisk, it's really unfair that she's so pretty and so lucky. Kui Lian spit out a mouthful of jealousy. Why didn't she have such good luck? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to be a thief. Let me see if you really can't do it. Kui Lian has not forgotten what happened before. She wants to see if that handsome and domineering man is really capable. If this doesn't work, it would be a pity for adults. Bai is so tall and handsome. She quietly went to the next room. As for the door lock, it was useless to her as a professional thief. Then she fiddled with her tools and started eavesdropping. It's true, this eavesdropping tool is very effective. I can hear the sounds from the opposite room clearly. It would be fine if I didn't eavesdrop, but once I start listening I can't stop. 2 hours later, her neck felt a little sore. All the way to 2.5. Are you kidding me? Kui Lian couldn't help but twist her stiff neck, her eyes full of disbelief. I didn't expect that this man is not only handsome, but also so wild. This is really incredible. 4.9. Chapter 172. Just when Kui Lian twisted her neck and was about to leave the room, she didn't expect the door to be opened. Then a masculine presence embraced her. Who are you? Kui Lian shouted loudly, somewhat panicked. Hey, haven't you been eavesdropping for so long? Do you want to run away now? Roka leaned into her neck and smiled. You. Kui Lian reacted immediately, but he had just finished in the next room. How could he appear here? Why don't you say anything? Didn't you say I can't do it? Roka said with a joking look on his face. I didn't say that. Kui Lian quickly shook her head to deny it. How could the other party hear her if she was talking to herself? You dare to lie? You should be punished. Seeing that she was still so stubborn, Roka was determined to teach her a lesson. However, Kui Lian 523 was not only not panicked, but even dared to challenge. I just don't believe you can still do it. Roka raised his eyebrows and said, can you please not beg for mercy later? The next day, Roka felt his nose itchy and reached out to grab Heather's playful hand, then slowly opened his eyes. So early? Early? Don't think I don't know where you went last night. Heather immediately pointed out that he had cheated last night. Ahem, you also know that I have always been very strong in this aspect. What Roka meant by this is that you are not very good and have no choice but to eat secretly. Heather couldn't help but roll her eyes and didn't bother to argue with him. There's nothing we can do, it's Juan's fault for passing out. After a moment, Roka called Kui Lian and Heather to have breakfast together, and then they went to bask in the sun on the deck. Kui Lian was stunned by his actions. She didn't expect that he would bring him in front of his girlfriend right after they had an affair. What is this for? Unexpectedly, Heather didn't say anything. This made her give Roka a thumbs up. This is a real man. At this time, Roka glanced casually into the deep sea. Hey, that guy is getting closer. No, we are getting closer to where it is. So it's going to attack us soon. Heather frowned. That's about right. I'm afraid they'll start tonight at the earliest. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Kui Lian listened to the conversation between the two and felt confused. What is this talking about? What's going to attack them? Roka glanced at her and explained helplessly, we discovered a giant Cthulhu octopus monster deep in the sea. It will attack the luxury cruise ship we are on as early as tonight. What? Why didn't you tell the captain about this? Wait, are you kidding me? Kui Lian, who had reacted, looked at them with a strange expression. How is it possible that there are monsters under the sea? And they will also attack the luxury cruise ship they are on tonight? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why should I tease you? You are my little lover now. I don't like being a lover. Kui Lian immediately refuted. Anyway, it's useless for you to know so much. When the monster attacks at night, just stay by my side and don't go anywhere else. You will be safe as long as you are by my side. As Roka spoke, he lazily lay on the lounge chair, enjoying the sun bath. Seeing this, Kui Lian couldn't help but mutter in her heart that she seemed to have underestimated the man in front of her. Because this man has countless secrets, it really makes her feel itchy. But it doesn't matter. We'll know whether he's pregnant or not in the evening anyway. Soon it was evening. Kui Lian was very happy when she found out that Roka could help her win the bet by cheating. So she roamed around casinos and made a lot of money. It only took a short while to win millions. If Roka hadn't persuaded her to stop, she would have continued. Of course, as a professional thief, she naturally understands the tricks of the casino. So I decided to stop. Even so, the people in the casino looked at her unkindly. Come on, let's go back to the room and Sister Heather and I will treat you tonight. Kui Lian exchanged the chips for cash and happily took his hand. I'm afraid that won't work. Well? You can't do it anymore. Kui Lian looked up at him provocatively. Pa. Roka slapped her butt speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Don't you remember what I said during the day? Kui Lian covered her buttocks and pouted in dissatisfaction. Here we go. As Roka finished his words, the entire luxury cruise ship began to shake violently. Yet, Kui Lian, who was standing unsteadily, screamed, but fortunately Roka caught her in time. But others on the ship were not so lucky. The ship shook and tilted violently, knocking most of the people to the ground. He even fell directly from the building. For a moment, the entire casino hall was filled with screams and cries, and it was extremely chaotic. The only ones who were alright were Heather and Kui Lian, who were held by Roka. However, the vibration of the hull came and went quickly. When everything calmed down, Kui Lian looked at the scene in front of her with horror. Her mind was a little blank and she had no idea what was going on. Nothing will go wrong, right? Heather inquired, frowning. She was mentally prepared for this situation, but it would be troublesome if the hull suffered huge damage. It's indeed a bit troublesome. Roka frowned. Wait here for a while, I'll go and take care of it. After saying this, he disappeared. The next second he arrived at the bottom of the ship. At this time, a large number of tentacles have drilled into the ship, causing the hull to rupture. If these tentacles continue to act recklessly, the entire luxury cruise ship will be sunk. That won't work. Roka was still planning to make money from the wealthy businessmen on the ship. If the luxury cruise ship was destroyed by 0.7, it would be troublesome to bring them back safely. So without saying a word, he cut off all the tentacles that had penetrated the hull, and then simply used some objects to temporarily block the broken hull. Roka then did the same thing and blocked several key places. As long as it can make it to the nearest island, I don't have many other requirements. After doing all this, Roka returned to Heather, Kui Lian, and the others. You're back. When she saw him coming back, Kui Lian suddenly grabbed his arm tightly nervously. It happened too suddenly. Looking back now, what Roka said during the day was true. There really are monsters attacking the ship. For a moment, Kui Lian was a little panicked and had no idea what to do. Chapter 173. Calm down, I told you, as long as you stay with me, everything will be fine. Roka hugged the panicked Kui Lian and shouted to comfort her. After hearing this, Kui Lian calmed down. What should we do next? Heather was quite calm. Since Roka did not take them away in advance, it proved that the monster could not threaten them. This is absolute trust. Next. Roka raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, of course, we will blackmail these wealthy people. You can do this. He briefly explained his plan. Heather immediately said she understood, and then the three of them went to the broadcasting room. At this time, everyone in the broadcasting room had fainted due to the sudden impact. Heather performed a simple operation and then spoke on the radio. Everyone on board, please note that this cruise ship has been attacked by a terrifying monster. The hull is broken and it won't be long before the ship sinks. As soon as these words came out, the wealthy gentry who had just crawled up from the ground became panicked again. Everyone knew that if the ship sank, none of them would be able to escape. Please don't panic. Now there is a chance for you to survive. If you pay a protection fee of $1 million per person, we will protect you from monster attacks and send you to the shore safely. Listen carefully, as long as you pay $1 million. $1 million may be an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But it was nothing to the wealthy gentry on the ship. Who on this ship doesn't have tens of millions of dollars? Of course, this does not include staff such as waiters and security guards. $1 million for a life is a good deal in Roka's opinion. After all, if he didn't take action, all these people would die here. And the death was extremely tragic. The Cthulhu octopus is not kidding you. However, these words had a different meaning in the ears of this group of wealthy gentry. Damn it, this is a conspiracy you have been planning for a long time, right? This is kidnapping. I'm calling the police to arrest you. I am an American XX official. If you dare to attack me, you will be wanted by the United States. This is my ship, and someone is actually plotting terrorism instead of attacking. Roka was keenly aware of the angry curses and never expected that these people would regard all this as a terrorist attack. Wait, it looks like someone is indeed planning a terrorist attack. He suddenly remembered that in the movie, there seemed to be a team of mercenaries approaching the luxury cruise ship with torpedoes. However, when they approached the cruise ship, most of the people on the ship were eaten by the Cthulhu octopus monster. It seems I have to be careful. What to do? Heather also heard the curses from the wealthy gentry and felt helpless for a moment. If these wealthy gentry are determined not to believe it, then their plan will not be able to go forward. Roka looked down at the cabin and said with a smile, "It's okay. Tell them that the monsters in the sea have entered the cabin. If they don't pay, they will lose their lives. Also, if they are willing to pay the protection fee, they just need to shout loudly and I can save them immediately." Heather nodded and then repeated his words on the radio. The wealthy country gentry who heard what was said on the radio didn't take it seriously at all. What monster attacked? When they were 3-year-olds. This is nothing more than a very stupid form of blackmail. However, the people who happened to be in the lower cabin at the time did not think so. At this time, the lower cabin was flooded, and the Cthulhu octopus tentacle monster also quietly crawled in. These tentacles were as thick as buckets, and their tentacles were covered with sharp teeth. The next second, several wealthy businessmen who were running upwards cursing were dragged down by tentacles that emerged from the water. Then the water turned blood red. When the other wealthy businessmen saw this scene, they were so frightened that they ran away. However, how could they escape faster than those tentacles? The next moment, a tentacle emerged from the wall, blocking the way of several people. "Help! Whoever comes to rescue us, I will give you whatever money you want." Looking at the terrifying tentacles covered with sharp teeth in front of them, the wealthy businessmen were all scared out of their wits. At this time, they would be willing to give away their entire fortune. One of the wealthy businessmen suddenly remembered the voice on the radio and immediately shouted for help, "I am willing to pay $1 million as long as you can save me." As soon as the rich businessman finished speaking, Roka came in front of him. Only one person. Roka crossed his arms and looked at the 5 or 6 people present with interest. I'm willing to pay too." Another wealthy businessman also spoke hurriedly in horror. However, the remaining few were politicians. They were all arrogant and proud. When they saw Roka, they immediately commanded him, "Save us immediately." "Stupid bee." Roka cursed, then grabbed the 2 wealthy businessmen who were willing to pay and took them to the other side of the corridor. And the next second after they left, the tentacles pounced towards the remaining officials. Click, click. Accompanied by screams of terror and the sound of bones and flesh being torn apart, it only took a few moments for the tentacles to tear several people to pieces. "Let's go, get out of here." The 2 rescued wealthy businessmen were almost scared to death when they saw this scene, and hurriedly urged Roka to take them away. "Okay." Roka didn't waste any time, grabbed the 2 of them and went back to the upper deck of the cabin. At present, the upper level has not been invaded by tentacles and is still safe for the time being. "Heather, I'll leave it to you to collect their protection money." Roka gave an order to the 2 women. "No problem." The 2 women holding submachine guns nodded, indicating that there was no problem at all. With guns in hand, there is no need to worry that they will not pay the protection fee. Seeing this, the 2 wealthy businessmen who were still frightened had no choice but to write a check for $1 million. However, the check will not be valid until they leave. Although the 2 men were frightened, as unscrupulous businessmen they were not so easily fooled. Seeing this, Roka nodded with satisfaction, and then disappeared again. As the tentacles of the Cthulhu octopus monster continued to invade, people in the lower levels began to flee for their lives. Those who cannot escape will desperately seek help. For a while, Roka was really busy. Chapter 174. Unfortunately, most of the people at the bottom were killed by the tentacles, or they were too late to call for help. In the end, only more than 100 people were rescued by Roca. You have to know that there were more than 5,000 people on the entire cruise ship, and at least hundreds of people died in one fell swoop. The wealthy officials who had been calling for weapons before now began to doubt when they saw the people who were rescued still in shock and calm. However, these corrupt officials and unscrupulous businessmen are the kind of people who won't release their eagles until they see the rabbit. As the saying goes, one won't cry until he sees the coffin. They will not compromise with Roca until they see the monster with their own eyes. Roca naturally has a way to deal with this. Heather, tell them and give them 30 minutes to choose. After 30 minutes, if anyone is still unwilling to pay the protection fee, I will take the rescued people away and leave them on this ship to fend for themselves. Roca doesn't have much time to waste. It's not necessary to make this money. In fact, he is already very rich. Selena has annexed an entire blood clan. How much wealth has the blood clan accumulated over thousands of years? That's rich enough to rival a country. How do we leave with these people? Kui Lian was a little confused. Boom. Roca tapped her head and said, "You'll get medical advice soon." There are some small yachts in his system space. There was no problem in accommodating the more than 30 people who were rescued. Besides, there are many small yachts on this luxury cruise ship, which is enough. Kindness. Heather nodded and then repeated what he had just said on the radio. After hearing this, most wealthy officials still shrugged it off, thinking he was just blackmailing. After all, they didn't see Roca personally saving people. But some timid wealthy officials expressed their willingness to pay money to save their lives. At one time, there were more than 200 people willing to pay money to save their lives. That's enough. Roca looked at these smart people and nodded with satisfaction. Then, without further ado, he led a group of people to the deck. Since these remaining people want money but not their lives, let's fulfill their wish. At this time, as more and more tentacles drilled into the ship, the place that was previously blocked by Roca was opened again. Now the ship is completely doomed. The entire ship began to slowly tilt to one side. It won't take long for the ship to sink. The wealthy officials who noticed this panicked. However, when they wanted to ask for help, they found that Roca had already taken more than 200 people on several lifeboats and yachts. Are you really going to abandon them? Although Kui Lian is a professional thief, she is actually very kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to see thousands of people buried in the sea. It's their own choice, isn't it? Roca smiled nonchalantly, but his eyes were fixed on the deep sea. Just as he guessed, the Cthulhu octopus monster obviously had no intention of letting anyone go. After realizing that its prey had escaped, it immediately sent out some tentacles to chase after it. They're coming. Kui Lian looked at the sponge's surging tentacles with some horror. However, what she couldn't see was that there was a dark shadow with a diameter of about 1 kilometer underneath the entire luxury cruise ship. If you look down from the sky, all of them, including the hundreds of meters long luxury cruise ship, are wrapped in shadow. People who suffer from thalassophobia will definitely get a chill when seeing this scene. That's right, the shadow of the giant underwater is the real body of the Cthulhu octopus monster, with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters, a real forest beast. If this guy appeared on land, he would probably be bigger than the octopus monster Gallows in Ultraman. Is this the full appearance of the Cthulhu octopus monster? Even Roca, who had seen it many times, was still amazed. What's wrong? Heather looked at him a little strangely. It's okay, it's just that the big guy down there doesn't intend to let us go. Roca smiled and said, Heather, you lead everyone to move towards the island in the west, I'll go and deal with that guy. Kindness. Heather nodded without hesitation. Wait, you want to go down and stop that guy? Kui Lian looked at him in disbelief. Although she had never seen the terrifying tentacle monster, she could guess how terrifying it was. How weak can a monster that can overturn an entire ship be? Now you tell her that you are going to go down and deal with the tentacle monster? Is this a joke? Is this something that humans can solve? Roca didn't explain, he just suddenly hugged her and gave her a forceful kiss. Just wait for me here obediently." Leaving behind a word, he plunged into the sea. The wealthy officials who saw this scene were somewhat confused and became noisy for a while. "Shut up, everyone. Follow us if you want to live. No one should fall behind. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame us for not reminding you." Heather shouted domineeringly at everyone. For a moment, all the wealthy officials present were stunned by her aura. Then Heather drove the yacht towards the island that Roka mentioned, and the other life rafts followed obediently. They had no choice. It was obviously impossible to leave the sea area by life raft. They could only go to a nearby island and wait for rescue. At the same time, in just a short while, a large number of tentacles penetrated into the luxury cruise ship. In just a moment, almost all the passengers were swept away by the tentacles. Naturally, none of those who were swept away by the tentacles were spared, and all became the dinner of the Cthulhu octopus monster. Before they died, these unscrupulous businessmen and corrupt officials of Qianli regretted why they did not listen to advice. They could have been rescued by paying $1 million, but in the end they died miserably because of their greed. It's a pity that they regretted it but didn't use it. After dealing with the gifts on the cruise ship, the Cthulhu octopus monster immediately set its sights on the escaped prey. A large number of tentacles swept towards the escaping lifeboats and yachts from the deep sea. However, the next second, a red light flashed in the dark deep sea. A large number of tentacles were instantly cut off by the red light. Then the red light lit up again, and this time it shot directly into the body of the Cthulhu octopus monster. In an instant, the heat vision penetrated its body, shot out from the sea on the other side, and illuminated the sky. The wealthy businessmen and officials who were still in shock on the lifeboat were all stunned when they saw this scene, and some of them even shouted to God loudly. Chapter 175. He was pierced by heat vision and didn't die. In the deep sea, Roka was a little surprised when he looked at the huge Cthulhu octopus monster in front of him. It was only injured after being pierced by his heat vision. It seems like each tentacle of this monster has its own independent thoughts, and the whole thing is a huge collective mind? If that's the case, it will be difficult to deal with. Because even if this monster is cut into countless pieces, it will not die. It can only be killed by burning it completely to ashes. Thinking of this, Ika directly used the fire of hell to burn it. The Cthulhu octopus monster seemed to have also discovered the threat of this flame, so it blocked its countless tentacles in front of it. Once the tentacles are ignited by the flames of hell, they will be cut off immediately. This will prevent the spread of fire. And those tentacles will regenerate. This gave Roka a headache. It was definitely not an easy task to burn a creature of this size to death with the hellfire, although the hellfire was not bad for seawater. But its power is inevitably reduced a lot. In that case, Roka looked up at the night sky and found that the sun had risen from the sea without him noticing. 050. So he went directly under the Cthulhu octopus monster, used the biological force field to lift it up, and then rushed out of the sea with all his strength. At the same time, a few kilometers away, Heather and Kui Lien looked at Roka worriedly, as he had not surfaced for such a long time and there was still no movement. Even Heather, who always trusted Roka unconditionally, couldn't help but worry. However, it was at this moment. A huge shadow suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and then the sea level rose, and the huge shadow broke through the sea surface and slowly rose. God! It's a monster! What a horrible monster! Oh my God! It's a demon! The wealthy businessmen and officials who were watching this huge monster from a distance were all stunned. This monster completely refreshed their worldview. There were even devout believers who prostrated themselves and shouted to God. Not only them, but even those who often heard from Roka about the various monsters he encountered couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The monster in front of me is really too big. Even bigger than the fog monster Behemoth. After all, Behemoth's pair of long legs account for 70% of his height, and his actual size is far smaller than the monster in front of him. Especially the large number of tentacles waving constantly, which really makes people's scalp tingle. It's so horrible. However, as they looked on in horror, the octopus monster slowly left the sea and flew into the sky. It's Roka. Heather keenly discovered Roca under the Cthulhu octopus monster, but it was a little unclear because it was blocked by a large number of tentacles. But she knew where Roca must be. "What did you say?" Kui Lien, who was standing by, was stunned by her words. Could she understand that Roca had lifted the monster up and made it fly? How is this possible? Is her boyfriend really God? Roca didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. After lifting the Cthulhu octopus monster out of the water, he continued to accelerate the monster towards the sun. His idea is simple. Since it is difficult for the flames of hell to burn this monster, let it be burned to death by the sun. He just didn't believe that this wouldn't solve the problem. The Cthulhu monster's resistance was much weaker after leaving the sea, but it still kept resisting because it could feel the danger it would encounter next. But no matter how it resisted, it was useless. In just a moment, Roca pushed it out of the atmosphere. Arriving in outer space, without air resistance, his speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, you enter superluminal state. In just a few minutes, Roca pushed the Cthulhu octopus monster to the light ball layer. The photosphere is the surface of the sun that can be seen with the naked eye from Earth, and its thickness is about 500 kilometers. Regions of the sun above and below it radiate very little visible light, so only the photosphere is visible to the naked eye. According to measurements, the temperature of the solar photosphere is about 57-72 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to melt any substance on Earth. Although the Cthulhu octopus monster was very scary, it began to burn at this temperature. Seeing this, Roca stopped immediately. But the force of inertia still carries the Cthulhu octopus monster forward towards the sun. Comfortable. Feeling the energy of the sun shining on his body, Roca felt as if all the pores in his body were opened and madly absorbing the energy of the sun. It's a pity that the speed of becoming stronger is still too slow. You should know that Supreme Superman also absorbed the sun's energy for 15,000 years before he became Golden Superman. Therefore, it is not realistic to rely on the sun to become stronger quickly. That's really too slow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Extreme Cold. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing his Kryptonian bloodline by 2%. We're done. Roca nodded in satisfaction at the reward, then turned and flew towards the Earth. In a moment he was back on board. "My dear, you are back." Heather and Kui Lien were very surprised to see him suddenly appear. "Kindness." Roca smiled and hugged the two women in his arms. "How's it going? Did you deal with the monster? How was it solved? Was it sent to outer space?" Heather and Trillian were both very curious about how he had dealt with the monster. Roca shrugged and smiled. "If you send it to the sun, it will definitely die." "Incredible." Kui Lien's eyes widened, totally unable to understand how such a thing could be done. "Isn't this too outrageous? Actually lifting a monster and sending it into the sun, this kind of thing can probably only appear in movies." On the contrary, although Heather was a little shocked, she was not surprised. Her man was so strong, whether in bed or anywhere else. Just thinking about this made her feel a little wet. There are many things you won't believe. Learn more from Heather in the future. Roca intends to let Kui Lien learn more knowledge from Heather so that she can help Heather in the future. "I will." Kui Lien nodded happily and agreed. As a professional thief, no, in fact, if there were any other way to survive, she would not have become a thief at all. Now that she had a chance to soar to the sky, she naturally wouldn't let it go. Besides, she wanted to discover more secrets about Roca. This man was really curious. Chapter 176. Until the sun rises. They finally reached the nearest island before the lifeboat ran out of fuel. After arriving on the island, the wealthy businessmen and officials couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among them were Captain Atherton and the cruise ship's designer and owner Canton. In the end, they secretly paid protection fees and got on the lifeboat. However, the wealthy businessmen and officials became a little restless after landing. After all, they had been worried and frightened all night and were now thirsty and hungry. As upper-class people, they had never suffered such a crime. "We are starving. When will we get help? You promised us that you would send us back safely." What am I doing here in this godforsaken place? I want to go back to New York. I'm injured and I need a doctor. Listening to these people's complaints, Roka raised his eyebrows, his eyes glowed red, and he said murderously, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you all into the sea to feed the fish. It's good enough that you can save them, how dare you complain? Do you really think he doesn't dare to kill anyone?" After hearing this, the officials and wealthy businessmen finally quieted down, and all of them looked at the tyrant-like man in front of them with fear. Only then did they remember that the man in front of them could even deal with the monsters in the sea, and he was not someone they could control just because they relied on their status as wealthy businessmen and officials. Kui Lian glared at these people fiercely, and then asked, "What should we do next?" "Call for help." "I've already tried it, there's no signal on this island." Heather answered her question. "It's okay, I'll just go there myself." It was expected that there was no signal on this isolated island. But it doesn't matter. Roka can fly directly to the nearest coast and tell their families the news that these officials and wealthy businessmen are trapped here. They will naturally find a way to rescue them when the time comes. Of course, before doing this, these people have to prepare their bank cards, checks, etc. Do all this. Roka was too lazy to care about how these people would survive in the wilderness. He took Heather and Kui Lian and flew away from the island. After the news spread that the wealthy businessmen and officials were trapped here. Then I flew back to New York. Anyway, he has got the $300 million, so it's none of his business whether these people live or die. A few days later, major newspapers also reported the destruction of the Argonautica on its maiden voyage and the deaths and entrapment of a large number of wealthy businessmen and officials. For a time, this news attracted the attention of the whole world. As for Roka, he returned to New York early. Boom boom boom. At a shooting range in New York. Tina, Allison, Wendy, and others are shooting targets. Since they hadn't been back for a while, even Roka didn't expect that they would start learning shooting. "Maria, it's your turn." At this time, Bella had just returned from firing 2 magazines. "There are quite a lot of people in the shooting range today, so we can only take turns." Kindness. After hearing this, Bella excitedly picked up the pistol beside her and went to position 8 to start shooting under the guidance of the beautiful instructor. "Why did you suddenly want to learn shooting?" Roka, who was sitting in the rest area, looked at his sisters shooting in camouflage vests and camouflage pants and asked in a strange way. Allison sat down next to him, took a sip of water, and then answered, "Of course it was my suggestion. Although Selena has arranged many vampire bodyguards around us, and there is Mary Shaw at home, we can't just have so much power and not use it." "That's true." Roka nodded in agreement. After being injected with the super soldier serum, they could definitely become the world's top soldiers. It's just that considering that they have their own protection, they were not allowed to go through the hardship of training. Besides, even with your protection, we are not completely safe, so I suggested that we learn shooting together. Maybe I can help you get some commissions then, right? Allison said with a smile. In fact, the latter sentence is the reason why they train hard. After all, Roka always went alone to complete the commission and then came back. In fact, they also wanted to go. For example, Tina has been working hard to train her superpowers during this period. Request flowers 001 440 2218 Fila 1021800050. That's good. Roka showed a relieved smile. Not to mention how much they could help him, but it was good for him to have the ability to protect himself. Learn about combat firearms so that you can react in case of any special situations. Since everyone is training so hard, why don't we find a commission and go together? Roka suggested with a smile. That's possible. Allison's eyes lit up. I'll keep an eye out for commissions in this area, and I'll let you know if there's one suitable for us to go together. Ken. Since everyone has been training so hard, it is naturally necessary to let everyone have some actual combat experience. Honey, do you want to try it too? At this time, Sala came over and took him away. No problem. Roka had no choice but to agree. In fact, he had received systematic firearms training before dealing with Jason. And his gun can hit wherever he points. This is not. He showed off a little bit of his skills in front of the girls and everyone was amazed. Roka also satisfied his vanity in this way. Have fun all day. The next day. Come on, Bella. You can do it. Kindness. Snap. The door suddenly opened. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at the two people in the room. Boss, please finish this quickly. We have a new commission and it seems like the other party is in a hurry. Bump. With that, Allison closed the door. Roka and Bella looked at each other in confusion. An hour later. Why is everyone here? Roka pulled Bella out, only to find that everyone was already waiting in the living room. Is this a family meeting? Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Boss, didn't you ask me yesterday to check if there were any commissions that required us to work together? I received an urgent commission this morning. So soon? Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that yesterday he said he would find a commission for everyone to practice together, but today the commission came. Chapter 177. It's in a place called Pingan Town in the western region. The client's name is Rhonda Lebuck, a female geologist. But according to her, they have been trapped in the town for a day. Allison briefly explained the situation. Oh? What kind of trouble are they in? Roka asked with some confusion. It was some kind of monster that came out from underground and ate people. She didn't know the details, and because the signal was suddenly cut off, she didn't know the specific content of the commission and the commission money. After saying this, Allison spread her hands helplessly. Sounds good. A monster coming out of the ground? Like whack-a-mole. It's interesting, but why didn't they call the police? Have no idea. Allison shrugged. She only knew a limited amount of information and was not quite sure why the other party did not call the police but instead went to SHK Exorcism Agency. Ding. The system has updated the task Alien Monster, please host to solve the alien monster. So that's it. Roka was a little surprised. He had been suspicious when he heard about a man-eating monster coming out from the ground, but he didn't expect it to be an alien monster. No wonder it was useless for the other party to call the police. I guess the roads are blocked by alien monsters. Moreover, ordinary firearms are unable to deal with this kind of alien monster. Although this guy can only come out from underground to hurt people, he has thick skin and tough flesh. It's not easy to kill. Unless you use high-powered firearms. We've accepted the commission. Everyone, get ready and we'll set off right away. Since he already knew what the other party was after, Roka naturally didn't waste any time and immediately decided to go and find out. Although the commission was not negotiated. But that's not a problem. The most important thing this time is to let Tina and Maria show the results of their training during this period. Okay, I'll put the bandits down right away. Allison said and went to make arrangements. Soon she arrived with good news. Selena said that she has cooperated with us and prepared a military transport plane. We now need to rush to the nearby temporary airport. Okay, let's set off immediately. Selena now has a lot of resources in her hands, so Roka was not surprised why she could dispatch military transport planes. Soon the group drove to the nearest airport. At this time, the military transport plane was already waiting for them. Tina, Maria, Allison, Stella, Wendy, Julie, Sophia, Sarah, Bella, and Roka, a total of 10 people boarded the transport plane. Then, in just 1 hour, we arrived at our destination, a peaceful town in Western America. Pingan Town is located in the Gobi Desert covered with yellow sand. No wonder those sandworms can swim freely underground. At this time, on the roof of a house in Pingan Town. When the transport ship dropped from the sky, the survivors on the roof danced with excitement. Everyone, get ready to get off the plane. Roka glanced at the girls. Kindness. The women in camouflage uniforms descended from the ropes fully armed, just like a female special forces unit. Even Maria, who was always timid, jumped down without any hesitation. Seeing this, Roka smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that everyone's training during this period was very effective. Maybe the improvement in ability was not obvious, but the courage had been greatly improved. Roka was the last one to go down, but he didn't use the rope, he just flew down directly. When everyone landed on the roof, the surviving residents immediately gathered around. "Oh my god, your military is finally here. You came just in time. I haven't eaten for a whole day and night. Great, I'm finally saved. You should be able to deal with those monsters underground, right?" Listening to the residents chattering, Tina and the others seemed a little overwhelmed. Roka then stood up and looked at the remaining 6 residents and said, "Don't worry, since we are here, we will naturally rescue you." The residents were excited when they heard this. "But there is one thing I want to make clear, we are not the military." Hearing this, the residents could not help but feel puzzled. Seeing that they were wearing military camouflage uniforms and carrying armed transport planes, how could they not be the military? "Who among you is called Rhonda Lebec?" "I." The blonde woman with a chapped mouth raised her hand and stood up. "We are from the Exorcist Agency. Did you commission us to help you get rid of the monster?" Yes, you are really from the Exorcist Agency." Rhonda Lebec was somewhat surprised. She had only gone to the Exorcism Agency with the intention of giving it a try, but she had never expected that the exorcist would actually come. Even the small town police can't do this. It is said that the road was blocked by large rocks alone, preventing the town police from entering. The police who came in on foot were eaten by the monster. Roka nodded, "Yes, we have accepted your commission. But I have no money." Rhonda Lebec was a little embarrassed. He was just a recent college graduate, majoring in geology. Where is the money to issue a commission? "It's okay, you can talk to Allison about this." Roka didn't care, just any commission would be fine. Allison immediately understood his idea after hearing what he said, "Let's resolve the danger here first." "Kindness." Roka nodded and then looked at the ground. His supervision allowed him to see dozens of meters underground. What surprised him was that there were as many as a dozen sandworms underground. This shouldn't happen. He remembered that there shouldn't be so many sandworms in the first part. But now is not the time to think about this issue. Those monsters can determine the location of their prey based on sound, and ordinary guns are useless to them. The brown-haired man at the side told what he knew. 2.1. Roka looked at the man with some confusion. "My name is Valentine McGee, and my friend Tong Er and I took down a monster on our own." Valentine McGee patted his good friend Earl's chest with a hint of pride. Roka then realized that these 2 people should be the 2 male protagonists, otherwise ordinary people would have been eaten by sandworms long ago. "It's okay, we brought this," Tina said as she took out a remote control car. "Huh? Why did you prepare this?" Maria and the others were a little surprised. "Of course, it's to deal with the monsters underground." Tina didn't explain anything and immediately lowered the remote control car with a rope. Then he controlled the remote control car and ran on the road. Chapter 178. The remote control car started running on the sand, making the sound of the motor turning. Then there was a slight tremor on the ground, and there was an obvious bump on the road that was approaching the remote-controlled car. "Here it comes." Seeing this scene, Tina was a little excited. "Hurry up and get ready. When the monster appears, shoot it. Whoever kills the sandworm first will receive an invitation from me." As soon as Roka finished speaking, everyone became excited. "You said it, I'm going to be killed for sure." The first person to speak was Ao Mysela, who looked heroic in camouflage uniform. She set up a sniper rifle and took aim. As far as firearms are concerned, her success rate should be the highest. After all, it is very difficult to kill sandworms with ordinary firearms bullets, and only large-caliber firearms such as sniper rifles can kill sandworms. "We won't be left behind." Sisters Wendy and Julie also held submachine guns and were ready for battle. Bella was holding a pistol in her hand, and it seemed that she had no chance of being the first to kill. As for Allison, perhaps influenced by Roka, she was holding an S12K shotgun in her hand. This gun does meet the requirement of 18 damage protection against sandworms, but the distance is too far to exert its power. unless she dares to get close to the sandworm and shoot it a few times. Otherwise, there would be no chance of getting the first kill. As for Tina and Maria, they were holding rifles, so they could only rely on luck if they wanted to get the first kill. Here it comes. Tina watched excitedly as the ground behind the remote control car continued to bulge, and then a tentacle emerged from the sand and bit the remote control car. Then dragged it away. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. This made the girls look at each other in bewilderment, because no one had time to shoot. The process was simply too short. The tentacle came out, bit the remote control car and then drilled down, not giving them any chance to react. For a moment, the girls felt a little embarrassed. Tina, do you still have the remote control car? Wendy looked at Tina and asked. Tina couldn't help but rolled her eyes, of course not. So what should we do? Aome looked at Tina in confusion. Tina turned her gaze to Roca. Roca crossed his arms and smiled helplessly. I'll leave this commission to you. I won't interfere. Just treat it as training for you. Maria and Bella were a little disappointed when they heard this, but they soon cheered up. This time they must rely on their own abilities to complete this commission. Never let Roka underestimate you. After the girls thought for a while, Tina took the lead and suggested, those monsters rely on sound vibrations to catch prey. Why don't we send one person down as bait? Tina recalled that when she and Roka dealt with Jason, they also used the bait tactic. Although it is quite dangerous, it is very useful. This is too dangerous. Maria timidly suggested that they had not seen the true appearance of the sandworm so far, and it would be too dangerous to go down the well. And who should be sent down as bait? After all, we are all family, and it would not be appropriate to ask anyone to go. This method is indeed very dangerous. I think those monsters catch their prey by sound. How about we throw something down to make it vibrate, and then shoot the monsters when they appear? Wendy also thought of a solution. The next moment, Allison shook her head and rejected it. Not so good. As you saw just now, those monsters don't expose their entire bodies. It's useless if Song's tentacles come out. Throwing objects to cause the ground to shake can indeed attract the attention of monsters, but those monsters may not necessarily reveal their bodies. You'll know if you try it. Wendy thought her idea was worth a try, so she turned around and threw a brick off the roof. Sure enough, there was movement on the ground. But those monsters were just using their tentacles to grab the bricks. The goals left for them to design are really too small. Bump. My sister Julie tried to fire 2 shots, but it was completely useless. I don't know how deep the monster is underground. Even in soft sand, bullets cannot penetrate very deep. Just when the girls were at a loss, Bella suddenly thought of a solution. Tina, I remember you have superpowers, right? Bella recalled the scene of Tina practicing her superpowers at home. She was very envious at that time. That's right. Tina nodded. Then you can use your superpowers to attract these monsters. Can you do it? After hearing what Bella said, all the girls reacted. Why didn't I think of that? Tina, your superpowers are definitely possible. That's right, use your superpowers as soon as possible. Tina, you are so stupid that you didn't even think of it after all this time. Tina, you can control an object to make a noise on the ground, and then raise it like fishing, and the monsters will jump out from underground. Tina was a little unconvinced when she was scolded, but her eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Bella's solution. I'll try. As Tina spoke, 917 looked around and finally set its control target on a worn-out football. She used her superpowers to lift the football and then threw it downwards. Fit. The football landed on the sand and didn't bounce very high. But it doesn't matter, Tina's superpower is like telekinesis, controlling the football to bounce continuously on the ground. This action successfully attracted the attention of the sandworm. I saw the ground suddenly bulge up, and the sand was attracted over. Seeing this, Tina quickly kicked the football. As everyone expected, the sandworms underground rushed out directly from the ground, revealing most of their bodies in order to catch prey. The sandworm's mouth is divided into 4 petals like a flower, and there are several python-sized tongues in its mouth. It was the tongue in its mouth that caught the remote control car before. These tongues are very strong and can be used to pull prey into their mouths and eat them. It's out. The monster finally came out. Shoot it dead now. The girls were excited to see the monster under the ground finally being lured out. Then they all started shooting at once. Blast, blast. If you don't know, you might think there is a war going on somewhere, and there is at least a regiment's firepower. Chapter 179. But the effect is also very significant. Although the sandworm's skin is hard, it cannot withstand such fierce firepower. In a burst of gunfire, the sandworm's head was shot into a sieve. Stop. Roka stopped them helplessly. The sandworm is dead, don't waste bullets. After hearing this, I looked at the monster again. The girls felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this because it's the first time I've fought a monster? Bella stuck out her tongue playfully. Roka announced with some amusement, I declare that the first kill belongs to Aome. Everyone knows that Ome is the nickname he gave to Sala. Why is it salad? I don't accept it. Tina immediately said that she was the first one to express her dissatisfaction. She also hit many targets with her bullets just now, and every shot hit the target with the help of her superpowers. Logically speaking, the first kill should be hers. You can't accept it, but I have to admit it. It's because I have a sniper rifle. Although you guys also hit the sandworm, the bullets are too weak and can't even break through its defense. I have no choice but to use my sniper rifle to kill the sandworm. Roka saw this very clearly. It was Aome's sniper rifle that caused Shachan's fatal injury. I remember that in the original book, the old man used a hunting rifle for elephants to kill the sandworm with one shot. This shows how strong the sandworm's defense is. Hearing this, Tina could only helplessly admit that she was unlucky. The girls also felt regretful, wondering why they didn't use sniper rifles. Now all the limelight has been stolen by Olsen. Keep going, there are more than 10 sandworms underground. Roka crossed his arms and reminded with a smile. Then go ahead. Tina didn't waste any time and immediately controlled the football to attract the sandworms again. You know what, this calendar is really useful. In just a few moments they hunted down several sandworms. Great. Keep up the good work. Tina and Allison high-fived each other. However, things did not go so smoothly afterwards. The sandworm was not stupid. After so many of its companions died in succession, it did not fall for it even when Tina used the football as bait again. This caused some headaches for those who were originally happy. What should I do? The sandworms won't come. Tina looked at everyone helplessly. Could it be that all the sandworms have died? Maria said innocently. Just ask dear. Allison looked at Roka. My dear, can you see through things? Aome was a little confused. Ahem, I really can. You just killed 6 sandworms. There are more than 1,000 underground. Roka, who was eating watermelon on the side, coughed twice. What? Honey, you really can see through things? Doesn't that mean that all the girls on the street are naked in front of you, and when we first met? Aome recalled the strange look Roka gave her when they first met. And when he was abused by his father, Roka rushed over as soon as possible. I didn't think that much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it would make more sense if Roka had perspective. But if this happens, won't every part of my body be seen when we meet for the first time? Just thinking about this made her feel a little uncomfortable. Really? When Bella heard this, she couldn't help but cross her arms and look like she was on guard against wolves. Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. We are already an old married couple, what is there to hide? Sisters Wendy and Julie looked at each other in confusion. Even though he was their husband now, it didn't matter if they saw him. But it was a bit strange to think that I was seen naked when we first met. Ahem, don't think too much. I won't just look at others out of boredom. What Roka said was indeed true. When he gained supervision, it seemed that he only peeked at Selena's graceful figure. Normally, you only use it when you need it. He doesn't have that much bad taste. He just looks at everyone he sees. All right. Seeing that he was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, the women couldn't do anything about him. I didn't expect there were so many sandworms underground. My superpowers are no longer useful. What should I do next? Tina looked at everyone helplessly. After thinking for a moment, Allison suggested, maybe we can try another object. Different objects produce different vibrations when they fall. Maybe if we change the object, the sandworms will be fooled. You can try. Tina thought it made sense, so she switched to a bigger barrel and controlled it to roll on the ground. But the effect is not good. Those sandworms seemed to think there was danger here and refused to come near. Let me give it a try. Wendy was quite courageous. She jumped directly from the second floor and used herself as bait. Tina and the others also exclaimed, they didn't expect her to be so bold. However, after seeing her jumping around and being fine, the Yin family felt relieved. It seems that the monsters don't dare to come near here. After reaching this conclusion, everyone went downstairs. As expected, there were no sandworms attacking them. Seeing this, the remaining Langlebeck and Neil Bassett also came down from the roof to work. Great! The monster has finally been dealt with. Rhonda Lebeck couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Tina and the others kill so many monsters, she thought there were no more monsters underground. Not really. Roka broke her fantasy directly. What? Are you saying there are monsters underground? Rhonda Lebeck said with some horror. Roka smiled and nodded, of course, there are more than 10 monsters underground. Hearing this, they became even more terrified. Even a little desperate. After all, they are surrounded by so many monsters. Good job, King Neo, how can they leave here? Hey, aren't you here to rescue us? Why don't you send a plane to take us out? At this time, Earl couldn't help but question Doki. After all, they just saw that Roka and others came by plane, so they could use the plane to send them out. I'm sorry, our commission is only to deal with these monsters, not to send you away from here, and the client is Miss Rhonda Lebeck. Roka originally wanted to send them away, but after hearing his question, he immediately gave up the idea. In fact, he had no obligation to send them away. Well, I think Mr. Roka is working hard to deal with those monsters, so there's no need to worry. Upon seeing this, Rhonda Lebeck stepped forward to mediate. Although Earl wanted to say something, he was stopped by his good brother McGee. Chapter 180. Roka didn't bother to pay attention to these pretentious people. In fact, the two sides were in different worlds. Since the sandworms from the underground are not coming, they will take the initiative to attack. After discussing with the girls, they decided to use the bait tactic. It seems that using superpowers to control objects is no longer useful, and those monsters are not fooled at all. Then just use yourself as bait. Let me be the bait. Tina stepped forward and said, I have superpowers and can escape in time when in danger, so I am the most suitable person to be the bait. The bait tactic was not used before because the details of the monsters underground were not yet clear. Now we know that it is just a big worm that can only come out of the ground and bite people. There's nothing to be afraid of. In fact, with their bodies strengthened by the super soldier serum, they can easily avoid the underground attacks of the sandworms. What's more, Roka is watching. Well, Tina, you better be careful. Yes, you must be careful. Come on, Tina. Maria and Allison did not object to her decision. So the tactics were implemented like this. Tina led the way in front, and the others followed behind. Although the sandworms move very fast on the ground, once they come out, it will be a bit slow for them to go back. Others need to seize this opportunity to kill the sandworm. As expected, this method is very effective. After being 100 meters away from the house, the sandworms underground could no longer hold back and rushed over, and there were 2 of them at once. Tina was not panicked at all. She found that her superpowers seemed to be able to sense the sandworms underground. The moment the sandworm attacked her, she jumped away. There were only 2 sandworms left, which had crawled out to dress up. Boom boom boom. What followed was a hail of bullets that greeted the 2 sandworms. No matter how tough and strong they are, the final result is that they are beaten into sieves. Yes. Tina excitedly gave everyone a thumbs up, then motioned for everyone to continue. But this time the sandworms learned their lesson again. This time they actually gave up on Tina, who was walking in front to attract them, and instead went around to attack Maria and the others from behind. Roka, who saw this scene, did not warn them. If they couldn't react to this, they would be too stupid. As expected. Although the sudden attack of insecticide made them a little panicked. But they won't fall down in a panic like ordinary people, their strong physical fitness makes them extremely fast. As long as they wanted to run, the sandworms would not be able to catch up. After calming down, they all followed Tina's example and jumped away when the sandworms attacked. This makes it much easier to deal with sandworms. Until the afternoon, the women successfully lured out most of the sandworms from underground and killed them. Only a few smarter sandworms remained hiding underground and did not emerge. Honey, how many sandworms are there underground? I thought there were no more sandworms. But we have tried our best to create noise just now, why haven't those sandworms come out yet? The girls were a little skeptical. If there were still sandworms underground, why didn't they come out for so long? He must be scared. Before Roka could speak, Bella made a bold guess. That's right. Roka nodded with a smile, those sandworms must be scared, after all, you lured most of them up and killed them. Sala frowned and said, then how should we deal with them? If we leave, they will definitely come back to attack people again. Then just get rid of them all. Roka said easily. How can we solve this problem? They must be hiding tens of meters underground. If they don't come out, can we dig a hole and look for them? Wendy spread her hands helplessly. Everyone felt a headache when they heard this. Byad, it is indeed troublesome to deal with the sandworms that are hidden deep underground and cannot come out, after all, they cannot dig holes. Boss, are you going to use that? Allison looked at Roka expectantly. The which she got was naturally thermal vision. After all, she had witnessed the power of thermal vision with her own eyes. It was an ability that could dig hundreds of meters underground. No need. Roka smiled and shook his head, just watch me. As he spoke, he came to the place where the sandworm was hiding. It was an uninhabited sandy area, just right for him to perform. Allison, Bella, and the others all looked at him curiously. Roka didn't waste any words. He looked at the sandworm hidden dozens of meters underground and punched the ground directly. Boom boom. After this punch, the ground began to shake continuously. Maria and the others were caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, it goes away quickly as it comes. Okay, we're done. Roka clapped his hands and walked towards the girls. Is that all? Bella was filled with question marks. So fast? This is not in line with your style, boss. Allison said half-jokingly, crossing her arms across her chest. Hi. Roka raised his eyebrows. You actually said that I'm almost done? You're done. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you tonight. I didn't say that. Allison quickly waved her hands for mercy. Is the monster underground really dead? Bella felt that it would be better to be cautious, lest those monsters come out and hurt people again. Baby, don't you believe me? Roka hugged Bella's soft waist in his arms. The power of my punch just now has penetrated into the ground. Those sandworms are dead and cannot die anymore. Don't worry. I see. After hearing this, Bella finally realized what was going on. She thought Roka was just showing off. The girls all understood after hearing this. So can we go back now? Maria asked. Roka nodded and said, of course, let's send the armed transport plane over now, and then Allison, you go and talk to Long Lurked about the commission money. Upon hearing this, Allison immediately ran to discuss the commission money with Rhonda Lebuck. The commission money could be small, but it must be non-existent. You should at least show some appreciation, right? After all, Rhonda Lebuck didn't really have much money. After all this was done, the armed transport plane also came. So everyone got on the plane and went home together. Chapter 181. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Alien Monster. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing the Kryptonian bloodline by 1%. Has the bloodline improvement reached 15%? When Roka looked at his personal information panel, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it had increased to 15% in such a short period of time. At this rate, it probably won't take long to be upgraded to silver, which is way better. Just thinking about it makes me feel, it's a little unreal. From an ordinary person to a Superman, and then to the Silver Superman. This is a bit too fast. It always feels a little unbelievable. Of course, Roka wouldn't mind if his strength improved quickly, even faster would be fine. After this actual combat experience, Allison, Tina, and others became more enthusiastic about firearms training. Roka was happy with them doing so. But the next moment the commission came. "Boss, I have an urgent request." What's the emergency request? Roka, who was watching TV with Bella and Maria in the living room, asked nonchalantly without even looking at Allison. Allison had no choice but to stand in front of the TV. It was a little kid named Mike, and he said there was a giant spider in town, and he needed our help. Huh? A big spider? How big is it? Roka was still casually playing with Bella's little hand. Talk to him yourself. Allison was a little annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, so Ping simply handed the phone to him. Roka had no choice but to answer the phone. Hello. Is it Mr. Roka, the head of the exorcist office? Huh? You know it so clearly. Roka was a little surprised. Because I am your fan. Mike seemed to have heard about Roka's deeds of solving monsters from somewhere else, so he admired him very much. This also aroused Roka's interest. So Mike, what kind of difficulties did you encounter? If I can help, I will try my best. It's like this, I found a big spider hiding in the town, and Uncle Joshua from the spider farm was killed by a spider, but my mother didn't believe me. What happened is that Mike discovered that Joshua, the owner of the spider farm, had disappeared, and his farm was full of spider webs. Then he also found giant spider legs in a mine near the farm. So he thought there must be a huge man-eating spider in the mine. Originally he told all this to his mother, the sheriff, but sheriff's mother didn't believe him at all. That's why I call the person I admire the most. That is Roka. After learning the whole story, Roka couldn't help but be surprised. Big spider? Could it be? Ding. The system has updated the task octagonal monster, please kill all spiders. It's this. Roka had already guessed this, the so-called octagonal monsters were those giant spiders. After becoming larger in size, they began to prey on humans. Very impressive. Even lions and tigers are not as powerful as these enlarged spiders. So Mike's guess was correct. If things continue like this, there will be a spider disaster in the town. Don't worry, Mike, I'll be there soon. After talking to Mike, Roka hung up the phone and briefly explained the matter to Mariabella and the others. How about it? Are you interested in killing spiders together? I don't want to. Spiders and such are too disgusting. I won't go there. Well, I'll go by myself. Roka pinched Bella's face with some amusement. He didn't expect that they would refuse because they were afraid of spiders. But that's okay. He remembered that Mike's sister was Black Widow. Wouldn't it be easier to perform if no one was following you? Without hesitation, Ka made some preparations and then flew straight out. A remote mining town in Arizona, USA, Prosperity Town. The residents here make a living by mining. The town is not very big, with only about 100 households. According to the location Mike gave, Roka soon found his home. Ding dong. Snap. Who are you looking for? The person who opened the door was a brown-haired girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a simple vest. Although she was still young, her figure was well proportioned and very eye-catching. She doesn't look like a young girl at all. When the girl saw Roka's appearance, she couldn't help but look him up and down in surprise. So handsome. Haha, thank you. Luoka was a little amused. Is she the young Fengji? It's too tender. But this figure is really good. It is said that Black Widow later had a breast reduction surgery because of her good figure, which is such a pity. The young version of Black Widow in front of us is not only tender, but also at the fullest, which is simply amazing. My name is Roka, what's yours? Ashley, are you here to date me? Ah. Roka almost thought he had heard it wrong. Wasn't Black Widow so direct when she was young? No, forget it. Come in. Ashley was obviously not as wild as she appeared, so she turned around embarrassedly and let him into the house. 0. Mr. Roka. At this time Mike also ran out of the room. Is he here to see you? Ashley was a little surprised to see this kindness. Mike nodded to his sister. By the way, I forgot to ask what you do? How did you get to know Mike? It was only then that Black Widow Ashley remembered that she had not yet asked the identity of the man in front of her. Roka looked at Mike, thought for a moment and said, I'm the head of the exorcism office, and I'm here to help Mike. Sister, I told you about the spider a long time ago. Mike also started to explain. However, Ashley rolled her eyes when she heard this, and then she looked at Roka and said, I'm sorry, you've been fooled, there is no such thing as a giant spider, he just made it up. It was obvious that Ashley didn't believe what her brother said. Mike wanted to explain, but Ashley didn't give him the chance and turned back to her room. Roka couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Just wait and see. When the big spider comes, Ashley will know what is wrong. Don't think too much, I believe you. Seeing that Mike was in a low mood, Roka couldn't help but rub his head with amusement. Mike felt better after hearing this. Come with me. After Mike finished speaking, he pulled him into his room and then took out the giant spider leg he brought back from the mine. Chapter 182. According to my measurements, this spider's legs are dozens of times larger than those of ordinary spiders. I can't imagine how big that spider is. Listening to Mike's words, Roka looked at the spider leg in his hand. First of all, it can be confirmed that this is undoubtedly a real spider leg. It's definitely not a prank prop. Judging from this spider leg that is longer than a human leg, we can tell how big the spider itself is. It's probably even bigger than an SVU. Such spiders are not uncommon. Roka looked towards the direction of the mine, only to see that it was already filled with a large number of spider webs. Many villagers had been wrapped in spider silk and made into dumplings as food reserves. The number of spiders in the mine is even more terrifying. If so many spiders appear together to hunt, it would be difficult to deal with them. But what interested him more was what kind of chemical could make these spiders so big. Yes, it's just like the zombies, chemicals from a laboratory fell into the river and were eaten by snakes, insects, rats, ants and the like. The spiders were then fed shrimp by Joshua, the owner of the spider farm. This caused a series of disasters. As you can imagine, this chemical only works on spiders. It would be good to let Serena pay attention to it. This chemical substance that can make spiders grow bigger is indeed magical and has very high research value, so Roka plans to let Selena investigate it so that he can take it for himself. The other party must not have discovered the effectiveness of this chemical. Otherwise, this incident would not have happened. Excuse me. Just at this moment, Ashley, who had changed her clothes, pushed open the door. Her white vest and shorts showed off her figure perfectly. Although her pretty face was still a little childish, she was full of charm. What would you like to eat tonight? Ashley was obviously asking Roka. Either way or the other. Roka shrugged indifferently. In fact, they would not have the chance to have dinner because he had already seen the spiders coming out of the mine. Spiders usually hide during the day and come out at night. Once dark, it is time for spiders to hunt. By then the whole town will be in chaos. All right. Ashley pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, then turned and left the room. What do we do now? Mike asked. Now that we know the existence of giant spiders, we naturally have to find a way to deal with them. It's very simple. Let's notify the people in the town first. It's better to let them gather together so that it will be easier for me to protect them. Otherwise, if everyone is too scattered and there are too many spiders, I won't be able to protect everyone. Mike was a little hesitant because he had said this before, but no one believed him. It doesn't matter. Let's notify the residents of the town first. When the giant spider appears, they will believe it. Good. Hearing this, Mike no longer hesitated. Soon the two of them left the room and prepared to go out. Wait, where are you going? Ashley, who was about to cook, saw the two people getting ready to leave and immediately chased after them. Notify everyone in the town to gather together and fight the giant spider. Otherwise, if there are too many people, I won't be able to protect everyone. Roka explained simply. Ashley frowned after hearing this, and then said, I'll go with you. As she said this, she untied her apron and followed him, locking the door as well. She wanted to see if the giant spider the two had been talking about was real. Roka and Mike looked at each other and didn't object. Anyway, she would believe what they said when she saw the big spider. Then the three of them went to the streets and knocked on doors from house to house to inform everyone that the giant spider was about to attack the town, and asked everyone to go to the town police station for refuge immediately. It's just that most people don't take their words seriously. Ashley followed the two from beginning to end, watching their farce. Originally, she had a good impression of Roka, a handsome and stylish boy, but now she was completely disappointed with his behavior. She doesn't want her boyfriend to be a lunatic. After notifying most of the town's residents, Roka suggested going to the direction of the mine, which, as expected, had been occupied by spiders. And it is not far from the town, only 2 kilometers away. But the plan was terminated. Because Mike and Ashley's sheriff mom Samantha caught them. Mr. Roka, I'm glad you believe what little Mike said, but the spider thing is just a child's prank. After teaching Mike a lesson, Samantha came to Roka to tame him. The general meaning is that he is such a grown-up, how can he still believe what a child says? He also played tricks with the children and disturbed the residents of the town. If the townspeople hadn't called her and told her what their son and daughter had done, she wouldn't have known about it until now. Roka shrugged helplessly without saying anything. When the spider really comes, you will know that you are wrong. After a moment, several people got into the police car. Samantha sent the three of them back home. Since it was Roka's first time in Prosperity Town and he had no place to stay, Samantha took him back. Mr. Roka, I hope you won't mess around with Mike anymore. At the door, Ashley said something and left. Only Roka and little Mike were left speechless. According to Samantha's arrangement, he can only sleep with little Mike tonight. What to do? Little Mike didn't know what to do. We can't do anything but wait until they find the giant spider. Roka shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, Mike, even if the townspeople don't believe us, I will still protect you. Kindness. 3.7 Little Mike was relieved to hear this, and then he enthusiastically introduced his research to him. Although he is only 6 or 7 years old, little Mike is a real genius. Since childhood, I have been very interested in biology, especially spiders, and have studied many topics about spiders. Little Mike, you will definitely be a great scientist when you grow up. How about coming to my company to do research? Is it really possible? Little Mike was very happy with what he said. Of course, don't you believe in your own abilities? Roka was still very optimistic about this guy. He was so smart and loved research since he was a child. He would definitely be a good scientist when he grew up. He just offered him a position. Besides, little Mike might even be his brother-in-law. Chapter 183. Little Mike was also very happy to hear what he said. However, just when the two of them were chatting, suddenly there was a scream from next door. Roka turned his head suddenly and saw through the wall a big spider quietly crawling into Ashley's room whose window was not closed. Ashley was so frightened that she screamed. When the big spider saw that she was so scared that she screamed and dared not move, it did not take any aggressive behavior. It just sprayed spider silk and wanted to pack her up and take her in as dinner. Seeing this, Roka immediately broke into the room and kicked the big spider against the wall. Then he pulled out the golden desert eagle and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang bang bang! After a series of gunshots, the big spider was hit and green juice splashed everywhere. It was deader than dead. Roka wanted to show some concern for Ashley, but he didn't expect that she was so frightened that she suddenly threw herself on his back and just hugged his waist. It was obvious that the scene just now frightened her. It's okay, it's okay. Roka had no choice but to turn around, pat her shoulder and comfort her softly. At this time, Mike and Samantha ran in. 18. After seeing the two people hugging each other tightly in the room, Samantha wanted to scold them. After all, it was not nice for a grown girl to hug a man in the room. Besides, it's just someone I just met. If it was her boyfriend she wouldn't say much. But after seeing the huge spider in the corner and the green juice building everywhere, she was speechless. There really is a giant spider monster. Samantha murmured to herself, and then her expression was shocked. If there really was a giant spider, wouldn't the whole town be doomed? Mr. Roka, how many spiders are there? Samantha is now eager to know the truth. If the number of spiders is small, the police can still deal with it. But if there are too many spiders, it will be a problem. A lot. If everyone gathers together to resist in advance, there may be a great chance of survival. After saying this, Roka shrugged his shoulders, meaning that it was you who didn't believe it, so it wasn't his fault. When Samantha heard this, her face suddenly turned grim, because she could hear screams and gunshots from the town. It is obvious that some residents are already resisting the giant spider. Samantha didn't waste any time and immediately called the police to inform them of the situation and sent police officers to come as soon as possible. She has to gather police forces to get rid of the spiders in the town. If Roka knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh at her for overestimating her own abilities. Because there were hundreds and thousands of giant spiders in the town at that time, and it was impossible for the police station's few people and guns to deal with them. Are you okay? Roka looked at Ashley in his arms with concern. I'm fine, thank you. Ashley thanked him gratefully. Brother Roka, what should we do now? Looking at his mother who was on the phone, Mike pulled the corner of his clothes anxiously. There must be giant spiders everywhere outside. Let's go directly to the police station. I think our previous notification should be effective. When the townspeople find giant spiders, they will definitely go to the police station. Then we can gather everyone in the police station to resist the giant spiders. Roka's idea was simple, which was to gather the remaining survivors at the police station and then deal with those big spiders. Otherwise, the crowd will be dispersed and it will be troublesome to deal with all the spiders. Kindness. Hearing this arrangement, Mike nodded heavily. The three of them immediately left the room and found Samantha to explain the situation. After what happened with the big spider, Samantha believed Roka's words without a doubt. They immediately prepared and set off for the police station together. Samantha had just called the police to ask them to send someone to pick them up. However, at this time, the police car sent by the police station had already been targeted by the spider. Before Roka and his companions had gone far, they saw a police car speeding towards them in a crooked manner, and the officers inside the car screamed loudly. Because there was a huge spider lying on the police car, not much bigger than the police car. Careful! Samantha shouted a warning and raised her gun ready to shoot, but because the police car was swaying from side to side, she couldn't aim at all. Maybe even no police officers will be injured. So for a moment she didn't dare to shoot. But the next second, touch! A gunshot rang out, and the next second the spider lying on the roof of the car was shot and thrown off the car in pain. Cool! When Ashley found out that it was Roka who fired the shot, she shouted excitedly. After all, she was just a little girl. Seeing Roka solve the problem again, her eyes were full of admiration. Samantha was also a little surprised when she found out that it was Roka who fired the shot. After thanking him, she hurried to check the situation of the police car. Fortunately, the police officers in the police car were not seriously injured. Sheriff, what should we do now? The two police officers looked at Samantha with some shock and asked. Go to the police station. Samantha didn't waste any words and immediately asked Roka and others to get in the car. But it's a bit crowded for 4 people to sit in the back row. Samantha holds her son Mike on her lap. But it's still a bit crowded for 3 people to sit in the back row. Ashley thought about it and actually sat directly on Roka's lap. Hurry up and drive. Ashley didn't care too much and urged us to start the work as soon as we finished. After hearing this, the police officer didn't waste any time, he immediately started the police car and rushed back. However, we didn't get far. Several big spiders targeted them. Get down. Holding Ashley on his leg with one hand, Roka thrust the golden desert eagle out of the window and fired several shots. Boom boom boom. Although these spiders have grown in size, they are not difficult to deal with. It may take several shots with a low-powered firearm to eliminate them. But the golden desert eagle is famous for its power. As long as you hit the vital point, you can take it away with one shot. But after dealing with the spider on one side, the spider on the other side pounced on him. Samantha tried to shoot the jumping spider like Roka did, but her accuracy was far from perfect. Still, two spiders jumped up. Get down. Roka didn't care about anything else and pushed Samantha down, then stretched out the golden desert eagle. Boom boom boom. Just a few bullets were enough to accurately kill all the spiders that pounced on him. The only thing that was a little awkward was that Samantha and Ashley were both lying on his legs, which was a bit too ambiguous. In fact, although Samantha already has a daughter as old as Ashley, she is still charming in her 30s and has a very hot and tight figure, which is not at all inferior to Ashley. It's just that there are a lot of wrinkles on his face. You can tell from Ashley how beautiful she was when she was young. Chapter 184. Amazing. Seeing Roka solve the crisis with ease, Ashley excitedly kissed him on the face. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, she would have given him her first kiss. Roka was also surprised by her boldness and enthusiasm. He didn't expect this girl to be so hot and unrestrained. I haven't asked you if you have a boyfriend yet. Of course not. In fact, I've never been in a relationship. My mom never allowed me to. Speaking of this, Ashley pouted and glared at her mother Samantha with dissatisfaction. However, Roka was very happy after hearing this, and even silently gave a thumbs up to Samantha, his mother-in-law. It would be great if all Americans had mothers like this. There was no further chit-chat. There were quite a lot of spiders that pounced on us along the way. But Roka easily solved them every time. Ashley and Samantha were also used to lying on his legs when a spider approached, giving him room to shoot. Samantha did have some self-awareness. Although her shooting skills were okay, it was still difficult for her to hit a moving spider. So just let Roka solve it. Along the way, there were also many small-town residents who escaped from their homes. They all listened to Mike's reminder during the day, so they drove to the small-town police station at all costs. Soon a group of people entered the game. As expected, this place has also been invaded by spiders, and the police officers in the police station are fighting a fierce battle with the spiders. But the situation is not optimistic. Generally, the firearms equipped in such small towns are just ordinary firearms, and at most there are hunting rifles. There are no high-powered firearms at all. An ordinary small pistol is fine for dealing with 1 or 2 spiders, but it won't be able to handle more than that. Can you use a gun? Roka turned to look at Ashley, and before she could say anything, he put a golden desert eagle in her hand. Then he prepared to provide support. Wait, what are you going to do? Ashley became anxious when she saw that he only had one golden desert eagle. How can a gun deal with these spiders? That's enough for me. Roka shook the golden desert eagle in his hand, then turned around and rushed to the police station with Samantha. Although this place has also been invaded by octagonal monsters, the number is not large. A golden desert eagle is enough. Boom boom boom. The arrival of the two also attracted many octagonal monsters to pounce on them. But they were all quickly dealt with by Roka and Samantha. Let's go into the police station together. After getting rid of the octagonal monster in the police station, Samantha immediately arranged for the townspeople who had fled to enter. Anyway, the situation inside the police station is better than outside. As long as we hold on, those octagonal monsters can't get in. Sheriff Samantha, please save my daughter. At this time, a middle-aged woman came to Samantha crying. Samantha frowned. Needless to say, she knew that her daughter must have been left at home or somewhere else. How to save this? Now the octagonals have invaded the town in large numbers, and they can be seen everywhere in the town. It was simply a fantasy for her to go deep into the enemy's territory alone to rescue her daughter. Or it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a suicide mission. I'm sorry, but we don't have enough police force right now. It's already good enough that we can defend this place from being breached by those spiders. Samantha cruelly rejected her request. Even though they are safe now, the spiders they encounter along the way show that there are probably more spiders in the entire town. There is simply no energy left to save others. If police forces were forcibly dispatched to the small town to rescue people, not only would they be surrounded by spiders, they would also be in danger. Similarly, they will also be in danger due to insufficient police force. The middle-aged woman fell to the ground in despair upon seeing this. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene felt a little desperate and terrified, and many of them lost their loved ones on the way to escape. It can be said that this disaster changed the fate of almost everyone in the town. Why didn't they realize this sooner? And why didn't they believe Mike? If I had believed Mike and escaped earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Or why don't Mike and the others produce some evidence? Otherwise, they wouldn't disbelieve it. Everyone started complaining at once. These people are really... Ashley was a little angry when she heard everyone complaining. Originally, she was just following Roka and Mike to see what tricks they were going to play, but after all the residents of the town were notified. They just don't believe it. Who are you to complain about Roka and Mike now? Everyone stop arguing, the most important thing now is to defend this place. Samantha shouted loudly, suppressing all the complaints. These people are already complaining before the crisis is even resolved. Maybe all of them will die at the hands of those spiders. Why don't we charge out? Roka suggested lightly. What? Samantha was stunned by his words, and then looked at him in surprise and said, "Are you kidding me? Of course not." Roka shook his head. It's not a solution to stay here. There are still many residents in the town who can be rescued. What's more, the number of spiders is far beyond what little Mike and I expected. It is estimated that there is a spider mother in the mine. If the spider mother is not dealt with, there will be a steady stream of spiders born. With the growth rate of those spiders, you should know the consequences without me telling you. Samantha thought it made sense, but there were so many spiders outside, what would it matter if she rushed out? Can Zhao Hao get rid of all the spiders? What can you do? The method is very simple, that is to attract all the spiders in the town and kill them, and then go to the mine and kill the mother spider. Roka's method is very simple, just go out and kill all the spiders. Simple and crude. T4J. Before Samantha could say anything, Ashley spoke up. It's so dangerous outside, how can you go there alone? Yet, there are too many spiders outside. It's too dangerous. Little Mike also persuaded. Hee little Mike, do you still remember who I am? You are the best exorcist. Yes, these spiders are nothing to me. After Roka finished speaking, he strode out without waiting for anyone to speak. Chapter 185. At this time, all the spiders in the town gathered and surrounded the police station. The roads, houses, and trees were densely packed with huge spiders. It makes people's scalp tingle. The people who were arguing just now were all stunned at this moment, and an indescribable fear spread in everyone's heart. How can they defend against so many spiders? What to do with those spiders? I'm afraid that if these spiders just stand there and let them kill them, they will kill them until they are tired. However, there was one person who strode out fearlessly. I saw that he had a Gatling gun in his hand, and the barrel of the Gatling gun began to rotate with his footsteps. Da-da-da-da. The Gatling gun began to roar, and at a rate of 5,000 bullets per minute, it turned into a torrent of steel, continuously pouring into the spider swarm. Wherever the steel torrent passed, all the spiders were torn into pieces, and green sweat flew. It's like a meat grinder, killing as many as come. Everyone in the police station opened their mouths in shock. This man is so strong and handsome that he can stand against 10,000 enemies. The man holding the Gatling gun, the favorite of tough guys, is tearing the octagonal monster into pieces. He's so cool. Ashley's eyes lit up as if she was infatuated with him. She had never seen someone so handsome and yet so domineering. She felt extremely safe. Da-da-da. 10,000 bullets were fired in just 2 minutes, and the Gatling gun barrel was emitting high temperatures. But my aunt is also very good. Hundreds of spiders that pounced on him were all shot dead. Even Roka complained that the speed was too slow, but there was nothing he could do. If he used thermal vision and super breathing, the entire town would probably be gone. So I can only use Gatling. It's time to end it. Roka put away the Gatling gun and planned to go to the mine alone to kill all the spiders there. But unexpectedly, footsteps were heard behind me. Roka, I'll go with you. Ashley ran up to him and said with a firm look. You. Roka frowned. It would be totally troublesome for her to go there like this. I'll go with you too. After all, I'm the town sheriff, and I can't leave the responsibility of saving the town entirely to you. Samantha also came over and said. What will happen if you leave here? Roka asked back. By sea, Samantha frowned. She really hadn't thought about this. There are only a few people in the small town police station. If she leaves, the group will be leaderless and it will be troublesome if spiders attack here again. You guys better stay here. Roka smiled and shook his head. I want to go. Ashley. Samantha shouted, if she can't go, what are you, a little girl, going to do? To cause trouble? Forget it, if Ashley wants to come, let her go. I can take care of her. Seeing Ashley so stubborn, Roka simply agreed. Anyway, there will be no danger with him around. It's a good opportunity to cultivate feelings along the way. Oh well. Seeing this, Samantha had no choice but to agree, and then she gave her daughter some instructions. Only then did he let her go despite Ashley's impatient look. Come on, open the warehouse. Roka asked Ashley to drive. Although this place was not far from the mine, it was not realistic to walk there. Good. After hearing this, Ashley immediately ran over and drove a police car out. Then the two of them drove away from the police station in the police car without saying a word. Seeing this, Samantha could only pray for the two of them to be safe. The other side. The police car in the dark night was as eye-catching as a signal tower, and a large number of spiders would gather around it from time to time. Roka asked Ashley to drive carefully, and then he went to the roof of the car, shooting continuously with both guns in his hands, and killed all the approaching spiders. Marvelous. Ashley was not afraid while driving, but felt very excited and thrilled. Who are you, Roka? Ashley was really curious about Roka's identity. Why was he so powerful? Didn't I tell you? I'm the head of an exorcism agency, specializing in dealing with ghosts and aliens. Ghosts? Aliens? Are they real? Ashley was full of surprise. In her world, there had never been ghosts, let alone aliens. Of course, this world is huge and mysterious. You can never imagine what kind of existence is hiding in the dark. After Roka finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. This world is really too mysterious. There are not only all kinds of ghosts and monsters, alien bugs that destroy the world, foggy other world, and iron-blooded alien civilizations. Who knows what will appear next? It's not even surprising that a god devil appears. His words made Ashley fall into a state of fantasies, and at the same time, she became more curious and yearning for Roka. I was curious about his experiences and longed to see aliens or ghosts like him. Wait. Huh? What? Ashley stepped on the brakes subconsciously. Wait here for a moment. After saying this, Roka jumped off the roof of the car. After dealing with the spiders around him, he went straight into a house. Hey Roka! Ashley yelled, only to find that Roka had disappeared. This made her look around with some fear, while she tightly held the golden desert eagle that Roka had given her. Fortunately, Roka came back soon and brought a little girl with him. So he went to rescue someone. Ashley couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. Isn't this the daughter of that auntie? When she got closer, Ashley realized that the little girl in front of her was her daughter who had been crying and begging for everyone to save her in the police station. Yes, but we don't have time to send her back now, so we can only take her with us. Roka put the little girl into the car and stood on the roof again. Let's go. Kindness. Ashley nodded and drove again, without questioning his decision. After all, it would be a waste of time to send the little girl back now. The police car left the town and headed towards the mine. There are still a lot of spiders along the way, but they were all easily solved by Roka. Ashley stopped the car at the entrance of the mine. This is the place Mike was talking about. Ashley couldn't help feeling a little creepy as she looked at the dark mine in front of her. I saw that the entrance of the mine was already entangled with a lot of spider silk, just like the Pansy Cave. Are they really going to go in? Chapter 186. Roka didn't really want to go in, so he just set a fire outside. There are various dangerous gases in the entire mine, and once ignited, a chain reaction will occur. By then, none of the spiders inside will be able to escape. But there are still many people who were caught by the spiders and survived. It seems unreasonable not to save these people. After all, it's not the time for the motherland now. If you are afraid, we'll go in with you. Before Roka could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ashley. It was obvious that she was afraid to be outside alone, even though there was a little girl beside her. Roka didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he didn't say that Ashley and the little girl should stay outside. If we go in with him, we can have someone to look after us. If we stay outside, he will be in trouble if a spider attacks us. Let's go. Roka didn't waste any words and immediately strode towards the dark mine. The mine was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. But fortunately he is not affected by the darkness. But Ashley and the little girl were in trouble. They really wanted to find a flashlight, but unfortunately there was none. So he could only follow him timidly, holding the little girl with one hand and holding on to the corner of his clothes with the other. Roka thought about it and took out a high-powered flashlight to illuminate the mine. Yet, suddenly, Ashley screamed. Following her gaze, I saw a rotting corpse on the ground. Judging from the situation, he should be a resident of the small town, but he didn't expect to be left here by the spider. Maybe it was someone who escaped and ended up dying here. Don't be afraid. I'm here. We can go in and rescue those who are still alive, and then set fire to this place and burn it all down. Feeling the plump figure of Black Widow behind him, Roka immediately patted her arm and comforted her softly. Ashley's originally frightened heart felt much better at this time. She immediately let go of Roka and started pulling the corner of his clothes. Because this will not affect Roka's performance. She is not a naive person who knows nothing. After passing the corpse, the three continued to go deeper into the mine. Perhaps because it was dark and most of the spiders went out to look for food, there were fewer spiders in the mine. But just as they were thinking this, they were discovered by several spiders. Firearms cannot be used in the mine because of the presence of flammable and explosive gases such as gas. But this did not pose a problem for him. He had several more bullets in his hand and fired them directly. Puff puff puff. In an instant, the spiders' bodies were pierced by bullets one after another. Because the spiders were standing in a string, they were actually pierced through by bullets. Oh my god! Ashley, who was holding a flashlight behind her and saw this scene, could hardly believe her eyes. Isn't it ridiculous that a bullet thrown casually can have the same power as a pistol? Could this man in front of me be God? Let's go. Hearing Ashley's surprise, Roka smiled and then took her deeper into the mine. The mine was interconnected, but the spider mother and food storage locations could not be hidden from his eyes. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the place where the spiders stored food. This place is covered with a lot of spider silk, and it is almost impossible to walk without cleaning it. But after cleaning up, they finally entered the storage room. In the huge mine space, there were people wrapped in spider silk hanging on the walls and the ceiling of the caves. Some humans were still twisting their bodies, and it seemed that they had just been captured. Start rescuing people, remove the spider silk from their bodies, and be careful not to shout too loudly. Seeing that Ashley wanted to go up and save people, Roka immediately gave her some instructions. Kindness. Ashley nodded seriously, and then took the little girl to pull the spider silk off a person who was twisting his body. SHH don't talk. After pulling away the spider silk, a young woman was found inside. After hearing her words, he shut up and stopped talking. The young woman then joined the rescue operation. But at this moment, an accident happened. Yet, the young woman suddenly screamed in fear, and saw that the man in front of her who was entangled in spider silk was dead. His face was so unrecognizable that it was really scary. No wonder she screamed in fright. Asterisk. When Ashley heard the scream, her expression suddenly changed and she looked towards Roka. As expected. Because of the scream just now, some spiders have come to check. And it is a giant spider that is larger than other spiders. If other spiders are SUVs, then this giant spider is comparable to a bus. Spider mother. Roka raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the mother spider would come to his door. Without saying a word, he picked up a few stones and threw them out. In an instant, the stone pierced through the body of the mother spider with a sonic boom, and a large amount of green juice exploded, splashing all over the ground. The mother spider fell to the ground with an unwilling hissing sound. The young woman and Ashley, who were originally a little frightened, were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Tang Ran would die in 10 strokes after looking at such a terrifying spider. The process happened so fast that they didn't react. Hurry up and save people, more spiders are coming here. Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, Roka immediately reminded them. Perhaps because of the hissing sound after the mother spider died, all the spiders in the nearby passages rushed over here. The number of them is incalculable. Although he was not afraid, it was still very troublesome. So we must rescue people as soon as possible and leave here. After hearing his words, the two women finally reacted and quickly began to rescue the survivors. In fact, not many people could be brought into the mine intact, and most of them were injured when resisting. In the end, they only rescued more than 30 people. Roka killed a large number of spiders, and their corpses even blocked the passage. Follow me now. Seeing that Tongdo was blocked by the spider corpse and could not get through for a while, Roka decisively led the way in front and let everyone behind follow. After many twists and turns, we left the mine smoothly. Finally escaped. Very good. Saved. The townspeople who were rescued from the mine were all excited, as they were all people who had been to the gates of hell. Chapter 187. It's not over yet. Seeing Ashley so happy, Roka chuckled, then raised his hand and threw a grenade into the mine. Boom! The spiders that were just about to come out were blown to pieces, with their limbs and arms flying all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, the gas and other explosive gases in the mine were ignited, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Boom boom boom! The violent explosion spread across the mine tunnel that stretched for several kilometers, and even the ground began to tremble. The rescued townspeople looked at the mine with mixed feelings. After all, their prosperous town was known as a mining town. Most of the town's residents depend on this mine for their livelihood. Now that the mine has been destroyed, I'm afraid many people will be unemployed. However, this is just groundless worry. If the mine is not destroyed and the spiders in the mine are allowed to reproduce, I am afraid that the whole town will be uninhabitable. In comparison, they were lucky to be alive. Let's go, now that most of the spiders have been dealt with, you're all safe. Roka said this and turned around and walked away without looking back. Now most of the spiders in the town have been eliminated, and the remaining ones are just a few scattered spiders hiding. Just hand these over to the small town police station. Roka didn't care about that. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Octagonal Monster. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing the Kryptonian bloodline by 1%. Back to the police station. Oh my god! Samantha and the other police officers looked at Roka, Ashley, and the rescued Mida passerby in surprise. I can't believe it. They actually did it. In fact, Samantha didn't believe that Roka could get rid of all the spiders, but she didn't expect that Roka not only got rid of the spiders, but also rescued so many people. Sheriff Samantha, I leave these people in your care. Roka chuckled. Well, you've worked hard, go take a rest first. Samantha took a deep breath excitedly and didn't say any words of thanks. She just asked them to rest. After all, I worked hard all night, killed so many spiders, and rescued so many people. Unless you are an Iron Man, it would be strange if you are not tired. Oh well. In fact, Roka was not really tired, but since Samantha said so, he accepted the arrangement and took a rest in a clean room in the police station. At the same time, I also called Allison and the others to report the situation. And Serena called, too. Did you find that company? Well, we've found it. It's an ordinary scientific research company. The chemical substance they're researching doesn't make spiders bigger, but has some special effects. Selena briefly recounted what she had investigated. Simply put, the chemical substances produced by that research company were not intended to make spiders bigger, but they accidentally developed a drug that could make spiders bigger. And the other company obviously doesn't know about this effect yet. Selena has already begun to acquire the company in order to control the formula of this chemical. Well done. Roka nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't even asked Selena to acquire the other party, but Selena had already done it. She is indeed the most capable woman he has ever had. After a few more words, Serena hung up the phone. Roka then prepared to lie down and rest. But unexpectedly, the door was opened at this time. Ashley, with dew still on her hair after taking a shower, walked in quickly, then quickly closed and locked the room. Kindness. Roka raised his eyebrows and watched her actions. What is this chick doing? Of course I will. Ashley rushed over with an impatient look on her face and gave him a facial cleanser. It must be said that Black Widow was very young. Roka only felt the fragrance of a young girl's virginity enveloping him and he was almost suffocated. Immediately, the two looked at each other. They know what to do next without any words. For a moment, the room was filled with heavy breathing. In the darkness, Roka could clearly see Ashley's expression as she gritted her teeth and tried not to scream. It was such a funny look. The next day, as long as Samantha was not a fool, she would know that her daughter had given her body away. She didn't say anything about it. Last night, Roka acted like a hero, solving the troubles in the town with overwhelming force, and he was handsome, energetic, and who wouldn't love him? If she were 20 years younger, she might also take the initiative to pursue Roka. Little Mike, on the other hand, looked confused and knew nothing. Brother Roka, why did you come out of the room with Mew? Uncle, ahem. Little Mike, don't pay too much attention to adult matters. Have you finished your homework today? Hearing this, little Mike looked speechless. The teacher has been eaten by a spider. Do I still need to do my homework? Of course, you can't let these things affect your studies. Don't you want to be a researcher in my company when you grow up? You have to study hard now. All right. Little Mike was speechless but still nodded obediently. Ashley, who was standing by, couldn't help but snickering when she saw him scolding her brother. It seemed that her brother would have one more person to care for him from now on. Roka, I heard from Little Mike that you were hired by him. What about the salary? It's okay, Little Mike is my fan, and it's my duty to help my fans. Roka waved his hand to interrupt her. The biggest gain this time was that he picked up the young Black Widow and got the first blood. So the hiring fee doesn't matter. Anyway, Little Mike is my brother-in-law, right? Can I still ask for his money? No, listen to me. Samantha shook her head and said, it's like this, the rescued townspeople are willing to pay you a penny as a reward, and this 5.3 is also what you deserve. 89. I see. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect the townspeople to be so polite. But since it was voluntary, he had no reason to refuse. Oh well. Well, I will calculate the wages given by the townspeople and give them to you afterwards. Thank you very much. Roka smiled and thanked him. You don't have to be polite, family. Samantha waved her hand. Since he had become her son-in-law, she had to help him get some benefits. In fact, this is what she asked for. After all, it was Roka who saved everyone's lives this time. If you do nothing and show no gratitude, then the people who were rescued would be nothing. Chapter 188. Come on, let's go out for a walk. After seeing Samantha busy working with the mayor to deal with town affairs, Roka took Ashley out for a walk and explained his situation. After all, there are so many women in the family, it's impossible to hide it. Being honest and direct is the best option. If you can't accept it, you can make a choice as soon as possible. But it was obvious that he still underestimated Ashley's love for him. Even though he knew that there were many women in his family, he still did not hesitate. This is the kind of woman Roka likes most. The town had been destroyed and was in tatters, so after saying goodbye to Samantha, the two of them went to other places to play, which could be considered a honeymoon. Times Square, Los Angeles. Hey, the movie just now was really good. Do evil spirits really exist? But it doesn't look scary at all. It's actually kind of funny. Ashley, who had just come out of the cinema, was still quite excited and enthusiastically talked about her experience of watching the movie. These days, the two of them have visited all the fun places in Los Angeles. Just finished watching the movie again. Ashley was in a very good mood. Of course there are evil spirits in this world, and there are a lot of them. Roka said with some amusement. Really? By the way, you said before that you encountered many evil spirits and aliens. Can you tell me about them? Of course, let's go over there and talk. Roka pointed to the open-air cafe nearby. The environment here is very good, very suitable for drinking a cup of coffee after watching a movie. After they sat down, Ashley ordered 2 cups of coffee, and then listened expectantly to Roka's legendary story. The first one is of course not the murderer Jason. But speaking of evil spirits, the last time I came to Los Angeles, I helped people get rid of evil spirits, and it was a commission from the Los Angeles police. After finishing Jason's story, Yinka remembered that the last time he came to Los Angeles was to deal with the stink of the Evil Dead series. Now the Book of the Dead is still in his system space. After he took the Book of the Dead away, the subsequent Evil Dead series would not have happened, right? This is not true either. After all, the Book of the Dead is only one of the 3 demonic books. Are there really evil spirits in this world? What are they like? After listening to him, Ashley began to daydream about what the evil spirit looked like. Of course there are evil spirits, and there are many of them. Roka gave her an affirmative answer. There are countless evil spirits in this world, but most ordinary people don't know about them. And what can we say about these evil spirits? Although they are quite scary and have killed many people, they are really insignificant compared to the number of births in this world every day. Of course, there are also reasons why the authorities deliberately conceal some things. That's why ordinary people don't know. By the way, the propaganda of various religious organizations is also one of the reasons. Do evil spirits really exist in this world? Of course, these words were not said by Ashley, but came from behind the two of them. Turn around and look. I saw a black man with a crew cut stood up and walked over. I just heard you guys discussing evil spirits. I want to ask if what you said is true? Are there really evil spirits in this world? The black man smiled, showing his white teeth, and had a very good attitude. Roka has never been very fond of black people, but considering his good attitude, he didn't give him a cold face. Of course there is. It depends on whether you believe it or not. If you don't believe me, it's useless for me to tell you. There are so many people in this world who don't believe in evil spirits. Does he have to explain and prove it to each and every one of them? That's just because you have nothing better to do. Roka didn't care whether he believed it or not. After hearing this answer, the black man thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, my name is Trevor. Can you please do me a favor?" "What's the matter?" Ashley asked curiously after taking a sip of her coffee. "It's like this, my girlfriend has been acting strange lately. She keeps saying that she's been haunted by something, she suspects it's an evil spirit, and she even does some crazy things, so." "Then you have found the right person. I am the head of the exorcism agency. If you want to solve the problem of evil spirits, you can commission our company." Upon hearing that the other party needed something, Roka's originally expressionless face suddenly became enthusiastic. After all, this is not just a commission, there may be system tasks as well. Sure. May I know your company's website?" The black man Trevor was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. But it was better to be more direct. As long as it can help my girlfriend solve her problems, it's worth spending some money. You can search for exorcism agencies directly, and someone will contact you to discuss the commission. Understood. Trevor nodded. He happened to have a laptop with him, so he checked it online immediately. Soon he dialed the number of the exorcism agency. After some understanding and negotiation, he finally decided to pay $20,000 to publish the commission. The price was painful for Trevor, because this was almost all his savings. Fortunately, Allison is quite humane. She said that if the $450 was not caused by an evil spirit, she would only charge $2,000 for the service. In comparison, this is quite reasonable. In fact, Trevor was just guessing, and he wanted to reassure his girlfriend. If it weren't for the evil spirits, the $2,000 would be just a psychological comfort. It's not very expensive either. If it really is an evil spirit, the $20,000 would be worth it. After all, this is life-saving money. Mr. Roka, I have already given your company a commission. This. Roka waved his hand to interrupt him. No need to say more. You can arrange a time to meet your girlfriend. Then I will know whether she has encountered an evil spirit or not. Okay, this is my phone number, I will ask Mency out tomorrow. Trevor said and left the phone. No problem. Roka took down the call and nodded. Then Mr. Roka, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After seeing Trevor leave, Ashley was a little curious. I wonder what kind of evil spirit his girlfriend encountered. Maybe it's a prank. So far, the system has not issued any tasks, so Roka is not sure whether it is the work of evil spirits. Chapter 189. The next day. After receiving Trevor's call, Roka and Ashley showed up at the old coffee shop on time. Seeing the two people coming, Trevor immediately stepped forward and shook hands enthusiastically. Mr. Roka, this is my girlfriend, Rose Carter. Rose is the exorcist I told you about. Are you the exorcist master? Rose was originally very enthusiastic about the exorcist. In fact, she was very excited after Trevor called her last night. After all, what happened to me could not be explained. I can only hope that the exorcist master can help me. But isn't this exorcist master too young? This made her heart, which had originally had some hope, suddenly sink to the bottom of the valley. Could this handsome man in front of her be a liar? Yes, just call me Roka. Roka smiled and shook her hand. After a few people sat down, Trevor ordered 4 more cups of coffee. Roka didn't waste any words. I know you may not believe that I am an exorcist. That doesn't matter. Tell me about your situation first. I will tell you whether I can solve your problem or not with facts. Hearing this, Trevor and Meng Si looked at each other. Judging from the other party's confident tone, they actually gained a little more trust. Here's the thing, I'm a doctor working in a psychiatric emergency room, and until a few days ago I had a very unusual patient, a PhD student named Laura. This patient is very special. She seems to be mentally unstable and keeps saying she is going to die. Just last week, I met with Laura, but Laura was very excited, and then smiled very strangely, and cut her throat with a knife. Having said this, Rose's face was filled with horror and her eyes widened, as if the scene in her mind was right in front of her. Her boyfriend Trevor hurriedly hugged her and comforted her softly. Ding! The system has updated the task Dangerous Smile 1, please host to deal with the demon. Demon? Roka was a little surprised by the system prompt. He didn't expect it to be this. The so-called Dangerous Smile is a curse delivered with a weird smile. It seemed to be a demonic power. People who are cursed by Wei Xiao often see horrific hallucinations. If this continues for a long time, the person will suffer from mental breakdown and may even engage in self-harming behavior. In fact, to this extent, the cursed person has become a puppet of the devil. And in the same Dangerous Smile way, the waste curse will be passed on to the next victim. To put it simply, it was a mysterious curse caused by a demon. As long as we find its essence, it is not difficult to solve it. I already understand the situation. Then, I wonder what is haunting Rose? Trevor asked eagerly. Roca looked at Rose and said, "It's a curse demon. It will curse people by smiling. Once cursed, they will see a series of hallucinations, as if the people around them are always showing them strange smiles. Once she has a mental breakdown, she will completely become a puppet of the demon." It sounds horrible. Ashley felt a little creepy after hearing this. This cursed fate is too tragic. Mr. Roca, can you help me? Rose stood up excitedly. She had originally doubted Roca, but now she had forgotten all about it. Because what Roca said is absolutely true. Ever since she saw Laura hurt herself with a weird smile, she would occasionally see people around her giving her weird smiles. She even saw her long-dead mother looking at her with a strange smile. Only she herself knew that creepy feeling of terror. The people around me simply can't understand me. Now someone who understands me has finally appeared. No wonder she was so excited. Don't get excited, there will be a way. Roca smiled and asked her to sit down and talk. Mr. Roca, you must help me. I am willing to give you any money. Rose was already a little incoherent, and Roca was like a savior in her eyes. She would agree to anything you said. No need, Mr. Trevor has already commissioned our company and paid a deposit. I will help you deal with the demon next. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, Rose's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Trevor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although he had to spend all his savings, at least he could help his girlfriend. This way it's money well spent. Mr. Roca, I don't know how to help Rose next. Trevor asked. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to my house. Rose said hurriedly, my house is not far from here, and there is no one else. Can? Roca nodded. So after drinking coffee, they set off for Rose's house. After a moment, behind the Rossi house. Mr. Roca. Rose was obviously a little uneasy. She was afraid that she would live in fear all her life. Whenever she thought of the horrible things she had encountered before, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Don't be afraid, I will check your physical condition next. As Roca spoke, a ball of hellfire appeared in his hand. Trevor, Rose, and even Ashley couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Flames burning in the palms? Are you sure this isn't a magic trick? Ashley even reached out her hand and touched it, but felt nothing. This gave her the illusion that she might have seen it wrong. Good job, no. Seeing this, Roca shook his head with amusement. The fire of hell was controlled by him at will. He could burn whatever he wanted and not burn anything he didn't want. So it was normal that Ashley couldn't feel the burning sensation. Don't move. Roca interrupted Rose and Trevor, who were about to say something, and then slapped the hellfire on Rose's forehead. In an instant, the flames of hell surged madly into Rose's body. However, after searching for a while, hell's flame did not find anything. Isn't this right? After taking back the hellfire, Roca frowned. Since it is a curse, there must be a mark on Mency. But now no marks were found on her body. What's going on? How about it? Trevor saw him frowning and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 190. The situation is not optimistic. I did not find any power left by the devil in Rose. After saying this, Roca frowned and began to think. Trevor and Rose became a little anxious after hearing this. If they had not seen the fire in Roca's hand with their own eyes just now, they would have thought he was fooling people. But now the situation has become confusing. Rose even thought that she was having a nightmare. Was everything she had seen before just her imagination? Don't worry. Since the demon didn't do anything to you, I think it will definitely come after you next time. If it shows up, I will be able to catch it. Since Rose has been cursed by the devil will never let her go. Roca remembered that in most movies, people who were cursed usually couldn't live beyond 7 days, and some even died within 4 days. Of course, this has a lot to do with the psychological state of the cursed target. In other words, the more abnormal the cursed mind becomes, the sooner it will be possessed by the devil. So how many more days do I have to endure this? Rose was a little overwhelmed when she heard what he said. She was already a little mentally disturbed because of the torture she had received from the devil. Didn't expect that I would have to continue? I can't help it. The devil will appear when you are most vulnerable, so I can't solve it in advance. Roka was also somewhat helpless. This kind of demon was more like a strange rule. It could not be dealt with until the rule appeared. Rose had no choice but to accept it. I hope I can defeat that demon before I have a mental breakdown. Rose knew very well that if she did not get rid of the demon when her spirit was on the verge of collapse, she would probably be possessed by the demon. You don't have to think about what the consequences will be at that time. Mr. Roka, please. Trevor begged him seriously. Don't worry. Since we have accepted the commission, we will definitely not let Rose get hurt. You can rest assured. Roka waved his hand confidently. In fact, as long as Rose was on the verge of a mental breakdown, the devil would appear. When the time comes, he will just need to take action to deal with the devil. Of course, this requires a prerequisite. Rose, you must remember that I will deal with the devil, so don't give up any hope even if you are on the verge of collapse. This is especially important. If Rose collapsed immediately, it would be too late once the demon took over her body. Rose nodded vigorously. She also knew that this was the key to her survival. Then Rose, you need to stay in a room alone. A quiet room will help you to enter a state of mental breakdown more quickly, and the demon will appear faster. Is that okay? No problem. Rose took a deep breath and agreed. What about us? Trevor asked. Of course we are waiting outside, otherwise we wouldn't know the devil is coming. Roka must monitor Rose's condition at all times, otherwise if the devil appears and she doesn't know about it, Rose will be dead. After the matter was decided, Rose returned to her room alone. She can sleep or read, but she must stay in a room alone. Being in the silent room would undoubtedly magnify the fear in her heart. To break her spirit. Once the spirit is on the verge of collapse, the devil will appear. That's when Roka takes action. The whole process is that simple. Honey, is it really okay? Lying on the sofa in the living room, Ashley nestled in Roka's arms and asked with some concern. Roka kissed her on the mouth with a smile. Don't worry, I'm a professional in exorcism. It's just that the devil doesn't dare to show up, otherwise I would have burned it to ashes. Then can you tell me about the time you came here to deal with the evil spirits? Ashley has been thinking about what Roka said yesterday about coming here to deal with the evil spirit, and she really wants to know what happened. No problem. Since he had nothing to do, Roka told her the story of the rise of the evil spirit. Soon it was evening. Roka, Ashley, and Trevor took turns going out for dinner and coming back. How's it going? Roka looked at Trevor and asked. I've already sent Rose some food, and I think she's in good spirits. Trevor answered truthfully. Oh, it seems that she feels more at ease because we are waiting outside. Roka said this with some helplessness. Because they were waiting outside, Rose's mental breakdown was obviously slowed down a lot. This way, it would take a lot longer to bring her to the brink of collapse. But there's nothing I can do. It was he who came up with this solution. But the next day, Roka and Ashley went out shopping and playing as usual, leaving Trevor alone to take care of Rose. When Rose learned that they were not there, she was obviously not as calm as she was last night. Until evening. Mr. Roka, something has happened to Rose, please come back and check on her as soon as possible. I see. After receiving Trevor's call, Roka knew that something was wrong with Rose, so without any further ado, he hurried back with Ashley. How about it? Rose has been yelling and screaming in the room since a while ago, and even broke down and cried. I didn't go in as you arranged. Trevor eagerly recounted what had just happened. Okay, I understand now. The devil is here. Roka looked towards Rose's room and could clearly see that there was demonic power at work. This situation was very easy to deal with. Without saying a word, he opened the door and strode towards Lindsay. At this moment, in Rose's eyes, Roka was approaching her with a strange smile. Don't come over. Rose screamed, picked up the scissors in her hand and stabbed at him. But it was useless, Roka easily grabbed her hand. Rose was on the verge of collapse at this time, and everything she saw was what the devil made her see. It won't be long before the devil completely takes over Rose's body. But that's all. Roka raised his hand and slapped the hellfire onto Rose's forehead, and then the hellfire wrapped Rose up. That's right. The demon is now inside Rose. Under the threat of the flames of hell, Rose's face suddenly showed a strange smile, and then a look of fear. Chapter 191. This scene made Ashley feel a little uneasy. Although I have heard many stories about evil spirits from Roca, this is the first time I have seen one with my own eyes. That creepy feeling came over me spontaneously. It's so horrible. The terror came and went quickly, and no demon could survive even a minute under the scorching flames of hell. The same goes for the demon in Rose. The moment it attempted to take over Rose's body, it was destined to be burned to ashes by the flames of hell. After Rose let out a series of shrill screams, the demon finally disappeared. And Rose also fainted. How is it going? Trevor hurried over to check. It's okay. The demon has been eliminated. Rose will not be entangled by the demon anymore. Roka waved his hand casually. Let her rest for a while. When she wakes up, everything will be over. After saying that, he pulled Ashley out of the room. Seeing this, Trevor had no choice but to put Rose on the bed, cover her with a blanket, and then quietly left the room. I've already told you the situation. Let's wait and see Rose's condition tomorrow. We'll leave now. Now that the matter has been resolved, Roka naturally doesn't plan to stay here anymore. Trevor was still a little unsure whether the matter had really been resolved. What if it hadn't been resolved? However, before he could say anything, Roka pulled Ashley away. Joke. The demon had been burned to ashes just now, how could there be any problems? Roka is very confident about this. As expected. The next day, Trevor called excitedly early in the morning to inform Rose of her current situation. Although he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he was rescued in time. After being freed from the devil's curse, Rose was recovering like a patient recovering from a serious illness. Mr. Roka, thank you very much. As long as the matter is resolved, don't forget to pay the commission. Roka said and hung up the phone. After solving these troubles, he continued to travel around Los Angeles with Ashley. But the leisurely time did not last long. Soon a special commission came to the door. Hello, Mr. Roka, the head of the exorcism office. I have already said on the phone that I am Bill Ronda, and he is Brooks. It's nice to meet you. Can you tell me about the commission? Roka smiled and shook hands with both of them. Bill Landa is an old man wearing a hat who claims to be an archaeologist. As for the young black man wearing glasses, he is his assistant. The situation is this: we want to hire you to go with us to a mysterious island. Mysterious island? Yes, I have heard of the name of Mr. Roka, the head of the exorcist agency. It is said that you have helped the police solve murders many times, so we need you to protect us. As soon as Bill Ronda finished speaking, his assistant Brooks couldn't help but whisper something in his ear. Professor, is this young man reliable? Probably. I heard he's very capable. I didn't even consider hiring a former Air Force Special Forces agent who's very good at tracking. All right. Brooks had no choice but to believe what the professor said. Of course, Roka could hear the two people's whispered discussions. So can you tell me what kind of island it is? That way I can be prepared. Roka asked with interest, crossing his arms. Of course, it is an uninhabited island in the South Pacific. In fact, no one has ever been to that island before. From the photos taken by the satellite, we named it Skull Island. Skull Island. Roka was a little surprised. Ding. The system has updated the task King Kong Skull Island. Please deal with King Kong or the skeleton lizard. It is this. After hearing the word Skull Island, he automatically thought of King Kong Skull Island. I didn't expect it to be this. So the man in front of us named Bill Ronda is the initiator of this expedition and also a member of the Imperial Organization. What Roka didn't expect was that Bill Landian actually came to him. And there is no plan to hire the original protagonist James Conrad, a former Air Force Special Forces agent, for this purpose. Request flowers. Yes, so what do you mean, Mr. Roka? Don't worry, as long as you can guarantee our safety, we will pay you enough compensation. How about $1 million? Bill Landa was interrupted by the numbers given by Roka before he could finish his words. Bill Rondell looked at Brooks beside him with some embarrassment. To be honest, they don't have that much money at the moment. It took a lot of effort to even get Senator Willis to agree to the plan. But if they really find a monster on the island, then it will all be worth it. No problem. Thinking of this, Bill Rondell decisively agreed to his request. So when do we leave? If you can, come with us now. I need to go to the Qigong Air Force Base, where there is an air force to escort us to the island. Bill Rondell naturally wanted him to leave with them now. After all, he had been planning this for a long time and didn't want to wait any longer. I see, let's do it tomorrow then. No matter what, Roka has to send Ashley back, so it can only be done tomorrow. All right. Bill Rondell shrugged helplessly and had to agree to wait one more day. Wait until the two of them leave. What's going on? Inside the house, Ashley, who was watching TV on the sofa, asked curiously. I have a commission to go out on. Roka shrugged helplessly. Leaving? Hearing that he was leaving, Ashley turned her eyes away from the TV and looked at him with some surprise. Well, I'll take you back tomorrow. Roka smiled as he sat down next to her. Can't I go? Ashley turned over and sat on his legs, putting her arms around his neck and said. Well, that's a jungle island. If you don't mind the snakes, insects, rats and ants on the island, then forget it. Ashley was not afraid of snakes, insects, rats or ants. Since Roka didn't want to take her, she didn't cause any trouble. Chapter 192. When are you leaving? Ashley asked reluctantly. I'll send you back tomorrow and leave. Then hurry up. Ashley said as she forced a kiss forward. Seeing this, Roka had no choice but to hug her soft waist tightly with his hands and responded. The next day, early in the morning, Roka sent Ashley back to the prosperous town. After all, Ashley is still in school. It's not like he hadn't mentioned the idea of having Ashley transferred to another school, but his suggestion was rejected. After all, she has many friends in the town, so she doesn't want to leave for the time being. Roka naturally respected her choice and promised to visit her soon. After saying goodbye to Ashley, Roka then found Bill Landa. Following 747 and led by Bill Landa, the three of them arrived in Bangkok, Thailand a few days later. In front of the Athena at Port 14 in Bangkok. This is it. Bill Landa brought Roka and Brooks to the warship to verify their identities, and then took them to board the ship. Damn FK Man and Big Mom. At the boarding entrance, Roka was surprised to find a black braised egg and Auntie surprised talking about something. If I remember correctly, the FK Man was Colonel Packard who led the team into Skull Island this time. As for Aunt Marvel, she is an anti-war correspondent, Mason Weaver, a blonde woman. It's you people who made us lose support in the country. You're actually blaming all this on us, the people who don't hold guns? Blaming us for causing you to lose the war. Cameras are much more dangerous than guns. We are not losing the fight, we just don't fight anymore. Very good. Mason Weaver was too lazy to argue with him, so he carried his luggage and prepared to board the ship. But unexpectedly, a provocative voice was heard at this time. If you lose, you lose. Why are you saying you don't want to fight anymore? Can you have some shame? Hearing this, Colonel Packard immediately looked in the direction of the voice with a dark face. Are you Professor Bill Landa? Colonel Packard recognized the leader of the operation, Bill Landa, at first sight, and then looked at the fair-looking man who was speaking with an unfriendly look. As a black man, what he can't stand the most is white people. This is exactly the same as white people. Colonel Packard had a hard time on this operation. Bill Rondell said somewhat helplessly. He didn't expect Chuan Ka to suddenly say such provocative words. Fortunately, Colonel Packard did not take action for his sake. In fact, this was indeed the case. For Bill Rondell's sake, Colonel Packard pretended not to have heard what had just been said. Otherwise, he might have to teach this ignorant young man a lesson. However, Roka was not ready to let FK man go. He sneered with disdain, "What? You don't dare to admit that you lost? In the final analysis, you are just bullying the weak. Once you hit a wall, you will know what is wrong." Hearing this, Colonel Packard could no longer hold back and pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Roka. "What? Did you get it right?" Roka chuckled. "Mr. Roka, could you please say less?" Bill Rhonda had no choice but to step forward to smooth things over. He didn't know what the conflict was between Roka and Colonel Packard, but what mattered to him most right now was to get on the island. Nothing else matters. Seeing that Marie Faxia didn't say anything, Roka naturally didn't bother to continue mocking him. Colonel Packard stared at him with his eyes wide open, wishing he could shoot him to death immediately. This scene surprised Mason Weaver, who was standing by. Who was this young man? How dare you mock the military like this? When Bill Rhonda saw that the two men stopped talking, he quickly took them on board. "Stop staring, you should know who I am." When passing by Mayor Fake Man, Roka said something provocative, and then strode onto the boat. "Colonel, who is this guy?" the soldier at the side asked angrily. If the colonel hadn't said anything, he would have taken action. Colonel Packard watched Roka's leaving figure, and then he also reacted. Male, 19 years old, named Roka, head of the exorcism agency. He once destroyed the XX military region in one fell swoop. It was no secret that Roka destroyed the military base where the research on the extra-dimensional killing array was conducted. Almost all the top military officials had received the news. But due to the other party's terrifying capabilities, the military can only pretend that this incident never happened. They don't dare to provoke each other easily. After all, it can fly and release lasers to destroy extra-dimensional killing arrays and military bases. This kind of ability is not something that can be easily provoked. Unless they find a way to deal with Roka. And when I think of the other party's terrifying superpowers, I'm afraid the Athena will be destroyed in an instant. This is also one of the reasons why Colonel Packard was not impulsive. What? Although Colonel Packard did not reveal too much, the little information he revealed was enough to shock the soldier next to him and make him open his mouth wide. They have always believed that thermal weapons are the dominant force on Earth, but they did not expect that there are people who are not afraid of any thermal weapons and can destroy a military base by themselves. This is too outrageous. Don't tell these things. Colonel Packard warned the soldier beside him and turned and left. Only the soldier 0.4 was left, still in shock. After a moment, in a conference room on the Athena warship. "Hello everyone, I'm Nieves, the field commander of the Landsat program, and this is my colleague Steve, the data processor. This expedition will go to an island that all known human routes have avoided for hundreds of years. Satellite images show that the island is surrounded by persistent storms, so it has remained unknown to the outside world, but Colonel Packard provided helicopter transportation. We will be the first to go through the storm and find out what's going on. We are honored to cooperate with the resource exploration team, led by Mr. Bill Landa, and team members include biologist Ms. Shan and geologist Mr. Houston Brooks." Chapter 193. Shan? Isn't this De Tien Tien? Roka, who was sitting below listening to the hypnosis meeting, looked at the Asian-faced woman not far away from him. "Isn't this De Tien Tien, the woman with no sense of existence in the original book?" Although he didn't get a box lunch, he didn't have any outstanding performance either. "I feel like it's just to make up the numbers. But I have to say, after getting used to seeing blonde beauties in Europe and America, it feels pretty good to look at Asian beauties." De Tien Tien seemed to have noticed his gaze as well. In fact, she had noticed the person brought by Bill Land from the very beginning. "I have to say this man is really handsome, more handsome than any other man she has ever seen." There seemed to be some kind of magical power on the other person, making it difficult for her to look away. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but smile slightly. De Tien Tien reacted and immediately looked away embarrassedly. "Mr. Brooks." At this time, the name of the black geologist Houston Brooks was called and he immediately went on stage. In fact, after landing on the island, we will use explosions to cause ground vibrations and detect the island's underground structure through seismic waves. We will circle the south coast and strategically throw seismic charges to measure the density of the land. I advise you not to drop the bomb rashly." Just as Brooks was explaining, a discordant voice interrupted him. All the soldiers and scientists present looked at him. "Mr. Roka, do you have anything to say?" Brooks said somewhat awkwardly. "I don't have much to say. I just want to say that if you don't want to get into trouble, don't rashly drop bombs. Maybe you can explore the situation on the island first," Roka said casually, crossing his arms across his chest. "You have to know that Skull Island is full of ferocious beasts and monsters. Dropping bombs to detect the terrain rashly is definitely not a wise choice. Just like in the movie, the island's guardian god, King Kong, will be summoned first. By then, I'm afraid the plot in the movie will officially begin. Mr. Roka, we have studied the plan for landing on the island for a long time. We have soldiers to protect us, so we are not afraid of any danger." Brooks obviously didn't take his words seriously. "Yes, if some people are afraid, they can leave now. As long as our military is here, they will be very safe." It seemed that Mari Faxia also found an opportunity to retort to Roka, so his tone was quite sarcastic. After hearing this, Roka chuckled. Since these people would not listen to his advice, he would just pretend that he didn't say anything. Anyway, his commission was just to protect Bill Rhonda. He doesn't care about the rest. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Madhu Faki immediately showed a smug expression. Roka noticed this keenly. "Laugh, you won't be able to laugh once you get to the island. You are not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., no superhero will come to save you." We then landed on the island, set up base camp, and then went on a great expedition led by Mr. James Conrad. James Conrad? Roka couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the man whose name was called to go on stage. This man seemed to be the male lead of the movie. A tracking expert and former agent of Y country's Air Force Special Forces, he has participated in many important battles. Although he has retired now, his prestige is still very high. In this way, the main character team is complete. Of course, this time he is also the gold medal bodyguard. Time came to the next day. The Athena officially set sail. The target is directly towards the South Pacific Skull Island. Unlike the soldiers or scientific researchers on the ship, Roka could not fit into their atmosphere at all. So I could only come to the high deck alone to chat on the phone with Maria and the others. "Dear, then you must be very bored." "Well, that's okay. It'll only take a few days anyway. Maybe they'll bring back a big one by then." Roka thought of King Kong. If he could take the gorilla as his younger brother or pet, he would be very impressive when he went out. Just thinking about it makes me eager to try it. After all, as a big boss, who doesn't have a pet? Big guy? Well, maybe I'll be scared. Maria was still somewhat curious about what the big thing he was talking about was, and hoped that it would be a surprise. "Hey!" Just at this moment, Da Tian came up behind Roka and said hello. "Okay, baby, I have something to do, so I'm hanging up now." After Roka hung up the phone, he looked at Da Tian beside him. "What's up?" "My name is Shanli, nice to meet you." Da Tian smiled and stretched out her hand. "I know, Ji Shan, just call me Roka." Roka simply shook her hand. Hearing this, Li Shan was a little surprised. After all, when Europeans and Americans pronounce Oriental names, the first name comes first and the last name comes last. But Roka pronounced her name very accurately and did not reverse the order. It was as if the person in front of me was a fellow villager. "Don't be surprised, my father is also Oriental." Seeing Da Tian's surprised look, Roka had no idea what she was thinking. "So that's how it is." Da Tian also suddenly realized. "I heard that Professor Bill Landis specially invited you to be his bodyguard to protect his life after he arrives on the island." "Yeah, is that weird?" Roka asked back with a raised eyebrow. "Tiri. In fact, what Da Tian wants to say is that you don't look like you can protect anyone, and you are so young." Although he looked strong and healthy, his skin was so fair and flawless that she was a little jealous. Overall, he looks more like a college student who is not very experienced in the world. Not like a guy who can run through the jungle and protect people. As soon as Roka saw her like this, he knew what she was thinking. There's an old saying in the East that goes, "Don't judge a person by his appearance." Maybe when you get into danger on the island, I can save your life. That's right, thank you very much. Tian was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to be educated with knowledge from her hometown. This wave is really embarrassing. By the way, what do you think about not letting the military drop bombs? Tian thought about what happened last night and asked curiously. Chapter 194. Let me put it this way. Throwing bombs is like seeking death. Anyway, I have already warned them. It has nothing to do with me whether they live or die. Roka said with his arms folded across his chest as if he didn't care. Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but frown and mutter to herself. Is there really danger on the island? But how did he know? For a moment, Tian didn't know whether she should believe it or not, but she always felt that the man in front of her seemed to have some kind of magic, which made people want to explore his mystery. She couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it anymore. By the way, I remember Professor Bill said that you are the head of the exorcism agency? What is this exorcism agency? In fact, Tian also checked the website of the exorcist agency last night, but she felt that the stories in it were too bizarre. All kinds of ghosts, demons, aliens, and so on are too unbelievable. Roka shrugged, just as you thought, it's my job to deal with all kinds of ghosts and aliens. Of course, I also work part-time as a bodyguard. Songruo can be hired as a volunteer in our company. Having said that, he generally doesn't accept commissions that he is not interested in. Even if they accept the task, they will let their subordinates, werewolves or vampires, complete it. Can you tell me about it? Like the ghosts you encountered. Tian was really curious about these things. After all, there had never been ghosts or demons in her world, let alone aliens. Roka couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. This smile made Tian feel a little strange. Is there something wrong? Maybe I shouldn't ask this. No, I just thought of something funny. What's interesting? Tian looked at him curiously. Seeing this, Roka smiled and lowered his head to approach her. You know what? Women who are curious about me will eventually fall into my clutches. Hearing this, and looking at the handsome and flawless face so close to her, Tian blushed and her heart started beating fast. It was as if a string in her heart was touched, causing her to start to have some wild thoughts. However, at this moment, Roka took a half step back and supported himself on the side of the boat with his hands. Let me start from the first time I became an exorcist. At that time, I was still an ordinary person, holding a gun and daring to cause trouble for the undead killer Jason. Hearing his bizarre stories, Tian, who was originally a little shy, also listened carefully. Time is also passing by quickly. The next day. At this time, the Athena was less than 100 kilometers away from Skull Island. But there was an argument in the meeting room. That storm is far more terrible than the satellite images show. Perhaps we should consider postponing our action. How far is it to the island? 80 kilometers, maybe more. Come closer. If you want to take off from here. Can you get through, Colonel Packard? You can go in through this low-pressure area. It's good to be enthusiastic, but as the on-site commander of the competent unit, if I say give up, then I have to give up this operation. Good decision. Senator Willis, the head of the Landsat program, will surely admire your courage. Bill Landa, Colonel Packard, and the captain of the Athena, plus the on-site command of the competent unit. The four people were arguing with each other from different standpoints. As the initiator of this plan, Bill Ronda will not give up exploring Skull Island no matter what danger he encounters. As a soldier, Colonel Packard only considered how to deal with the storm near Skull Island and send the scientific research team to the island. The captain of the Athena had nothing to say, as long as they didn't get too close to prevent the Athena from being affected by the storm. Victor Nieves, the on-site commander, was the most cautious. Faced with the storm near Skull Island that was like a natural disaster, he chose the most conservative strategy. If the situation was not right, he even wanted to terminate the operation immediately. But it was obvious that Bill Rhonda would not agree to stop the operation. However, forcing your way into the storm zone involves great risks. It was precisely because of their different positions that they quarreled so fiercely. But when Bill Rhonda brought up Senator Willis, everyone present chose to shut up. After a moment, after some discussion, it was finally decided to set off immediately and use a military-armed helicopter to send people in. Although this would be very risky, it is the only viable solution. At the same time, take off in 2 minutes. All designated personnel please board the helicopter immediately. After hearing the voice from the radio, Roka, who was chatting with De Tian, couldn't help but smile slightly. Let's go, we're also boarding the plane. Kindness. De Tian smiled and nodded. The two then boarded a helicopter with Bill Landa. Please note, there is 1 second left before takeoff. Soon all the helicopters took off. Battle formation, stay visible, Fox 5, notify me when you take off. Colonel Packard kept giving orders on the intercom. Fox 5 is in position. Understood, Fox Cubs, keep in formation and don't disperse. A distance of dozens of kilometers can be reached in a moment at the speed of a helicopter. At this moment, a spectacular scene appeared in front of everyone. A huge storm cloud appeared in front of them. The black clouds connected the sky and the earth and kept spinning. Cover the entire island. Even human helicopters look so tiny in front of it. Is this Skull Island? Seeing such a spectacular scene, even Rakaju, good one, couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes had already seen all kinds of giant beasts on the island, even King Kong appeared under his nose. This guy is really strong, and it is said that he is not yet an adult. Just thinking about catching this guy as a pet is exciting. As for the idea of placing King Kong, he had already thought of it. With this exploration, the military will definitely not let go of Skull Island. By then it will no longer be suitable for King Kong to live on the island. But Roka still has the foggy world. With King Kong's size, it would be a top predator even in the foggy world, where there is enough food and space to move around. It couldn't be more fitting. And with King Kong watching over the gate, the extra-dimensional passage to the foggy world can be opened for a long time, and there is no need to worry about the invasion of foggy monsters. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 195. What are you looking at? De Tian was a little confused when she saw him staring at the clouds in front of him without blinking. In fact, her face turned pale after she saw the black clouds that looked like a natural disaster in front of her. As the helicopter got closer, one could see flashes of lightning streaking through the black storm-like clouds. It really made her a little scared. Can this really be gotten through? Get through the thunder and lightning? If you're scared, hold on to me later. Roka couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little girl looking so scared that her face turned pale. De Tian could naturally hear that he was teasing her, but she was not in the mood to joke at the moment. As the helicopter approaches, FK Man ordered the helicopter to rush in without hesitation. Since the helicopter was equipped with a lightning protection device, he was not very worried about the threat of lightning. On the contrary, the air pressure in the clouds is very strong, which greatly hinders the progress of the helicopter. If you are not careful, the helicopter may crash. Fox Cubs, I'm the leader. Turn on the inertial navigation. Remember the story of Icarus? His father gave him a pair of wings made of wax. As the helicopter entered the clouds, Colonel Packard told everyone a story to distract from the fear in their hearts. Black clouds obscured everything. It was daytime outside, but inside it was as dark as a thunderstorm night. There were lightning and thunder around from time to time. Listening to the deafening sound of lightning in my ears makes my head buzz. Because of the airflow, the helicopter was shaking constantly. Yet, De Tian lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground, but luckily she grabbed Roka's arm in time and managed to steady herself. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Seeing her pale face, Roka couldn't help but smile and comfort her. If nothing goes wrong, they should be able to pass through the storm area and enter Skull Island smoothly. Of course, if something unexpected happens, just pretend he didn't say anything. Thanks. Da Tian thanked him with a pale face, and at the same time held on to Roka with both hands and did not dare to let go. As expected. In just a moment, the helicopter broke through the storm area. When the sun shines again, it feels like the clouds are clearing away and the fog is revealed. All I saw before me were mountains shrouded in mist and flowing water, as if half of them were standing on the sea and half in the clouds. It gave me a sense of illusion and vagueness, just like the legendary fairy island. The clouds and mist float among the mountains, like a painter's ink splashing, turning the mountain scenery into beautiful paintings. The mountains appear and disappear against the backdrop of clouds and mist, as if they are strange peaks and rocks in a fairyland. This scene made everyone forget their previous fear and smile with relief. It turned out they were successful. Looking for a landing spot and preparing to land. Colonel Packard was not confused by the scenery before him, he quickly gave orders. The helicopter flew over a series of mountains and finally chose a relatively flat jungle to land. Fox Cubs, I'm the leader. Now spread out and do your own thing. Fox number 7, have the surveyors land. Got it, boss. Fox number 3 goes to area 6, others follow the captain. Under the command of Colonel Packard, everyone soon began to work in their respective positions. Roca, Da Tian, Bill Rhonda, and others landed in the open space. And soon, the helicopter on the other side dropped the seismic charge column, causing bursts of explosions. Geologist Brooks and his colleagues used the vibrations to understand the underground structure of Skull Island. Everyone is very busy. Only Roka looked leisurely towards the front of the helicopter where the mayor fake man was. There, King Kong, feeling the ground shaking, was rushing towards this side. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet soon. As expected. Just as the Fox number 8 helicopter was continuously dropping seismic charges, a tree trunk suddenly shot towards it. Boom! There was almost no time to react before the Fox 8 helicopter was pierced by a tree trunk and exploded violently. This sudden scene stunned all the soldiers. Be careful! Then a soldier seemed to see something horrible, and he shouted in fear. However, helicopters are not very agile in the sky. The next second, it was slapped down by a huge palm, and a violent explosion occurred the moment the Fox number 4 helicopter fell. The Fox 3 helicopter next to it was not much better. He trembled after being caught by King Kong's big hand. The driver and the soldiers all fell down and landed right in King Kong's mouth. Snap! Crunchy! At the same time, after Fox number 8, number 3, and number 4 lost contact, Pad H School immediately discovered it. Fox number 8 was shot down, number 4 was shot down, Fox number 3 please answer. Colonel Packard was anxious to contact the helicopter that had lost contact, but when he looked up, he found a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him. Oh my god! Oh my god! My god, I've never seen anything like this. Set up a 300-meter perimeter alert, do not engage in combat. What the hell is that? There was chaos in the communication channel. Even these battle-hardened soldiers had never seen such a terrifying monster. For a moment, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Fortunately, Colonel Packard reacted quickly. Fox Cubs, I'm the leader. Now follow my command. Turn right and head southwest by west. Approach visually. Set up a cordon, and get your guns ready. As a soldier, even when facing such a behemoth, Colonel Packard did not try to escape at the first moment, but wanted to kill it with thermal weapons. After all, he lost 3 helicopters and soldiers. This revenge must be avenged. As the helicopters got closer, the monster's appearance became clearer. Damn it, that thing is too big. It's so scary. It was this BD who destroyed Fox number 8 and the others. Fox Cubs, I'm the leader, fire when you're ready. Seeing that the monster was within range, Colonel Packard immediately ordered everyone to open fire. Blast blast! After receiving the order, all helicopters began to hover above King Kong, and the soldiers picked up their machine guns and started firing crazily. For a moment, King Kong's entire body was covered in powerful fire power. Chapter 196. Roar. Faced with the fire suppression from the helicopter group, King Kong roared loudly in anger. Although these bullets are not fatal to it, they can cause it injuries and pain. Finally, it seized an opportunity and slapped a helicopter flying in front of it, sending it flying. Boom! The helicopter exploded instantly, leaving no chance for the pilot to escape. Retreat, retreat quickly. James Conroy, who was in a helicopter with Aunt Marvel, was horrified when he saw this and quickly asked the pilot to retreat. I don't obey your orders. Even in danger, the driver did not forget whose orders to obey. How's Fox number 6 doing? Colonel Packard sensed something was wrong and asked about the situation during the communication. This is Fox 6, we are basically out of control, we are falling. King Kong's slap not only sent the Fox 9 helicopter flying, but also affected several other helicopters, causing them to lose control. Fox 5, I'm the leader. 9 has fallen. We are 1 kilometer north of the river bend. Send the rescue team. Over. Number 5 has arrived above the designated location and is currently conducting rescue operations. Just when Fox number 5 sent people down to rescue. But King Kong was not happy. You invaders actually wanted to rescue him right under his nose? What a fart. The next second, a big foot stepped on the crashed helicopter number 9 and the rescuers. The battle never stopped for a moment. Now it was King Kong's turn to attack. It roared and then ran away to chase the fleeing Fox number 1 helicopter. FK, the FK man is on this helicopter. Kill the beast. The successive helicopter crashes and the sacrifice of team members made King Kong extremely angry. He actually controlled the helicopter to hover in the air and used the helicopter cannon to madly shoot at King Kong's body. To do so would be tantamount to suicide. King Kong was seen approaching the helicopter under fire, but he jumped up the next moment. FK Man was stunned for a moment, only to see that there was actually a helicopter behind the monster. When King Kong jumped away, the two helicopters collided with each other. Well done. Seeing this scene, even Roka couldn't help but praise it. King Kong may have the power to slap a helicopter away, but the high-speed rotating helicopter wings can cut his palm. So it chose to let the two helicopters collide, thereby destroying both of them. This really kills two birds with one stone. Such a high IQ in this big guy is really amazing. At the same time, King Kong, who was chasing the helicopter, actually ran towards them. These idiots. Roka didn't expect that the helicopter that Aunt Marvel and James Conroy were riding in would actually lead King Kong here. You know, there is a detection team here. Are these two guys crazy? Roar. How fast can a 30-meter-long King Kong run? In just the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the exploration team. Roka ignored the others who were panicking. He grabbed his clients Bill Rhonda and De Tien and ran away. It is not the time to tame this big guy yet. Let this big guy vent to his heart's content. Fortunately, King Kong only knocked over the detection team's equipment on the ground, and its real target was still the helicopter in the sky. Thank you. De Tien, who was still in shock, patted her chest and thanked him gratefully. In the situation just now, just looking at the huge size of King Kong made her feel a little despair. Fortunately, Roka took her away from there, otherwise she might have been crushed to death or trampled. It's a bit scary just thinking about it. Not only her, but Professor Bill Landa beside her was also a little scared. As an old man, he couldn't even run away. If you are unlucky, you will be trampled to death by the monster. Originally he had doubts about whether it was right for him to hire Roka at a high price, but now it seems that it was absolutely right. As long as he lives, then the Emperor's plan will continue. The key behemoth of the Emperor's plan has appeared before his eyes, and he must get out alive no matter what. At the same time, the battle between King Kong and the helicopter continued. It grabbed the wreckage of the crashed helicopter and threw it to another helicopter in front. The two helicopters collided and crashed and exploded immediately. Then it grabbed the helicopter in front of it with both hands. This time it was smarter and did not touch the propeller of the helicopter, but grabbed the helicopter body below. With a powerful thrust, the helicopter crashed directly into another helicopter. Just like that, in just a few seconds, all the helicopters still flying were destroyed by King Kong. Roar! After doing all this, King Kong roared and beat his chest, declaring his power as the overlord of this area. And watched his helicopter squadron being destroyed with his own eyes. FK Man's face turned black with anger. Having survived a life, he stared at King Kong's huge body with eyes filled with anger and hatred. 0. He will never let this go. When King Kong left, Colonel Packard then withdrew his hateful gaze and began to contact the surviving soldiers. It's a pity that the signal on the island is poor and the situation is not optimistic. The other side. Originally, Professor Bill Landa was with Colonel Packard. But because of Roka's intervention, he has been acting with them. At the same time, they also reunited with Aunt Marvel and James Conroy and others. Professor Bill, are you okay? When the black man Brooks saw them, he came over and asked. Fortunately, it was Roka who saved me. Professor Bill Landa shook his head. He was not hurt at all under Roka's protection. That's good. Black man Brooks breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to check on De Tien Tien. But De Tien Tien interrupted, I'll be fine with Roka protecting me. That's good, that's good. Black man Brooks ended the topic somewhat awkwardly. Now we all head north to join Colonel Packard and his men, is that okay? James Conroy stood up and asked. Of course, we have to do this. Who knows what other dangers there are in this jungle? Brooks strongly supports this proposal. Others had even less objection to this. So the group began to move north. 24. Chapter 197. I have always believed that there is a huge space underground, isolated from the world above ground. But there must be a connecting passage. Yes, there must be an entrance on this island. The creatures from the underground world can come out from here. For example, the ancient monster we just saw. Walking in the dense jungle, Brooks chattered endlessly with Professor Bill Landa about his discoveries. Roka knew something about this. From Godzilla vs. Kong, we know that there is indeed an unknown underground world. It is said that this underground world is the birthplace of the Titans. Godzilla once traveled quickly to Antarctica through the underground world, which means that the entrance is in Antarctica. But to enter the underground world, technology is one thing, but more importantly, you need a monster to lead the way. But does that mean there are other monsters in this world like Brother Zilla, King Ghidorah, Giant Beast Rodan, and Mothra? This is really incredible. Compared to killers and evil spirits, the number of people they kill is not as many as these monsters. Look what that is. Just when Roka was thinking about Godzilla, the big-headed soldier Slivko wearing a red headscarf suddenly let out a strange cry. Everyone was attracted by his gaze. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the originally calm lake. Immediately afterwards, water splashed everywhere, and a huge buffalo with huge horns 2 or 4 meters long on its head stood up from the water. The large buffalo had green moss growing all over its back. After noticing the people on the shore, it slowly walked over. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. The lonely reef bull demon, that's interesting. Roka crossed his arms across his chest. Of course he knew this monster. In fact, the lone reef bull demon has a relatively docile temperament. Although it has a huge body of up to 13 meters, it is a herbivore. Will not attack other creatures easily. Put down the gun, it won't attack us. Seeing the big-headed soldier Slivko wearing a red headscarf nervously pointing his gun at the bull demon on the lone reef, Roka kindly reminded him. However, the nervous soldier Slivko seemed not to hear it and still stared at the monster in front of him. James Conroy, aka Rocky, put his hand down on the muzzle of his gun. Put down the gun and relax. Only then did Slivko obediently put down his gun. Then, after taking a look at a few people, the bull demon on the solitary reef turned and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after the bull demon disappeared from view. Let's go. Roka yawned and walked calmly in front. Compared with everyone's fear and tension, this little scene was nothing surprising to him. The group continued to move forward. Soon they encountered a primitive tribe in a stone forest and met Mark Hank, a World War II Air Force veteran who had crashed 28 years ago. Led by Mark Hank, a group of people came to visit the primitive tribe. And Mark Hank explained to everyone the situation on the island, such as King Kong and the skeleton reptiles or skeleton lizards. Listen, our Bulletin Guy team will meet us at the northernmost part of the island in 3 days. You can come with us. James Conroy and Big Mom still have a good impression of Mark Hank, a World War II veteran, so they invite him to leave Skull Island together. However, after hearing this, Mark Hank couldn't help but pat James' face with a mocking smile. You're going north. You still want to arrive in 3 days. It's impossible to reach the north in 3 days. It's impossible. Forget it. It's impossible. Mark Hank used several impossibles in a row to express how stupid their idea was, and in his opinion it was impossible to do. Mr. Roka, you should be able to rescue us, right? Just as several people were arguing, Professor Bill Landa looked at Roka, who had been silent. Oh, of course. Are you going to leave now? If I send you away, my commission will be fulfilled. Roka nodded and smiled. Upon hearing this, Aunt Marvel and James couldn't help but look sideways. What can you do? Aunt Surprise couldn't help but ask. It's simple. Just fly out. Roka said lightly. Fly? Ha 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 ha. Mark Hank burst into laughter as if he had heard something funny. Then he came to Roka and wanted to pat his face to wake him up. However, this action was caught by Roka and thrown aside. 35. Seeing the sudden conflict, James and Aunt Marvel were a little surprised, and quickly helped the old soldier on the ground up. So Mr. Bill Landa, do you want to leave now? I can take you away right away. It would be better to send Bill Rhonda away. Anyway, since Roka has come to the island, he has the final say on the island. Getting Bill Rhonda off the island can be considered as completing the mission. Bill Rhonda frowned. Although he had heard of Roka's abilities, he really couldn't imagine how the other party would send him away. Can you take them with you? Bill Landa pointed at everyone. Of course not. The mission is very clear. I will only protect you. As for the rest, it all depends on my mood. Roka said this and looked at De Tien Tien. De Tien Tien couldn't help but feel touched when she heard this. When Bill Rhonda heard this, his brows furrowed. You know, he was not the only member of the Monarch organization present. In fact, De Tien Tien and the black geologist Brooks were also members of the Monarch organization. It's really not a good idea to just give up on them. What's more, we haven't reached the end of our rope yet. So Bill Rhonda thought for a while and said, I want to stay on the island for a few days. I'll have to leave it to Mr. Roka for the next few days. The commission was to protect his safety on the island, so it should be no problem for him to stay for a few more days. That's no problem. This was completely in line with the commission, so Roka did not refuse. He was just being cautious anyway. What could possibly happen under his nose? Aunt Marvel and James on the side were a little bit unbelieving. They didn't expect Professor Bill to be so polite to this bodyguard. Could this man in front of me really be able to take Professor Bill out without any harm? Chapter 198. Although they were very disdainful of Roka, James and his friends still discussed what to do next so that they could reach the northern shore of the island in just 3 days. Only in this way can we catch up with the supply team and leave Skull Island. After discussing for a while, Mark Hank suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a modified ship. Although it has not been used for a long time, it should be usable after some repairs. So, led by Mark Hank, several people quickly came to the river to check the modified boat. The good news is that the converted boat is still usable, even if it looks a little shabby. The bad news is that it needs some repairs. As long as they can repair the boat, they can rush to the north shore of the island by water. Just when several people were busy repairing and modifying the boat, De Tien Tien came to Roka and thanked him. Thanks. Kindness. Roka turned to look at her in surprise. Thank you for taking me away from here. What happened today was like a nightmare. Those monsters were so scary. Just when Dacianation was expressing her inner feelings, Roka interrupted her, when did I say I was willing to take you out? Ah. De Tian was stunned for a moment and then reacted. It turned out that when Roka said he could lead people away from here safely, he wasn't talking about her? This is a bit embarrassing. She was so moved and thanked me just now. Seeing her embarrassed face, Roka couldn't help but smile jokingly. Didn't I tell you that taking others away depends on my mood? If I'm in a good mood, I can take you out safely. So how do you feel now? De Tian asked cautiously. Well, barely enough. Roka folded his arms across his chest, his expression calm. So what can make you feel better? De Tian asked again in confusion. Well, what do you think? Roka raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and after saying that, he turned and walked towards the wooden gate of the primitive tribe. I think. De Tian was stunned for a moment and then seemed to think of something and her face suddenly turned red. It's just a simple thing for a woman to make a man happy, how could she not understand that? Hey, where are you going? Looking up, De Tian found that Roka had left. She thought about it and followed him. At the entrance of the village. Many people from primitive tribes are on guard here. Did you hear that, too? The surprised aunt was originally taking pictures everywhere, but she came here because she heard some strange noises. Seeing Roka and De Tian coming over, I thought they also heard a strange noise. Strange noise. De Tian listened carefully and unexpectedly heard some strange noises. It was like some monster was howling in pain. You'll find out when you go and see. After Roka finished speaking, he walked through the village gate and headed towards where the sound came from. De Tian and Auntie Marvel looked at each other and then followed. Outside the village gate is a plain connected to a river not far away. Thick smoke was billowing near the river. I saw a docile giant beast I had seen before, the reef bull demon, being crushed under the crashed helicopter, struggling and emitting loud wails. It's also thanks to the fact that the bull demon on the lonely reef has thick skin and flesh. Otherwise, any monster that was hit by a falling helicopter would be turned into meat paste. Hurry, help him. It must be said that Aunt Marvel is still very caring. After seeing the bull demon on the lone reef being pinned down, she immediately came to the wing of the helicopter and wanted to lift it up. However, this action made Roka laugh. Puchi ha ha ha, sorry, I can't help it anymore. Arr. Auntie Marvel stared at him angrily. Not only did he not come to help, but he even laughed at her. I say, don't you have any idea of your own weight? Are you trying to lift the helicopter? Roka crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. I just wanted to help it. Aunt Marvel also reacted at this time. She was just thinking about lifting the wing to let the lone reef bull demon out, but she didn't think about whether she could lift it up. This is really a bit too funny. Get out of the way. Roka waved at her. Seeing this, Aunt Marvel had no choice but to leave the wing obediently. She wanted to see what Roka would do. If there was no other way, she would probably laugh at the other person. But the next moment, her eyes widened with a look of disbelief. De Tian standing by wasn't in much better condition. She was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close from ear to ear. She could even fit an egg in it. But Roka lifted the entire helicopter with just one hand. This is unscientific. Aunt Marvel muttered to herself that according to mechanics, it was impossible to lift the entire helicopter by grabbing the tail wing. Because the fuselage is very heavy, if you only grab the wing part, the force points will not allow you to grab it like this. Instead, it will deform. But if there is a biological standpoint, it is different. Roka was too lazy to explain this. He threw the wreckage of the helicopter aside and looked up at King Kong, who had approached him at some point. Sleep 557. The bull demon who escaped from the trapped reef looked at Roka with big eyes and called softly, as if to thank him. Then he turned around and slowly returned to the river. At this time, Aunt Marvel and De Tian also noticed the huge gorilla like a mountain behind them, and they were so scared that they dared not move at all. Hi, hello. Instead, Roka smiled and raised his hand to say hello, then slowly rose into the air and stopped only when he was level with King Kong's eyes. Oh, he really can fly. Below, Auntie, amazed, once again stared at Roca, who was flying into the sky with her eyes wide open. When Roca said before that he would just fly out, she thought it was just his fantasy. But I didn't expect that. I was too stupid. The other party really can fly. He can really fly. Da Tian also looked up at Roca in the sky in shock. In fact, she was only half believing and half doubting what Roca said before. But I didn't expect that he could actually fly. This is really unbelievable. Roar. Suddenly, King Kong roared softly, as if wondering why this human in front of him could fly. Don't think that it is stupid just because it is big. In fact, its IQ is not much different from that of an ordinary adult. It's just a difference in knowledge. Chapter 199. Hey King Kong, are you interested in coming with me? Roca invited with a smile, crossing his arms. When King Kong heard this, he tilted his head in confusion. You have to say this action is a bit silly and cute. You should understand what I am saying. Skull Island has been discovered by humans. It won't be long before more helicopters invade here. It is your best choice to follow me. Then I can let you be the king of the foggy world. How about it? Although Roca could also forcibly occupy Skull Island and prevent others from making plans. But that's too much trouble, and Skull Island is of no use. Far inferior to his foggy world. You have to know that the foggy world is about the same size as the Earth, and the rare and exotic animals in it are incomparable to those on Skull Island. So why bother going far away? Moreover, once they openly occupy Skull Island, they will face the attention of the whole world, and they will definitely be in trouble. Roca is a person who is very afraid of trouble. Although he can transform into a native of his homeland at any time, he is not a real native of his homeland. He has a good outlook on life, world, and values. So there will be no indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Even when there is a commission, he will transform into a righteous Superman and save the world. So the best thing to do is to let King Kong go with him. Then place it in the foggy world and let it grow into a stronger monster. Then when Godzilla comes out, wouldn't it be interesting to let it compete with him for the title of King of Monsters? However, King Kong didn't seem to understand what he meant, or he didn't want to leave Skull Island, so he turned and left without saying anything. Hey, wait a minute. Roca flashed and appeared in front of it again. Why don't you consider it? I can provide you with a bigger stage and give you some help. At the same time, Da Tian and Aunt Marvel below looked up at Roca in the sky with some confusion. He seems to be talking to King Kong. Aunt Marvel tried to listen, but because the distance was too far, she couldn't hear clearly what Roca was saying. Maybe chatting with King Kong. Da Tian was also full of doubts, not knowing what Roca had said to King Kong. Roar. Suddenly, a roar startled the two of them. When he looked up, he saw that King Kong suddenly became angry and slapped Roca in front of him. Be careful. Da Tian warned loudly in horror. But it was too late. King Kong's palm, which was as big as a bus, hit Roca directly. However, to their surprise, King Kong's palm suddenly stopped. From another direction, it can be seen that Roca blocked King Kong's huge palm with just one hand. No matter how much I try to persuade you, you won't agree. I have to beat you up, right? Roca also became a little impatient, and he found his own behavior a little funny. No matter how high King Kong's IQ is, he is still just a beast. Do you actually want to convince the other person to follow you? It's really stupid. As a beast, it only obeys the law of the jungle. That is the law of the jungle. If you are stronger than it, it will naturally listen to you and submit to you. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Listen. Roca casually pushed King Kong's big hand away, almost causing King Kong to stumble and fall to the ground. Let's fight. If you lose, you can be my little brother. How about that? When King Kong heard this, he looked obviously dissatisfied. Roar. Suddenly, it started beating its chest with both hands and let out a deafening roar. It was obvious that it understood what Roca meant. The other party wanted to challenge his position as the king of the island. In that case, there is nothing much to say. King Kong immediately punched hard, determined to defeat this tiny human who dared to challenge him. Seeing this, Roka did not dodge or evade, but just stretched out one hand. Boom! The terrifying force turned into an invisible shock wave the moment of contact, stirring up gusts of wind. Quick, move back a little. Seeing that the situation was not good, De Tian quickly ran back. Aunt Marvel was no fool, so she ran back. At the same time, the battle outside the stockade also attracted the attention of Bill, Rhonda, James, and others. What happened? James asked, grabbing Aunt Surprise, who was running back. Look. However, before Aunt Marvel could say anything, Brooks shouted and pointed outside the village gate. Follow the directions given by others and look away. I saw the angry King Kong roaring and smashing in the sky. After a closer look, I found that there was actually a person in front of King Kong. How is this possible? It's Roka. De Tianation's voice dispelled several people's wild guesses. What did you say? James was a little bit unbelievable. Did he hear it right? The person in front of King Kong is actually Roka? How can a person face the fury of King Kong and remain motionless, or even unscathed? How is this possible? This scene can be said to have refreshed several people's views. How can humans compete with such monsters in strength? However, the reality is happening right in front of them. King Kong, haven't you eaten? Use more force. After Roka used the biological force field with one hand to block all of King Kong's power, he still crossed his arms with one hand and looked nonchalant. But this look made King Kong even more angry. Roar! It roared angrily towards the sky, then swung its huge fist and smashed it hard. The terrifying shock wave even caused the ground to tremble. However, Roka caught his fist steadily as if nothing had happened. This made King Kong feel powerless. You know, even a mountain would be smashed to pieces in front of its terrifying power. But when it hit the tiny human in front of him, it didn't move at all. How is this possible? You've finished playing, right? It's my turn next. Seeing that King Kong stopped and looked like he was thinking, Roka immediately clenched his fists. He wanted to let King Kong know what power was. After hearing his words, King Kong stared at him with his big eyes. But he instantly came to King Kong's palm, grabbed its fingers and lifted it up. King Kong looked at the tiny human in front of him in disbelief. He was lifted up? How is this possible? However, this was not the end. After Roka lifted King Kong up, he grabbed him and spun him around a few times. King Kong's huge body brought about a terrifying gale, causing the nearby river to flood back and trees to break. Even the gate of the primitive tribe in the distance began to crumble. The strong wind was so strong that Aunt Amazing and Professor Bill couldn't open their eyes. This moment was like a natural disaster. It's terrifying. Minister. Chapter 200. After being shaken like this, King Kong felt his mind becoming confused. It has never played this kind of game since it was a child. This is a bit too exciting. However, the excitement is yet to come. Roka casually threw the spinning King Kong upwards. The next moment, King Kong's body weighing more than 150 tons was thrown straight into the air 1,000 meters high, and then fell rapidly under the action of inertia. Ah! The rapid fall of its body made King Kong howl involuntarily. The feeling of weightlessness made it terrified. If it falls down, it will know that it is dead without even thinking. However, when King Kong was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, he was caught by Roka with both hands. The huge inertial force also dissipated into nothingness under the influence of the biological force field. Then he threw it gently. King Kong's huge body fell into the river, splashing a lot of water. And the ground also shook continuously. This scene stunned James and others in the village far away. The people of the primitive tribe knelt down as if they were worshipping the gods. Gurgle. I don't know who swallowed, which made James and others come back to their senses. It's incredible. Professor Bill didn't know what words to use to express himself. The scene before him really refreshed his worldview. He has spent his life hunting monsters. He originally thought that King Kong was the monster he was looking for, but he suddenly discovered that the monster seemed to be someone else. This is really incredible. The others didn't say anything, but the shock in their hearts did not diminish at all. At the same time, King Kong, lying in the river, took a short rest and finally recovered. Then it slowly climbed out of the river, and then actually bowed down to Roca. It obviously means surrender. Hey, super strength is still useful. Roca chuckled and then landed directly on King Kong's head. Okay, stop praying and get up. Ah! King Kong understood what he said and immediately stood up from the river. From today on, you are my little brother. Follow me, and I will ensure that you will have everything you want. Roca said, patting its head. Ah! King Kong nodded slightly to show that he understood. Go ahead, I'll take you with me when I leave, and there's a world waiting for you to explore. Roca said as he flew down from over its head. However, he had not walked far when King Kong let out a low roar and then started gesturing with his hands. You mean you want revenge? Roca was a little surprised. When King Kong saw that he understood, he nodded hurriedly, then looked at him pleadingly, hoping that he would wait until he had taken revenge before leaving. Of course you can. I want revenge, and as the boss, there's no way I can stop you. Go ahead, I'll help you when the time comes. Roca patted its shoulder and told it to go and take revenge without worry. As for the target of revenge, it is naturally the giant skeleton lizard that killed King Kong's parents. Its size and strength are comparable to King Kong, or even stronger. In the original novel, if there had been no help from humans, he would probably have been beaten to death by the skeleton lizard. After hearing his words, King Kong nodded, then turned around and slowly left. As for Roca, he flashed back to the village. The primitive tribesmen in the village bowed down to him when they saw him. In their eyes, Roca had become a godlike existence. As for Professor Bill, James, Aunt Marvel and others, they looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, with their eyes wide open and faces full of shock. Only then did Professor Bill understand why the usually domineering military did not dare to take action against Roca after losing a military base and a project that had been researched for many years. Here's why. This guy is not a human being at all. It's like a human nuclear bomb. Unless they could find his weakness or kill him with one strike, Qiu Fang would never dare to have any idea about him. Roca glanced at the stiff-faced people and said, I hope you can forget what happened just now. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a few people with stiff expressions. Thinking of the consequences of the other party playing with King Kong like a child, several people couldn't help but shudder. In the end, they decided to keep the matter to themselves. Otherwise, you might be retaliated against someday. When you die, you won't even know how you died. Repair and modify the ship. James, who was the first to react, spoke up. Yes, let's go by boat. Mark Hank nodded in agreement. The group then returned to the river to repair the boat. As for asking Roca to take them out, they would not mention it. That's simply seeking death. I don't know if it was good luck, but after a short while, the few of them repaired the boat that was converted from an airplane and started it successfully. For a moment, everyone was very happy. I'll go get Mr. Roca. When James said they had to set off immediately, De Tian remembered that Roca didn't seem to be there, so she immediately volunteered to go and call for help. Others naturally had no objection to this. De Tian left the river and soon found Roca lying on the trunk of a big tree basking in the sun. Mr. Roca, we are ready to go. Kindness. Roca, with a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head and glanced at her. This glance made De Tian feel a little uncomfortable. Why did you suddenly become so unfamiliar? Roca turned over and climbed down from the tree trunk, blowing a smoke ring at De Tian. Ahem. De Tian coughed twice, and then found that her waist was hugged, and Roca's handsome face was close to her. For a moment, she was dazed and completely forgot to resist. Roca looked at her dazed look jokingly. In fact, De Tian was not ugly and gave people a pure feeling. Completely different from Western women. So it's nice to change the taste occasionally. The next moment, he domineeringly invaded De Tian's cherry mouth and measured De Tian's body at the same time. Pretty good. Although it is much inferior to Olsen and Black Widow, and even inferior to Allison and the others, it is still petite and exquisite. After a while, De Tian finally pushed him away with all her strength. "It's time to set sail," De Tian said while panting with a rosy face. "All right." After saying this, Roka let her go and turned to walk towards the river. Chapter 201. Seeing this, De Tian bit her lower lip, somewhat unsure of his attitude. "He just kissed me, but now he acts like nothing happened." For a moment, De Tian felt a little worried. Seeing Roka walking away, she could only follow him helplessly. At this time, Auntie Surprised and Professor Bill and others were waiting for a long time by the river. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when I saw them finally arrived. However, when Roka got on the boat, no one was willing to approach him. Even the originally lively atmosphere became quiet because of his arrival. This is the respect for the strong. Roka crossed his arms and looked at the yawning man expressionlessly, ignoring the few people. It took a long time until the modified ship successfully left the shore, and the atmosphere became lively. It was at this time that the pilot Slivko and the team contacted Mayor Fake. "I am Fox number 5, please reply." "We received it. Yes, we are on the boat, we are heading north by water." Hearing his nonsense, James quickly said, "Slivko, stop talking nonsense and ask about their location." Slivko nodded and said, "Send a flare and we'll come looking for you." "Roger that, Fox 5. On the other side, after receiving the message, Marie Faxia immediately ordered someone to fire a flare. As the flares exploded in the sky, Roka and the others also saw the location, and everyone was excited for a moment. "We're going home!" The on-site commander, Nieves, shouted with joy. However, the next second, joy turned into sorrow. Suddenly, a bird that looked like a giant bat swooped down from the sky and grabbed Nieves away. This scene immediately frightened everyone on the boat. At this time, Nieves, who was captured, also screamed in fear. Even one bird couldn't catch him into the sky, but with the help of the second bird, Haufus was gradually caught into the sky. Roka knew this bird, its name was a Caro's wing. It looked like a bat, an aerial killer that liked to attack its prey by dropping vertically from a high altitude. "Quick!" James yelled, and then he and Slivko picked up their submachine guns and prepared to shoot. But because the bird Icaros was too small and was holding onto Nieves, it was impossible to aim at it. Maybe even Nieves would be shot. The two had no choice but to put down their guns. "Mr. Roka, can you save him?" At this time, Aunt Marvel suddenly thought of Roka, the man who could play with King Kong in the palm of his hand. In fact, she really wanted to ask Roka why he didn't stop the strange bird just now. If he had taken action, he would have been able to prevent Nieves from being captured. But she didn't say it. Of course it is right not to say it out loud. Because Roka had no obligation to save people. In fact, he had already discovered the wing of Icaros when it was still in the sky. But as he said, he had no obligation to protect anyone except Professor Bill. Of course, if he is in a good mood, he might take action. Certainly. In response to Aunt Marvel's question, Roka crossed his arms and nodded. "Then can you save Nieves?" Aunt Surprise said hurriedly. "Why should I save him?" Roka raised his eyebrows. "If you want to save her, you have to give a reason. They have nothing to do with each other. Kr. After hearing this, Auntie Surprised was speechless and angry. Human life is at stake, but there are people who have the ability but do nothing to help. Such people are really selfish. "Mr. Roka, I am willing to pay $100,000. Professor Bill was knowledgeable and he immediately offered a price of $100,000. Just as he finished speaking. The next moment Roka flew back and forth, with Nieves, who was screaming in fear, in his hand. $100,000, remember that. After Roka dropped Nieves, he turned around, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at the scenery in the distance. The crowd, who were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, finally came to their senses. What on earth just happened? How did Nieves get back to the ship so quickly? Slivko and Mark Hank, who didn't see it clearly, were both confused. Only James, Aunt Marvel and Big Sweetie knew what had just happened. It turns out that saving people is so simple. It only takes a moment. Neves fell to the ground, still waving his hands and feet in fear, until he found himself back on the boat. Then he stood up in a daze. I'm fine? Was that just an illusion? No, that's not an illusion. Remember to pay Mr. Roka tens of millions of dollars later. Dr. Bill patted him on the shoulder. After hearing this, Neves finally reacted. In fact, he just found out that he was brought back to the ship by something, but he didn't expect it was this man. If this is the case, it is more reasonable. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Roka. Nieves thanked him gratefully. Although $100,000 is not a small amount, it is money well spent compared to one's own life. After this little episode, the people on the boat no longer dared to be careless. James, Slivko, and Mark Hank held their guns and were on guard at all times. They would shoot without hesitation if there was any movement. 0. Fortunately, there was no danger afterwards. Until we got ashore. The few of them headed north and soon met up with Mayor Faxia and his gang 2 kilometers away. FK Man also got to know World War II veteran Mark Hank again. At the same time, James told his plan. Simply put, let everyone go to the evacuation point in the north together. With the soldiers accompanying us, the journey will be smoother. However, Mara Fake Man will not give up. He also plans to kill King Kong. Of course I can't just leave like this. What's more, Malay Fok has a soldier named Conrad under his command in the west. This reason is enough to make James and others compromise. Even though Mark Hank had reminded them that there were skeleton lizards to the west. But Mari Faxia still insisted on leading his troops to the west. So the group set off towards the west. Is the west direction really okay? Mr. Mark clearly said there are skeleton lizards in the west. De Tian walked beside Roka with a worried look on her face. Although they don't know what the skeleton lizard looks like, Mark Hank's story tells them that King Kong's parents were killed by a skeleton lizard. King Kong and the others had also seen with their own eyes how terrifying it was. What if I encounter that kind of monster when heading west? 7. Chapter 202. Of course there is a problem. Roka answered as a matter of course, saying that the west was the lair of the skeleton lizards and it would be strange if we didn't encounter any skeleton lizards there. After hearing what he said, De Tian became even more worried. It seems that they are bound to encounter the skeleton lizard. I just hope that they can come back safely. Leave in 10 minutes. FK Man ordered everyone to take a 10-minute break. What a bunch of good kids. We're going to die in battle together soon, but it's good to die with you. That's all I can say. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't have come here. Ha ha. Mark Hank was laughing like a madman and talking to the soldiers. However, he is willing to obey orders even though he knows there is danger, which shows that he is a man. Soon 10 minutes later, the group set out to the west. 153 is different from the dense jungle in the north. There are fewer trees on the west side due to the weather, and it appears to be a plain. The ground was covered with green grass, forming a large grassland. However, on the prairie there are towering skeletons like boulders, some of which are up to 4 or 5 meters high. You can imagine how huge the owner of this skeleton was when he was alive. I'm afraid it's another terrifying beast. However, when they came to a basin filled with methane, more skeletons were piled up in it, as if it was a mass grave of corpses, filled with the smell of death. What the hell is this place? James couldn't help but frown. These are the remains of King Kong's parents. Mark Hanka answered his question. The surprised old lady looked terrified. I have taken many photos of mass graves, but none of them can compare to the tragedy here. The transport plane crash site is just over there in the valley. We will go through here and then go to the highest point in the west. The damn FK man will not be scared by the scene before him. Despite Mark Hank's repeated persuasion, he did not change his mind. As a result, the group was forced to enter this basin filled with the breath of death. Professor Bill, I suggest you stay away from me. After entering the basin, Professor Bill walked around with his camera, taking pictures of the huge skeletons that could be seen everywhere, and walked further and further away. Seeing this, Roka could only speak up and remind him. You have to know that this basin is full of methane and fog, and the visibility is less than 10 meters. If you can't find them later, don't blame him for not reminding you. On the contrary, De Tian was more well-behaved and always stayed by his side. Obviously she is not stupid and knows who to be with more safely. Okay. Professor Bill shrugged helplessly and had to quickly follow the others. Hey Cole, you are so free, put out your cigarette quickly. At this time, the black soldier Mills saw that Cole still had time to light a cigarette, so he persuaded him to put it out quickly. Cole thought so too, so he threw away the cigarette he had just lit. However, this throw caused a big problem. You know, biogas can explode. Especially in this basin filled with methane. As soon as the cigarette touched the ground, the methane ignited and caused a violent explosion. Boom boom. Fortunately, the others were relatively far away and were not affected by the explosion. But it would have been better if it hadn't exploded. As soon as the explosion happened, the terrifying roars of monsters were heard all around. Run! Mark Hank shouted and ran forward quickly. Having lived on the island for 28 years, he was very familiar with this horrific roar. That was definitely the sound of a skeleton lizard. But running away was not an option, so the group hid under a huge skeleton. Hearing that horrifying sound, no one dared to breathe. Then a huge skeleton lizard was seen slowly walking out of the marsh gas. Fortunately, the skeleton lizard didn't seem to notice them. The monster has left, let's go. After seeing the skeleton lizard leave, Mayor Fake Man immediately ordered everyone to gather together and leave here quickly. But did the skeleton lizard really leave? You have to know that King Kong's IQ is about the same as that of an adult human. The skeleton lizard may be slightly worse, but not by much. Just when everyone came out from under the skeleton and prepared to leave, the skeleton lizard had appeared behind them at some point. Then the skeleton lizard bit the last soldier Cole and swallowed him in 2 or 3 bites. Damn it Cole, set up the heavy machine gun. FK Man yelled, everyone who has a weapon, take out your weapons and shoot at the skeleton lizard. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden, countless bullets swept across the huge body of the skeleton lizard like a metal storm. However, facing countless bullets, the skeleton lizard was completely unharmed. However, the skeleton lizard did not choose to fight them head-on, but turned around and disappeared into the dense garden formed by the methane. The visibility of this thick fog is less than 10 meters, and the deeper you go into the basin, the thicker the fog becomes. The skeleton lizard was lurking in the thick fog like a killer in the dark night, without any movement. No one knows where it will appear from. In this terrifying atmosphere, everyone held their breath and stared at the thick fog around them. The next second, the skeleton suddenly rushed out from the thick fog. The target of its attack was Mark Hank, who had lived on the island for 28 years. However, Mark Hank remained calm, dodged the bite of the skeleton lizard, and then raised his saber to cut a wound on the skeleton lizard. This is outrageous. Even bullets couldn't hurt the skeleton lizard, but he did it with just a saber? However, the next second he was bitten by the skeleton lizard and swallowed in 2 or 3 bites. That's right. Roka said that there was no way an ordinary saber could possibly deal with a 0.5 skeleton lizard. Lao Mi just liked to show off his personal heroism. But in reality, this situation only provides the skeleton lizard with an additional bite of dinner. The skeleton lizard was not satisfied after eating Mark Hank and continued to pounce on several people. Roka, Professor Bill, and De Tian, who were walking slower, were immediately targeted. Pa! Get out of the way! Just as the skeleton lizard pounced on him, Roka slapped its head and knocked it off balance. The confused skeleton lizard wanted to turn around, but was unexpectedly slapped in the face again. Come on, it has to turn its head. The skeleton lizard is no fool. Seeing that this prey is tricky, it immediately rushes towards other prey. Chapter 203. Seeing this scene, De Tian was a little surprised and even wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Because the skeleton lizard has turned around and started biting the big-headed soldiers. Mr. Roka, could you? Seeing that Neves and others were in danger again, Professor Bill frowned and spoke, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. You have to pay extra. Roka crossed his arms and smiled as he watched the skeleton lizards biting the big-headed soldiers. Professor Bill felt helpless after hearing this, but he was also somewhat relieved that the other party still had weaknesses. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. These soldiers and Nieves, the on-site commander, cannot be simply measured by money. For example, training a soldier would cost at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not to mention Nieves, the on-site commander. And the colonel, FK Syat, is even more valuable. How about this? I'll add an extra $1 million to save their lives. Too low. Roka shook his head. It's at least $1.55 million. After all, there is a colonel, and at 18 the value of a colonel is much more valuable than these privates. This will definitely cost extra money. Seeing that Colonel FK was about to be killed by the skeleton lizard, Professor Bill had no choice but to compromise. Anyway, we can just let the military pay for it when the time comes. Make a deal. As soon as Roka finished speaking, he had already reached the top of the skeleton lizard and stepped on it. Boom! The head of the skeleton lizard exploded when it was stepped on the ground, and green juice splashed all over the face of the mere fake man. Okay, time to go. After dealing with the skeleton lizard, Yinka turned around and strode away. Only the dazed-looking Marafak man and a group of soldiers were left. It took him a while to come to his senses, and then he ordered everyone to leave the basin. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if another skeleton lizard appeared later. After leaving the basin, everyone rested in a safe forest. Colonel, we should have listened to Mark. He has lived on the island for 28 years and knows very well how ferocious the monsters are. This is just one. If it weren't for Mr. Roka's intervention, I'm afraid we would all have been buried in the mouth of the skeleton lizard. If you had listened to Mark's advice, he wouldn't have died. Aunt Marvel angrily accused FK Man. All this was because of his willful behavior that 2 people died in the mouth of the skeleton lizard. Is it worthwhile to sacrifice 2 soldiers for 1 soldier? And if Roka hadn't taken action, they would probably have died. She couldn't imagine the consequences if she encountered a skeleton lizard again. Yes, we have to leave here immediately. Professor Bill also said, by the way, the military must pay Mr. Roka $1.6 million. He saved your lives. After hearing this, Mayor Faxia and the others knew that it was Professor Bill's promise to give them money that allowed Roka to rescue them. $155 is nothing. But he will never leave before finding Chapman and killing King Kong. We can't go back until we find Chapman. FK Man still has a firm attitude. I'm sorry, Colonel, Chapman is dead. At this time, James took out a plaque with Chapman's name engraved on it. It was obvious that the skeleton lizard had eaten Chapman. The fake man was stunned for a moment, then his expression remained unchanged. That won't work either, we have to go to the crash site of the transport plane. What is there that makes you want to go there? James was really confused. There are weapons, enough to kill it. The FK finally revealed his plan. Finding Chapman was a small matter, getting the weapon was the real thing. He was determined to avenge all the slain members of the helicopter team. After hearing this, James and Aunt Marvel couldn't help but look at Roka. The scene of how Roka taught King Kong a lesson is still vivid in his mind, but in the end Roka let King Kong go. The two were unclear about what exactly happened. But if you want to deal with King Kong, you might have to go against this man. This is not good news. King Kong alone is difficult to deal with, let alone a man who can play with King Kong at his will. This is simply seeking death. We can't kill King Kong. Mark said King Kong is the god of the island. It is because of King Kong that the skeleton lizards dare not come to the ground. Once King Kong died and the skeleton lizards came to the surface, the people of the primitive tribes would suffer. That's right, that thing just now is the most dangerous, and there are still many underground. If the natural competition between species is destroyed, their number will definitely increase dramatically. Aunt Marvel, James, Brooks and others all tried to persuade them. But damn FK Xia wouldn't listen at all. Then kill them all. Damn FK Man yelled loudly. This is also in line with the military's approach: any force that dares to resist will be eliminated. 320. But this time they hit a wall. Colonel, please listen to us and leave here. De Tian also asked. Yes, we just need to leave here and bring more people. Professor Bill didn't want to take any more risks. You lied and killed my man. FK Man didn't forget that Professor Bill's purpose was not to explore this unknown island, but to find monsters. After arriving on the island, the seismic charge was dropped to lure out the monster. The effect is very good. As soon as they arrived on the island, they encountered King Kong, causing heavy losses to the helicopter team. But Marie Faxia will always remember this incident. Professor Bill was speechless after hearing this. It was indeed because he did not explain the situation clearly, which led to casualties. If it is made clear that there is a monster on the island, damn it, there is no way that the FK Man and his men only brought such a small number of weapons. They must have brought more powerful weapons. But there is nothing much to say now. For a moment, both sides drew their arrows and crossbows. Colonel, James stepped forward to smooth things over. How about this? I'll take these people back to the ship to wait for you, and you go to the mountain 3 kilometers away to find a transport plane. Is that okay? Chapter 204. Marie Faxia thought about it and finally agreed with his decision. Let's go and kill the gorilla. After saying this, FK Man left with the soldiers. It can be seen that the remaining soldiers do not really want to go, but there is no way, they have to obey orders on the battlefield. Wait until the soldiers leave. James glanced at Roca, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he led his men north. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. What no one noticed was that Roca quietly left for a moment. At the same time, the other side. Take all the weapons you can, including those seismic charges. That's what attracted it here. Marie Faxia and others also found the crashed transport plane safely. He immediately ordered the soldiers to take all the equipment and weapons in the transport plane. He will use these weapons to kill King Kong tonight. However, just when they were sorting out their equipment, boom, 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 the ground began to shake regularly. What happened? What's going on? Is there a monster coming? All the soldiers became nervous. One of the soldiers saw a horrifying scene through the gaps in the treetops. It is coming. At this time, everyone else also saw King Kong striding towards them. For a moment, everyone raised their guns in fear, waiting for the order from the god-fake man to shoot. FK Man's face was filled with anger and confusion. Why did this gorilla find this place? This shouldn't be the case. But there was no extra time for him to think. King Kong arrived in front of them in just a few steps. Hit me! Damn, FK Man yelled. The next moment, gunshots suddenly rang out. Boom boom boom. Da da da. Countless bullets hit King Kong like a metal storm. Roar roar. King Kong roared, raised his feet and stomped down on the few people. Boom. The moment their feet touched the ground, the soldiers rolled to the side in panic. But several soldiers were still trampled to death. The death of teammates made others even crazier. But they had nothing but guns, and they had no time to place the explosives that they had just brought down from the transport ship. For a moment, everyone held the rifles in their hands and roared in despair. Watching his soldiers being trampled into a pulp with his own eyes, the anger in Marie Faxia's heart was beyond words. They had clearly planned to use explosives to deal with the monster, so why did King Kong suddenly find them and launch an attack? There was no time for Malefak to think, he could only pick up the machine gun and make a final struggle. Finally, King Kong's huge feet landed on the ground, silencing all the gunshots. Roar! King Kong pounded his chest with his fists and roared, then turned and left. Only wreckage was left. Soon all kinds of snakes, insects, rats and ants came here smelling the blood. I believe it won't be long before this place returns to its original state. At the same time, the other side. What's that noise? Aunt Marvel seemed to hear the roar of a beast, so she turned her head and looked into the distance. But she saw nothing. What's wrong? The person walking in front said this and looked back with some confusion. Nothing. The surprised ant shook her head, thinking she had heard it wrong. There are all kinds of giant beasts on Skull Island, so it is normal to hear beast roars. But no one noticed that the corners of Roka's mouth rose slightly. He was watching King Kong kill Mayor Fake Man and others the whole time. All he could say was well done. In fact, it was he who asked King Kong to deal with FK Man and others. Since these people wanted to use explosives against his pets, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. This is also retribution. If Mayor Fake had given up on fighting King Kong at the beginning and chose to leave directly, perhaps he would not have died. In short, there are no obstacles on the next section of the road. But the mountain road is difficult to walk on. Until dark, they still hadn't reached the river. Because when we went west, we walked in a straight line, but when we came back, we took a long detour to bypass the basin full of bones. Hoo-hoo. After a day of traveling, everyone was exhausted and out of breath. Not to mention old man Professor Bill. Everyone, take a break. James, who was exploring the way ahead, was also very tired at this time, but he didn't dare to stay here for too long. After all, night is the hunting time for most wild animals. If another monster appears, without the protection of the soldiers, they will probably end up in a miserable state. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then found a place to rest. Professor Bill. Kindness. Professor Bill looked at Roka with some confusion. Roka had spoken very little along the way. Why did you suddenly speak? James and Aunt Marvel also looked over with some confusion. What I want to say is that those soldiers are dead, but the money we used to save them cannot be reduced at all. Roka leaned against a big tree, crossed his arms and smiled. What? Hearing this, everyone was somewhat surprised and confused. Have they already? Professor Bill guessed with some disbelief. It's impossible. There were so many of them and so many guns. It's impossible for them to die over there. Aunt Marvel shook her head and didn't believe this guess. Instead, James frowned and looked into the distance. In fact, he also noticed something wrong, but he was not sure. Ma Zhao. Now after hearing what Roka said, he had prepared for the worst. Don't worry, you won't be short of money. Professor Bill sighed. Although it was hard to believe, he knew that the Colonel and the others were probably in great danger. But there is nothing we can do about it. If you want to blame someone, just blame Colonel Fakeman for being so stubborn and determined to seek revenge on King Kong. Yet, just at this moment, Yin Tian Tian suddenly roared and jumped up from the ground. With the help of moonlight, everyone looked over there. All I saw was a colorful snake on the ground that I had never seen before. For a moment, Tian Tian only felt her hands and feet were cold, and her face was full of fear. Go. Just at this moment, Roka kicked the snake casually, and the stones on the ground instantly smashed the snake into meat paste. Seeing the crisis resolved, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 205. Although James and Aunt Marvel were a little afraid of Roka, they still felt safe having such a powerful person around. At worst, you can just pay some money when you are in danger. Anyway, if you lose money, you can earn it again. But if you lose your life, you lose everything. Thanks. Tian Tian thanked him gratefully. If Roka hadn't helped, she would have been bitten by the snake. Coupled with the care she received along the way, her affection for Roka had almost reached its limit, and even the look she gave him had become as gentle as possible. Would you like to try something exciting? Roka crossed his arms and grinned. What? Tian Tian was a little confused. Roka didn't waste any time and just reached out to hug her delicate body, then flew straight into the sky. At this time, the moon in the sky was full, and there were colorful auroras not far away, which was simply beautiful. What a nice view! Looking at this scene, Tian Tian just felt it was extremely romantic. There are even more beautiful ones. Roka grinned and then bent down and kissed her. Caught off guard, Tian Tian could only passively endure it, but then she took the initiative to hug Roka's neck and responded enthusiastically. James, Aunt Marvel and others who were still there looked up at the two people on the full moon in the sky and were speechless. They didn't expect that at such a dangerous moment, the two of them could actually be romantic. For a moment, Auntie Surprised was actually a little envious. "Are we going to leave yet?" James asked, looking at everyone. Professor Bill shrugged helplessly. "I think we should just pack up and stay here for the night. Without Roka's escort, he wouldn't dare to walk around. It would be troublesome if we encountered any snakes, insects, rats or ants." Although he knew Roka was very powerful, what if he was too late to rescue him? "Don't you see that the other party is busy? All right." Seeing this, James had no choice but to patrol the surroundings. If he wanted to spend the night here, he had to make sure the surroundings were safe. Fortunately, there is no danger around. In fact, King Kong is nearby, so other monsters dare not approach here. This was also a coincidence. At the same time, in the sky, Roka opened his sweet mouth and whispered in her ear, "Put your legs up." Hearing this, De Tian was stunned. Is this also possible in this case? This is in the sky. The next day, the sky is just getting light. James woke up from his half-sleep and quickly checked his surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found nothing was wrong. "Hey everyone, get up, we're ready to go." Aunt Marvel, Professor Bill and Neves, who were still half asleep, also woke up one after another. "Why did you leave? Is everyone okay?" "Fine." After they looked at each other and found that everyone was fine, they felt relieved. "Wait, where are Roka and Shan?" Professor Bill found that neither Roka nor Shan showed up, and was a little confused for a moment. "I didn't find them either, but I think they should be fine." James was worried about no one and that man. "So what should we do now?" "Wait for them?" Aunt Surprise asked with a frown. James shrugged helplessly. What else could he do if he didn't wait? But they didn't have to wait long. A moment later, Roka came over from not far away, holding De Tian's arms. "Let's go." Roka didn't waste any words and took De Tian away. Others wanted to ask something but didn't know where to start. I had no choice but to follow. They keenly noticed that De Tian had changed her clothes, but they didn't think much about it. After all, in this situation, even if you are not afraid of danger, you can't have the interest to do other things, right? However, the facts were exactly the opposite of what they guessed. Roka was not only interested, but also had a very exciting time. Unfortunately, it was De Tian's first time to have such an exciting experience, and his tolerance was a bit poor, so he didn't enjoy it to its fullest. "The boat is over there." After traveling for half a day, the Japanese traveler finally returned to the place where the boat was docked. After everyone got on board, James looked towards the west. It seems like they can't come back. Hearing this, Professor Bill, Neves, and Aunt Marvel all remembered what Roka had said before. It seems like FK Xia and the others will never come back. In that case, there is no need to wait. James immediately started the engine and headed north along the river. "I can finally go home." Looking at the beautiful scenery on both sides of the river, the amazed aunt took photos and sighed. What she had encountered in the past few days was the most exciting and dangerous thing she had ever encountered in her life, and she would never forget it. "Yes." James nodded. "If nothing goes wrong, they should be able to reach the Skeleton North evacuation point smoothly. Sit down and rest." At the stern, Roka took De Tian and found a place for her to sit on the boat. "Where are you going?" Seeing that he didn't sit down, De Tian asked in confusion. "I'm going to take King Kong away and help him get revenge," Roka said and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, I'll always be aware of this place. If there's any danger, I'll rush over as soon as possible. Don't be afraid." "Kindness." De Tian nodded obediently. Seeing this, Roka glanced at Professor Bill, James, and the others, then flew into the sky and disappeared. Seeing this scene, James and Professor Bill couldn't help but frown. Although Roka's attitude has not been very good. But no matter what, it was safer to have him around, and now that he was gone, everyone felt a sense of urgency. Deeply afraid that danger might happen suddenly. Only De Tian was not worried at all. After all, Roka said that he would always pay attention to this place, and he would definitely do it. In fact, this is true. Roka has supervision and can see clearly even at a distance of several kilometers. If there is any danger, he can be back in a second. This is also the reason why he feels at ease with De Tiantian and the others. At this time, he was already standing on top of King Kong's head, looking towards the basin where the remains of King Kong's parents were located. Roar! King Kong suddenly slapped his chest with his fists and roared angrily. This time, he must kill the leader of the skeleton lizards to avenge his parents. Chapter 206. As they heard its roar, skeleton lizards emerged from the fog formed by the methane in the basin. Then, a skeleton lizard emerged from among these skeleton lizards, which was obviously much larger in size, almost catching up with the size of King Kong. Needless to say, this skeleton lizard must be the leader of the skeleton lizards. Naturally, there was no nonsense when the two sides met. After the roar, all the skeleton lizards rushed over. King Kong was not afraid at all and went up as well. If it were before, it might still be afraid, and would not even dare to provoke the skeleton lizards so blatantly. After all, many ants can kill an elephant, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. What's more, he also understood that he might not be a match for the skeleton lizard leader. But this time it has the boss with it, so, it is fearless. Focus on dealing with the skeleton lizard leader. I'll help you deal with these small fry. When King Kong heard the sound behind him, he saw that more than a dozen smaller skeleton lizards in front of him were all killed in an instant, and green blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing this, King Kong's confidence increased even more. If he were to fight the skeleton lizard leader alone, he thought he was not at all inferior. Roar! The two sides roared and collided with each other. However, the skeleton lizard leader arrived first and used his tail to wrap around King Kong's body. Then he grabbed King Kong's shoulders with his claws and started to bite his head frantically with his mouth full of sharp teeth. Fortunately, King Kong reacted quickly. He grabbed the neck of the skeleton lizard leader and started fighting with it. However, the power of the skeleton lizard leader was still stronger, and King Kong accidentally scratched his arm. However, the skeleton lizard leader was also thrown out by King Kong. The battle became extremely fierce from the beginning. The leader of the skeleton lizards roared and pounced on King Kong again to fight with him. It also realized that King Kong's strength was not as great as its own. It was only a matter of time before he killed King Kong himself. Boom boom! As the two men fought, the entire basin began to tremble. Small skeleton lizards appeared around from time to time, but they were all crushed to death by Roka. It was at this time. In the end, King Kong was no match for the powerful strength of the skeleton lizard leader, and his arm was directly bitten by the skeleton lizard leader. No matter what it does, it can't break free. King Kong roared in pain, but there was nothing he could do. How stupid! Roka was a little dumbfounded by it. Indeed, King Kong is no match for the skeleton lizard leader in terms of strength alone, but King Kong is a gorilla and can use tools. Roka casually pulled out a rib from the skeleton of King Kong's parents. The rib was 4 or 5 meters long and was still very hard even after so many years, not inferior to steel at all. Definitely the best weapon. Here. As Roka finished his words, he threw the ribs to King Kong. King Kong was naturally not stupid. He took the sharp rib with one hand. The rib was like a sharp dagger in his hand. Then it raised its hand and stabbed the skeleton lizard leader in the neck. Phew! Roar! The skeleton lizard leader didn't expect that it would be so unsportsmanlike. Caught off guard, the skeleton lizard leader wailed in pain and let go of King Kong's arm. Its neck was pierced, causing it to struggle wildly. However, King Kong did not miss the opportunity to beat the downed dog. It pulled out the rib dagger and stabbed it into the body of the skeleton lizard leader again. Now the skeleton lizard is completely finished. After a few wailing sounds, there was no more movement. King Kong watched the scene breathlessly, then pounded his chest with his fists and let out a thunderous roar, as if swearing his identity as the King of Skull Island. Come on, are you so excited about being the King of Skull Island? You're still a long way from it. Roka folded his arms and fell on its shoulders. I will take you to the foggy world to become the king of the world, and then Godzilla will be waiting for your challenge. Roar! King Kong seemed to understand what he said and immediately roared excitedly. Alright, stop yelling. I'll open the door to the foggy world, and you go in first. I'll let you out after we go back. It is definitely unrealistic to bring King Kong back like this. It's not that it is impossible, but it is too ostentatious. And it's also very troublesome. It would be better to open the door to the foggy world and let King Kong in. Just go back and open the door to the foggy world to let it out. Anyway, the machine he made can open the door to the foggy world at any time. Seeking Flowers 00. Without further ado, he quickly figured out the machine in the air system space. After a moment, a large amount of fog poured into the valley. A door to another dimension that was more than 30 meters high was opened. The fog from the foggy world also surged out. Let's go. Roka flew and stood on King Kong's shoulder, signaling it to enter the foggy world. Although King Kong was a little confused, he was not afraid at all and immediately strode into the foggy world. In a world full of fog. This is the place that Roka had entered with Heather and the others before. There is a giant two-headed snake in the lake not far away. And when King Kong stepped in here, 0, the giant two-headed snake immediately emerged from the water. After seeing King Kong, it was not afraid. Instead, it spit out its tongue as if it was sizing up its prey. In fact, the two-headed giant snake in front of him was 100 meters long. Even though half of his body was still in the lake, he was still much taller than King Kong. In terms of size, King Kong looks very small in front of it. King Kong was also frightened by the giant snake in front of him, but as the king of monsters, he was not afraid of it. He is not yet an adult and is only 31 meters tall. Once it reaches adulthood, its size will reach over 100 meters. At that time, the giant snake in front of it was nothing. Roar! The two-headed giant snake looked at it for a moment and then opened its bloody mouth and bit it. However, when it got closer, it suddenly discovered the figure on King Kong's shoulder. Its pupils suddenly shrank and its body suddenly stopped in midair. Then it quickly retreated and tried to escape. Hey, why are you running, big snake? Aren't you afraid that I will take you out and mess with you? Roka's words made the two-headed giant snake, which was about to retreat into the lake, stop stiffly, then slowly lowered its head and swam over the ground. This look is as humble as it can be. No way. I was severely punished by Roka last time. Giant beasts like the two-headed giant snake are also very intelligent. Naturally, one would be afraid of him. That's why the dramatic scene just now happened. Chapter 207. Hey, you are no match for that guy right now. Seeing the two-headed giant snake in such a humble manner, King Kong felt that he was strong again and even planned to punch the two-headed giant snake. Fortunately, Roka stopped it in time. The future King Kong is indeed very strong and can even fight against Godzilla, but the current King Kong is still a little weak in front of this two-headed giant snake. After hearing this, King Kong had no choice but to reluctantly retract his fist. Okay, big snake, listen, King Kong will be here for a while, you can't attack it, otherwise you know the consequences. Roka spoke like a threat to the two-headed giant snake. When the two-headed giant snake heard this, it looked up at King Kong and then nodded. Very good, then King Kong, don't run around, I will release you when I return. Roka's plan is to let King Kong be a gatekeeper, so that it doesn't matter even if 350 opens the gate to the foggy world for a long time. This will also facilitate subsequent development and research. After hearing this, King Kong nodded to show that he understood. Then I'll go first. Roka didn't waste any words and left the foggy world immediately. He could still see Da Tian, Dr. Bill, and others on Skull Island, but he couldn't see them anymore after entering the foggy world. In order to prevent them from getting into danger, he had to go back quickly. He felt more at ease leaving King Kong here. As long as King Kong doesn't run around, there's no problem. Back to Skull Island. Roka looked at Da Tian and the others and found that nothing unexpected had happened. So he put away all the mechanical devices for opening the fog gate, and then returned to the ship. You're back. Roka's sudden appearance surprised Da Tian. James, Professor Bill, and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Kindness. Roka smiled and nodded, then sat down next to De Tian and put his arms around her soft waist. Didn't you say you wanted to take King Kong away? De Tian was a little confused. Didn't Roka tell her before that he was going to take King Kong away? Why is King Kong nowhere to be seen? In her opinion, if they wanted to take King Kong away, they naturally had to let him leave Skull Island with them. Don't worry, it has been taken away. You will see it later. Roka smiled mysteriously and didn't explain much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission King Kong Skull Island. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for increasing his Kryptonian bloodline by 2%. I looked at the system prompts and found that it was not bad, it had increased by another 2%. This improvement is not small at all. This is the evolution from ordinary Superman to Silver Superman. Every 1% improvement makes a world of difference. It is no exaggeration to say that if you improve yourself by 2%, you can easily beat your previous self. It's a good harvest. Holding Big Sweetie in his arms, Roka showed a satisfied smile on his face. It was really a good decision to come to Skull Island this time. Not only did he play with the woman, he also picked up a wild King Kong. And also earned more than $2 million. That was a wonderful feeling. After a moment, the modified ship smoothly arrived at the evacuation point in the north of Skull Island and successfully reunited with the contact personnel. The group then boarded the Athena. At this point, Roka's commissioned task was completed perfectly, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he is prepared to accompany De Tian all the way. After all, De Tian is a member of the Imperial Organization. And Roka didn't let her leave the organization. This organization does have some capabilities, and the subsequent appearance of monsters such as Godzilla and Mothra are closely related to the Monarch organization. De Tian is like an insider who can know the secrets of the Imperial Organization at any time. And Roka will also silently support behind the scenes. Professor Bill reported everything about Skull Island to his superiors. Whether the military will send people to clean up Skull Island is not a problem that Roka needs to consider. Although there are some precious resources and various monsters that can be studied on Skull Island, it is far inferior to the mysterious world. There is no need to throw away the watermelon for the sesame seeds. As for wanting it all, that's even more unnecessary. Humans are greedy, unless Roka kills all of them. Otherwise, the military would have to resort to tricks. It would be troublesome to deal with harassment from various countries at that time. What's more, he already has the most precious giant beast King Kong on Skull Island, so why would he need Skull Island? A few days later, the Athena docked. After Roka gave De Tian some instructions, the two parted ways. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. There is no need to rush. Don't worry, Mr. Roka. I will pay off the commission as soon as possible after I return. During the days when the island was in crisis, Professor Bill was very grateful to Roka. If it weren't for him, he would have died many times. Well, you know Ryoko. Roka didn't say much, he just strode away. Next, he needs to choose a place to place the extra-dimensional passage leading to the foggy world. The most suitable place is naturally the newly built Silent Hill. After more than half a year of construction, Silent Hill has been renovated. Although it still didn't meet Roka's requirements, it was enough. When he returned to New York, he immediately informed Selena and Heather of his decision. Naturally, everyone is very supportive of this. At the same time, everyone who was free also rushed to Silent Hill to gather. A few days later, in the new Silent Hill. At this time, the originally abandoned town here has all been demolished and rebuilt, and it is built according to the technological city. Roka even planned to build this place into a high-tech city like Umbrella's Raccoon City. Up above is where the employees live. And below is the monster shelter. As for special areas, there are extra-dimensional passages leading to the foggy world. This is Roka's vision for the future of Silent Hill. However, now only 1.6 can temporarily place the dimensional channel in the area temporarily placed by Selena. Here we go. Roka looked at the girls and without further ado, he immediately took out the machine for the extra-dimensional passage that opened the foggy world. After some tinkering, the machine started. Just like parting clouds, a door to another dimension slowly opened. But what surprised Roka was that there was no thick fog coming out from behind the gate to the other dimension. According to the usual situation, shouldn't the fog in the foggy world surge out after the door to the other dimensional passage is opened? What's going on? Even Serena and Heather were a little confused. Although Selena had never entered the foggy world, she had heard Heather and the others talk about the situation at that time. Obviously, this does not match the current situation. Black Small Square ERFO. Chapter 208. I'm not sure, is there something wrong with the machine? Roka frowned and began to check whether the machine was malfunctioning. This inspection was not a big deal, there really was a malfunction. It also caused positioning failures in the extra-dimensional channel connecting to the foggy world. Is there a problem with the positioning? I don't know where we are connected to now. Selena was curious. Is it an unknown world? Heather boldly guessed that this machine was modified by Roka based on the military's method of opening an extra-dimensional channel to the foggy world. Since there was a problem with the positioning, it was very likely that it was linked to an unknown world. How about I go in and take a look? Roka, who was about to close the extra-dimensional channel, also became interested. He was very skilled and bold, and he saw that his superhuman bloodline was already 25%. With this strength, he couldn't imagine what danger he would encounter. Besides, as long as this dimensional channel is not closed, there is no need to worry about not being able to come back. Even if it's closed, he can always create another one. No, I-18 don't think we should take the risk. Heather shook her head and tried to persuade him not to be impulsive. Yes, boss, let's not take any risks. Allison and the others also felt that they couldn't take the risk. No, I have to go check it out. Don't worry, it's okay. Roka rejected everyone's opinions. In fact, when he was making this machine, he was very curious whether it could connect to the unknown world. But I didn't try it right away. Plan to try again later. Isn't this the opportunity? Seeing that he was determined to do what he wanted, the girls felt helpless. They all knew that once Roka made a decision, it would probably be impossible to change it. Don't worry, it's okay, but I have to repair this machine first. Roka will not fight a battle he is not sure of winning. Since you have decided to enter this unknown world, you naturally have to prepare well. First he recorded the world coordinates of this connection, and then backed it up. The next step was to find out the problem of the machine suddenly connecting to the wrong coordinates. If this problem is not solved, sudden connection errors will occur in the future. This is something he absolutely would not allow. So Roka studied it for half a month and finally solved the problem. And he carried with him a device that opened a channel to another dimension. This is foolproof. Even if he was lost in a primitive society, he could rely on the second set of equipment he carried in the system space to come back. Okay, don't worry, I promise everything will be fine, and I'll be back within minutes after I leave. They were about to enter the extra-dimensional channel, and the girls were very worried about it. I felt relieved after hearing his promise. How about I go in with you? At this time, Selena stood up and suggested. However, she was rejected by Roka as soon as she finished speaking. What if we are in space or in a harsh environment like a volcano? I won't be able to protect you. Selena's strength is indeed the strongest among all the women, but she is still a little lacking in facing unknown dangers. There was no way Roka would let her go with him. All right. Serena shrugged and didn't force it. My dears, wait for my good news. After Roka kissed Selena's sexy red lips, he turned and entered the extra-dimensional passage. The extra-dimensional channel appears to be a rotating and distorted starry sky. However, the moment he crossed the dimensional channel, Roka arrived in another world. What surprised him was that the place in front of him was not outer space, nor a volcano, nor the sea, but in a modern technological city. It was night, and he was standing on a busy street, with bright lights and people coming and going. Umbrella Corporation? Raccoon City? Roka looked at the big words umbrella on the building in the distance with some astonishment. Looking again, isn't this Raccoon City? He was still a little unconvinced, but after using his supervision to take a closer look, he realized that it was indeed Raccoon City. Even in some dark places, biochemical crises have begun to occur. This is not only Raccoon City, but also the eve of a biochemical crisis. This extra-dimensional passage actually leads here. Even Roka didn't expect this result, and he became excited immediately. It's not because it might trigger a system task. It's because this world is full of resources. Not only does it have technological resources such as artificial intelligence Red Queen, it also has various high-tech technologies from the Umbrella Corporation and so on. Even the whole world will be Roka's back garden. As for saving the world and ending the apocalypse ahead of time, he can indeed do it. If I remember correctly, the antidote to the virus is in the underground hive in Raccoon City. But he won't do that. Or maybe it won't happen now. It is necessary to maximize the benefits. Is Alice still in the research institute? It looks like Resident Evil 2 is about to start. As for the hive, Red Queen is not in a hurry to get it. If they want to maximize their profits, they will naturally wait until the biochemical crisis breaks out and almost everyone in the world has died before appearing to save the 717 world. This is consistent with the purpose of the founder of the Umbrella Corporation who launched the Resident Evil. The other party also wants to cause a global reshuffle through the biochemical crisis. Then come out and control the world. Like them, Roka has the ability to end the doomsday at any time. In that case, there is no need to rush. Ding! The system has updated the task Resident Evil, please host to end the doomsday. Kindness. Roka raised his eyebrows. Did the system really release a task to end the doomsday? However, it may take several years to complete this task. Fortunately, there is no time limit for the task. Go back and discuss this with everyone. In order to avoid worrying Selena and the others, Roka decisively withdrew first. After all, we agreed to be back within 10 minutes. The other side. It's been 8 minutes, why haven't you come back yet? Even Allison, Maria, and the others were a little worried. After all, Roka had said he would be back in 10 minutes, but 8 minutes had already passed. It's about time. But Roka hasn't come back yet. So everyone was a little anxious. After all, it is an unknown world, who knows what will appear. Chapter 209. So worried. Just when everyone was worried, Roka suddenly appeared from the dimensional space channel, and then hugged Allison and Maria in his arms and kissed them both. I'm back. Everyone was surprised to see him come back. All the worries just now disappeared. Ha ha ha, I told you not to worry, but you didn't believe me. Pa. Roka pretended to be angry and slapped several girls on their buttocks, causing them to roll their eyes at him. Tell me what's going on. What's on the other side of the extra-dimensional space? Allison asked first. This is also the issue that everyone is most concerned about and curious about. Since Roka returned safely, it at least means that the world is safe. Roka smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's a doomsday world. The end of the world? Like in the movies. It's Resident Evil. Resident Evil? The kind from zombie movies. Almost. After getting Roka's affirmation, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that the world would be like this. Wouldn't it be possible to bring the virus back accidentally? This is what Selena is worried about. It would be troublesome if the virus was brought back. She didn't want to live in the end of the world. Don't worry, as long as you don't bring zombies back. Roka waved his hand nonchalantly. In fact, it didn't matter even if the T-virus was brought back, because there was an antidote for the T-virus under the hive anyway. What is that world like? Maria asked curiously. She was really curious about that world. To put it simply, it's about the same as here, and the technology may even be more advanced. Umbrella Corporation's technological level is 50 or even hundreds of years ahead of the world, so it is naturally more advanced than theirs. That's why Roka pays more attention to the technology there. Next we have to discuss how to gain the benefits of that world. My idea is this. Roka briefly told the girls his thoughts. Since a biochemical crisis is happening over there, they will not interfere for the time being, but choose to find a place to develop their momentum. Just wait until the end of the world, and then come out to rule the world. In fact, this was not a plan at all. After all, the biochemical crisis there will continue for several more years, and what he needs to do is to find some people to build a power and develop it. Then come out and take down the Umbrella Corporation, and save the world and rule the world. It's that simple. After hearing his plan, the girls looked at each other in bewilderment. This is too simple and crude. Do you like to hear complicated plans? That's fine, we can start from. Roka's super brain is not just for watching, he can write hundreds of detailed plan reports. No. Heather quickly told him to stop, saying they didn't need to hear any detailed plan. In fact, they couldn't help much with this mission. They can only work hard to develop the huge force that is entangled because of Roca. The largest component of this force is the vampire family controlled by Selena. Then there is the family controlled by Heather and the Carlson Manor. Finally, there is the Silent Hill project that Nancy and Christine are in charge of. These three parts constitute Roca's power. Although these forces are huge, they have not yet developed. It will take some time. Dear, can't we help them? Bella is still too kind. The first thing she thinks about is not fighting for interests, but whether she can save the world from the end of the world. Of course I will help them. Roca answered as a matter of course. In fact, if we want to obtain the resources over there, we naturally have to solve the end of the world, but solving viruses is not my forte. That's a bit of an understatement. In fact, if he studied it carefully, the T-virus was nothing. But this was not in his best interest at all, so he could only deceive the lovely Bella temporarily. Of course, this is not cheating. Eventually he will indeed solve the T-virus. Kindness. Bella smiled happily when she heard this. She also knew that it was not easy to solve the biochemical crisis, but as long as Roca would go to save them, it would be fine. She doesn't ask so much about time. After discussing it with everyone again, Roca once again passed through the dimensional space channel and came to Raccoon City. It seems like the time is about the same on both sides. Roca noticed this keenly, and then he found that although only an hour had passed, the biochemical crisis here had gradually spread. The zombies are no longer satisfied with the deserted streets and alleys, and have begun to attack pedestrians on the streets. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Raccoon City will soon become a kingdom of zombies. Just at this moment, a figure bumped into Roca. Hey you, hi. From the voice, one could tell that the other person was a woman. Roca looked down and found that the other person was wearing a sexy light blue tank top, had black hair, and had a delicate and pretty face. She was a rare beauty. And the other party seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with him. Who are you? Me? A pedestrian. Roca shrugged. He felt that the woman in front of him looked familiar. My name is Roca, what's yours? The woman looked him up and down. Jill Valentine. Jill. Roca looked up and down at the beautiful woman in front of him, Nyo Chien's, with some surprise. He said she looked familiar, but he didn't expect it was Jill, one of the goddesses of Resident Evil. At first glance, she is indeed very similar to Jill in the movie. It was just that it was too dark and I couldn't recognize it for a moment. Your clothes don't look like modern clothes. Jill looked him around and keenly noticed something different. Because Roca's dress style is different from that of most people in Raccoon City, it has a retro feel. Roca raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that Jill was indeed a STARS agent with a sharp eye. Although his outfit looks very fashionable, it is actually just the style of America in the 1990s. It is naturally very different from Raccoon City. Of course, you can't see it if you don't look closely. This shows that Jill, the agent, is indeed very capable. Chapter 210. I like retro style, isn't it okay? Roca chuckled. Jill was stunned for a moment, obviously struck by his handsome smile. She had seen many handsome guys, but none of them could move her. But the man in front of him seemed a little unusual. But she is not a flower maniac. Show me your work ID. Jill said, holding out her hand for it. A work permit is equivalent to an ID card. Almost everyone who comes to Raccoon City works for the Umbrella Corporation, so it is impossible for them to not have a work permit. Even if you don't have a work permit, you still have an ID card. But Roka really didn't have one. He had just arrived here and was no different from an illegal resident. How could he get a work permit? Hello, beautiful Miss Jill, you are not a police officer, are you? How can you check someone else's work ID? Roka folded his arms and smiled. Don't think he's a fool. You're just an agent. How can you check someone else's work ID? I am now working with the police, so please cooperate with me. When Jill saw that he refused to show his work ID, she became even more suspicious and even her tone became much tougher. Cooperate with the police? Why don't you solve the problem there? Roka pursed his lips to signal her to go and deal with the zombies. A zombie crisis had already broken out 2 streets away, so why were they still holding on to him? 743 I think you are more troublesome. As Jill finished speaking, a high sweep kick came over. Hey, why are you doing this all of a sudden? Roka stretched out his hand to grab the long legs that were attacking him and put them on his shoulders, then he chuckled and said, hey, this posture is good. Jill's long legs were almost turned into a split, and she didn't expect that her whip legs would be caught. She moved and tried to pull her legs back, but found that her legs were firmly grasped by the other party and she couldn't get rid of them at all. But don't think you can control her like this. The next second, she leaped forward and kicked Roka's face with her other long leg. If the kick is real, it might cause a concussion. But the next moment, Roka grabbed her long legs that were kicking towards him again. Now both of Jill's legs were grabbed and placed at shoulder height. This caused Jill to stand directly upside down. It looked like Roka was helping her practice a handstand. The posture is so ambiguous. Even passers-by couldn't help but look at them sideways or even point fingers when they saw them like this. Hearing the discussions of passers-by, Jill became even more angry. She didn't expect that as the ace agent of stars, she would suffer such a big loss at the hands of an unknown person. We must take revenge. Thinking of this, she suddenly exerted force on her waist, and then held the pistol with both hands and pointed it at Roka's head from under her crotch. In the eyes